Martial Peak, Chapter 4634, Void Yin-Yang Mirrors. Luan Baifeng killed the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master with a smile on her face, as though she was stepping on an ant. Although these or slaves were fully aware of how ruthless this woman was, they were still horrified. All of them hung their heads low to avoid getting targeted by her. There was no expression on Yang Kai's face as he didn't sympathize with them. It was said that might made right, and the loser was always in the wrong. If those from Voidland had lost the battle, it's more than 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters would have ended up in an even worse state. Let's start, Yang Kai ordered impassively. Luan Baifeng nodded and started making the arrangements. The reason they had to gather all the Or slaves in the Black Prison together was that they were going to create something very important, which required a lot of manpower and resources. Before Luan Baifeng returned to Black Territory from High Heaven Territory, Yang Kai had mentioned to her a whimsical idea. Since Open Heaven Realm Masters could travel across the void through space arrays, there was a possibility that the Or stars hovering in Black Territory's inner region could also be moved in the same way. Of course, in order to move the Or stars, it would require a gigantic space array. Previously, Yang Kai used brute force to move an Or star to the outer region. Not only did that consume a lot of time and energy though, but he also had to keep changing directions and control the speed of travel, which was quite troublesome. If he accidentally crashed into other Or stars, his effort would go to waste. However, if he could make use of the Tao of space and directly move the Or stars, things would become much easier. Nevertheless, in order to achieve this, they needed to do a lot of preparations in advance. Just like Yang Kai had said, there was no rush in moving the Or stars as they had to get everything ready first. If their plan was successfully carried out, their efficiency of mining black stones would be significantly enhanced, and their source of Sixth Order and above Yin and Yang element materials would be secured. For the past 20 years since Luan Baifeng returned to Black Territory, she had been designing this new space array. It wasn't until Yang Kai's arrival that it could be completed though, because she needed the help of his mastery of the Tao of space. Since the Or stars in the Black Territory came in all different shapes and sizes, the array had to be flexible and adjustable. With that as a prerequisite, Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng combined their insights of the Tao of space and Tao of spirit arrays before creating this space array that had never before been seen in the world. Over the next 3 years, several hundred Open Heaven Realm Masters became swamped with work at the palace in the Black Territory's periphery. Some of these Open Heaven Realm Masters were experts in different skills. For example, there were some who were adept at artifact refining. Luan Baifeng would assign some important tasks to these people while those who were strong but unskilled had to help out from the side. Yang Kai was on top of everything as he examined every process to ensure there were no problems. 3 years later, 16 artifacts were finally completed. They were divided into 2 sets with 8 artifacts in each set. One of them was Yin while the other was Yang. They were just like 2 sides of a mirror. Due to this characteristic, the complete set of artifacts were named Void Yin-Yang Mirrors by Yang Kai. Every artifact was actually an array board that was made using countless resources. If they were traded for Open Heaven pills, each individual mirror would be worth approximately 3 billion pills. If Yang Kai hadn't owned 2 star cities and a new great territory and hadn't prepared an enormous amount of materials before his departure, he wouldn't have dared to even attempt this. Since an array board was worth 3 billion, the set of 16 artifacts was worth 48 billion in total. With this staggering amount of money, one could buy several hundred 7th Order materials. It was enough to bankrupt any second-class great force. Half of all the materials Yang Kai owned had been consumed in this single endeavor, which was why he felt quite heartbroken. If his plan was successful, he would more than make back his losses and even become filthy rich. However, if it failed, he would suffer immense losses. Despite being wealthy, he still appeared worried after the Void Yin-Yang Mirrors, which consisted of 16 artifacts, was completed. He passed 8 artifacts, the Void Yin Mirrors, to Luan Baifeng while storing the corresponding Void Yang Mirrors. After taking a deep breath, he looked in the direction of the Black Territory's inner region and said, "Just wait here and play it by ear." Luan Baifeng nodded with anxiety, but she was already looking forward to this test. Since such amazing artifacts were made by her, she naturally wanted to find out if these items would work as intended. They had previously carried out an experiment and confirmed that there wasn't a problem with their functionality, but that was just a trial after all. They didn't have the confidence that they could successfully move a huge or star. It wasn't the first time Yang Kai visited the Black Territory's inner region, where there was an eerie force that could erode a person's small universe. The deeper a person went, the faster the heritage of their small universe would be shaved away. With that said, Yang Kai had the towering evergreen, so he could ward off this force and reach a location most people couldn't. More than 10 days later, he felt that he had reached his limit, and if he went any further, even his towering evergreen was unable to protect him. After finding in or star, he started his preparations. He fished out the 8 void yang mirrors he had brought with him. With the arrangements of 8 trigrams Qian, Kuan, Jin, Sun, Ken, Li, Zhen, and Dy, he placed them around the star. He then sat in the Qian spot and performed different hand seals. As space principles undulated, he shouted, "Activate!" The next moment, the 8 void yang mirrors started shaking and humming. Rays of lights shot out from the array boards and connected with each other. In the blink of an eye, all 8 void yang mirrors were linked. From a bird's-eye view, one could see that 8 array boards had formed into an octagonal cage, and in the middle of the cage was the star that Yang Kai had selected. Furthermore, the 8 array boards that had been connected had also formed into a huge space array. At the same time, Luan Baifeng was waiting patiently in the void at the periphery of the Black Territory. The 8 void mirrors were controlled by 8 fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and were also placed according to the arrangements of the 8 trigrams. There came a moment when the 8 void mirrors started shaking and humming. As rays of light flashed through everyone's eyes, a huge projection appeared inside the perimeter of the void mirrors. That was the projection of the star that Yang Kai had selected. It was the exact same size, but it was only an illusion. Luan Baifeng arched her brow and yelled, "Act according to the plan." The fifth-order masters who controlled the array boards wouldn't dare to be negligent as they surged their world force into the array boards in the appropriate order. Every void mirror had to be in sync with the corresponding void yang mirror on Yang Kai's side. In the Black Territory's inner region, with a dark gaze, Yang Kai seemed able to surmount space and see what was going on in Luan Baifeng's place. He then used a different hand seal and shouted, "Lock." As space principles undulated, the 16 void yin-yang mirrors flickered and turned ethereal at the same time, as though they would disappear at any moment. Yang Kai extended his hand with the most serious expression he had ever sported, and as he flipped his palm over, he yelled, "Turn." A violent force burst out as the 8 array boards became blurred and then stabilized. They also stopped shaking and humming. The star, which was originally trapped by the cage formed from the 8 array boards, abruptly disappeared. In the periphery of the Black Territory, Luan Baifeng looked dazedly at the giant star that had suddenly appeared before her. Although she already knew this was to be the outcome, she was still astounded when she actually saw the sight. She muttered under her breath, "It works." Despite the fact that there was a distance of billions and billions of kilometers between them, Yang Kai had successfully moved the star to this place with the void yin-yang mirrors. He had pulled off a feat that was rather astonishing. Xen Peng, who was standing beside Luan Baifeng, gulped as he appeared awestruck by the star's appearance and instinctively asked, "How did he do it?" Although he was an experienced fifth-order master, the sight before his eyes was still unbelievable to him. Prior to this day, if anyone told him that a huge star could be moved from one place to another in an instant, he would never have believed him. There was a limit to a human strength. Even the legendary Ninth-Order Masters could not do something like this. However, it happened right before his eyes. Luan Baifeng smiled as she was apparently in a jovial mood. She then explained, "That guy has spent years building these void yin-yang mirrors, which is a suitable name. The yang mirrors are on his side while yin mirrors are on our side. Coupled with his space secret techniques, he flips the mirror over, sending what is on his side over to our side. Xan Peng appeared puzzled as he obviously didn't understand her. Luan Baifeng went on to say with a smile, "Take your hand as an example. If you grab something in your hand, it now faces down. After you flip your hand over, the thing will now face up." A fawning Xan Peng remarked, "Warden and Sir are truly brilliant. I'll never be a match for you two. If it's just like you've said, does it mean that these 8 array boards with us now are the yang mirrors that Sir had previously brought with him?" Luan Baifeng replied with a smile, "It seems you're not so foolish after all." There were 2 sides to the mirror, which were yin and yang. The 16 array boards were used for positioning. As they flipped, not only was the or star moved to this place, but the yin mirrors and yang mirrors also exchanged locations. Yang Kai had previously taken the yang mirrors with him and left behind the yin mirrors. As such, the yin mirrors were now on his side. Xan Peng fell silent for a moment. Even though he was unresigned when he left his name on the loyalty list in the past, it now seemed to him that he was indeed no match for Yang Kai in any respect. It wasn't so terrible after all to work under someone like him. Furthermore, the concept of the void yin-yang mirrors was truly awe-inspiring. The thing Luan Baifeng gave Yang Kai 3 years ago was just a draft of the space array. If they carried it out according to her original design, there would be some effects as well, but it wouldn't be so convenient. The void yin-yang mirrors were flexible as the cage that was used to localize the or stars was fully adjustable. There was no doubt that it was much better than her original static space array. The 5th Order Masters who controlled the 8 array boards were still in a dazed state, so Luan Baifeng quickly snapped at them, "Stop dreaming and get ready. The next or star will arrive soon." It was then that the 8 of them started getting ready as they removed their respective array boards and flew to another empty space before setting them up again. In just 10 days, another huge projection appeared inside the void yang mirrors. With the prior experience, the 8 of them started making a move without the need for Luan Baifeng to give the order. A moment later, as the array boards started glowing, another or star that was just as large as the previous one was suddenly moved to this place. On the other hand, several hundred or slaves had already streamed towards the first or star that had been moved to this place and started mining black stones. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4635, Great Evolution Territory. Every 10 days to half a month there would be an or star, which was originally from the Black Territory's inner region, that was moved to the periphery. In just 1 year, the originally empty periphery was now filled with more than 30 or stars of different sizes. This kind of amount was just a drop in the ocean compared to the reserves in the entire Black Territory. However, no one would underestimate the resources these 30-odd or stars could produce. They were initially in the depths of the Black Prison, so it was extremely difficult to mine them as even 6th Order or slaves were unable to reach that location safely. Nevertheless, Yang Kai used a stunning move to transfer them to a safe area such as the periphery. When Yang Kai previously brought back an or star that was half the usual size, it allowed the or slaves in the Black Territory to keep on mining for a few years. Now that there were more than 30 or stars, it was enough for them to mine these stars for 100 years. If the void yin-yang mirrors hadn't shown signs of breaking, Yang Kai would have brought even more or stars over. However, over the past year, the hastily made void yin-yang mirrors had to bear the pressure of moving many gigantic or stars. Cracks of different sizes started appearing on the 16 array boards, and if this went on, they might come apart at any moment. These things were extremely costly as each of them was worth 3 billion open heaven pills. Yang Kai did not have the heart to see them break. Though he still wasn't satisfied with his current haul, he could only leave the Black Territory's inner region. Upon his return, he saw the huge or stars hovering in the periphery. When he realized that several hundred open heaven realm or slaves were already working on the first or star he had brought back, he was pleased. "The or stars you've sent back are rich in resources. So far, we found more than 30 6th Order materials. There are even 2 6th Order yang element materials and 3 yin element materials. Additionally, there are several thousand materials that are below the sixth order, Luan Baifeng reported while accompanying Yang Kai to have a look at the first or star. Yang Kai nodded, all the effort was worth it. Luan Baifeng replied with a smile, despite that, it'll take another 20 years before we can cover the cost of refining the void yin-yang mirrors. It's fine as long as we can earn it back. As they moved forward, the ore slaves respectfully saluted Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng. Half a day later, Yang Kai stopped in his tracks and said, I'll leave this place to you. Just remember to send the extracted materials to Void Land every 2 to 3 years. Got it, Luan Baifeng replied, then shot him a glance. Where are you going? After giving it a thought, Yang Kai decided not to hide it from her. I'll ask a senior expert to make something for me, and then I'll go to the Shattered Heaven. If anyone from Voidland asks about it, you can just tell them the truth. The Shattered Heaven is not a kind place. Don't get killed over there and drag me into it. Luan Baifeng frowned. Yang Kai smiled and took a step forward as his figure rapidly faded. There were countless great territories in the 3,000 worlds. Every great territory was named after the most powerful great force in that place. Other than some remote great territories which only had generic identifiers, there was no exception. However, every great force would rise and fall, just like how a person would get sick and die of old age. A great territory could be named after a great force because it was the most powerful, but when this great force was destroyed and replaced, the great territory would be given a different name. When Void Land replaced Seven Wonders Land in the past, Seven Wonders Territory became Void Territory. Therefore, the name in the latest universe charts would be changed, while the owners of the older universe charts could get them updated or just manually change it. With that said, there was actually one exception. In Great Evolution Territory, the most powerful great force was supposedly Heavenly Martial Hall. This great force was much stronger than the original Seven Wonders Land because there was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master assuming command of it. Supposedly, the great territory where Heavenly Martial Hall was located should be named Heavenly Martial Territory. However, since time immemorial, the name of this great territory had never been changed in the universe charts. It had always been Great Evolution Territory. Those from Heavenly Martial Hall were certainly displeased with this. By naming the great territory after their own sect, it would be a great way for them to popularize themselves. The 3,000 worlds was vast, and even though Heavenly Martial Hall wasn't weak, it still wasn't comparable to the real behemoths. Although they had a golden opportunity to make a name for themselves, their wish had never been granted, which was why they were disgruntled. Therefore, the cultivators of Heavenly Martial Hall repeatedly visited Four Seas Union and argued with them in the hope that they could change Great Evolution Territory to Heavenly Martial Territory when making the universe charts. All the universe charts in the 3,000 worlds were made by Four Seas Union, which was backed by one of the 36 cave heavens. Their shops could be found in all the major star cities, including Void Star City and the newly built High Heaven Star City. After all, it was extremely inconvenient to move around the 3,000 worlds without a universe chart. Therefore, as long as a cultivator had the money, they would buy a universe chart. Four Seas Union had made a fortune through this business. It wasn't hard to enter Four Seas Union, it was a business entity after all. Those from Heavenly Martial Hall had visited the Four Seas Union countless times, but the name Great Evolution Territory always remained in the new universe charts. There had never been a change. This made the people from Heavenly Martial Hall feel vexed. However, they were weaker than the other party, so there was nothing they could do. There was one thing they didn't understand, though. There was no great force in Great Evolution Territory that had anything to do with the title, Great Evolution. Now, so why was it so hard for them to change the name? Several hundred years ago, Heavenly Martial Hall had almost changed its name to Great Evolution Sect in order to take advantage of the name Great Evolution Territory. However, they hadn't forgotten the hard work their ancestors had put in to build their sect, so they ultimately decided against this name change. Nevertheless, they creatively created a Heavenly Martial Hall Great Evolution branch as a silent protest against the Four Seas Union. Although the Great Evolution branch had been founded, it was basically half abandoned. Those from Heavenly Marshal Hall had spent a large amount of manpower and resources on this project, but they had only managed to nurture several Fourth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The elders, who initially had high hopes for the Great Evolution branch, gradually lost interest. As Yang Kai went through the route in his mind, he went from the Black Territory to the Great Evolution Territory and arrived at a particular spot in the void. He had been to this place once before, but it was the proprietress who brought him here. Even though he was on his own this time, he hadn't lost his way. After straightening his face, he cupped his fist and shouted, "Void Land Yang Kai greets Senior Ma Fan. Please forgive me for disturbing you." No one replied to him from the void while he waited patiently. After he waited for 1 hour, 2 hours, and then the entire day, there was still no one who responded to him. Yang Kai put on a helpless smile. Even though he had witnessed Senior Ma Fan's bad temper when he tagged along with the proprietress previously, and he had a feeling that he'd be turned down this time, he still felt frustrated when it really happened. Since he had already expected it, he didn't say anything and simply sat down with his legs crossed. He believed that Senior Ma Fan would be moved by his sincerity. Regardless, he had to see this artifact refining Grandmaster. In fact, he was jealous of the Heavenly Sword Union for possessing the Heavenly Sword Palace. Not only could it attack and defend, but it could also serve as a flight-type artifact. It was like a moving palace. If he hadn't made use of the Star Boundaries World Force and temporarily advanced to 7th Order, and with over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters who maintained a large-scale barrage of attacks on the Heavenly Sword Palace, they couldn't have stopped this moving fortress from moving forward. Had Heavenly Sword Palace reached the Star Boundary, the situation would have been flipped around, and Zuoquan Hui would have won. Fortunately, the Heavenly Sword Palace exploded less than 5 million kilometers away from the Star Boundary following a long and bloody battle. It could be said that Zuoquan Hui was just one step away from success. At that time, Yang Kai swore that if there was a chance in the future, he would also build a similar palace artifact for Voidland. That way, when they were faced with something like the Heavenly Sword Palace again, they could defend themselves at the very least. When he was having a negotiation with the Cave Heavens and Paradises previously, he looked for some of the high-rank masters in private and asked them if their sex artifact refining grandmasters could help Voidland build such a palace artifact. Certainly, Voidland could provide the materials and offer an appropriate remuneration. Yang Kai even offered to exempt those who helped him from paying the 6th Order materials required to take disciples from the Star Boundary. However, all of them had turned him down. Hong Xiangling from Azure Void Cave Heaven, who wanted to get his disciple married to Yang Kai, was kind enough to offer an explanation. He said that it would take too much time and energy to refine such a thing, and although the Cave Heavens and Paradises were capable of doing it, they would only do so for their own sex. They couldn't even meet their own demands for such artifacts, so they wouldn't offer help to someone else. It was pointless for Yang Kai to ask regardless of what payment he promised. Yang Kai then asked Su Ling Gong about it, and the latter gave him a similar explanation. In that case, he could only give up on seeking help from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Instead, he had his eyes on Grandmaster Ma Fan. Yang Kai still had some vivid memories of this artifact refining Grandmaster. In the past, in order to arrange the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array, they needed some items to be served as array cores. The proprietress brought him to this place and pleaded with this artifact refining Grandmaster. As a result, the Heavenly Executioner's Sword and the Heavenly Net Umbrella that had been placed in the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array were made by Grandmaster Ma Fan. The proprietress had said that Grandmaster Ma Fan came from one of the ancient paradises. However, his sect no longer existed. He was the only one who was still alive as he led a reclusive life in its expansive ruins. At that time, Yang Kai was a mere Emperor Realm Junior who had just arrived at the 3,000 worlds, so he knew little about the outer universe. He was shocked that one of the paradises had fallen in the past. As he recalled it now, he came to realize many things that he hadn't back then. There was no doubt that Grandmaster Ma Fan's mastery of artifact refining was unrivaled. With the help of the 9 heavenly layers grand array, Yang Kai activated the power of Heavenly Executioner's Sword and defeated the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union Kong Feng despite being an Emperor Realm Jr. at that time, which went to show that the Heavenly Executioner's Sword was truly incredible. Since none of the cave heavens and paradises were willing to help, Yang Kai could only hope that Grandmaster Ma Fan would refine a palace artifact for him. However, Grandmaster Ma Fan wouldn't respond to him. Since Yang Kai had made up his mind, he naturally wasn't in a rush. As he was seated in the void, he fished out one of the void yin-yang mirrors that was slightly damaged. This thing was as large as a house. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to make it smaller and more convenient, but rather that he couldn't. He and Luan Baifeng knew little about artifact refining, while only several fifth-order masters had some skill in it. They had already done their best to refine the current void yin-yang mirrors. Fortunately, the most important thing was the space array, not the void yin-yang mirrors themselves. Otherwise, they couldn't have succeeded in moving the Or stars in black territory. Martial Peak, Chapter 4636, Refusal to Help. Now, there was a crack that was the width of a finger and several dozen centimeters long on this array board that was as large as a house. That was because it had been overused previously. After examining it for a while, Yang Kai fished out some rare ores and activated his Golden Crow's True Fire in an attempt to repair it. However, he was an amateur in artifact refining, so how was he supposed to repair it? A few days later, instead of being fixed, the crack had expanded. Yang Kai scratched his head as he fished out another damaged array board and acted recklessly again. A few days later, the crack on the second array board had also been enlarged. It was then Yang Kai fished out the third one. The person who was hiding in the void was unable to take it anymore as he felt that Yang Kai was doing more harm than good to such amazing artifacts. Fluctuations of space principles were suddenly felt coming from the void, then a portal swirled into existence in front of Yang Kai. The next instant, a big, illusory hand extended from the swirl and directly grabbed the array boards Yang Kai had fished out back into the void. Yang Kai didn't have the intention of interfering as he took a glance at the portal and let out a sigh of relief. He then got to his feet and stepped into it. The world seemed to spin around him, and the next moment he arrived at a different space. Raising his gaze, he could see many stars of different sizes hovering in the void while circling a single great Sunday. This was like a whole great territory. When he came to this place for the first time, he was a weak cultivator without much experience, so he was unable to see anything special about this place. Now that he had returned, Yang Kai finally understood something. This was obviously a sealed space. Some great expert must have used a stunning divine ability to pull this place out from Great Evolution territory and isolate it from the outside world. It could be said that this place was the foundation of Great Evolution territory, the ruins of Great Evolution Paradise. That was the reason the Great Evolution territory had never changed its name. Those from Heavenly Martial Hall thought that they were the most powerful in Great Evolution territory, but they were not aware that there was such an isolated territory within Great Evolution territory. Only several 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters working together would be able to pull out a section of Great Evolution territory and seal it off, and not without the use of many profound and powerful grand arrays. It was imaginable that Great Evolution Paradise must be truly glorious when they were at the peak of their power. Yang Kai wondered why such a top great force in the 3,000 worlds had fallen all of a sudden. He had asked Su Ling Gong about it before, as the latter must be aware of something, but he never provided any details. Su Ling Gong just said that fate was truly unpredictable. The ancestors of Great Evolution Paradise were respectable as they had the bravery to face the impossible head-on. Yang Kai mentioned Senior Ma Fan while having a chat with Su Ling Gong. That was how he found out some of the information about Great Evolution Paradise. He followed the aura and saw a gray-haired old man who was seated on the ground with his legs crossed. In front of the old man were the damaged array boards as he examined them. "Senior." Yang Kai saluted him. When he previously tagged along the proprietress to see this artifact refining grandmaster, he had a speculation that the old man was a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. However, he was weak at that time, so he was unable to confirm it. Now that he had returned to this place as a sixth-order master, he instantly realized that his speculation was right. Grandmaster Ma Fan was a seventh-order master, and one at the very peak of the seventh order at that, only a step away from the eighth order. Yang Kai couldn't help but admire him. Despite being a high-rank open heaven realm master, he had to endure a life of isolation to guard his fallen sex foundation. It must be an unimaginable burden. The old man seemed to have a permanent hunchback because of that. You knew that I couldn't bear to see such a good thing being wasted, so you took them out to lure me out, right? Grandmaster Ma Fan shot Yang Kai a glare. Yang Kai put on a meaningful grin. I wouldn't dare to pull such a trick on you, Grandmaster. Grandmaster Ma Fan pursed his lips. You're just like that little girl, Lan Yu Ruo. Both of you are intelligent in an annoying way. A bashful Yang Kai replied, Many thanks for your compliment, senior. When she brought you here previously, I knew that I'd meet you again in the future. How troublesome. With a straight face, Yang Kai replied, Have you forgotten that I owe you a favor, senior? Of course, we'd meet again. Grandmaster Ma Fan was previously asked to refine the Heavenly Executioner's sword and Heavenly Net umbrella. However, instead of getting any reward, he made Yang Kai owe him a favor. Since there was nothing he had to pay up front, Yang Kai directly agreed to it. Grandmaster Ma Fan appeared dispassionate as he said with a frown, What's the point of getting a favor back from a sixth-order master? At that time, I saw that you had a pretty exceptional aptitude, so I thought that you could directly ascend to the seventh order. It turns out that I've made a loss. Yang Kai gritted his teeth as he finally realized why this artifact refining Grandmaster made such a demand back then. It was because the old man believed that he could directly make it to the seventh order open heaven realm. He certainly wanted to directly ascend to the seventh order as well, but things didn't go as planned. In the end, he was forced to ascend to the fifth order in the shattered heaven. Although he had consumed a mid-rank world fruit to make up for some of the losses, his limit would be the eighth order if there were no additional opportunities. There were quite a number of eighth-order masters in those cave heavens and paradises. Even Grandmaster Ma Fan could possibly make it to the eighth order in the future. It was true that Yang Kai's favor was now useless. These three pieces aren't the whole picture. There are more, right? Grandmaster Ma Fan asked. Yes, there are. You do have sharp eyes, Grandmaster. Yang Kai hurriedly buttered him up as he fished out the remaining array boards. Since this artifact refining Grandmaster was interested in these hastily made things, Yang Kai would naturally satisfy him. The sight of 16 items as large as houses placed together was pretty magnificent. With a hunchback, Grandmaster Ma Fan placed his hands behind his back and took a walk around these array boards. A moment later, he arched his brow and remarked, Even though their refinement leaves much to be desired, the concept is quite ingenious. Did you make them? Yang Kai honestly replied to him. Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded. By flipping these void yin-yang mirrors, you can move things which are sealed by them across the void. He suddenly appeared solemn. What were you moving that required such expensive artifacts? Yang Kai replied with a grin. Some dead stars and/or stars. Grandmaster Ma Fan appeared slightly surprised, but he soon composed himself and said after a sigh, Young people like you do like to dream and take reckless actions. He then waved his hand, Take them back. Yang Kai was slightly disappointed that the old man didn't help to repair the array boards. However, he didn't come all the way here to ask this artifact refining Grandmaster to repair the void yin-yang mirrors, so he didn't pursue the matter. He then quickly put away all 16 artifacts and said with a straight face, I have a request, senior. Grandmaster Ma Fan repeatedly shook his head, Go away. I'm not going to listen to you. Yang Kai was torn between tears and laughter. Please let me finish my words at the very least, senior. Grandmaster Ma Fan grinned with a shrewd gaze. There's nothing else I have, so the reason you've come all the way here is to ask me to refine an artifact. Suffering a loss once is enough. I'm not a fool, so why would I do it again? Yang Kai replied, If there's anything you need, Senior, I can get it for you. To be frank with you, even though this junior's cultivation is low, I am now fairly important in the 3,000 worlds. So, I might be able to fulfill your wish. Oh. Grandmaster Ma Fan arched his brow. How important are you? A guilty Yang Kai put on a smile. That will depend on what you need. After giving it a thought, Grandmaster Ma Fan suddenly lifted his hand and a drop of darkness appeared above his palm, expanding out like a blot of ink. A puzzled Yang Kai looked intently at it. Seeing that the young man knew nothing about it, Grandmaster Ma Fan appeared disappointed. He then retracted his hand as the darkness dissipated. Turning around, he waved his hand. Leave now. There's no need to return my favor. If you come again, I won't open the door for you. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't listen to him. Since he had finally entered this place, he had to get his wish fulfilled. Before coming to this place, he had considered asking this artifact refining Grandmaster to become a supreme elder in Voidland, but seeing his attitude now, he knew that he shouldn't even think about it. Still, he had to get him to make a palace artifact for him. Yang Kai then raced after the old man and persuaded him. However, Grandmaster Ma Fan just ignored him. Although he had asked Yang Kai to leave, he didn't kick him out directly, seemingly determined not to even acknowledge Yang Kai's existence. That was indeed the case for the next 6 months, as Grandmaster Ma Fan never replied to him regardless of how sincere and persuasive Yang Kai was. The artifact refining Grandmaster pretended that he didn't hear him and never even spared him a glance. This made Yang Kai feel dejected. Thinking that he could go by the old man's interests, he started fishing out the rare items from his space ring and small universe to show him. The old man never spared them a glance, with the only exception being the strange purple chi. Despite being obviously interested, however, he still remained silent. In fact, Yang Kai still had no idea what this purple chi was. He simply snatched it from Luan Baifeng some time ago. On the other hand, Luan Baifeng obtained it from the new Great Territory. After snatching the purple chi, Yang Kai put it inside his small universe and ignored it. If he hadn't decided to fish out some things to attract Grandmaster Ma Fan's attention, he would have forgotten about it. Since Grandmaster Ma Fan appeared interested in the purple chi, Yang Kai decided to wear the purple chi around his fingers and show it to the old man every day. Nevertheless, Grandmaster Ma Fan still ignored him. Yang Kai was defeated in the game of patience with him. Over the past 6 months, the old man showed admirable determination and resoluteness. Seeing as how stubborn the old man was, Yang Kai couldn't help but consider quitting. After all, it was pointless to pester the old man every single day. One day, Yang Kai was seated in a palace in the ruins of Great Evolution Paradise when he arched his brow and looked in a particular direction. The next instant he dashed out of the palace. Looking up, he saw a ray of light rapidly approaching. Judging from the aura, the person was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai was shocked by the arrival of a person in this sealed place. However, he soon realized that something was off. He could only enter this place after Grandmaster Ma Fan opened up the portal, while others were unable to come in even if they wanted to. Could it be that there were other residents in the ruins of Great Evolution Paradise besides the old man? Martial Peak, Chapter 4637, Great Evolution Remnants. The ray of light dissipated as a beautiful woman landed on a spot near Yang Kai. She looked to be in her 20s, and while she was clad in a green dress with flowery patterns, her hair had been casually tied behind her back. She had a curvy figure and a demure temperament. The woman was evidently surprised when she saw Yang Kai. After taking a doubtful glance at him with a pair of clear eyes, she elegantly saluted him, then moved past him and headed to the main hall. A dazed Yang Kai stared fixedly at her. The woman seemed to have sensed this, so she turned her head and put on a smile. A moment later, the woman nonchalantly entered the main hall where Grandmaster Ma Fan resided. Yang Kai could finally confirm that the woman was a resident in this sealed place. She was probably a survivor or descendant of Great Evolution Paradise. Otherwise, she couldn't have easily entered the hall. It had to be noted that Yang Kai had been trying to step into the main hall all this time, but to no avail. He was simply ignored by Grandmaster Ma Fan. After waiting for an hour, he saw the woman in green leaving the hall. Yang Kai waited for her to come closer before cupping his fist. Void Land. Yang Kai greets senior sister. The woman in a green dress flashed a smile at him. Are you trying to ask old ancestor to make an artifact for you? Old ancestor. Yang Kai knew that his speculation was right when he heard that. Then he nodded, yes. The woman smiled with her lips covered. Did he not agree to it? Yang Kai smiled meekly. You're indeed intelligent, senior sister. The Grandmaster has turned me down. A realization dawned upon the woman as she asked, Old ancestor opened up the portal half a year ago. So, you're the visitor from then. Have you been waiting for the past 6 months? Yang Kai sported a solemn expression. I believe that the Grandmaster will be moved by my sincerity. There's no use doing that. The woman shook her head. If old ancestor isn't willing to help you, it's pointless for you to keep waiting. Since you've called me senior sister, I'll give you some advice. Please go ahead, senior sister. Go back to where you're from. You're only wasting your time by staying here. Upon finishing her words, she playfully winked at Yang Kai and left. A speechless Yang Kai gave it a thought before racing after her. He soon moved forward alongside the woman. She seemed to be surprised by how thick-skinned he was and asked, Why are you following me? I know nothing about artifact refining. Old ancestor has never taught me anything about it. Yang Kai grinned. I'm not asking you to refine an artifact for me, senior sister. I just want to have a chat with you. What do you want to talk to me about? The way the woman frowned was quite charming. Anything we can think of, Yang Kai replied in a perfunctory manner. Although it had been a short time since they came into contact as they had only chatted a little, Yang Kai could see that this sixth-order woman was pure-hearted. To put it nicely, she was as innocent as a child. But to put it bluntly, she was naive and gullible. It was rare for a sixth-order master to have such a temperament. In the outside world, any sixth-order master would have experienced lies and betrayal countless times as they grew up. Even if they were born innocent, they would be influenced by their environment. The reason the woman in green could keep her temperament was that Great Evolution Paradise was a sealed place. But there's nothing I want to talk to you about, the woman shook her head. Yang Kai put on the most harmless smile he could manage and flattered her the best he could. I found you to be amicable the moment I first saw you, senior sister. It's as though we've known each other for a long time. The woman blushed as she snapped in a slightly annoyed tone. How could you say something like that? A sincere Yang Kai replied, I wasn't teasing you. I was speaking the truth. Please don't get mad at me. The woman seemed to believe him as she started appearing bashful. Soon, they arrived at a universe world and landed in front of some palaces. Yang Kai could see that this universe world was not a bad place. The world principles were complete while the world energy was ample. Its world force was also strong. It could be considered a top-class universe world. Moreover, when he was up above the sky just now, he could see that many people were living in this universe world. Some open heaven realm masters of different orders were already waiting there. Upon seeing the woman in green, they all called out, Eldest senior sister. A man that appeared to be in his 30s asked with anxiety, What did old ancestor say, eldest senior sister? The woman replied with a smile, Don't worry. Old ancestor said that the wine you've brewed this time is rich and flavorful. He found it delicious. Upon hearing that, they started cheering. It was then Yang Kai realized that the woman in green had gone all the way to send wine to Grandmaster Ma Fan, and the wine was made by these open heaven realm masters. However, he frowned at the orders of these people. They were clearly the remnants of Great Evolution Paradise, but their orders were so low. Apart from the woman in green who was in the 6th order, the rest of them were in the 3rd order, 4th order, or 5th order. Yang Kai could sense that several 6th order masters were cultivating in seclusion in some of the places in this universe world, but there wasn't a single 7th order master here. Even though Great Evolution Paradise had fallen, it shouldn't be so weak. It was apparent that there was a severe lack of powerful masters here. A young woman in the fourth order noticed Yang Kai and examined him curiously. Who is this eldest senior sister? The woman in a green dress replied, he's a guest who's trying to ask old ancestor to refine an artifact for him. The young woman's eyes brightened when she heard that. A guest? Does that mean that he came from the outside world? The other open heaven realm masters became excited as well while they looked fervently at Yang Kai. They studied him in a way as though he was some strange and unusual creature. Yang Kai cupped his fist and greeted, Voidland. Yang Kai greets fellow brothers and sisters. They suppressed the curiosity in their hearts as they saluted him back and told him their names. The cheeky young woman in the fourth order approached Yang Kai and looked up at him. Senior brother Yang, can you tell me more about the outside world since that's where you come from? As the eldest senior sister, the woman in green chided her by saying, you can't be so impolite, junior sister Tsin. The young woman named Tsin pouted with her lips pressed together and hung her head low in a dispirited manner. Yang Kai replied with a smile, Junior sister Tsin, I'd be happy to tell you about the outside world if that's what you'd like. It's not some kind of secret anyway. However, haven't you all visited the outside world before? Tsin's shoulders drooped as she shook her head. Old ancestors said that we're only allowed to leave once we make it to the seventh order. It seems that I'll never be able to leave in my lifetime. She was only in the fourth order, so even if she directly ascended to that order, her limit would be the sixth order. It seemed that there was no hope for her to make it to the seventh order in her lifetime. Yang Kai was lost for words for a moment before asking, why is there such a rule? Surprisingly, none of them actually knew the reason. It was the rule their old ancestor had set, and no one dared to disobey him. Despite knowing there was an outside world, they hadn't come into contact with outsiders prior to today. After pestering Grandmaster Ma Fan for half a year, Yang Kai still couldn't get him to refine a palace artifact for him. The reason he followed the woman in green to this place was that he wanted to indirectly achieve his goal. He thought that by becoming closer to these remnants of Great Evolution Paradise, he could then ask them to help persuade Grandmaster Ma Fan. Since he had a favor to ask of them, Yang Kai naturally had to satisfy them first. The group of people, regardless of their gender or age, hospitably welcomed Yang Kai into a large hall. They were then seated around Yang Kai, including the woman who was the eldest senior sister. They all looked forward to hearing stories from him. Yang Kai found it funny and sorrowful at the same time. He didn't mind telling them about the outside world. Over the years, he had gained quite a lot of experience by venturing to many places, so he began regaling them of sights and scenes they had never experienced before. Most of the events were pretty boring actually, but when Yang Kai spoke about the times he fell into danger, they would exclaim and become resentful of his enemies as well. Yang Kai couldn't help but think that these people were too pure-hearted since they had been living in this sealed space for their entire lives. It was no wonder that Grandmaster Ma Fan wouldn't allow them to leave. If they suddenly entered the outside world, they would have been easily deceived and taken advantage of. He had been ignored by Grandmaster Ma Fan for half a year, but in this place, Yang Kai had become a popular figure. At the thought of this, he couldn't help but think that fate was truly unpredictable. Yang Kai wasn't in a rush to ask them to help persuade Grandmaster Ma Fan either. He had already waited for half a year anyway, so he wouldn't mind waiting for another 6 months. There would come a time when his wish was granted. The eldest senior sister, whose name was Nailin Lu Shui, helped him settle down in a 3-story bamboo house. The environment was clean and serene. When he opened the door, he could see a sea of flowers that were fighting for his attention with their vibrant colors. However, Yang Kai could never get some proper rest while he was there. There would always be people who looked for him and asked him to talk about the outside world almost every day. After 1 month, they gradually became familiar with one another, especially Tsinxing. It seemed she loved making new friends, and Yang Kai could quench her seemingly insatiable curiosity. Therefore, in her heart now, while her eldest senior sister was ranked first and the old ancestor came second, this visitor named Yang Kai was firmly in third place. All her other fellow brothers had to step aside. Sometimes, Yang Kai would go out to take a stroll and talk to the people here, and soon he had a better grasp of the situation in this universe world. In fact, this was the only universe world where there were living beings in the entire Great Evolution Paradise. Although there were other habitable universe worlds in this sealed space, there were no survivors residing in those places. Supposedly, they were the only descendants of Great Evolution Paradise, but even though their sect had fallen, they shouldn't have been so weak. In reality, there wasn't even a single 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master that was born in Great Evolution Paradise in the past 10,000 years. Other than that, the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters in this place was also surprisingly small. Apart from the fact that there wasn't even a single 7th Order Master, there were just over 30 Open Heaven Realm Masters among these remnants of Great Evolution Paradise. Moreover, none of these 30 or so cultivators had directly ascended to the 6th Order. Although eldest senior sister Nailin Lu Shui was in the 6th Order, she made it to her current realm from the 5th Order through hard work. Basically, all these remnants could only directly ascend to the 5th Order, 4th Order, or even lower. It felt as though this place had been cursed by a mysterious power that limited the growth of these survivors. In fact, Yang Kai had spent some time examining this universe world, and he found that the number of residents in this place was quite small. Supposedly, given the heritage left behind in Great Evolution Paradise, there should have been many more Open Heaven Realm Masters, and their orders shouldn't have been this low. Martial Peak, Chapter 4638, Arousing the Interest of Grandmaster Ma Fan. Yang Kai had tried finding out the reason behind the situation but to no avail, so he could only give up. What was more surprising to him was that other than eldest senior sister Nailin Lu Shui and some older Open Heaven Realm Masters, the others like Tsinsen had no idea that they were the remnants of Great Evolution Paradise. They were born and bred in this place, and none of them had left this sealed space before, nor had anyone told them about the history of Great Evolution Paradise. The glory and honor of this great force that was once one of the 72 paradises had been forgotten by their descendants, which was sorrowful indeed. In just 3 months, Yang Kai had managed to figure out many things. After that, he returned to the place where Grandmaster Ma Fan lived. The door of the main hall remained tightly shut as he was apparently not welcome to enter. Standing outside the main hall, Yang Kai sported a faint smile and slowly said, "When I was still a great emperor in the past, I broke free from the restraint of my universe world and arrived at the 3,000 worlds. Not long after that, I came across an accident and fell into a sealed world called the Grand Ancient Ruins Boundary. That sealed world was truly amazing, but it was also extremely dangerous. Many divine spirits lived there and fought against one another. In the middle of Grand Ancient Ruins Boundary, there was a secret place that was called the Primordial Land by the divine spirits. Only cultivators below the Open Heaven realm could enter that place while the divine spirits were barred from entry. I had the good fortune to enter the Primordial Land and compete against many other talented youths for opportunities. Inside the Primordial Land, there was a tree called the World Tree that could bear world fruits. I had an opportunity to go through some trials and eventually obtained quite a number of world fruits. I was also lucky enough to have obtained a root from the World Tree itself. The person inside the main hall didn't respond to him, so it was as though Yang Kai was talking to himself. However, Yang Kai knew that Grandmaster Ma Fan must be able to hear him, it was just that the old man didn't bother to reply to him. Yang Kai didn't mind it as he went on to say, "A calamity fell upon the universe world where I came from, which was the star boundary. Powerful cultivators fought against each other there, which caused great damage to the world. On top of that, much of its auspicious spirit essence was consumed. A member of the giant spirit god clan, which was attracted to my dying universe world, eventually told me that the World Tree could save my home. Therefore, after I obtained the root of the World Tree from the Grand Ancient Ruins Boundary, I returned to the star boundary when there was a chance. Then I found a place and planted the root there. The giant spirit god clansman didn't lie to me. Over the years, the root grew and transformed into a subtree of the World Tree. The star boundary gradually stabilized as there were no longer any signs of it collapsing. I thought that matters would end there. I was already lucky enough to have obtained a root from the World Tree, and my wish had been granted since my universe world was saved. I wouldn't dare to ask for more. However, I had never expected that saving my world was just the tip of the iceberg of the World Tree's power. A few years ago, someone from my homeland came to my void land and told me some news that would leave me pleasantly surprised. Following the continuous nourishment from the World Tree, the heritage of the star boundary became increasingly ample, which allowed cultivators living there to more easily comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao. The aptitudes of my parents had always been average at best. If there hadn't been such an opportunity, they would have ended up in the third-order open heaven realm. However, since they were in our homeland and grew together with the World Tree, not only did they manage to condense their Tao seals far ahead of when I had expected them to, but they could also hope to make an initial breakthrough to the fourth order or even the fifth order. The aura in the main hall, which was usually impassive, shook a little at those words. Yang Kai put on a smile and continued, "Senior, you've been living inside the ruins of Great Evolution Paradise all this time, so it's not surprising for you to be unaware of what's going on in the outside world. It's expected that you don't know that I fought an intense battle against an inner elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise, Zuoquan Hui, in the recent past. In that battle, several hundred open heaven realm masters lost their lives, including several sixth-order ones. After they passed away, their small universes collapsed apart and their world forces dissipated. However, all that world force was absorbed by the World Tree subtree, which in turn allowed it to grow even larger and more rapidly. It is now 300 kilometers tall and its roots have spread throughout the entire star boundary. The nourishment it returns to the star boundary is astonishing. Now, all 108 cave heavens and paradises have gathered together in my homeland, the star boundary. An agreement has been reached among us that allows them to respectively take on 5 disciples every 100 years from the star boundary. I've also given them a landmass of 500,000 square kilometers each to build Tao temples for themselves where they can raise talented disciples of their own. In the entire 3,000 worlds, the star boundary is the most unique universe world in existence. With the continuous nourishment of the World Tree, the star boundary is bound to see many more talents appearing. Even if one is not born in the star boundary, their future would still be bright if they were nurtured there from a young age. Several hundred years to 1,000 years later, there will be countless people who will be able to directly ascend to the fifth and sixth order directly. The next instant, the door, which had remained closed for a long time, creaked open. Yang Kai put on a smile and adjusted his clothes before stepping through it. Inside the main hall, Grandmaster Ma Fan was seated with his legs crossed as he appeared doubtful with a scowl. When he saw Yang Kai coming over, he shot him a distrustful look. Yang Kai directly took a seat in front of him and put on a helpless smile. "It's so difficult to see you, Grandmaster." The long gray eyebrows of Grandmaster Ma Fan flapped in the air. "If it's just like what you've said, the tree that has grown in your homeland is just the subtree of the World Tree. Is it really so amazing?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "The star boundary and the World Tree are open for all to see. If you don't believe me, you can go over and have a look. By then, you'll know whether I'm boasting or not." Grandmaster Ma Fan shook his head. "I've certainly heard about the World Tree, but I wasn't aware that it could provide continuous nourishment to the land it is planted in." Yang Kai nodded. "I only found out about it recently as well. I guess prior to that, no one knew that the World Tree had such an effect. After all, the Mother Tree lives in the grand ancient ruins boundary. No one has brought it out and planted it in a universe world before. That's why no one was aware of the benefits it could provide. I'll definitely have a look at the star boundary. If you dare to lie to me." "I wouldn't dare to." Grandmaster Ma Fan pursed his lips. "Did Lan Yu Ruo tell you about Great Evolution Paradise?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "The proprietress never told me anything. I found out about it while having a chat with a senior from Yin Yang Cave Heaven." Grandmaster Ma Fan sported a milder expression and nodded. Yang Kai straightened his face and said, "I don't know what happened to Great Evolution Paradise in the past that caused the Great Force, which was once one of the 72 paradises, to fall into such a state. However, the portal leading to these ruins has been sealed off, and you've imposed a restriction on senior sister Lu Shui and the others that they can never leave this place before they make it to the 7th Order. Obviously, you're worried that your enemies will retaliate against them. They may be safe staying here, and if they leave, they might expose their whereabouts. I admire the fact that all of you from Great Evolution Paradise have been patiently growing stronger and preparing yourselves, but it's said that even the cleverest woman cannot cook a meal without rice. You'll need more capital in order to get your revenge. Given the situation in Great Evolution Paradise now, how long will it take before the glory of your sect will be restored? Grandmaster Ma Fan shot him a look. What are you trying to say, brat? Yang Kai put on a meaningful grin. You can find some youths with exceptional aptitudes and send them to the star boundary just like the 108 cave heavens and paradises have done. The disciples might turn out to be pretty powerful. Even though this move is risky, I can make some arrangements and ensure that your enemies will not find out about it. Grandmaster Ma Fan questioned. We do have some enemies, but who do you think our enemies are? Yang Kai frowned. Is it not like what I think? He thought that the enemies of Great Evolution Paradise must be from one of the cave heavens or paradises. After all, given the power of Great Evolution Paradise back then, they couldn't be easily oppressed by just any great force. Previously, Grandmaster Ma Fan made Yang Kai owe him a favor because he could see that the young man had the potential to directly ascend to the 7th Order and become a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master eventually. If Yang Kai really made it to the 9th Order, he would be powerful enough to deal with those cave heavens and paradises. However, Grandmaster Ma Fan's words suggested that Yang Kai's assumptions were incorrect. The old man didn't bother to explain anything. However, the world tree was apparently attractive enough to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have opened the door and let Yang Kai enter. After giving it a thought, Grandmaster Ma Fan said, "You wait here for a few days. I'll go out and ask around. If this matter is just like you've said, everyone must be aware of it since all 108 cave heavens and paradises have gotten involved. If you've lied to me though, I'll sweep you out of this place and never allow you to return." Yang Kai extended his hand to motion for him to go ahead. Following that, Grandmaster Ma Fan disappeared the next moment. After the old man was gone, Yang Kai let out a breath with an elated expression. Initially, he followed Nailin Lu Shui back to her place in the hope that she could help persuade Grandmaster Ma Fan to make him change his mind and refine a palace artifact of Void Land. However, after getting to know more about this place, Yang Kai realized that things were a little different from what he had thought. Now, he no longer needed Nailin Lu Shui to help him. If the old man wanted to restore Great Evolution Paradise to its former glory, he would certainly be tempted by the allure of the star boundary. After all, the focus of all the cave heavens and paradises was on the star boundary now, so there was no way the ruined Great Evolution Paradise could ignore it. Presently, Great Evolution Paradise was like a traveler in the desert while the star boundary was like an oasis where there was plenty of water. Yang Kai stroked his chin as he was in a jovial mood. Now, it was Grandmaster Ma Fan who had to seek his help, not the other way around. Could he try to get more benefits out of this situation? It was extremely difficult to find such an artifact refining Grandmaster, and it would take Void Land an enormous amount of time and energy to nurture one. Yang Kai wasn't worried that the old man wouldn't get any information about the star boundary. After such a long time, the existence of the world tree had become a well-known fact across the 3,000 worlds. Besides the cave heavens and paradises, there were also many cultivators from second-class great forces wandering around in the star boundary. Before Yang Kai left, many powerful cultivators would visit High Heaven Palace and ask for a place to build Tao temples of their own. Certainly, those from High Heaven Palace would never agree to this. The table was only so big and there were only so many seats. All of the seats had been occupied by the cave heavens and paradises as well as High Heaven Palace. Anyone who wanted to obtain a place had to get the permission of those from High Heaven Palace as well as the cave heavens and paradises, so no one would dare to make a scene. Although those from High Heaven Palace never gave these people any land of their own, they wouldn't stop those powerful cultivators from obtaining disciples in the star boundary as long as they followed the rules. It was their own opportunity to get their desired disciples. Yang Kai was looking forward to the day when the cultivators from the star boundary became powerful enough in all the places in the 3,000 worlds, which was why he never even intended to stop these people. Martial Peak, Chapter 4639, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. There were a Star City and Universe Temple in Great Evolution Territory, so it would be convenient for Grandmaster Ma Fan to get the information he needed from these two places, as both places were filled with people from all walks of life, and all sorts of information spread around very quickly. Therefore, the old man returned about 10 days later. Yang Kai was waiting for him in the main hall, but he didn't get up to greet him when he saw him. The old man was obviously in a different mood. A glimmer of hope suddenly came into his sight just when he had almost given up. Despite his best efforts, he could barely contain his excitement. The information he obtained from the Star City and Universe Temple proved that Yang Kai didn't lie to him. There was really an amazing world tree in the star boundary that had attracted the attention of everyone in the 3,000 worlds. All 108 cave heavens and paradises had set up Tao temples, while many high-rank open heaven realm masters had gathered together in that place. The star boundary was now touted to be the 3,000 worlds open heaven realm cradle, which was a peerless honor. Although Grandmaster Ma Fan hadn't gone to the star boundary to see it for himself, he could confirm that Yang Kai wasn't exaggerating. Faced with such a temptation, both the old man and Great Evolution Paradise were unable to resist it. Therefore, despite knowing that he had to pay a price by biting the bait, he would still do it. The old man then took a seat in front of Yang Kai and spoke in a frank tone. Although Great Evolution Paradise is now a husk of its former self, we used to be one of the 72 paradises. Just like you've given to the other cave heavens and paradises, we'll also get 5 disciples from the star boundary every 100 years, and I want a landmass of 500,000 square kilometers to use as a Tao temple. Good. Yang Kai nodded, as he didn't have the intention of haggling with him over this. The old man was slightly surprised by his straightforwardness. Then he continued, I don't know what benefits those cave heavens and paradises have offered you, but we don't have any rewards to give you now. However, you owed me a favor, and you must have come all the way here to ask for something. I won't take advantage of you. Just see it as you've returned the favor, and I'll also agree to your request this time. Yang Kai put on a grin. You're truly a straightforward person, senior. I won't stand on ceremony then. Do we have a deal? Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded. However, you'll have to wait here for a while longer. I'll have to send the young ones to the star boundary and help them settle down before I return and refine the artifact for you. Yang Kai replied with a smile, I'm not in a rush for that artifact. You can handle the matters regarding Great Evolution Paradise first. He knew that the old man would never be at ease before having a look at the star boundary himself. Only when the old man visited the star boundary and witnessed its prosperity would the deal be approved. After a pause, Yang Kai added, Senior, would you be interested in becoming a supreme high-rank guest elder of High Heaven Palace? If you agree to it, I'll offer more benefits to the disciples of Great Evolution Paradise living in the star boundary. Grandmaster Ma Fan fell silent upon hearing that. Seeing that the old man didn't immediately reject him, Yang Kai knew that there might be some hope. Hence, he quickly followed up, There's no rush in making a decision, Senior. You can have a look at the star boundary first, and we'll talk about it later. To be honest with you, Yu Chang Dao of Free and Unfettered Paradise is now a supreme high-rank guest elder of High Heaven Palace. Grandmaster Ma Fan stared intently at him and remarked, It seems that the star boundary is truly attractive to a lot of people. If that wasn't the case, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't have agreed to becoming a guest elder of a universe world sect. Yang Kai put on a meaningful grin. The old man got up and said, I'll make the arrangements for the young ones now. You can do whatever you want here. After taking a few steps forward, he turned his head and asked, What do you want me to make for you this time? Yang Kai hurriedly replied, A mobile palace artifact. I suffered a setback when I was dealing with Zuoquan Hui previously, so I want to obtain one for my sect. Grandmaster Ma Fan commented, That will require a lot of materials. You'd better get prepared. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, I know. The old man stopped talking and left the place. It was pretty troublesome to send the young ones of Great Evolution Paradise to the star boundary. First of all, they had to pick out disciples with exceptional aptitudes. Nailan Lu Shui and the others were astounded when they heard about the news. Yang Kai went on to wait in the place where Grandmaster Ma Fan usually lived for 1 month before he saw the old man again. After some asking, Yang Kai found out that Nailan Lu Shui was still in the process of selecting disciples, and it would take some time before the matter could be settled. Yang Kai said, "Senior, it'll take you half a year to go to the star boundary and come back here, so I won't linger here. After you arrive at the star boundary, just look for the head manager of High Heaven Palace, Hua Qing Si, and she'll make all the arrangements. Also, you can tell her all the materials that are required to refine the palace artifact. She'll prepare everything." After saying that, Yang Kai passed the old man a jade slip that served as a faith token. Yang Kai had written down all the information Hua Qing Si would need. Grandmaster Ma Fan took it and frowned. "Are you not coming with me?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I'm not going back for now as I still have other matters to attend to. I'll come get the palace artifact when I return to this place in the future." "Good." The old man nodded as he didn't want to force him. A moment later, he suddenly said, "Take out your void yin-yang mirrors." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai grinned from ear to ear as he said, "Many thanks, Senior." Grandmaster Ma Fan said, "I've never taken advantage of anyone before. Artifact refining is my craft, and it won't take me much effort. Since you've offered me such great help, I'll repay you in kind. Regardless of whether I agree to becoming a supreme high-rank guest elder of your sect, you can come to me whenever you need to refine artifacts in the future." Yang Kai was ecstatic. "Many thanks, Senior." Since he had gotten such a promise, it no longer mattered whether the old man would become a guest elder or not. 16 array boards were then taken out swiftly. Grandmaster Ma Fan asked for many materials from Yang Kai before he started working on them. He certainly needed to repair the damaged parts, but he also planned to remodel them based on the existing foundation. Just like refining pills, making artifacts required attention to detail. Usually, once an artifact had taken shape, it would require an artifact refiner more skillful than the original creator to further refine and improve it. Grandmaster Ma Fan was obviously capable of doing this. It would just take him some time to refine the hastily made array boards, which wasn't difficult for him at all. When Yang Kai retrieved the void yin-yang mirrors some time later, the sizes of all 16 array boards had shrunk significantly. Additionally, the void yin-yang mirrors obviously had been upgraded after the refinement. The consumption of energy it would require to activate this set of artifacts had been lessened and their sturdiness had been improved. Yang Kai was certainly pleased with it. Grandmaster Ma Fan would only start refining the palace artifact after he returned from the star boundary, and it would take a lot of time. Since Yang Kai didn't have the intention to wait here, he bid the old man farewell. He wouldn't need to worry about the materials anyway. By then, Grandmaster Ma Fan would just have to give a list to Hua Qing Si, and everything would be prepared by her. However, before Yang Kai's departure, Grandmaster Ma Fan suddenly recalled something as he said, "Leave that purple chi here. I can mix it in with the palace artifact and increase its power." Hearing that, Yang Kai hurriedly fished out the purple chi from his small universe and asked curiously, "Does Senior know what this thing is?" He had previously noticed that Grandmaster Ma Fan was a little interested in the purple chi, so the old man could clearly recognize it. The item was certainly terrific since it could catch the attention of an artifact refining Grandmaster. "It's a purple heaven divine thunder," Grandmaster Ma Fan replied. "It's also called the purging evil divine thunder, which is capable of vanquishing all kinds of wicked and malicious intent." Divine thunder? Yang Kai was astounded. The purple chi that had swirled around his fingers like a snake didn't look like lightning at all. Grandmaster Ma Fan didn't explain anything as he gently flicked the purple chi. The next instant, an explosive sound was heard as a series of booming thunderclaps rang out. The purple chi that originally draped around Yang Kai's fingers in an obedient manner suddenly became violent, as though it was a beast that would swallow its prey alive. Although Yang Kai was strong, his fingers still felt numb from the impact. It's a very rare material. Only a pristine and pure universe world can nurture a strand of purple heaven divine thunder. Unfortunately, with this thing around, such a universe world is destined to decline. Grandmaster Ma Fan took the purple chi from Yang Kai's hand and activated his world force to suppress it. The violent purple chi soon became obedient again. Why is that? Yang Kai was puzzled. Grandmaster Ma Fan explained, that's because the entire essence of a universe world is absorbed into this thing. How could a universe world survive such a process? Yang Kai seemed to understand something. As the old man looked at the purple heaven divine thunder in his hand, he fell into his thoughts. He remembered that in the past, there was a woman clad in red clothes in Great Evolution Paradise who possessed a purple sword that was refined from purple heaven divine thunder. That woman said that she would destroy all evil in the world with her sword in a clear voice. His memory of it was so vivid that it was as though it just happened yesterday. At that time, Grandmaster Ma Fan was a common disciple who had just joined the sect. Time passed by so quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he was already an old man with a long gray beard. You may leave now. The palace artifact will be ready when you come back next time. Grandmaster Ma Fan waved his hand. Yang Kai bowed his head. Many thanks, Grandmaster. An hour later, in a restricted area in Great Evolution Paradise, candlelights flickered inside the ancestral hall. In front of more than 30,000 memorial tablets, Grandmaster Ma Fan said with a smile while his eyes were slightly red, Sect Master, Elders, Senior Brothers, Senior Sisters, I've persevered long enough to see this day. There's hope for Great Evolution Paradise now. Just you wait, I'll soon lead the descendants of Great Evolution Paradise out to obtain revenge for all of you. On that day, a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master arrived at Heavenly Martial Hall's Great Evolution branch and destroyed its signboard, though he didn't harm anyone in the process. The Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were in charge of the Great Evolution branch, trembled in fear as they had no idea whether they had offended this top cultivator in some way, nor did they know where he came from. They just knew that he was an old man with gray hair and beard. After he left, the cultivators in the branch hurriedly informed those from the headquarters of Heavenly Martial Hall about it. The hall master personally came to look into the matter, but he couldn't find any answers. However, after that day, those from Heavenly Martial Hall tactfully stopped using the name Great Evolution for their branch. A few days later, in the ruins of Great Evolution Paradise, Grandmaster Ma Fan looked down at the selected youths and nodded with satisfaction. Nalan Lu Shui and the others were surprised to see that their old ancestor, who always had a hunchback, was standing tall on this day, as though the burden on his body had finally disappeared. Martial Peak, Chapter 4640, Returning to the Shattered Heaven. The Shattered Heaven was a lawless land where opportunities and crisis coexisted. It was rumored that there were countless treasures in this place. Therefore, even though it was extremely dangerous, it could still attract brave souls to step into it. In a restaurant in the Shattered Heaven Star City, Yang Kai was seated by the window on the second floor. As he looked down at the sea of people, he tooted in amazement. He previously came to this place to enter the shadowless cave heaven and save the proprietress. Since he was in a rush at the time, he wasn't in the mood to look around. It wasn't until he revisited the Shattered Heaven Star City that he realized that despite the fact that the city was small and disorderly, there were a lot of valuable items on sale. Certainly, it might have something to do with his cultivation as well. He was only an Emperor Realm cultivator when he previously came to this place, but now, he was already a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Since his horizons had been broadened, he naturally could see things in a different light. I heard that the Shattered Heaven was formed because ancient great experts fought against one another and destroyed several neighboring great territories. I wonder what got those ancient great experts into such a scuffle, Yang Kai muttered. There was a grim-looking middle-aged man who was seated across from him who decided to ignore Yang Kai as he took a sip of his wine. Yang Kai turned to look at him and put on a smile. You've lived for so long already, so why do you still get mad so easily? Wu Kuang snapped, you should try being trapped in a sack for 20 years, Yang Kai chuckled. Well, there was a change of plans. I hadn't expected that it'd take me such a long time to repair the universe temples. After Yang Kai left the star boundary, his visits to Black Territory and Great Evolution Paradise didn't take him much time. However, he had been held up for 20 years repairing the broken universe temples. During this period of time, Wu Kuang had been hiding inside the 6 Fated Paths bag while Yang Kai lugged it along with him. After all, this guy was still a disciple of Myriad Demons Cave Heaven on paper. He had killed Yin Xen Zhao and Pei Wen Xian before absorbing all of their cultivation. He could hide his whereabouts while he was in the new Great Territory, as those from Myriad Demons Cave Heaven and Xian Yuan Cave Heaven wouldn't be able to find him there. Nevertheless, if he rashly showed up anywhere else, he would probably be discovered by Yu Huan from Myriad Demons Heaven. By then, it would be hard for him to explain himself. Therefore, when he learned that Yang Kai was coming to the Shattered Heaven, he told the latter to bring him along. The first thing that sprang into Yang Kai's mind was the 6 Fated Paths bag. His own small universe couldn't accommodate Wu Kuang, who was also in the 6th Order, as it would render him too weak if he did so. As such, he could only use the 6 Fated Paths bag. In the past, Yang Kai had used this thing to keep Yu He, who was also in the 6th Order, inside it. However, this artifact also had a limit. It could only accommodate a few 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai had never been able to figure out what the 6 Fated Paths bag was made of that allowed it to keep 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters inside it. There was no way Wu Kuang could return to Myriad Demons Cave Heaven. Meanwhile, no sect in the 3,000 worlds would welcome him. As such, the Shattered Heaven was the best place for him. Murder and robbery were rampant in this cursed place. It was no wonder that a devil lord like Wu Kuang would take a liking to it. Yang Kai had never expected that before his departure he would be brought to a universe temple by Su Ling Gong to repair it, and he went on to do exactly that for the next 20 years. As a result, Wu Kuang was trapped inside the 6 Fated Paths bag for 20 years. Anyone would be upset if such an incident happened to them. However, Wu Kuang would never dare to make a rash move despite feeling vexed. If he really tore the bag apart and left, he might be caught. Not only would his future be hanging in the balance, but Yang Kai would also be dragged into the mess. Wu Kuang then chugged down the wine and slammed the cup on the table before rising from the chair. Farewell. Following that, he turned around and shuffled out of the restaurant. Yang Kai picked up his own cup and gently called out, "Don't get killed somewhere." Wu Kuang waved his hand without turning his head as though he never heard him. Once he stepped out of this restaurant, he would be like a tiger that returned to the mountain or a dragon that dove into the ocean. The world would be his to savor. On a street that was crammed with people, a handsome young man in all white clothes strolled around. Wherever he went, the passers-by would be slightly pushed away from him by an invisible force. Sensing something, Yang Kai took a glance at this person, and it just so happened that the young man also stopped in his tracks and looked up. As they exchanged glances, both of them frowned. Even though Yang Kai was certain that it was the first time he came across this white-robed youth, he immediately felt repulsed by him for no apparent reason. It was almost an instinctual reaction, as though it was how it was naturally supposed to be, which was unprecedented for him. Yang Kai wasn't an arrogant or overbearing individual, and since it was the first time they met, why would he feel such distaste for this young man when they had only exchanged glances? They hadn't even spoken to each other yet. Judging from the white-robed youth's expression, Yang Kai knew that the other party shared the same sentiment. Fortunately, neither of them seemed to want to cause trouble. The white-robed youth was apparently in a rush, so he soon retracted his gaze and strode out of the Star City alongside the crowd. A moment later, Yang Kai paid the bill and calmly left the restaurant. Outside the Star City, a petite young woman, who had been following the white-robed youth, asked, "What did you see, young master? You seem displeased." The young woman appeared innocent as she held a branch with some peach blossoms on it. As jovial as a monkey, she kept jumping around the young man. The white-robed youth replied dispassionately, "Nothing. I just saw someone I dislike." The young woman batted her eyes. "Since you don't like him, I'll kill him for you." While never stopping in his tracks, the white-robed youth shook his head. There's no need for that. There are countless people I hate in the world. It's not like he matters at all. In a matter-of-factly manner, the young woman said, I'll kill anyone you hate, young master. The white-robed youth didn't respond to her. As they spoke, they had already flown out 10 million kilometers. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had also left the Star City. After identifying the direction, he turned into a ray of light and shot forward. The reason he visited the Shattered Heaven was to increase his strength. An Open Heaven Realm Master had to increase their heritage in order to strengthen their cultivation, which was a painfully long process. Be it refining Open Heaven pills or various materials of different orders, it required a lot of time and effort. For a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to ascend to the 7th Order, 1,000 years of cultivation was the absolute minimum requirement. For a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to make it to the 8th Order, it would take him several thousand years to over 10,000 years to even make an attempt. As for an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master trying to reach the 9th Order, several tens of thousands of years were required. Yang Kai had no idea whether there were any 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Cave Heavens and Paradises, but he had seen several masters in the 8th Order before. Be it the ancestor who was in charge of the small source worlds in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven or the ancestors he had seen in the Universe Temple, they were all 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. As for 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Yang Kai speculated that such people did exist in the Cave Heavens and Paradises, but there wouldn't be a lot of them. Perhaps there was only one 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in each of those sects. Yang Kai even speculated that some of the Cave Heavens and Paradises might not have a single 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master overseeing them. He was now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and due to the various opportunities he had come across, the heritage of his small universe was more ample than average. However, he was still some distance away from the 7th Order. In order to increase his cultivation quickly, Yang Kai either had to enter another small source world or look for a temporal river like the one Su Ling Gong had mentioned before. Nevertheless, he was unable to use either of these shortcuts. The Cave Heavens and Paradises all had small source worlds, but they were only open for their own disciples. Even Yin-Yang Cave Heaven would never allow Yang Kai to use their small source world again, let alone other great forces. The only way to speed things up that Yang Kai could think of was the astral wind divine ability that he had come across after leaving the shadowless cave heaven with the proprietress back then. It was a divine ability that was left behind by a great expert in ancient times. Although many years had passed, it still remained intact as it blocked the exit of the shadowless cave heaven. The astral wind would gust into shadowless cave heaven from time to time and sweep away the heritages of Open Heaven Realm Masters' small universes. It was similar to the eerie aura in Black Territory. In the astral wind divine ability, wind spirits had been nurtured. Previously, Yang Kai drew some wind spirits in his small universe and killed them. After they passed away, they left behind a lot of very pure world force, which helped strengthen his heritage. However, Yang Kai was eager to return to Void Land at that time, so he didn't stay for long. Instead, he memorized the route and thought that he would come back in the future. The reason he revisited the Shattered Heaven this time was to go after the wind spirits in the astral wind divine ability. As long as he could attract all the wind spirits into his small universe and kill them, he would make a huge leap forward on his way to the 7th Order. Yang Kai still remembered that after they left the shadowless cave heaven previously, they went on to wander around the Shattered Heaven for half a year before they ran across a fight between two 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. After asking them for directions, Yang Kai's group kept moving forward for half a month before they arrived at Shattered Heaven Star City. Since he didn't have much time to memorize the route back then, Yang Kai wasn't sure if he could find the astral wind divine ability this time. However, the astral wind divine ability covered a vast area, so as long as he knew the general location, he would eventually find it. Wherever he went, Yang Kai could see cultivators who were in a hurry. Although the shattered heaven was dangerous, it was also a battlefield of great experts from ancient times where many treasures and hidden universe cave heavens and universe paradises were left behind. Therefore, it could still attract many cultivators to fight for opportunities. Sometimes, Yang Kai would see cultivators getting into bloody fights. He would usually ignore and circumvent these people. As he went further, Yang Kai encountered fewer and fewer people. After looking around for half a year, his wish was finally granted as he saw the gigantic astral wind divine ability hovering in the void. Although it wasn't the first time he saw it, Yang Kai was still awestruck by its magnificence. It was a storm that covered an area of several tens of millions of kilometers as it swirled around, affecting the void around it, making it seem like space was being torn apart. If a universe world such as the star boundary was hit by such a divine ability, it would be ground to pieces instantly. The cultivation of the ancient great expert who unleashed this divine ability must be inscrutable. Yang Kai longed for that kind of strength. Such a divine ability could only have been produced by a master in the Eighth Order at the very least. However, considering the fact that the divine ability had been worn down over time, the person who used it in the past must have been a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. There was no doubt that a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master came from one of the cave heavens and paradises. What was the reason that caused those ancient great experts to fight here and even shatter the neighboring great territories? It was said that all 108 cave heavens and paradises had been united since time immemorial, so why did they fight against one another in this place? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4641, Bright King Cave Heaven, Su Wang. Compared to the 3,000 worlds which had existed for countless eons, both Voidland and Yang Kai were still young and inexperienced. There were many secrets he hadn't figured out and many sights he hadn't seen in this vast universe. Su Linggong had said the secret behind the universe temples could threaten the safety of the 3,000 worlds, but Yang Kai hadn't figured out the reason behind it. A universe temple was like a transit station for cultivators. As long as one had left behind their imprint, they could use the universe transference law and instantly return to a universe temple within the same great territory. Although it was truly abstruse, Yang Kai didn't understand why it had something to do with the safety of the 3,000 worlds. In any case, he didn't really mind it as he reckoned that he would figure out all these puzzles one day. Presently, he was staring at the huge astral wind divine ability, but just when he was preparing to enter, he saw a figure actually emerge from it. The person was clad in tattered clothes and covered in blood while he almost crashed into Yang Kai, who instantly stopped in his tracks. The man who just dashed out of the astral wind was startled as he hadn't expected to see another human in this place. With that said, he was pretty agile as he quickly moved aside and brushed past Yang Kai. Upon stopping on a spot that was 1,000 meters away, he turned around to look at Yang Kai in shock. Yang Kai was staring at him as well. Although this person was battered and his aura was weak, he was clearly a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Moreover, the wounds on this person's figure radiated a golden glow while the flesh in the wounds squirmed and healed itself at a visible rate. With his brow raised, Yang Kai couldn't help but recall a secret technique from one of the cave heavens, immovable bright king body. The star boundary had become a household name since there was a world tree in that place. Back then, while Yang Kai was still in the star boundary, he came into contact with high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from all 108 cave heavens and paradises. Su Linggong also helped him understand more about these top great forces at the time. Bright King Cave Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens, and their disciples were all body-tempering masters whose figures were extremely sturdy and far surpassed cultivators in the same order. That was because they had a secret art called the immovable Bright King body that was best suited for body tempering. From the sect master to the common disciples, everyone from Bright King Cave Heaven was a master in body tempering, while the people who had the right to cultivate the immovable Bright King body were the best of them all. They were not used to using any artifacts as their bodies were the strongest weapons and armor. In the 3,000 worlds, Bright King Cave Heaven had collected the highest number of body-tempering secret arts and secret techniques. Stout immovable Bright King body, unbreakable diamond body, and flawless golden body were extremely rare special constitutions in the outside world, but they were very common among Bright King Cave Heaven disciples. Su Ling Gong once mentioned that it was extremely hard to harm a cultivator from Bright King Cave Heaven. Both men and women from the sect were sturdy, and they had no regard for any great forces that were below their caliber. When two cultivators in the same realm fought, the one from Bright King Cave Heaven would usually win if the other was not overwhelmingly stronger. Given their intrepid physiques, they could simply wear their opponents down until they won the battle. Yang Kai never expected to come across a cultivator from Bright King Cave Heaven in this place. It seemed that just like Su Ling Gong had said, these guys who cultivated immovable Bright King body were madmen who didn't treasure their lives. They would always make use of anything they could to temper their bodies, no matter how dangerous. It was apparent that this person had dashed into the astral wind divine ability some time ago in order to strengthen his physique. Yang Kai couldn't help but admire this man, whose body was as sturdy as his own half-dragon form. It had to be noted that the astral wind divine ability was probably left behind by a 9th order open heaven realm master. Even the average high-rank open heaven realm master would have a hard time while inside of it. Although this 6th order open heaven realm master appeared battered, in truth he had only suffered some flesh wounds. The reason Yang Kai had a robust body was because he had a dragon clan bloodline. On the other hand, this person tempered his body through pure hard work and perseverance. That unknown man arched his brow and asked, "Are you here to temper your body as well, junior brother?" "Indeed." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. The person's eyes lit up when he heard that as he gave Yang Kai a thumbs up without hesitation, "You're brave and insightful." He then pointed his thumb at his own nose and boasted by saying, "Just like me." Yang Kai chuckled upon hearing that. Since it was confirmed that this person was from Bright King Cave Heaven, he could let his guard down. Cultivators from the cave heavens and paradises could be arrogant, but they wouldn't usually create trouble and get into fights with others for no reason. Su Wang. The young man told Yang Kai his name and looked fervently at him. "What's your name, junior brother?" Although both of them were in the 6th order, this person directly regarded himself as the senior brother, so it was apparent that he had a frank personality. "Yang Kai." "So it is junior brother Yang." Su Wang nodded firmly. While he was speaking, all the wounds on his body had healed. Although he still appeared exhausted, he would recover after getting some rest. He then passionately said, "Junior brother, since you've found this astral wind divine ability and want to enter to temper your body, I have some advice for you as a senior brother." "Please go ahead, senior brother Su." Yang Kai extended his hand. Su Wang said, "The inside of this divine ability is indeed a good place for body tempering. However, it's also extremely dangerous, so you have to be careful. You have to be especially cautious of the wind spirits and must not let them come near you. It's hard to get rid of them, and they can absorb your world force to strengthen themselves. If you fight them, they'll grow even stronger, but if you don't fight them, they'll never leave you alone. They can also sneak into your small universe, so be especially cautious." Yang Kai was already aware of this. In the past, he had brought quite a number of open heaven realm masters out of the shadowless cave heaven. When they were passing through the astral wind divine ability, some of the 4th order open heaven realm masters were invaded by the wind spirits. In just over 10 breaths, their heritages were swallowed up, which caused their small universes to collapse and led to their demise. It was obvious that Su Wang was a forthright individual since he didn't hide this truth from Yang Kai despite the fact that it was the first time they met. A moved Yang Kai asked, "Was your small universe intruded by a wind spirit, senior brother?" This person wouldn't have realized it if he hadn't experienced it. As expected, Su Wang appeared somewhat fearful as he recalled, "Fortunately, I was somehow able to force it out, otherwise, I would have lost my life." He was more than just lucky since he was able to force a wind spirit out of his small universe. This person named Su Wang apparently had his own unique methods. Yang Kai didn't delve deeper into the topic and just nodded with gratitude. "Many thanks for the warning, senior brother Su. I'll remember to run away from the wind spirits if I see them." Su Wang grinned and revealed his white teeth. A real man is able to yield when it's necessary to do so. I'm quite fond of you, junior brother. All of a sudden he balled up his fist and hit it with his other palm. While appearing to be combative, he said, "Since I've given you such valuable information, I'd like to ask you to do me a favor. You might find it a little odd though." A bad feeling swept over Yang Kai as his brow twitched slightly. "Since it's odd, you probably shouldn't bring it up." Su Wang guffawed. "Sorry, your request is denied. Since both are body-tempering cultivators, and we're in the same order, we shouldn't miss such a chance. Please fight with me, junior brother. Don't worry, I won't kill you, and I won't mind it if you're able to break me." Without caring about whether Yang Kai would agree or not, Su Wang directly charged forward and pushed out his fist. Since Yang Kai was already expecting this, he immediately raised his fist to meet the attack. He instantly felt a violent force coming at him as though he was punching an entire universe. Borrowing that force, Yang Kai didn't resist and allowed himself to be sent flying backward, crashing into the astral wind divine ability. Su Wang, who had only let out one punch, became dumbfounded for a moment before he pursed his lips. That junior brother is a slippery one. He wanted to chase after Yang Kai. However, he had just consumed a lot of his strength. If he entered the divine ability again in such a state, he would be inviting trouble to himself. After giving it a thought, he put on a grin. "It's not like you can hide inside forever. I'll just wait for you to come out." Following that, he sat down with his legs crossed and gulped down some open heaven pills before recuperating in silence. 3 days later, Su Wang appeared amazed. He initially thought that Yang Kai could only last 1 or 2 days in the astral wind, but the latter was still nowhere to be seen. It had to be noted that when he came here for the first time, he could only last for 5 days. After 5 days, Yang Kai was still nowhere to be found. There was an approving look on Su Wang's face as Yang Kai was also able to last for so long despite the fact that it was his first time here. It went to show that Yang Kai was just as sturdy as Su Wang was, and they were probably equal matches. 10 days later, Su Wang sported a solemn expression. Half a month later, Su Wang was unable to sit back anymore as he dashed into the astral wind to look for Yang Kai. Another half a month later, he flew out of the astral wind while covered in blood. He turned to look at the gigantic astral wind and sighed. Why did he die at such a young age? Now there's one fewer person who can fight with me. This feels terrible. It had been a whole month since Yang Kai entered the astral wind, but he still hadn't returned. Su Wang tried to look for him, but it was to no avail. It was now obvious that Yang Kai had lost his life. Su Wang reckoned that Yang Kai had passed away after his small universe was invaded by a wind spirit. The reason Su Wang was able to force a wind spirit out of his small universe was that he had come across a certain opportunity in the past that gave him more control over his small universe. However, other Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might not be able to copy his success. With that said, what really made Su Wang feel vexed was that Yang Kai hadn't had a proper fight with him before his death. Despite that, they were mere acquaintances. Although he felt sorry for Yang Kai, they were not really friends to begin with, so after feeling regretful for a moment, Su Wang stopped thinking about it and rested for a bit before returning to the astral wind. As he let the astral wind cut his flesh, he attempted to comprehend the abstrusity of the immovable bright king body. Meanwhile, Yang Kai, who was thought to be dead, was seated somewhere in the depths of the astral wind with his legs crossed. There was an ancient tree hovering behind him as its low-hanging branches formed a shield that warded off the astral wind around him. The wind that could cause people like Su Wang to be covered in blood was unable to penetrate the towering evergreen at all. It could only form some ripples on the surface of the green light barrier. A wind spirit with 4 limbs but without any facial features howled and shot towards Yang Kai, as though it was a shark that caught a whiff of blood in the water. Just when it was about to crash into the towering evergreen, a thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind as he slightly opened up the protective layer of his divine manifestation. Since there were no more obstacles, the wind spirit directly dove into Yang Kai's small universe. Marshall Peak, Chapter 46-42, Blood Crow. There were already some wind spirits of different sizes and strengths inside Yang Kai's small universe. However, all of them were being burned by Golden Crow's true fire. When Yang Kai previously escaped this place, he made use of his Golden Crow's true fire to deal with the wind spirits which had appeared. With such an experience, he was now able to repeat this process with ease. While the wind spirits appeared to be growling, they were voiceless. They struggled in silence as they were being destroyed by the Golden Crow's true fire. After each wind spirit was incinerated, a dark fog would be released along with a large amount of pure world force. Yang Kai could easily absorb this world force to strengthen his small universe. The dark fog was obviously something bad. Therefore, Yang Kai would seal it and then force it out of his body. As a result, he appeared to be shrouded in a layer of black chi, which was quite eerie. A lot of wind spirits had been nurtured in the astral wind divine ability over the millennia. Moreover, they were sensitive to their surroundings. The moment Yang Kai barged in, even the wind spirits in the distance noticed him and charged towards him. The wind spirits were burned and killed while the heritage of Yang Kai's small universe increased. 1 month later, fewer wind spirits jumped into the trap and eventually, no more showed up. Yang Kai got to his feet and headed towards the depths of the astral wind divine ability before repeating the same process. Meanwhile, Su Wang, who had been practicing body tempering in the astral wind divine ability, felt somewhat confused recently. In the past, every time he entered the astral wind, he would be bothered by the wind spirits from time to time. He didn't have the intention to deal with those eerie wind spirits, so he could only flee. Therefore, his training involved enduring the astral wind divine ability while escaping from the wind spirits. However, he could clearly feel that the wind spirits had decreased in number recently, and eventually he couldn't even see a single one. This was puzzling to him. He had been cultivating in this place for more than 10 years, but the situation had never changed. It wasn't until the arrival of the young man named Yang Kai that things had become different. Could the disappearance of the wind spirits have something to do with him? Nonetheless, Su Wang had personally experienced the power of those wind spirits. Although he was also a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he still had to run away from them, so how could Yang Kai possibly be spared the calamity? While feeling curious, Su Wang shuffled towards the depths of the astral wind, which he had never attempted to enter in the past 10 years. Wherever he went though, other than the destructive astral wind, he couldn't see a single wind spirit. He was unable to go too far into the astral wind since he wouldn't be able to bear the tearing forces. When his limit was reached, he had no choice but to leave. Unfortunately, he was unable to figure out whether Yang Kai was still alive, or whether the disappearance of the wind spirits had anything to do with him. One day, while Su Wang was meditating outside of the astral wind, he suddenly felt that something was off. When he opened his eyes, he saw a red crow with bloodshot eyes 1,000 meters away. While hovering in the void, the crow stared at him with a tilted head. Seeing that Su Wang had opened his eyes, the crow suddenly flapped its wings and squawked. A disturbing cry was instantly heard in Su Wang's mind. Following the lead of the voice, his thoughts fluctuated while a gust of energy shot towards his head. Blood Crow! Su Wang widened his eyes and hurriedly leapt to his feet. Blood Crow was a symbol as well as a title of one of the greatest calamities in the Shattered Heaven over recent decades. Blood Crow Divine Monarch, who had gathered together a group of Open Heaven Realm Masters, had taken up residence in the Shattered Heaven and over the past few years, had committed a lot of outrageous crimes and killed countless people. Other than the cultivators from the ordinary sects who explored the Shattered Heaven to seek out treasures, even some of the top cultivators from the Cave Heavens and Paradises had suffered losses because of Blood Crow Divine Monarch. Some of them were even killed. Many of them were 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Others might not know the background of Blood Crow Divine Monarch, but Su Wang was fully aware of that since he was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Bright King Heaven. Some years ago, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, which was located in Blood Monster territory, collapsed. Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master known as Blood Monster Divine Monarch after his death. At that time he had trapped another 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master called Black Crow Divine Monarch in his small universe. When Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened up previously, Black Crow Divine Monarch seized the chance and was reborn in another person's body. He already had the heritage of a 7th Order Master, so although he was only a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after seizing another body, he was a cunning and sly old fox. While he was suppressed in the Universe Cave Heaven, Black Crow Divine Monarch comprehended the grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture left behind by Blood Monster Divine Monarch, which significantly increased his strength. Inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Black Crow Divine Monarch had killed many of the disciples from the cave heavens and paradises who had entered the Universe Cave Heaven for life experience, which infuriated those great forces. After the Blood Monster Cave Heaven fell apart, those from the cave heavens and paradises cordoned off the territory gates leading out of Blood Monster territory in an attempt to capture Black Crow Divine Monarch so that they could avenge the death of their disciples. However, it wasn't certain what trick that guy had used, but he had managed to escape. Following that, Black Crow Divine Monarch arrived at the Shattered Heaven. In the entire 3,000 worlds, only a lawless land such as the Shattered Heaven was relatively safe for him. Su Wang had heard from his elders that Ti Zheng, who was responsible for the external affairs of Myriad Demons Heaven, was killed by Black Crow Divine Monarch. It was said that he was ambushed when he was in critical condition and drained of all his blood essence. Otherwise, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't have passed away so easily. Over the years, the cave heavens and paradises had deployed countless disciples and resources to the Shattered Heaven in an attempt to capture Black Crow Divine Monarch. Those from Myriad Demons Heaven were especially enthusiastic about this task. However, their efforts turned out to be futile. As years turned to decades, Black Crow Divine Monarch recruited even more subordinates. Since he had fully comprehended the grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture, his power had increased significantly, and he had also changed his title from Black Crow to Blood Crow. It was said that wherever the Blood Crow went, all living creatures would die. Therefore, the moment Su Wang saw a Blood Crow, he knew that he was in trouble. While getting up, he threw a punch out at the squawking Blood Crow and instantly turned it into a blood mist. Before Su Wang could flee though, a blood cloud rushed over and surrounded him, which ensured that he wouldn't be able to escape. At the same time, an eerie laugh was heard and a voice called out, "You have very ample vitality, brat. This monarch is in luck." Su Wang roared as he charged forward with clenched fists. While he was inside the blood cloud, he was unable to identify his direction, and though his world force surged and shattered pieces of the blood cloud, it was soon restored and continued engulfing him. Despite being in a perilous situation, Su Wang remained unfazed. As he used his divine sense to look for Blood Crow and repeatedly pushed out his fists in an imposing manner. Since he was always able to get out of the astral wind divine ability, there was no way he would lose his life here. Like a cat that had captured a rat, Blood Crow Divine Monarch taunted him by saying, "Try harder, brat. Why are you so weak? Keep your blood burning." Su Wang naturally ignored him. The intense battle lasted for 3 days. Su Wang's vitality never withered as he remained at the peak of his power. His body radiated a golden glow as his immovable bright king body was fully activated. The average Open Heaven Realm Master, even if they were in the 6th Order, would have been penetrated by the blood cloud and had their blood sucked out long ago. Once one's vitality withered, their strength would plunge to a point where they would be easily captured by their opponent. Since Su Wang was able to ward off the astral wind, he naturally could do the same for this blood cloud. The immovable bright king body was a body-tempering secret art that was superior to even the flawless golden body. Although Blood Crow Divine Monarch's blood cloud was abstruse, it was unable to harm Su Wang in the short time. However, to the Blood Crow Divine Monarch, Su Wang was just a cornered beast who would eventually have to admit defeat. Since he held the absolute advantage, he would be able to enjoy his meal as long as he could continue trapping Su Wang. It was actually a source of amusement watching his food struggling before death. Half a month later, Su Wang suddenly stopped attacking. As he gazed at the dense blood cloud, he praised the other party by saying, You indeed live up to your reputation, Blood Crow Divine Monarch. The eerie laugh was heard again. Stop flattering this monarch. I won't let you go no matter what. If you're tactful enough, surrender now and I will kill you without causing too much pain. If you remain obstinate, I'll make sure that you suffer greatly before you die. He cackled. Su Wang grinned and revealed his white teeth. You want to eat me? Aren't you worried your stomach might burst? Blood Crow sneered. This monarch has a strong stomach. There's nothing in the world that I can't eat. Give it a try, then. Upon finishing his words, Su Wang directly sat down with his legs crossed and stopped making any futile attempts to escape. As he emptied his mind and remained unmoving, a golden figure manifested behind him and protected him. Seeing that, Blood Crow frowned. If Su Wang had continued blindly exerting himself, he would have only hastened his own death. Although a sixth-order open heaven realm master was strong, the heritage of their small universe was limited. It wasn't like Su Wang could go on squandering his strength forever. However, now that Su Wang had sat down and focused all his efforts on protecting himself, he could stall for a much longer time, which made Blood Crow feel vexed. He had rarely come across anyone whose vitality was as ample as this guy in his previous life, let alone this life. If he could refine Su Wang's blood essence, his cultivation would increase greatly. It was more effective than consuming several ordinary sixth-order open heaven realm masters. Blood Crow then snorted, let's see how much longer you can persevere. Following that, he fully activated the blood mist in an attempt to penetrate Su Wang. Layers of ripples started appearing on the golden figure, which was the manifestation of the immovable Bright King. In the meantime, several sixth-order open heaven realm masters suddenly showed up in the blood mist and bombarded the seated Su Wang with their secret techniques and divine abilities. These sixth-order open heaven realm masters were all lackeys of Blood Crow Divine Monarch. Some of them were brought out of the blood monster cave heaven by him in the past, while some of them were subdued in the shattered heaven. Without any exception, they were all taught pieces of the grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture and planted with a blood principle restriction. That was the reason they wouldn't dare to disobey Blood Crow. There was once a newly subdued sixth-order open heaven realm master who remained arrogant and defiant, but with a single thought, Blood Crow Divine Monarch turned that sixth-order open heaven realm master, who was planted with a blood principle restriction, into a puddle of blood essence and ate him. After that, no one dared to disobey Blood Crow again. Although the grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture they cultivated was not the complete version, they were already able to refine blood essence as well, which allowed their cultivation to increase rapidly. Nevertheless, their foundations were unstable and their temperaments had been affected, becoming more brutal and savage. Marshall Peak, Chapter 46-43, it's quite lively here. The place where the astral wind divine ability was located was in the depths of the shattered heaven where rarely anyone would visit. Su Wang chanced upon this wonderful place for body tempering in the past by accident, but now that he was trapped by Blood Crow's divine ability, he couldn't even hope to be rescued. His situation exacerbated since he was faced with the attacks of the several sixth-order open heaven realm masters who served Blood Crow. In just a few days, the golden glow of his immovable Bright King body had dimmed significantly. The golden figure behind him faltered as well, as though it would collapse at any moment. Since he was in such a perilous situation, he would be doomed without the protection of the immovable Bright King body. In fact, Su Wang wasn't afraid of death. It had come to a point where he was at peace with destiny. He was just frustrated with himself for being so weak that he wasn't even able to escape from Blood Crow. He was a disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven who had cultivated the immovable Bright King body. As a sixth-order open heaven realm master, he was naturally powerful. Of the cultivators in the same order, only those from the other cave heavens and paradises were potentially a match for him. The rest of the sixth-order open heaven realm masters in the 3,000 worlds would never be able to defeat him. However, Blood Crow was different. This guy was reborn after occupying someone else's body, so he had the heritage of the seventh order, and he possessed some profound and mysterious divine abilities. So, he was much more powerful than the average 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Additionally, he had a number of 6th Order blood slaves to serve as his lackeys. That was the reason Su Wang felt so dispirited. "You won't last much longer, boy. What's the point of struggling so hard? You have to know that the sooner you give up, the quicker you'll be relieved of your suffering." Blood Crow's voice reverberated around the blood cloud as he attempted to harass him. Su Wang naturally wouldn't fall for his trick as he ignored Blood Crow entirely. While he was warding off the blood mist, he also had to deal with the 6th Order blood slaves. "You're so obstinate. In that case, I'll let you have a taste of the pain of death." As soon as Blood Crow finished speaking, the blood cloud around Su Wang surged violently. A tiny crack appeared on the already dim, immovable bright king body. The blood mist passed through the crack and swirled around Su Wang like a snake. Su Wang bellowed and pushed his strength to block all his pores and acupoints. He knew that once he was penetrated by the blood mist, he would be doomed. By then, regardless of how sturdy his body was, he would be controlled by Blood Crow Divine Monarch's blood principles. Being distracted though, Su Wang found it even harder to deal with the 6th Order blood slaves. Just when his life was hanging by a thread, a figure suddenly shot out of the huge astral wind divine ability. Seeing the sight in front of him, he remarked with surprise, "It's quite lively here." When this newcomer detected a familiar aura, he arched his brow and looked at the blood cloud while muttering, "Black Crow." Just when Blood Crow was ready to destroy the stout, immovable bright king body and absorb Su Wang's blood essence, he became startled for a moment. Upon detecting Yang Kai with his divine sense, he exclaimed, "Why are you here, you brat?" While Yang Kai was surprised to have come across Blood Crow in this place, the other party was equally shocked. The two of them were old acquaintances. When they were in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven back then, Blood Crow initially wanted to seize Yang Kai's body since the latter had incredibly rich vitality, but he ultimately failed in his attempt. Since Chu Huashang was a woman, she wasn't a valid target either. On the other hand, Pei Wenxian, who was from Myriad Demons Cave Heaven, had a way to ward him off. In the end, Blood Crow could only occupy the body of Zhou Yi, who was from Great Thousand Bloodland, and was successfully reborn. After that, he headed straight to the Blood Monster Divine Palace in an attempt to refine and take control of it. If he had succeeded, he would become the owner of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. By then, all the cultivators in that place would be controlled by him. With the resources in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven as his support, Blood Crow would have ample time and capital to restore himself to his peak. However, his plans were foiled by Yang Kai, who had destroyed the Blood Monster Divine Palace and caused the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to break apart. Blood Crow Divine Monarch was thus exposed ahead of time and became the target of scorn. It could be said that it was because of Yang Kai that Blood Crow had to go into hiding in the Shattered Heaven. If this brat hadn't foiled his plan, he would have stayed in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven and lived a carefree life instead of having to be cautious all the time now. When Yang Kai previously arrived in the Shattered Heaven to save the proprietress, the two of them had met and secretly worked together. In that battle, Blood Crow Divine Monarch led his blood slaves and killed many Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Although they had joined forces before, it still hadn't resolved the grudges between them. There had never been a day when Blood Crow didn't want to skin Yang Kai alive and drink his blood. However, since Yang Kai's last visit to the Shattered Heaven decades ago, there had not been any news about him. Although Blood Crow was fuming with rage, there was nothing he could do. Nevertheless, he hadn't expected to come across Yang Kai on this day. While he was shocked, he was also ecstatic. Back then, Yang Kai had the protection of Zhu Jiao-yin, a powerful divine spirit, so there was no way for Blood Crow to deal with him. After weighing the pros and cons, he even decided to work with him. However, things were different now. Not only had Blood Crow ascended to the 6th Order, but his blood slaves had also become tremendously powerful. Even Su Wang, who was from Bright King Cave Heaven, was trapped in his divine ability. As long as Yang Kai wasn't protected by a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he wouldn't be spared from calamity this time. It was apparent that he was on his own, and there was no Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master or Divine Spirit around to protect him. Haha. Blood Crow couldn't help but guffaw in a smug manner. One really wears out iron shoes looking for their feet. Brat, it's a double happiness for me today. It seems that I'll have an ample meal after so long. The heavens have been kind to this monarch. Certainly, Yang Kai's vitality was more vigorous than that of Su Wang. That was the reason Blood Crow had his eyes on Yang Kai back then, and even wanted to seize his body. Su Wang alone was enough to allow him to take a huge leap forward in his Sixth Order cultivation, so if he could also consume Yang Kai, he would reach the threshold of the Seventh Order. No one else could make it to the Seventh Order from the Sixth Order in such a rapid manner. However, Blood Crow was different. He already had the heritage of a Seventh Order Master to begin with, and he had fully comprehended the abstrusity of the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture. Even though there would be some drawbacks if he ascended to the Seventh Order so soon, there wouldn't be a problem if he was willing to spend some time resolving those issues and stabilizing his cultivation afterwards. Capture him! Blood Crow yelled. Immediately, 2 Sixth Order blood slaves ditched Su Wang and dashed out of the blood cloud before charging towards Yang Kai. The blood slaves were leaking blood mists while there was an unusual shade of red on their skin. Their eyes were so bloodshot that they looked like lanterns, which was quite horrifying to see. Yang Kai gazed at the blood slave on his left in silence and sighed. This man was Elder Tan Luoxing from Abundant City, who held the same status as Pang Duo and Gong Yangshi in the past. However, he had made a mistake and became a traitor to Abundant City. Before the Blood Monster Cave Heaven fell apart, he fled from Abundant City. Somehow, Blood Crow Divine Monarch found him and brought him out of that place. Back then, Tan Luoxing lusted after the City Lord of Abundant City, Mo Mei. Although he was a conniving person, he hadn't made any huge mistakes up until the point he met Yang Kai. But now, he was engulfed in a savage aura, and there wasn't a hint of reason behind his gaze. It was obvious that his temperament had changed for the worse. With that said, he could still recognize Yang Kai. That was why the fury and murderous intent behind his eyes were more intense than those of his companion. Pang Duo, Gong Yangshi, and the others were still in the Fifth Order, and given their pace of cultivation, it would take them several hundred to 1,000 years before they could make it to the Sixth Order. On the other hand, Tan Luoxing was already in the Sixth Order. However, judging from his chaotic and unstable world force, Yang Kai figured Tan Luoxing hadn't reached his current order through conventional means. There were naturally drawbacks to increasing one's cultivation too quickly. It seemed that it was the end of Tan Luoxing's martial Dao in his lifetime, and even his lifespan had been affected as a result. Faced with 2 Sixth Order blood slaves, Yang Kai remained unmoving as though he was dumbstruck. As world forces undulated, 2 blood-colored figures crashed into Yang Kai. After a slight pause, however, the figure on the right was sent flying away as quickly as he came. While tumbling out, he sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and the blood mist around him almost completely dissipated. On the other hand, Tan Luoxing's neck was clenched by Yang Kai as he was held firmly in place. He was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but at this moment, he was completely powerless to resist Yang Kai, as though he was a child who had never cultivated before. Inside the blood cloud, Blood Crow's laughter abruptly stopped as he looked at this sight in horror. The blood slaves he had brought with him were all in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, and although they were not comparable to the disciples of the Cave Heavens and Paradises like Su Wang, they were definitely much stronger than any newly promoted Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master should be. Nevertheless, one of them was sent flying away while the other was captured. Blood Crow hadn't even managed to see how Yang Kai made a move. He just felt a surge of world force, and then the scene before him played out. Certainly, it was also because he hadn't been paying attention to the situation Yang Kai was in. He reckoned that even if Yang Kai was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it definitely hadn't been long since he broke through. Given Yang Kai's relatively weak heritage, it would be like a walk in the park for his blood slaves to capture him. That was why Blood Crow didn't pay attention to him. All he had to do was defeat Su Wang and enjoy his meal. However, he was stunned by this unexpected outcome. Even if he were in Yang Kai's situation, he couldn't have achieved this. He might be able to send a blood slave flying away by using his full strength, but it was inconceivable that Yang Kai was simultaneously able to capture and incapacitate his other blood slave. These sixth-order blood slaves were not weak chickens in a pen that one could snatch up at will. Blood Crow could even see that Tan Luoxing had been trying to resist, but whenever he attempted to draw on the might of his small universe, he would be interrupted by Yang Kai's secret technique. That was why he was unable to use his strength at all and appeared so comical. A person who couldn't draw on the power of their small universe couldn't be considered an open heaven realm master. He was just a slightly stronger cultivator. Yang Kai appeared dispassionate while hoisting up Tan Luoxing. He hadn't expected that when he used Cow Punch on an enemy for the first time, the person would be someone from Abundance City. If Tan Luoxing hadn't been blinded by jealousy and fled from Abundance City back then, he would have been working under Yang Kai now, just like Mo Mei and the others. Nevertheless, life was like that. Once a person committed a mistake, it would be hard for them to return to the right path. Since he had made the wrong decision, there was no turning back. Perhaps losing his life in this place would be the best outcome for him. As space principles undulated, Yang Kai activated Cow Punch while a violent force gusted into Tan Luoxing's small universe. Marshall Peak, Chapter 46-44, I was about to say the same. 3 layers of visible ripples spread from Tan Luoxing. Following that, his small universe collapsed as his figure turned into a blood mist. He was killed just like that. Back when Yang Kai had just made it to the Sixth Order, he was already able to defeat the head mountain lord of Profound Yang Mountain, Mao Zhe, who was at the peak of the Sixth Order. Since then, Yang Kai's cultivation had increased significantly through years of accumulation. Be it the power of the small source world or the star boundaries world force, or the wind spirits he had killed in the astral wind divine ability recently, they had all contributed to the tremendous increase in his heritage. There was a huge gap between the average Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master and himself. If Tan Luoxing was still clear-headed, he might have been able to trade a few moves before being defeated. However, he was just a blood slave whose mind had been warped, blinded by hatred and murderous intent. He would be useful if he was going to oppress a weaker person. However, when faced with a cultivator like Yang Kai, he was practically useless. The blood slave, who was sent flying away by Yang Kai earlier, returned at that moment. The blood mist had gathered around him again, and it seemed as though it was boiling. Before he even reached his opponent, the blood mist swirled into a huge hand and attempted to grab Yang Kai. Yang Kai extended his hand and summoned his Azure Dragon Spear. Then he pushed his spear forward as his weapon turned into innumerable shadows. While the blood hand fell apart, the spear shadows converged and penetrated the chest of the blood slave who had just returned like he was a common fish. Presently, the blood slave was pierced through by the tip of the spear Yang Kai wielded. However, the blood slave didn't immediately pass away as he growled like a caged beast and shot out a blood arrow from his mouth. Despite its petite size, the blood arrow had condensed all the power of a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Even if there was a universe world in front of it, this arrow could still penetrate it. Yang Kai tilted his head and dodged, but he still felt a sting of pain on his face as the arrow brushed past him. He then swung his spear and surged his world force before exploding the upper body of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master while his lower body, which was void of any vitality, drifted off. In just 3 breaths, the 2 Sixth Order blood slaves sent by Blood Crow Divine Monarch were killed, like they were chickens to the slaughter. The sight horrified Blood Crow. When he met Yang Kai previously, the latter was just an Emperor Realm Junior. If Yang Kai hadn't had the protection of some powerful cultivators at the time, he wouldn't even have the right to have a discussion with him. But when they met again on this day, Yang Kai had already become so formidable. Furthermore, what made Blood Crow surprised and doubtful was that Yang Kai was now in the Sixth Order, not in the Fifth Order as he remembered. Only a couple of decades had passed at most, so there was no way his heritage could be so ample regardless of how fast he accumulated strength. How did he achieve this kind of cultivation without several hundred years to 1,000 years of accumulation? While Blood Crow was shocked, the blood cloud that had been engulfing Su Wang weltered. Countless blood crows with crimson eyes suddenly appeared and swarmed Yang Kai. Yang Kai snorted and used near-distant horizon. As though space had been extended infinitely, the blood crows became sluggish regardless of how hard they tried to move forward. It was as if they were standing still, unable to advance. Then, the void shook as the blood crows were ground into blood mist. With the spear in his hand, Yang Kai shot past the blood mist and thrust his weapon into the blood cloud. Following that, he surged his world force, but he didn't manage to harm his enemy. Blood Crow's eerie laugh was heard again. "Is that all you've got, boy?" Although Yang Kai was indeed powerful, Blood Crow was no pushover. He had his 7th Order heritage, and he had fully comprehended the grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture. No one could harm him unless a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master showed up. Moreover, he had actually escaped from the pursuit of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from myriad demons heaven over the years. "You'll know if that's all I've got soon enough." An unfazed Yang Kai twisted his wrist as the dark golden crow's true fire spilled over the azure dragon spear and started burning the blood cloud. The blood cloud weltered as it was ignited and world forces repeatedly clashed, causing the surrounding space to warp and contort. "That's it," Blood Crow sneered. While fending off the golden crow's true fire, he still had the energy to split some blood crows out of the blood cloud to launch a counterattack on Yang Kai. The space principles around Yang Kai undulated and formed into an impenetrable defensive layer. The blood crows would instantly turn into blood mist after crashing into it. However, as time passed, the blood mist around Yang Kai thickened as it was starting to show signs that he was being engulfed. Once that happened, he would fall into the same situation as Su Wang. After he was trapped inside it, he would never be able to get out unless he could break free from the blood mist. After a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai's figure could only be faintly seen. Blood Crow cackled, "Got you." As he spoke, the blood essence left behind by Tan Luoxing and the other blood slave killed by Yang Kai seemed to have come alive as it split into 2 streams of blood and engulfed Yang Kai. An unperturbed Yang Kai grinned, "What a coincidence. I was about to say the same." Swinging his fist, Yang Kai unleashed his cow punch as he followed the traces of Blood Crow's aura back to the latter's small universe. There was a reason that the secret technique named cow punch was regarded as roguish by Senior Sister Jean. That was because if the opponent didn't use their world force, they couldn't use their open heaven realm strength. However, if they did activate their world force, they would give Yang Kai a chance to trace it back to their small universe. It would be extremely difficult for anyone to deal with Yang Kai when faced with such a strange technique. Yang Kai wasn't sure if there were other divine abilities and secret techniques in the world that could directly target an open heaven realm master's small universe, though he believed that given the profound heritage and inheritance of the cave heavens and paradises, they should have similar secret techniques. Nevertheless, those must be core secret techniques of those great forces, and their effects couldn't possibly be as great as his cow punch. After all, his secret technique used space principles to directly bypass all forms of defense. There was a prerequisite for the secret technique to work though. Yang Kai needed to successfully follow the traces of his opponent's world force, which would allow him to find openings in their small universe. That was the essence of his cow punch secret technique. As long as Yang Kai had a chance to find the opening in his opponent's small universe, the other party would certainly suffer a setback. Earlier, Tan Luoxing's small universe was continuously shaken by his cow punch secret technique. That was why he was easily controlled by Yang Kai despite being a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Since he was unable to activate his world force to resist, he was subsequently killed by Yang Kai. Tan Luoxing's temperament had become contorted as his eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent, so his normally focused and guarded aura was wildly swung about, making it easy to find. That was how Yang Kai could instantly subdue him. However, it would take him some effort to pull the same trick on Blood Crow. After all, it wasn't easy to find the openings of the latter's small universe. Yang Kai directly jabbed his spear into the blood cloud, but he was unable to harm him. Hence, he decided to start a contest of world force. It seemed like a move made when he had no other choice, but he had actually done it deliberately. A cup of tea's time was more than enough for Yang Kai to trace back Blood Crow's world force. Therefore, as the blood mist formed from the blood essence of the two blood slaves engulfed Yang Kai, his cow punch secret technique activated at the same time. The blood cloud started immediately showing signs of coming apart. Blood Crow's small universe descended into chaos, as though it had suffered a heavy blow, causing him to feel dazed and disoriented. Before Blood Crow could compose himself, he felt an immense force surging within the blood cloud. While he was astonished and tried to resist, it was too late for him to suppress it. Su Wang, who had been trapped for days, turned into a ray of light and shot out of the blood cloud. While his clothes were tattered, his hair flapped freely in the air. He was a sixth-order open heaven realm master from Bright King Cave Heaven after all, so his senses were incredibly sharp and didn't miss this chance to escape. Although he wasn't sure why the blood cloud that had restricted him had suddenly become loose, he realized that it was his opportunity to extricate himself. Since he was finally set free, the energy that he had saved for days finally exploded. Looking up, he saw Yang Kai with his spear in his hand as well as the blood slaves who had been harassing him this past month. There was also a figure that was condensing from the blood cloud. Blood Crow Divine Monarch. Su Wang was truly vexed. It had been many days since he was first trapped, and he was almost reduced to a puddle of blood, but it wasn't until this moment that he finally saw the infamous person who had been reborn by occupying another's body. Blood Crow had the appearance of a grim-looking young man. From what Su Wang had gathered, the young man was supposedly a disciple from Great Thousand Bloodland named Zhou Yi. However, after his body was occupied by Blood Crow, his soul must have been devoured as well. At this moment, Blood Crow appeared to be reeling from shock as he gazed at Yang Kai in disbelief. His pale face also suggested that he had suffered a small loss. Upon seeing that, Su Wang realized that it was Yang Kai who saved him. Although he appeared composed, he was astounded in his heart. It turned out Yang Kai wasn't killed in the astral wind divine ability. It had to be noted that it had been half a year since they last met, so how did he survive in the astral wind for so long? It was apparent to Su Wang now that the disappearance of the wind spirits must have had something to do with Yang Kai. There was no other explanation. What made him feel even more surprised was that Yang Kai's aura had become noticeably stronger compared to half a year ago. He was now even more powerful than the old ghosts in his sect who had been stuck in the Sixth Order for countless years. Su Wang had the urge to ask Yang Kai where all the wind spirits had gone, but it was obviously not the right time to do that, so he just nodded gently to him as a gesture of gratitude. "What did you do?" Blood Crow sported a gloomy expression as he gazed doubtfully at Yang Kai. If his small universe hadn't been shaken at that moment, causing it to descend into turmoil, Su Wang wouldn't have escaped, and Yang Kai would have been trapped as well. By then, he would be invincible. Although it would take him a longer time, he would be able to devour these two whose vitality was unbelievably vigorous. However, he had never expected that Yang Kai had a way to target his opponent's small universe directly. "Would you like a second look at it?" Yang Kai looked smilingly at Blood Crow. Blood Crow snorted without responding to him as he began racking his brain. He was certainly wary of Yang Kai's new secret technique, but since he was now aware of it, he could take precautions. He then recalled the death of his blood slave, Tan Luo Xing. At that time, he only felt that Yang Kai had used a mysterious technique to subdue Tan Luo Xing and kill him. Now, it was obvious to him that Yang Kai had used the same move on him just now. He was an old monster who had been reborn after occupying someone else's body, but he still suffered a setback because of Yang Kai's secret technique, not to mention the blood slaves who had their thoughts blinded by hatred and murderous intent. Martial Peak, Chapter 46-45, Battling Blood Crow. However, judging from Yang Kai's previous action, Blood Crow believed that the eerie technique couldn't be used as the other party pleased. Otherwise, Yang Kai could have instantly made him suffer a setback instead of waiting. After pondering on it for a moment, he guessed that a technique that could directly target a person's small universe was extremely brilliant, which required a lot of preparation. The characteristics of the technique were similar to some of the secret techniques he had heard of in the past. At the thought of this, he grinned. Since you've come all the way here to invite trouble to yourself, we'll settle the grudges between us today, boy. Yang Kai pointed his spear at him. I share the same sentiment. The reason he had come all the way to the shattered heaven was to go after the wind spirits. Since he had achieved his goal, he now had to get some training. The fact that Blood Crow managed to revive and escape from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had something to do with him. Since he was partly responsible for it, Yang Kai naturally wanted to settle this issue. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the initiative to thrust out his spear to attack his opponent. Although both of them were in the Sixth Order, Yang Kai wouldn't dismiss this kind of old monster who was reborn by occupying someone else's body and think that he could easily defeat him. If he really believed so, he would be the one suffering a setback in the end. No one knew what this old fart, who was originally a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, had up his sleeves. Yang Kai had personally experienced Blood Crow's methods back in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, so there was no way he would underestimate his opponent. Faced with the ferocious attack, Blood Crow seemed to have been enraged as he clenched his fists and grasped a pair of twin butterfly daggers. As he surged his world force, his twin daggers started radiating a glow that spanned across several kilometers of the void as though a butterfly was fluttering its wings. Then, Blood Crow crossed the twin daggers in front of him and clashed with the tip of Azure Dragon Spear before pressing down the weapon as well as Yang Kai's imposing aura. Following that, he pushed his twin daggers forward in an attempt to behead Yang Kai in one motion. Instantly, Yang Kai tilted backwards as the daggers brushed past his forehead. He then wielded his spear and knocked back the twin daggers before following up with the stab of his weapon towards Blood Crow's chest. While moving backwards like a ghost, Blood Crow brought his right dagger down as though a mountain was descending upon Yang Kai. An unfazed Yang Kai swung his spear and pushed it towards Blood Crow's throat. As their world forces clashed, visible shockwaves blasted out. A few strands of Yang Kai's hair were cut while there was a bit of redness on Blood Crow's throat. Only 2 or 3 breaths of time had passed since they began trading moves, but they had both respectively knocked on the gates of death at least once, which went to show how dangerous this confrontation was. There wasn't a moment for them to take a breath as they clashed with one another again, as though they had tacitly agreed to it. A battle between Open Heaven Realm Masters was all about the competition between the heritages of their small universes and how much world force they could bring forth. The more ample one's heritage was, the stronger the world force they could use, allowing them to gain the upper hand. The divine abilities and secret techniques were just like flowers decorating the bouquet. As such, it was rare to see cultivators like Yang Kai and Blood Crow who engaged in fierce close combat with their artifacts, as it was an extremely perilous form of battle. If they were not careful, both of them would be killed. Blood Crow had never expected Yang Kai to be so ruthless, and Yang Kai was surprised to learn that Blood Crow had such impressive combat prowess. Every move he made with the twin butterfly daggers was shocking, pushing Yang Kai's supreme limitless spear technique to the extreme as he attacked and defended simultaneously. For a time, the battle fell into a deadlock. Su Wang felt his blood boiling as he watched the battle before him. As a cultivator from Bright King Cave Heaven, he was most fond of exchanging fists with his enemies. The cultivators from Bright King Cave Heaven were not good at using divine abilities or secret techniques, as their bodies were their most powerful artifacts. Every move they made was able to split heaven and earth apart. There was no doubt that a battle of the kind in front of him best was suited to his tastes. At that moment, his fighting spirit had been ignited. Nevertheless, before he could go over to help, the remaining 2 blood slaves came at him. It was apparent that they wouldn't allow him to assist Yang Kai on the battlefield. A helpless Su Wang could only fight the enemy before him. If he was still at the peak of his strength, he wouldn't have any regard for these blood slaves whose foundation was unstable, as they had made it to the Sixth Order through some evil art. However, he had suffered for over a month under Blood Crow's oppression. After such consumption, Su Wang was only able to exert about 70% of his peak power. Faced with the two blood slaves, he realized that he wasn't able to defeat them easily in his current state. Fortunately, there was no risk of him losing the fight either. On the other hand, Blood Crow grew more astonished as the battle dragged on. When he saw that Yang Kai was able to easily destroy the two blood slaves earlier, he already realized the heritage of this brat's small universe was more ample than he thought. However, since he had his 7th Order foundation, and he had repeatedly escaped from the pursuits of some 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, he didn't have any regard for Yang Kai, who was also in the 6th Order. It wasn't until they traded moves that he realized Yang Kai was a true anomaly. Blood Crow had never seen a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master whose heritage was as ample as Yang Kai's. Every time their world forces clashed, it was Blood Crow who would be the one at a disadvantage. It wouldn't have mattered if it was just once or twice, but the repeated clashes were causing his small universe to shake and destabilize. What made it feel even more inconceivable to him was that Yang Kai's spear technique was truly exquisite. The spear in his hands seemed to have come alive. Despite being an expert in melee combat himself, he still couldn't get the upper hand. His heritage wasn't as ample as that of Yang Kai, and his combat skills couldn't gain him an advantage. Meanwhile, his blood slaves had to hold Su Wang up. Hence, he was unable to defeat Yang Kai. At the thought of this, Blood Crow started considering fleeing. The reason he had survived for so many years and even found a chance to become reborn after years of suppression was that he could adapt to the circumstances. He wouldn't easily offend opponents that he could not defeat. Young people who were bold but inexperienced would always end up in a horrible state because of their pride and stubbornness. Although Blood Crow wasn't willing to admit it, he knew that Yang Kai was already invincible within the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. No one could defeat him unless they were a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Before Blood Crow could make up his mind though, Yang Kai found a chance to trace back his aura and used his cow punch again. At that instant, Blood Crow felt his small universe shaking violently. The mountains crumbled and everything appeared pale inside of him. "It's that damn technique again." Blood Crow clenched his teeth while trying to suppress the weltering vitality in his chest and the turmoil in his small universe. Just then, he saw a great sun leaping into the air as the cawing of a golden crow echoed across the void. The darkness of space was illuminated by the brilliant light of the new sun, and a horrified expression filled Blood Crow's face. An expressionless Yang Kai lifted his spear to the great sun before thrusting it out at Blood Crow, timing it so that the latter still hadn't been able to stabilize his small universe. Initially, Yang Kai didn't use his divine manifestation to attack the blood cloud because Su Wang was still trapped inside it. If he really made a move, he would have harmed him as well. Afterwards, he still didn't use it because there wasn't a suitable opportunity. Although Golden Crow casts the sun was powerful, it would be pointless if Yang Kai missed his target. Since Cow Punch was immediately followed by Golden Crow casts the sun, Blood Crow had no choice but to face this attack head-on, regardless of how much strength he could actually exert. As expected, faced with the divine manifestation which was on par with the full-powered strike of a 7th Order Master, Blood Crow could only counterattack by slashing out with his glowing twin daggers. However, his attempt was futile. As the great sun exploded, Yang Kai could faintly hear someone scream as Blood Crow turned into blood mist. As the light dimmed, Yang Kai didn't show any happiness following his successful attack and instead narrowed his eyes as he turned to look at Su Wang. One of the blood slaves that was attacking Su Wang was suddenly replaced by Blood Crow. "I knew it," Yang Kai grumbled. He had definitely killed someone using his Golden Crow cast the sun just now, but just before his strike landed, he could feel that Blood Crow had exchanged places with one of his blood slaves. In other words, Yang Kai had killed a blood slave, not Blood Crow. Blood Crow, who had just used a secret technique to swap places with one of his slaves, appeared pale, like he had overexerted himself. Still, he swiftly slashed his twin daggers towards Su Wang. Upon seeing that, Su Wang became slightly flustered. Although it had been difficult for him to deal with the blood slaves, he wasn't in a disadvantageous position at the very least. Nevertheless, since one of the blood slaves was replaced by Blood Crow, the pressure he had to face intensified greatly. The twin daggers soon broke through Su Wang's World Force defenses and were about to cut into him. At the most critical moment, Su Wang bent his body in an impossible angle and performed a hand seal by pressing his thumb against his middle finger as he roared, "Immovable Bright King!" A golden light exploded out, but was soon destroyed by Blood Crow. The twin daggers stabbed almost a palm's length into Su Wang's flesh, causing him to bleed. Fortunately, as a cultivator from Bright King Cave Heaven, his body was extremely robust, so a palm's length was the best Blood Crow could achieve in his current state. Seeing that his attempt had failed, Blood Crow landed a kick on Su Wang's shoulder and sent him flying away. In the meantime, he turned into a blood light and directly shot towards the depths of the void. Meanwhile, the only surviving blood slave turned around and pounced on Yang Kai. It was apparent that Blood Crow knew that Yang Kai would try to stop him, so he ordered the blood slave to get into his opponent's way. Yang Kai was indeed rushing over. The moment he realized that something was off, he knew that Su Wang was in trouble. Nevertheless, Blood Crow's methods were truly profound and unpredictable, so he was late to rescue Su Wang. Seeing that Su Wang was wounded by the twin daggers and sent flying away, which left him badly injured, Yang Kai was quite vexed. As he stared fixedly at the blood light that was fleeing, he thrust his spear forward ruthlessly. The blood slave that was coming at Yang Kai didn't even try to dodge though. Instead, his figure started radiating a red glow as his blood appeared to be boiling. Yang Kai frowned, but it was too late by the time he realized that something was wrong. The blood slave directly detonated and turned into a blood cloud before engulfing Yang Kai in it. At that instant, all he could see was red. In order to create a chance for himself to flee, Blood Crow had readily abandoned a sixth-order blood slave. It went to show that he was truly determined. With that said, he knew that a blood slave was unable to hold Yang Kai up for a long time. After all, he also wasn't a match for Yang Kai. So how was a blood slave, who had lost his mind and was blinded by rage, supposed to persevere for a long time? Earlier, 2 blood slaves were killed by Yang Kai in 3 breaths. Therefore, Blood Crow decided to detonate the blood slave and trap Yang Kai for a while so that he would stand a greater chance of fleeing. Although the blood cloud was eerie and corrosive, it couldn't stop the burning power of the Golden Crow's true fire. As such, after a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai, who was covered in a black flame, left the blood cloud unscathed. The initially thick blood cloud had also become very thin due to the fire. As he looked around, Yang Kai realized that Blood Crow was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai gazed in a particular direction and sneered. "Do you really think you can flee from me?" Marshall Peak, Chapter 4646, Pursuit. Since Yang Kai was an expert in space principles, he was unmatched when it came to both fleeing and pursuing enemies. Although Blood Crow was nowhere to be seen, he would not be able to get rid of Yang Kai if the latter insisted on chasing after him. Yang Kai didn't immediately pursue though. Instead, he moved and appeared in front of Su Wang the next instant. The wounds on this guy's chest were still bleeding, and he looked slightly pale. Moreover, his injuries were infected with some kind of strange power that squirmed like a snake and consumed Su Wang's blood essence to strengthen itself. Although Su Wang was trying his best to suppress it, it would take him some time to get rid of the eerie blood principles technique. "Just leave me here and pursue the enemy, junior brother," Su Wang looked up and said. Yang Kai nodded gently. "Please be cautious, senior brother Su." Su Wang flashed a smile at him. "I won't die since I have a strong body. Go now. I'll follow after you soon." Without speaking further, Yang Kai followed the trail and pursued Blood Crow. Blood Crow had fully comprehended the grand evolution immortal blood light scripture, and his understanding of the Tao of blood was deep. He was able to flee rapidly by using blood principles, but this kind of speed paled when it was compared to space principles. Although he had a several dozen breaths of time head start, and he had been changing directions to throw Yang Kai off, he was still unable to shake off the latter. One day later, in the depths of the shattered heaven, the two once more engaged in an intense battle. Blood Crow was previously defeated, so he knew that he wasn't a match for Yang Kai. In this battle, he was no longer as imposing as before. After persisting for about half an incense, he was already at a disadvantage, which put him in a perilous situation. Just when Yang Kai was about to kill him ruthlessly, Blood Crow suddenly clenched his teeth and split into three. Not only were these figures identical, but there was also no difference between their auras. All of them were even holding twin butterfly daggers in their hands. The three Blood Crows formed into a triangular formation and launched an attack on Yang Kai in an imposing manner. Yang Kai warded them off with his spear but was still pushed back 100 kilometers. When he raised his head again, he saw that the three Blood Crows had turned into separate rays of lights and fled in three different directions. The three Blood Crows then each split into three again. Presently, there were 9 Blood Crows. Although Yang Kai was knowledgeable and experienced, he still couldn't help but frown at this sight. He released his divine sense to scan these 9 clones, but he was unable to identify which one was the real Blood Crow. The fact that Blood Crow was able to split into 9 in the first place was amazing. The Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture was truly abstruse. Without wasting any time, Yang Kai lifted his spear and chased after the nearest Blood Crow. Since he was unable to find the real one, he simply decided to kill all 9 of them. This dragged on into a lengthy pursuit. 1 month later, 8 Blood Crows were killed by Yang Kai using his Azure Dragon Spear, and the only remaining one was running for his life. Yang Kai didn't think he would be so unlucky to the point where he had killed 8 fake Blood Crows out of 9, so he could only speculate that all 9 Blood Crows were fake, but at the same time, all of them were also real. In other words, as long as any one of the 9 Black Crows was still alive, he would not die. 5 days later, Yang Kai finally caught up to the last Blood Crow. During the fierce battle that followed, Blood Crow was powerless to counterattack. At the most critical moment, he detonated himself and turned into countless blood-colored crows that fled in all directions. Although Yang Kai attempted to kill them all, some of them successfully escaped. Despite being at an advantage, Yang Kai still couldn't help but lament that Blood Crow had innumerable ways of fleeing, which was an eye-opening experience. He had never seen a person that was so hard to kill. On a shattered spirit province in the serene void, Blood Crow sported a gloomy expression as he gulped down a large amount of open heaven pills to replenish his energy. Although he had escaped from death twice, he had never been more embarrassed. He was once hunted down by the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Myriad Demons Cave Heaven, but they were unable to push him to his limits. On the other hand, Yang Kai, who was only in the 6th Order, let him have a taste of the worst time of his life. Although the Tao of Blood was amazing, the Tao of Space was even more abstruse. Faced with such a master, Blood Crow felt helpless while trying to flee. At that moment he felt fortunate that the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Myriad Demons Cave Heaven who pursued him were not experts in the Tao of Space. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived. After a long time of running and using several highly consuming secret techniques, Blood Crow was finally able to catch his breath. Presently, his aura was so weak he could only exert 50% of his peak strength. Just then, he saw a few rays of lights approaching him. He was now frightened by the slightest sound after being pursued by Yang Kai, so when he saw these lights, he became horrified and almost instinctively fled. However, he soon realized that none of them was Yang Kai. Instead, they were some cultivators who had come together to explore the Shattered Heaven. Although there were not a lot of people in the depths of the Shattered Heaven, there were still some. Most of them were cultivators from second-class great forces who came searching for opportunities. That was because this place was where many ancient great experts, who were all high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, passed away in an epic battle. Besides the legacy artifacts these masters had left behind, there were also a lot of universe paradises and universe cave heavens hidden in the void. Those were the small universes of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters that had remained after their deaths. Unfortunately, the entrances to such places were usually very well hidden. Shadowless Cave Heaven, which Yang Kai had ventured into before, was one such universe cave heaven. In the 3,000 worlds, The second-class great forces were neither the best nor the worst. That was why the universe paradises and universe cave heavens in the shattered heaven were deathly attractive to them. If they could find one of the entrances, they would have an exclusive right to the resources inside, which were the former belongings of a high-rank open heaven realm master. Since time immemorial, many sects had found rich rewards in the shattered heaven that helped increase their collective strength. Therefore, in the 3,000 worlds, many second-class great forces would send their top cultivators to the shattered heaven to search around in the hope that they could gain something. When the blood monster cave heaven opened up, it caught the attention of everyone in the 3,000 worlds. Even many cave heavens and paradises had sent their disciples into that place to get some training, so nothing need be said about the hidden treasures in the shattered heaven. Presently, the people approaching Blood Crow were cultivators from a second-class great force. There were 3 men and 1 woman, all of whom were in the 5th order. Since Blood Crow had been pursued by Yang Kai, he had been cautiously hiding his aura. Furthermore, he was still a 6th order open heaven realm master, therefore when this group of 4 was approaching, they were not aware of his existence. It wasn't until they landed on the ground that they saw Blood Crow, whose face was as pale as a white sheet. The Shattered Spirit Province was only a dozen square kilometers in size, so it was impossible for them to not notice him. The 4 of them were stunned as the elderly man at the front gazed vigilantly at Blood Crow. The Shattered Heaven was a lawless land where one's background was useless and only the fittest could survive. Many disciples from the cave heavens and paradises would be killed in this place every year, and the great forces behind them were unable to avenge their deaths since they often couldn't even find the murderers. In a place like this, someone who dared to move around on his own was definitely not weak. Blood Crow appeared to be anxious and weakened though, which allowed the 4 of them to set their minds at ease. A middle-aged man darted his eyes around, then shuffled towards Blood Crow with a smile as he asked amicably, "Are you hurt?" Blood Crow, who was seated on the ground, tensed up and nodded faintly. The smile on the middle-aged man's face became brighter. "Don't panic. My name is Sidiyi, and I'm a doctor who is best at healing wounds. If you don't mind it, I can perform a checkup on you." Despite what he said, he didn't ask for Blood Crow's permission as he grabbed the other person's wrist. A seemingly powerless Blood Crow was easily grasped by Sidiyi, who froze the next instant as a blood mist came right at him and snuck into his body through his 7 orifices. Blood Crow, who hadn't moved until now, curled his lips into a smile. He then let out a sigh of pleasure. The other 3 people were fully aware of what Sidiyi was up to when they saw what he was doing, but they didn't intend to stop him. Newcomers to the Shattered Heaven wouldn't proactively provoke others. However, if they stayed long enough, they'd find out that human nature could be very crooked in places like this. Here, it was common to kill others and steal their belongings. Since Sidiyi was facing away from the 3 of them, they were not aware that his face had been covered in blood mist. A moment later, when the only woman among them saw that Sidiyi didn't speak or move at all, she finally realized that something was off. As she frowned, she called out, "Senior brother C?" Sidiyi naturally didn't respond to her. The old man sported a cold expression and his murderous intent surged as he bellowed, "Something is wrong." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard an eerie laugh that sounded more like the cawing of a crow. Sidiyi's burly figure was suddenly covered in a layer of blood mist. The next instant, he turned into a puddle of blood while his clothes were corroded and melted away. The sitting man, whose face was pale earlier, slowly got to his feet while his clothes flapped around him despite there being no wind. His 6th order aura was also exposed at this point. He opened his mouth and sucked all the blood into his stomach, which restored some of the color to his pale face. He then licked his lips and let out a long breath. "I've finally restored some energy." The old man's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Blood Crow Divine Monarch." It was a title that sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Cultivators who wandered around the Shattered Heaven definitely knew who Blood Crow Divine Monarch was. Over the recent years, many cultivators had lost their lives because of this man. It was rumored that this person was an expert in blood principles and his targets would all be melted down into blood which he then fed upon to enhance his strength. They had never expected that they would come across this devil lord when they merely wanted to get some rest on this shattered spirit province. It also never crossed their minds that the infamous devil lord would pretend to be weak so that one of them would make a move and then become his food. It was rumored that Blood Crow Divine Monarch was always accompanied by several blood slaves who were all in the Sixth Order. Any one of them could easily defeat their group. However, Blood Crow Divine Monarch didn't seem to have any blood slaves with him today. Marshall Peak, Chapter 46-47, Open Heaven Realm Masters Gather Together. Nevertheless, blood slaves were nowhere to be seen while Blood Crow Divine Monarch himself appeared to be badly injured. It was apparent that he had battled against someone powerful recently, otherwise, given his strength, he would have directly killed them instead of pretending to be anxious. The old man immediately made a decision. He's injured, attack together. He had considered the possibility of fleeing, but faced with such an infamous person, they would be doomed if they did that. Instead, if the three of them could work together, they would stand a chance to survive. They naturally were not a match for Blood Crow Divine Monarch if the latter was still at his peak. However, an injured Blood Crow might not want to get into a prolonged fight with them. It had to be said that the old man was pretty resolute, and he was just as bold as when he was young. Right after he yelled, he took the initiative to launch an attack on Blood Crow. The woman lagged behind slightly, but she soon charged forward and cast a stunning divine ability. On the other hand, the last man appeared horrified. As though he hadn't heard the old man, he instantly turned around and fled. Blood Crow didn't move as he allowed their divine abilities to strike him. The lower part of his body turned into blood mist as he laughed in a wicked manner. If the four of you had made a move together earlier, this monarch might have been put in a difficult position, but now, how dare two Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm trash act arrogant in front of this monarch? Following that, the blood cloud beneath him swelled up and covered the old man and the woman. The woman exclaimed in horror while the old man was equally flustered. Despite their best efforts, they were still not spared the calamity as they were instantly shrouded in the blood cloud. A moment later, the blood cloud streamed back into Blood Crow's body while the old man and the woman were nowhere to be found. Even their clothes had been melted down, only leaving behind two worn-out space rings. The color on Blood Crow's face had been restored as he licked his lips and muttered under his breath, "It's not enough. It's not enough." His gaze seemed able to penetrate the void as he looked in the direction where the last man had fled. Following that, he turned into a blood light and flew after him. A short while later, the man was intercepted by Blood Crow. His face was as pale as a white sheet as he fell on his knees and kowtowed, "Please don't kill me, Divine Monarch. Please don't kill me." Blood Crow chuckled, "But this monarch is hungry. Where should I get my food if I don't kill you?" The man was terrified at first, then he recalled something and exclaimed, "I know where you can obtain a full meal, Divine Monarch. There are many people in that place. You can go there." Blood Crow arched his brow. "Oh?" The person immediately spilled everything he knew, then looked cautiously at Blood Crow. "I'm willing to submit to Divine Monarch and obey your orders." Blood Crow nodded gently. "How thoughtful of you." While still keeping his guard up, the man put on a fawning smile. "In that case, why don't you become one with me? This monarch can grant you an eternal life." Blood Crow released a blood mist that looked like two rivers and engulfed the man instantly. Following a shriek, silence fell again. Blood Crow retrieved his blood mist as his aura stabilized. The Sixth Order blood slaves he had spent decades nurturing were all been killed, so if Yang Kai hadn't been chasing him, he wouldn't mind taking on a new blood slave and nurturing him. It would take a few years for that person to ascend to the Sixth Order and become a useful aid. However, since he couldn't get rid of Yang Kai, and he also desperately needed to restore his strength, he wouldn't waste any time on a mere Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master now. He then turned to look in a particular direction. According to the man, before his death, many Open Heaven Realm Masters had gathered together in that place for some reason, as though they had discovered something. The group of 4 were initially surveying that area as well. Unfortunately, they came across that large group of people and had no choice but to flee since they were too weak to remain. It never crossed their minds that they would encounter Blood Crow Divine Monarch and be killed. Blood Crow wasn't interested in what those people had discovered, but he drooled over those Open Heaven Realm Masters as they were no different from delicacies in his eyes. Of course, he wouldn't mind obtaining whatever treasure they had discovered while he was at it. He then turned into a bloodlight and shot forward in that direction before disappearing into the distance. 1 hour later, Yang Kai arrived and landed on the Shattered Spirit Province. After looking around, he furrowed his brow. He could detect some traces of a Blood Principle's secret technique in this place. It was apparent that Blood Crow had stayed here for a short while, and apparently some unlucky people must have bumped into him and gotten killed. During his pursuit, Yang Kai almost lost track of Blood Crow. Nevertheless, since he had found the vestiges of a Blood Principle's secret technique in this place, he reckoned that he was heading in the right direction. The next moment he sped off into the void. Hours later, Yang Kai was stunned by the sight that fell upon his eyes. That was because in the middle of the void, over 200 Open Heaven Realm Masters, some as individuals or in small groups, had gathered together. They were scattered in a radius of several dozen kilometers, and it wasn't certain what they were doing. However, Yang Kai could detect a faint aura of Blood Principles in this region. Blood Crow is here. Others might not be able to notice it, but Yang Kai had been pursuing that man and had fought against him several times. As such, he was quite sensitive to the aura of Blood Principles. Even though Blood Crow was trying to suppress it, Yang Kai could still detect it. Yang Kai swept a glance over the crowd and sneered. Was Blood Crow trying to hide among the crowd so that he couldn't find him? It had to be said that Blood Crow's move was bold, but also effective. That was because after scanning the 200-plus Open Heaven Realm Masters, Yang Kai still couldn't find Blood Crow. On the other hand, his arrival had caught the attention of many people as he felt some faint divine senses scanning him. After Blood Crow Divine Monarch was reborn, not only did he still possess the techniques and experiences he had in the past life, but he had also comprehended the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture that originally belonged to Blood Monster Divine Monarch. It was said that when one mastered the Bloodlight scripture, one could be reborn from a single drop of blood, thus allowing one to become immortal and indestructible. Yang Kai had seen the myriad of ways Blood Crow could flee, so he figured the latter's concealment skills were also excellent. All of a sudden, Yang Kai caught a glimpse of a certain white-robed youth and frowned. The young man, on the other hand, didn't conceal his contempt and disdain. The two gazed at each other as though there was an irresolvable blood feud between them. Yang Kai soon remembered this person. Previously, after he dropped Wu Kuang off in Shattered Heaven Star City, he leaned against the windowsill, looked down, and saw this white-robed man. At that time, Yang Kai was instinctively repulsed by this young man. He initially thought that he was affected by the mood he was in at that time. However, he still felt the same way the second time they met. The young man was followed by a young woman that looked like a maidservant. Standing behind the young man, she bared her fangs at Yang Kai, as though she was a fierce tigress. Yang Kai retracted his gaze while feeling puzzled. He didn't understand why he would feel hostile towards a stranger. After pulling himself together, he approached the nearest Open Heaven Realm Master and asked with a smile, "Fellow brother, what's everyone doing here?" Since more than 200 Open Heaven Realm Masters had gathered together in this place, something important must be about to happen. However, Yang Kai had observed the place for a while but couldn't see anything, which was why he was perplexed. This man didn't show his aura, so it wasn't certain what his order was, but he was tall and burly. At this moment, he was staring intently at somewhere in the void. As he was interrupted by Yang Kai, he shot him a displeased glance. "You'll find out soon. Why did you even ask?" Yang Kai scratched his nose. The burly man had not circulated his strength, so Yang Kai couldn't find out the other party's order. On the other hand, his sixth order aura was conspicuous as he had just flown over. Since the burly man was still unperturbed when facing a sixth order Open Heaven Realm Master like him, It was apparent that he was also in the Sixth Order, otherwise he wouldn't have been so haughty. What's more, this burly man wasn't the only Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in this place. Yang Kai grew curious as he wondered what good thing was in this place that had attracted so many Open Heaven Realm Masters. Since he couldn't find Blood Crow for the time being, and it wasn't like he could interrogate all 200 of the people here, Yang Kai decided to sit down with his legs crossed and act accordingly. A few days passed, but still nothing happened. On the other hand, there were now more than 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters in this place. There was no doubt that they had received some news. Many of them appeared excited as though they were looking forward to something. Yang Kai tooted in amazement. He had heard that there were many Open Heaven Realm Masters who would venture into the Shattered Heaven to look for treasures. Nevertheless, while he was heading to the Astral Wind Divine Ability some time ago, he didn't come across anyone, so he thought that it was just an exaggerated rumor. It wasn't until he saw it with his eyes now that he realized the truth. It was just that the Shattered Heaven was too vast, so it was hard for one to come across anyone without some common purpose. A few days later, a ray of light was seen approaching from the distance. Sensing a familiar aura, Yang Kai instantly turned his head. The person paused for a moment when he arrived, but when he saw Yang Kai, he directly landed beside him. Yang Kai nodded in response. The person was none other than Su Wang from Bright King Cave Heaven. Previously, after Blood Crow escaped, Su Wang had to recover from an extended struggle and his new wounds, so he told Yang Kai to leave him there and that he would look for him at a later time. However, during the pursuit, Yang Kai had changed directions many times and crossed billions of kilometers. It was commendable that Su Wang could actually find him. Su Wang let out a breath and looked around in amazement. What are so many people doing here? With a helpless smile, Yang Kai shook his head. I have no idea. A stunned Su Wang asked, What are you doing here if you have no idea? Blood Crow is somewhere around here. What? Su Wang arched his brow. As he recalled what Blood Crow had done to him, he became furious and scanned his surroundings in an aggressive manner. You won't find him. He used some kind of special technique to conceal himself. I can only detect a faint aura. What should we do then? Su Wang knitted his brows. Despite knowing that Blood Crow was here, they still couldn't find his whereabouts, which was why he was vexed. Just wait, Yang Kai replied impassively. He'll expose himself eventually. Just when Su Wang was about to speak, a fluctuation of space principles was suddenly felt coming from the void. Following that, a bean-sized black dot appeared in the originally empty space. At that instant, the several hundred Open Heaven Realm Masters, who had been waiting in this place all this time, became energized as they looked fervently at the black dot. Marshall Peak, Chapter 46-48, Wait and See. Right in front of everyone's eyes, the black dot in the void soon expanded to the size of a baby's fist. Furthermore, the aura of another universe world wafted from the black dot. Yang Kai arched his brow as he finally understood why so many people had gathered together in this place. Su Wang exclaimed, It's a universe cave heaven. The black dot that suddenly appeared in the void was actually a portal that led to a universe cave heaven. The small universes of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were corporeal. If their small universe didn't collapse when they passed away, there was a chance for them to merge with the void. The small universes left behind by 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters after their deaths were called Universe Paradises, while the ones left behind by 8th Order and 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were called Universe Cave Heavens. There were countless great territories in the 3,000 worlds. There might be some existing Universe Paradises and Universe Cave Heavens in any great territory, but it was always hard to find the entrances to these hidden worlds. Of all the great territories, there was no doubt that the Shattered Heaven had the highest number of Universe Paradises and Universe Cave Heavens. After all, this was the place where many great experts fought against one another in ancient times. Countless high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had passed away here. Many of the sects in the 3,000 worlds, especially the second-class Great Forces, had their own teams deployed into the Shattered Heaven all year round in the hope that they could find those hidden portals. Before coming to the shattered heaven, Yang Kai thought about the possibility of him discovering such a portal, but that remained a casual thought, as he didn't have any high hopes of it. The shattered heaven had existed for countless years already, so the portals that were easy to find had all been discovered. Those that were not yet discovered must be extremely well hidden. Moreover, the shattered heaven was vast. Even though he was a master of space principles, he might not be able to find anything even if he searched. However, Yang Kai had never expected that while chasing after Blood Crow, he would come across a portal that led to a universe cave heaven. This was the legacy that was left behind by an open heaven realm master that was at least in the 8th order, possibly containing that master's entire inheritance. Even other high-rank open heaven realm masters would be tempted, not to mention those in the mid-rank. While Yang Kai was in a dazed state, the black dot had expanded to the size of a palm. All of a sudden, right in front of everyone's eyes, the portal that led to the universe cave heaven contracted and disappeared as though it had never existed before. Yang Kai and Su Wang were stunned upon seeing that. The burly man, who was asked a question by Yang Kai some time ago, was initially looking forward to entering the portal. All his energy was about to surge as he was ready to dash into it. However, all his hopes were crushed since the portal had abruptly disappeared. He then let out a sigh and cursed. According to his mutterings, it seemed this wasn't the first time such an incident happened. There were many times in the past when the portal didn't successfully open. It was then that Yang Kai realized why this place had attracted so many people to come together. It was apparent that for some reason, the portal of this universe cave heaven started showing signs of opening recently, but there were many times when it didn't fully open. After word got out, many open heaven realm masters started gathering in this place in the hope that they could go in and snatch up the treasures when the portal fully opened. Could you forcefully open it if you make a move, junior brother? Su Wang secretly asked. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai nodded. It would take some effort. It was then Su Wang arched his brow. You're truly incredible, junior brother. Suddenly realizing something, Yang Kai turned to look at him. You know me, senior brother Su? The question was somewhat strange. After all, they had just parted ways outside of the astral wind divine ability after only exchanging names. Nevertheless, from the questions Su Wang was asking, he seemed to know about him. With a smile, Su Wang replied, I found your name familiar when I first heard it, and after witnessing you take action, I finally recalled that there was a person who had embarrassed the cave heavens and paradises in the Tao Theory Assembly in Yin Yang Cave Heaven back then. Even a core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise was killed. Furthermore, the Star Boundary and High Heaven Territory has become household names since the appearance of a world tree over there. Even though this Su doesn't care about worldly affairs, it's not like I'm deaf. There are trillions upon trillions of people in the 3,000 worlds, and countless people share the same names. However, you're a 6th order open heaven realm master, and even Blood Crow, who has been reborn by occupying someone else's body, was not a match for you. If I can't figure out who you are, I'd be embarrassing my own sect, Bright King Cave Heaven. Yang Kai nodded gently. There was a shocked expression on Su Wang's face as he asked, Are you really that Voidland's Yang Kai? Yang Kai broke into laughter. Haven't you already figured it out? Su Wang landed a slap on his own forehead and grinned. It was just a speculation, but I hadn't expected it to be true. He then looked fervently at him. I heard that you killed Suoquan Hui. Is that true? Yang Kai replied, It's true, but there's a lot more to that story. I didn't achieve that on my own. Su Wang nodded. Regardless of how you did it, it's astonishing enough already that you were able to kill a 7th order open heaven realm master while only being in the 6th order. And you're stronger than I am. I should probably call you senior brother instead. As he spoke, there was a bashful expression on his face. When he first met Yang Kai, he immediately claimed to be the senior brother. At that time, he just thought that other than the disciples from the cave heavens and paradises, no one else in the 6th order could be a match for him. Since he was now aware that this person was the famous Yang Kai, he didn't have the nerve to claim that he was a senior brother to him. Yang Kai replied with a smile, Well, You're definitely older than I am, senior brother Su. Su Wang rolled his eyes. Why don't you just say that my aptitude is worse than yours? He was an open-minded person though, and since Yang Kai didn't mind calling him senior brother, he wouldn't be concerned either. After straightening his face, Su Wang looked at the spot where the portal appeared and asked, I wonder who the senior expert was that left behind this universe cave heaven. Do you want to open it, junior brother? Yang Kai shook his head. There are too many people watching over the portal now. If we make any rash moves, we'll just draw public outrage. We'd be better off just waiting and seeing. Moreover, I don't know where Blood Crow is. It will be troublesome if he launches a sneak attack on us while we're distracted. Su Wang nodded in agreement. Thus, they continued waiting in silence. A few days later, the portal appeared once again. Previously, it had expanded to the size of a palm and disappeared. This time, it had expanded to the size of a wash basin. Yang Kai had no idea how many times this portal had appeared before, but it seemed that it was getting bigger every time it opened. The reason the people around here never made a move was that the portal was not large enough for a human to pass through. If they forcefully tried to enter through it, it might lead to some unexpected consequences. From the looks of it, the portal would be large enough for them to enter after 2 more openings. By then, there would be a fierce struggle between the evenly matched opponents for control of the entrance. It was apparent that Blood Crow had been hiding in this place without exposing his aura because he wanted to sneak into this universe cave heaven and get rid of Yang Kai. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't let him achieve his goal. He had learned how hard it was to kill Blood Crow. If he couldn't destroy him this time, it would be extremely difficult to do so after the latter recovered. Although there were some grudges between them, Blood Crow was the one who had suffered most of the setbacks. If Yang Kai hadn't ruined his original plan, he would have refined the Blood Monster Divine Palace and occupied it. If he were successful, all the resources in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would have belonged to him. Blood Crow could have slowly restored his strength instead of wandering around in the shattered heaven. From Yang Kai's perspective, it wasn't necessary for him to destroy the other party. However, he also had his eyes on the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture. He had comprehended parts of the Bloodlight Scripture in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven before, so he knew that the secret art was truly abstruse. Unfortunately, those tablets there were not complete, so he was unable to have a full picture of the secret art. The Bloodlight Scripture was a secret art related to the Tao of Blood. If he could fully comprehend it, it would be immensely beneficial to his Dragon Clan bloodline. Besides him, the Dragon Clan members from Voidland would benefit as well. Even the other divine spirits might be able to have a clearer picture of their futures by learning this secret art. Bai Shi and Zhu Jiuyin once told him that the way divine spirits cultivated was different from that of human cultivators. For the divine spirits, it was all about improving their bloodline. The stronger their bloodline, the more powerful they would be. The Bloodlight Scripture might be useful to the divine spirits in Voidland. Even if it wasn't the key to unlocking the shackles of their bloodlines, they would still get something out of it. Therefore, if Yang Kai could capture Blood Crow, he would not hesitate to make a move against him. Nevertheless, this guy was even more adept than Yang Kai at fleeing and saving himself. That was the reason Yang Kai hadn't managed to achieve his goal. A few days later, the portal opened up again, and it was 2 times larger than before. It seemed that just like Yang Kai had speculated, the portal would be large enough for the cultivators to pass through when it opened one more time. Certainly, the other Open Heaven Realm Masters who had gathered together in this place had figured this out as well. Therefore, these hundreds of people who were initially calm and quiet now became tense and morose. They secretly circulated their strength so that when the portal opened again, they could immediately charge into it and gaze upon the magnificence of the universe cave heaven. As time passed, the tension in the air intensified as they all looked around with vigilance. Suddenly, there came a moment when 6 people moved forward and stood right in front of the portal. Seeing that, Su Wang snorted, "Ridiculous." These people apparently wanted to stay close to the portal and be the first to enter. Although they appeared to be fairly powerful, the Open Heaven Realm Masters at the scene naturally wouldn't allow them to achieve their goal. If they ignited public outrage, they would be knocked out of the competition in advance. However, as soon as Su Wang finished speaking, a few more groups of people came forward from all directions. The numbers of people varied from 2 to 8. Soon, over 30 people had gathered together in front of the portal. These people then surrounded the portal as though they had already agreed upon it. The next instant they activated their auras together. The onlookers, who initially looked teasingly at them, had their expressions changed, while Su Wang turned solemn as well. That was because 7 out of the more than 30 people were in the 6th order. The rest of them were weaker, but they were all in the 5th order. It was apparent that they didn't come from the same great force. They belonged to about 5 to 6 different sects, but since they knew each other, they had secretly come to an agreement to help each other out. As soon as they made a move, they were in an advantageous position, and the rest had to be wary of these people. Marshall Peak, Chapter 46-49, Muddy Waters. Although 30 or so people was not a lot, the 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among them were intimidating enough. Therefore, while the onlookers were displeased to see that this group of people had joined forces to get ahead, they wouldn't dare to reprimand them. The burly man, who was standing not far away from Yang Kai, spat with a dark expression. He then took a glance at Yang Kai and Su Wang before asking, "Why don't we join forces?" Yang Kai smiled without replying to him while Su Wang didn't bother to respond. The burly man thought that they were timid, so he said with disdain, "People like you can never obtain anything in life. Just wait and see if there are any scraps left for you." He then stopped paying attention to them as he looked around in an attempt to seek reliable allies. Just then, Yang Kai looked up and said in a small voice, "It's about to start." A faint fluctuation of space principles was felt coming from the void. While others might not notice it, the fluctuation was as conspicuous as a light in the darkness for Yang Kai. As expected, right after he finished speaking, a black dot appeared at the spot where the portal had opened up several times before. At that instant, hundreds of gazes turned to look at the black dot. The burly man didn't have enough time to get any allies as he stared fixedly at the black dot as well. In the blink of an eye, the black dot expanded to the size of a fist. Judging from the previous circumstances, the portal would be large enough for humans to pass through this time. The over 30 Open Heaven Realm Masters around the portal who had temporarily joined forces appeared excited and nervous. Right then, a middle-aged man who was on his own shuffled forward from a particular direction. He looked just like the average cultivator when he took the first step, but his speed doubled when he took his second step, and it doubled again when he took a third step. More than 10 steps later, he turned into a ray of light and attempted to crash into the portal like a meteor. The over 30 Open Heaven Realm Masters instantly felt threatened upon seeing that. All 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters turned to look at him as one of them bellowed, "Please be patient, friend." They didn't intend to stop others from entering the universe cave heaven, they just wanted to be the first to enter. However, the portal hadn't fully opened when someone came forward to make a scene. The person who called out just now naturally wanted to stop him. As he spoke, he pushed out a palm that didn't carry any murderous intent. It was obvious that he just wanted to make the middle-aged man back down for now. The middle-aged man was unperturbed and didn't even try to dodge the attack from the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Instead, while moving forward, he simply swung his sleeve. Instantly, his world force surged like a tsunami as 7th Order pressure swept out across the void. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who made a move had his expression change drastically as he felt an immense force coming right at him. He lost his footing immediately and was sent flying away like a kite with a broken string in the next moment. Besides him, the more than 30 people around the portal were all sent flying away as well. The weaker 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters spat blood as their faces turned pale. The turn of events stunned everyone, as no one had expected that a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had hidden among them. After the 7th Order middle-aged man made a move, all the people around the portal were blown away. The portal happened to be fully open when the man arrived, and without stopping, he dashed inside and disappeared. Following that, a few figures flew forward from different directions. There was an old woman whose hair was all gray, a young boy with delicate skin, and a woman with a curvy figure. All of them exuded seventh-order auras. These people had all come here independently. The hundreds of Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were supposed to be scrambling into the portal, were shaking like quails in the winter without nests as none of them dared to move a muscle. A small number of figures streamed into the universe cave heaven and disappeared. As soon as the last person entered it, the portal contracted and vanished. The rest of the crowd was vexed upon seeing that the portal had disappeared. After all, they had been waiting here for days, but they didn't even have a chance to enter. However, since so many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had entered the universe cave heaven, these people wouldn't dare to pass through even if it was still open. To do so would be no different from trying to snatch food from tigers. Yang Kai was dumbfounded as he muttered, "There are so many high-rank masters here." He had never expected that so many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had hidden among these hundreds of Open Heaven Realm Masters. Su Wang snorted, "They're just timid and useless people. They don't deserve the title of high rank." A shocked Yang Kai gazed at him. Are they not from the cave heavens or paradises? If those people were from the cave heavens and paradises, they would be considered Su Wang seniors, and he wouldn't have made such a disdainful remark. Su Wang scoffed, "There is no scum like them in the cave heavens and paradises." Yang Kai frowned in puzzlement. As though knowing what was on the other man's mind, Su Wang sighed, "The shattered heaven is more complicated than you think, junior brother. The waters are muddy here. There are even 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the shattered heaven, not to mention 7th Order ones." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was astounded. How can that be? If that was true, he wondered why he hadn't heard of them before. He was fully aware of how dangerous the shattered heaven was, but it never crossed his mind that there were 7th Order and even 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in this place. He wouldn't have believed it if it wasn't Su Wang who said it. Su Wang went on to say, "They have been living here for a long time, and they usually don't expose their cultivation. That's why most people are not aware of their existence. In any case, it's true that there are many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in the shattered heaven." Yang Kai's expression changed, and then he asked slowly, "There's something I've always been curious about. Would you please enlighten me, senior brother Su?" Su Wang turned to look at him. "Please ask, junior brother." Great forces in the 3,000 worlds are categorized into different classes. A great force with only low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters is 3rd class, while a great force with mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters is 2nd class. Only the cave heavens and paradises can be considered 1st-class great forces. Logically, 3rd-class great forces would become 2nd class one day, and 2nd-class great forces would become 1st class one day. After all, even if there are no cultivators who have directly ascended to the 6th Order in those 2nd-class great forces, quite a number must have directly broken through to the 5th Order. As time passes, those 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would naturally ascend to the 7th Order. However, why is there not even a single 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in any 2nd-class great forces I know of? I haven't been able to figure this out. "I know what you're trying to ask, junior brother," Su Wang replied with a smile. "There are rumors that in order to maintain their dominant positions in the 3,000 worlds, the cave heavens and paradises never allow the 2nd-class great forces to have any high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Once that happens, the cave heavens and paradises will either suppress or make the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who come from those 2nd-class great forces join the cave heavens and paradises." Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't believe such a rumor. Given the depth of the heritages of the cave heavens and paradises, it wouldn't matter if there were some 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the 2nd-class great forces. They wouldn't do such a thing just to destroy their reputations." "Is that how you look at it, junior brother?" Su Wang gazed at him. Yang Kai knitted his brows. "Is it not true?" Su Wang said with a smile, "What if I tell you that the rumor is real?" Yang Kai scowled as he suddenly thought of the proprietress, who was trying to achieve a breakthrough to the 7th Order back in Void Land. If the rumors were true, after she made it to the seventh order, she would be suppressed or forced to join one of the cave heavens and paradises. If that's true, it'd appear that those from the cave heavens and paradises are rather narrow-minded. Su Wang asked with a smile, "Are you disappointed in those so-called cave heavens and paradises?" Yang Kai replied dispassionately, "I never had any hopes for them, so why would I be disappointed?" Su Wang let out a sigh. "Junior brother, the rumors you've heard about are true, but there's a reason behind it, which I'm not at liberty to tell you. Given your aptitude, you'll find out when the time is right. However, I can tell you that the reason the cave heavens and paradises do such a thing isn't to strengthen their rule over the 3,000 worlds, nor are they worried that the second-class great forces would someday grow powerful enough to threaten them. There's a reason that most people are not aware of. The cave heavens and paradises always act with a clear conscience." Yang Kai arched his brow without giving any remark. Su Linggong once told him that the 3,000 worlds were not what it seemed, and now Su Wang was saying something similar. At that instant, Yang Kai felt that his eyes had been shaded by a fog of mystery, which barred him from seeing through the nature of this expansive universe. Besides, do you think there are really no high-rank open heaven realm masters in those second-class great forces? Su Wang put on a smile. "There are quite a number of them actually. Just like what you've said, some of them directly ascended to the fifth order, and as time passed, they reached the seventh order. However, they wouldn't dare to show up easily. That's because once they do, they will instantly catch the attention of the cave heavens and paradises. By then, they'll lose their freedom. Many of those at the peak of the sixth order from the second-class great forces suppress their cultivation and don't dare to achieve an ascension because of that rumor. They're worried that a calamity would befall them once they make it to the seventh order." Yang Kai suddenly recalled a person he had come across in the past, Li Luo Shui, who was the old ancestor of Golden Rainbow Province. When Yang Kai brought his people to storm Golden Rainbow Province, the woman's appearance gave him a real shock. If it wasn't because her realm was unstable since she had just broken through to the seventh order, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to defeat her. Now, it seemed that just like Su Wang had said, Li Luo Shui was one of those cultivators at the peak of the sixth order who hadn't dared to achieve an ascension. Otherwise, it was unlikely that right after he arrived at Golden Rainbow Province, Li Luo Shui was able to make it to the seventh order. Previously, he was still worried that the woman would come to retaliate against him. However, he hadn't heard any news about her over the years. Now, it seemed that the woman was either subdued by one of the cave heavens and paradises, or that she wouldn't dare to show up easily for fear of just that. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4650, An Ingenious Move. Rumor has it that after the high-rank open heaven realm masters from the second-class great forces join the cave heavens and paradises, they'll soon vanish. It's said that they're either imprisoned or secretly killed. Su Wang put on a smile. Over the years, I'd indeed seen some high-rank open heaven realm masters from the second-class great forces. They were brought to Bright King Cave Heaven by the elders in the sect. Yang Kai asked curiously, "How are they now?" Su Wang shook his head. "I'd only met every one of them once. After that, I haven't heard about them anymore, and it's not certain whether they're dead or alive." Yang Kai felt a chill running down his spine. The insinuation in Su Wang's words made him realize that he didn't understand the cave heavens and paradises at all. It's hard for the cave heavens and paradises to monitor the affairs in the shattered heaven. Therefore, many people who have ascended to the high rank will come here to live. Some of them have even come all the way here to achieve a breakthrough in order to avoid catching the attention of the cave heavens and paradises. So, there are not only 7th Order but also 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven. You have to be careful while you're here, junior brother. I'll take note, Yang Kai nodded lightly. However, his heart wasn't as calm as his expression. If what Su Wang had said was true, the waters in the Shattered Heaven were truly muddy. The several 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had hidden among the crowd obviously knew a thing or two about the Universe Cave Heaven. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited here and raced through the portal right after it opened up. Unfortunately, after they entered, the portal instantly disappeared. There was no hope for the others to go in and get some leftovers. Yang Kai was capable of following the traces and forcefully opening the portal, but he wouldn't do such a thing as it wasn't worth the effort. The Shattered Heaven is indeed an amazing place. Yang Kai suddenly sighed, then turned to look in a particular direction and smiled. Don't you agree, Blood Crow? Su Wang's expression turned solemn as he followed Yang Kai's gaze. There were 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, in that direction who were apparently from the same sect. Noticing the stares of Yang Kai and Su Wang, they turned to look at them. The 2 men frowned while appearing both vigilant and perplexed. The woman also asked in puzzlement, "Are you talking to us, senior brother?" Yang Kai flashed a grin at her. "If the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters hadn't appeared and disturbed you, causing your aura to leak, I wouldn't have discovered your whereabouts. Since I've found you, there's no point for you to keep pretending. You're a senior expert, so you should behave like one. Juniors like us will be disappointed if you keep acting dumb." The woman said with displeasure, "I don't know what you're talking about, senior brother." The 2 men beside her glowered at Yang Kai, thinking that he had offended the beautiful woman. Yang Kai sneered, "What's wrong? Are you sick of being a man, so you've decided to live as a woman now?" One of the men bellowed, "Please mind your language, friend. The 3 of us have no grudges against you, nor do we even know you. Have we ever offended you before?" "Are you mistaken?" Su Wang asked in a small voice. He didn't find any traces of Blood Crow coming from that woman, nor could he detect any unusual aura around her. The way the woman reacted was also natural and reasonable, hence, he was puzzled at Yang Kai's accusation. The conflict had caught the attention of many people at the scene. The portal that led to the Universe Cave Heaven had disappeared while several high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had entered it. Many had thus already decided to leave. After all, high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were immensely formidable. They wouldn't dare to snatch anything from them. Since there were no benefits to be gained, they wouldn't mind watching a good show. At that moment, many of them turned to look at the source of the conflict. Right in front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai suddenly extended his hand and summoned his spear. As a light flashed through the weapon, he thrust out his weapon. Faced with the attack, the alluring woman with an hourglass figure didn't even have time to react before her head exploded. Blood started spurting out of the headless corpse like a fountain. Everyone was stunned by this scene. The burly man, who was standing somewhere near Yang Kai, was especially terrified. When Yang Kai asked him a question some time ago, he brushed him off because he was a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master with profound cultivation. Even though he was aware that Yang Kai was also in the 6th Order upon the latter's arrival, it didn't bother him one bit. However, Yang Kai's incredible attack and the heaviness of his world force made the burly man realize the immense difference between them. At that moment, he was covered in cold sweat as he instantly retreated dozens of kilometers, so that he wouldn't be dragged into this mess. In the blink of an eye, the alluring woman was killed just like that. The men beside her were startled for a moment before their eyes reddened. One of them bellowed, "How could you murder Junior Sister Gua? I'll kill you." Upon finishing his words, he summoned a long sword and pushed his world force before charging towards Yang Kai. Although the other person remained silent, he also summoned his artifact as his murderous intent surged. Both of them were only in the 5th Order. Despite knowing that they were no match for Yang Kai, they couldn't keep a cool head since their junior sister was killed for seemingly no reason. Su Wang hurriedly raised his hand and explained, "Please calm down. She wasn't your junior sister. That person was." Before he could explain anything, he felt a spear brushing past his ear. He instinctively tilted his head, and when he looked up again, he realized that the 2 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters had perished together with their junior sister, their heads exploding in the very same way as they passed away. Su Wang turned his head and yelled, "Yang Kai." If Yang Kai hadn't saved him from being killed by Blood Crow, he would have launched an attack on him just now. He initially had a good impression of Yang Kai, which was why he had told him many secrets that were not very important. However, he had never expected that Yang Kai was such a ruthless person who had no qualms about killing people. Until now, he still hadn't detected the aura of Blood Crow from any of these three people. Without gazing at him, Yang Kai looked up with a solemn expression, and then his lips curved into a sneer. "You've indeed lived up to your name as a senior expert. What an ingenious move." Su Wang realized that something was off as well. As he looked around, he saw that about 20 people, who were supposedly onlookers, had just stepped forward. They consisted of men and women as well as young and old people. Their companions gazed at them in shock as they had no idea why these people had stepped forward when they were supposed to just watch the show. In a particular direction, a woman, who was in a group of 4 people, looked at the leaving figure in puzzlement and called out, "Senior Brother Lu?" The person called Senior Brother Lu didn't even turn his head as he spread his palms and activated his world force. He then bellowed, "Anyone can destroy such a devil lord who has no qualms about killing others. Aren't cultivators like us supposed to stand up to injustice?" There was a glow behind the woman's eyes as the already perfect Senior Brother Lu in her heart appeared even more heroic now. She then stepped forward and stood beside him. "I'll assist you, Senior Brother." Upon seeing that, the remaining 3 disciples from the same sect had no choice but to come forward as well. The same thing happened to other groups of people. Initially, there were only some 20 people who had stepped forward, but in the blink of an eye, the number increased to over 70 since the companions of the initial people had come forward. Although Su Wang was from Bright King Cave Heaven, he was still dumbstruck by the sight. He wasn't a fool. He was furious because he thought that Yang Kai had killed some innocent people just now. However, it was awkward that more than 20 people had suddenly come forward together right after that. All of them were Open Heaven Realm Masters who had seen enough of the world to know not to take a stand so easily. They were not headstrong youths and they could decide whether they wanted to fight or kill based on not just emotions, but logic and reason. For such people, it was no different from self-deception to claim to be standing up against injustice. Su Wang would rather believe that there was a problem with the more than 20 people who first stepped forward than naively think that they were really trying to bring the murderer to justice. However, there was supposedly no problem with their companions from the same sects who had come forward to help them out. "What should we do?" Su Wang asked in a small voice. "Just kill them all," Yang Kai replied. Su Wang rolled his eyes. "How are you still in the mood to joke around?" Yang Kai shrugged. "Even if I can't defeat them, I can still flee. None of them can stop me." Su Wang hurriedly said, "Don't forget to bring me with you when you flee. Although the disciples from Bright King Cave Heaven are tough and resilient, it's not like it's fun to be beaten up by so many people." "It'll depend on my mood," Yang Kai replied dispassionately. A speechless Su Wang stared at him. "We are disciples of Bright King Cave Heaven." Yang Kai suddenly raised his spear and shouted. At the same time, he secretly kicked Su Wang. After Su Wang got his hint, a thought flashed through his mind as the golden, immovable Bright King body appeared behind him. He wasn't in the mood to reprimand Yang Kai for pretending to be a disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven. At this point, it was the best choice to make use of Bright King Cave Heaven's name. As expected, after Su Wang activated the immovable Bright King body, the group of 70 or so people became wary. They certainly knew that Bright King Cave Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens. "We were pursuing Blood Crow Divine Monarch and have chased him all the way to this place. Blood Crow has many deceitful tricks up his sleeves. The 3 people I killed just now were controlled by his blood principles. Even your companions have ended up the same. They're no longer the friends or family you once knew." Yang Kai looked provokingly at the more than 20 people who first stepped forward. The whole crowd broke into a commotion. Blood Crow Divine Monarch was infamous in the Shattered Heaven. He was an expert in the Tao of Blood who loved to absorb the blood essence of cultivators. Those who were targeted by him would end up in a horrible state. The emotions in their hearts were undulated when they heard Yang Kai's words. Some of the agile ones immediately moved away from their companions who looked perfectly normal. Nevertheless, most of them were still doubtful. After all, they hadn't separated from their companions recently. They would have noticed it if Blood Crow was really around. "Senior Brother Lu." The woman called out in a shaking voice as she gazed at the man's profile, "Is what he has said true?" Senior brother Lu didn't seem to hear her as he looked impassively towards the front. The woman suddenly covered her mouth as her tears slid down her face like the pearls after the string snapped. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4651, Our goal has been achieved. Why are you crying, junior sister? Senior brother Lu suddenly turned his head and looked smilingly at his junior sister. The woman shook her head as a glow of resentment radiated from her teary eyes. You're not senior brother Lu. Silly girl. Senior brother Lu put on a smile. Who could I be if I'm not your senior brother Lu? He then touched the woman's delicate face. His hand felt as cold as a snake, causing the woman's heart to freeze over in an instant. A sword suddenly appeared in her hand as a cold glint radiated from her weapon. She directly thrust her sword into Senior Brother Lu's chest. Senior Brother Lu looked down at the weapon in his chest, but he didn't react in a way that was expected of an injured person. Although his heart had been shredded by the woman's world force, he still appeared calm and collected. People in love can also be the cruelest. He then clenched the woman's neck. His blood squirmed out of the wound in his chest as though it was a living creature, which then turned into blood mist. Regardless of how hard the woman tried, she could not escape his grip. The blood mist soon engulfed her as she disappeared from everyone's sight. When the blood mist dissipated, she was nowhere to be seen. The remaining 3 disciples from the same sect were stunned. Senior brother Lu turned his head and bellowed, "You've been chasing after me for a long time, Yang Kai, but do you really think this monarch is afraid of you? I have a lot of blood sacrifices now. Let's see how you can fight with me." The strangest part was that as Senior brother Lu spoke, the more than 20 people who first stepped forward also said the same thing in the same tone. Over 20 people performed hand seals and shouted, "Raging Blood Sea." Following that, all of them exploded and turned into blood mist as they spread out across the void. The same thing happened to the 3 people previously killed by Yang Kai. The blood sea took shape and covered a large area as it madly expanded. The Open Heaven Realm Masters, who had stepped forward alongside their fellow disciples, were unable to dodge it and were directly swept into the blood sea. Other than shrieks, the noise of artifacts and secret techniques being unleashed was also heard. The place soon descended into chaos. In just a moment though, the noises died down, and only the weltering blood sea remained. The onlookers in the distance hurriedly flew backwards upon seeing the turn of events. Those who were agile instantly escaped while the sluggish ones were pulled towards the blood sea by blood dragons which had manifested from it. Inside the blood sea, Yang Kai and Su Wang pressed their backs against one another as blood weltered around them. They were like 2 reefs in the sea that protected the only pure land left. "Junior brother, if I'm killed here, please bring my corpse back to Bright King Cave Heaven," Su Wang shouted. Yang Kai broke into laughter. "Do you think your corpse will remain if you die here?" It was then Su Wang thought of the eerie methods of Blood Crow Divine Monarch. With a dejected expression, he continued, "It's horrible to die without a complete corpse." So you'd better not die," Yang Kai smiled. As they spoke, the blood sea in front of them contorted and formed into a curvy figure, the same one Yang Kai had killed with his spear earlier. The woman's eyes were filled with hatred as she clenched her own neck. Like the most ferocious ghost, she stared fixedly at Yang Kai while her blood streamed down from her eyes, which looked horrifying as she screeched, "Your spear hurt." "Cheap tricks." Yang Kai snorted and pushed out his spear before exploding the woman's head, just like how she was killed some time ago. However, this time, her head soon grew back into shape as though she was immortal and indestructible. She continued staring resentfully at Yang Kai as she snarled, "So what if I let you kill me 100 or 1,000 times? Can you destroy this monarch? Just stand there and let me jab my spear into you 1,000 times and we'll find out." Yang Kai extended his spear again. On the tip of the spear, a black ball the size of a fist exploded and turned into a black hole before absorbing everything around it. Several figures consecutively appeared. Most of them were the cultivators that were killed by Blood Crow just now. Yang Kai had never even met these people, but it was apparent that they were killed and refined by Blood Crow. The powers of these people ranged from the Third Order to the Sixth Order as they emerged from the Blood Sea. Blood Crow alone could create an army. Yang Kai continued wielding his spear while Su Wang's fists turned into countless phantoms as they battled against the tide. Nevertheless, their efforts were futile. Regardless of how many times these people were killed, they could be swiftly resurrected. As the intense battle dragged on, Yang Kai furrowed his brows. He initially intended to use his cow punch secret technique to end this. However, Blood Crow had suffered a setback before and had apparently learned his lesson. Yang Kai was unable to find any traces of the other party's aura. "Junior brother, it's not like we can do this forever. Blood Crow obviously wants to deplete our strength. Once he succeeds, we'll be at a big disadvantage." Su Wang suddenly spoke to him secretly. Yang Kai remained calm despite knowing that what Su Wang had said was true. Anyone who wasn't blind could figure out Blood Crow's intentions here. Outside the astral wind divine ability back then, Blood Crow used the same trick to deal with Su Wang. If Yang Kai hadn't suddenly appeared from the astral wind and caught Blood Crow off guard, Su Wang would have been killed. This time, Blood Crow was using the same trick while both Su Wang and Yang Kai were unable to get out of the trap. Since the Blood Sea had taken shape and the space around them had been sealed off, it was also impossible for Yang Kai to use instantaneous movement to escape. "What's your plan, senior brother Su?" Yang Kai secretly asked. "I want you to join forces with me to fight our way out of here, junior brother." Yang Kai frowned upon hearing that. To him, it wasn't hard to fight their way out of this place. No one was a match for him unless he was faced with a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Although Blood Crow's moves were indeed strange and mysterious, he was still just a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Despite the fact that he was an old monster who had been reborn and that he had the foundation of a Seventh Order Master, his strength was still limited to his current realm. While Blood Crow wanted to deplete their strength, Yang Kai was actually trying to do the same. That was why he engaged in a protracted fight with him in the Blood Sea. To him, it was pointless to simply defeat Blood Crow. Only by destroying Blood Crow completely would it be useful. Otherwise, given the guy's capabilities to flee and save himself, he would recover sooner or later as long as he survived. Upon realizing that Yang Kai didn't respond to him, Su Wang spoke to him via divine sense again. "Please trust me, junior brother." Yang Kai's expression changed and then he nodded. "Please do your best, senior brother. I'll have your back." Su Wang guffawed. "I definitely will." He then roared and fully activated his immovable Bright King body. A gigantic golden figure expanded and turned into a 1,000 meters tall colossus. It even showed some signs of materializing. Yang Kai gazed at the golden figure in amazement. Given Su Wang's heritage, he had definitely reached the threshold of acquiring a divine manifestation. If nothing unexpected happened after he ascended to the Seventh Order, it would only take him some time before he could comprehend his own divine manifestation. It had to be noted that Zuoquan Hui, a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, didn't have his own divine manifestation, which went to show how difficult this was to achieve. Tizheng from Myriad Demons Cave Heaven had showcased his divine manifestation once, but he subsequently died for some unknown reason. The competition between Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters wasn't just about the heritages of their small universes. The possession of divine manifestations was also a big factor. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who could use divine manifestations were definitely stronger than those in the same order who couldn't. Su Wang raised his hand and revealed a long sword, which was not beautiful or delicately made. However, with the sword in his hand, he had become even more imposing. The cultivators of Bright King Cave Heaven focused on body tempering, making their bodies their strongest artifacts. Despite that, it didn't mean they wouldn't use artifacts, but when they did, it meant that they were going all out. Following Su Wang's movements, the 1,000 meters tall golden figure shadowed him and unsheathed a huge sword from its waist. When Su Wang brought down his sword, the golden figure did the same as he had fully activated his world force. A huge gash was then formed in the blood sea upon impact. Without stopping, Su Wang charged forward as countless figures came right at him. Nevertheless, he was unfazed while staring fixedly at the front. Yang Kai wielded his spear and exploded all the figures before they could come near them. The speed these figures could resurrect was slower than the speed Yang Kai could kill. In the blink of an eye, they had moved across a 1,000 kilometers distance and reached the end of the gash. Su Wang brought down his sword and formed another gash. After 3 times doing this, he finally formed an opening in the blood sea that had surrounded them. The heaven sealing and earth locking trap started showing signs of weakening. Yang Kai grabbed Su Wang's shoulders as he was ready to manipulate space principles to take them out. Upon realizing Yang Kai's intention though, Su Wang grasped and clenched the other man's arms. Yang Kai was puzzled, and while he was in a dazed state, the crack in the blood sea had healed, which meant that they had lost the best chance to flee. Su Wang had turned pale after making 3 moves. It was obvious that such a divine ability was quite energy-consuming for him. Even the huge golden figure behind him had dimmed noticeably. He proactively dispelled his immovable bright king body, as though he was ready to entrust his safety to Yang Kai. He then directly sat down with his legs crossed and grinned, "Our goal has been achieved." While Yang Kai looked at him doubtfully, Su Wang fished out something and tossed it into the blood sea. Yang Kai could clearly see that it was a lid, but he was unable to figure out anything special about it. However, after Su Wang threw out the lid, Yang Kai could detect a flustered aura coming from the blood sea. The blood slaves who originally kept appearing suddenly quieted down. A ferocious aura suddenly descended on this place from a few million kilometers away. Even surrounded by the blood sea, Yang Kai could feel as though his skin had been jabbed with countless needles. The trap around him seemed ready to tie him down. On the other hand, Su Wang grinned. "After I parted ways with you previously, I contacted my martial uncle who was stationed in the Shattered Heaven. Back then, 2 disciples from Bright King Cave Heaven were killed in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven by Blood Crow Divine Monarch. Therefore, my martial uncle was sent here to hunt Blood Crow down. Still, Blood Crow is truly cunning. Although martial uncle personally made a move, he still couldn't find Blood Crow's whereabouts, so he has been unable to accomplish his mission thus far." Martial Peak, Chapter 4652, Capturing Blood Crow. Blood Crow is a cautious person. If he had detected Martial Uncle's aura, he wouldn't have easily shown up. Therefore, Martial Uncle could only follow my aura from a distance and make a judgment of the best time to make a move. Since my aura has been blocked while we are surrounded by the blood sea, Martial Uncle must have some speculations already. Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Kai said, "So, you wanted to break through the blood sea to send out your aura, which would help your senior identify your location." Su Wang smiled and nodded. "Exactly. In order to achieve the goal, Martial Uncle even split his natal artifact into 2 and let me keep part of it. While he plays it by ear from a distance, I'll be assisting him here. Regardless of how powerful Blood Crow is, he won't be able to flee now." Yang Kai gazed at the dissipating blood sea and commented, "He's doomed, then." Inside the blood sea, the lid that was tossed away by Su Wang expanded rapidly. As they spoke, the lid had expanded by a radius of several hundred kilometers and directly covered the blood sea. Regardless of how the blood sea raged, it was unable to get out of the lid. Upon realizing that something was off, Blood Crow instantly decided to flee as he led the blood sea in a different direction. However, the lid relentlessly followed him and changed its size according to the movements of the blood sea. A gigantic dark shadow descended from above next. It wasn't certain what it was, but it soon became one with the lid and trapped the blood sea inside it. Yang Kai could faintly see a tall figure hovering above the dark shadow. While he performed different hand seals, his world force surged and revealed a 7th-order pressure. Blood Crow certainly wouldn't sit still and wait for death as his immense power undulated. There was no doubt that a cornered beast would fight back. However, there was a massive gap between their orders, and the other party managed to get the upper hand by trapping Blood Crow inside his artifact right from the start. Regardless of how hard Blood Crow tried, he could not escape. An incense stick later, the dark shadow contracted. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai realized it was something that looked like a fish basket. There were gaps around the fish basket through which one could see the weltering blood inside it. What was amazing was that the blood couldn't seep out through the gaps, as though it had been restricted by a mysterious power. A person grabbed the fish basket and casually placed it over his shoulder. The sight caused Yang Kai to be drenched in cold sweat. Su Wang took a step forward and cupped his fist. Fisherman Martial Uncle. Voidland's Yang Kai greets Senior. Yang Kai also cupped his fist. It wasn't until this moment that he had time to examine this person, who didn't have the demeanor of a high-rank open heaven realm master at all. Yang Kai could be considered a worldly person. When he previously met up with those from the cave heavens and paradises while he was in the star boundary, he had chatted with some 80 to 100 high-rank open heaven realm masters, so he was not unfamiliar with such people. While Yu Changdao had a sage-like temperament, even Su Ling Gong, who loved spouting nonsense, was an imposing presence. However, Yang Kai had never seen a high-rank open heaven realm master who appeared as strange as the person before his eyes. Su Wang called him Fisherman Martial Uncle, and true to his title, he looked just like a fisherman. While wearing a bamboo hat and a straw coat, he was barefoot with rolled-up leggings. Presently, there was a fish basket over his shoulder. If he also held a bamboo stick, he would look like a common fisherman in the winter. Nevertheless, the fish he had caught this time was Blood Crow. The fisherman raised his hand and lifted the bamboo hat that had slightly blocked his sight. After taking a glance at Yang Kai, he said with a smile, "It's said that every generation will see a fair share of talented people. This old master has heard a lot about you over the years." Yang Kai replied humbly, "Many thanks for your compliment, Senior." The fisherman slowly continued, "There's no need to be overly humble. You've done a great service with the star boundary. All cave heavens and paradises owe you a favor." He then took a glance at Su Wang and asked in a solemn voice, "I detected the auras of several high-rank open heaven realm masters in this place some time ago. What happened?" Su Wang then told him what had happened when the portal that led to the universe cave heaven opened. The fisherman was surprised as he looked at the depths of the void where the portal was located, but soon said after a sigh, "Unfortunately, this old master has to return to Bright King Cave Heaven. Otherwise, I could have stayed and watched a good show." Su Wang darted his gaze around before saying, "Please go back with peace of mind, Martial Uncle. I'll stay here." He was curious about the universe cave heaven. The fisherman shook his head, "You have to go back with me." Su Wang then sported a dejected expression. With a smile, the fisherman went on to say, "You've made a contribution by assisting me to capture Blood Crow. Did you forget what reward you'll get? There'll be an opportunity in 1 year. If you don't come back with me, you'll have to wait at least a dozen years for the next opportunity." Upon hearing that, Su Wang changed his mind in an instant. "I'll obey your orders, Martial Uncle." As they spoke, the fish basket over the fisherman's shoulder started shaking violently. It was apparent that Blood Crow was trying to struggle out of it. The fisherman then landed a forceful slap on it, after which no more noises were heard. Su Wang said, "Junior brother Yang has made a significant contribution in helping to capture Blood Crow. If he hadn't helped me escape previously, I would have been killed. After that, he came all the way here to hunt Blood Crow down. It was also thanks to junior brother Yang that I was able to send out a signal just now. Doesn't our sect have any reward for him?" The fisherman put on a smile and gazed at Yang Kai. "If you were a disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven, you could have a chance to enter our small source world just like Su Wang. Unfortunately, you are not from our sect, so we can't give such a reward to an outsider." An opportunity to enter a small source world was extremely precious. That was because every time a person received training in a small source world, it was akin to gaining some of the heritage of that world. Yang Kai had experienced the divine armament world of Yin Yang Cave Heaven before, so he was fully aware of this. If he were not a son-in-law of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, and if Su Ling Gong hadn't done his best to make it happen, Yang Kai wouldn't have gotten the chance to enter the divine armament world either. The cave heavens and paradises all had their own small source worlds, but they would only allow the best disciples of their sects to enter for life experience. Since Su Wang had made a significant contribution, he could enter the small source world of Bright King Cave Heaven, but Yang Kai couldn't get this reward. If you have any requests, just speak them. I'll agree to them if I have the right to do so. If it's not up to me to make a decision, I'll inform the higher-ups in the sect about it and see what they say. Yang Kai directly took a glance at the fish basket that confined Blood Crow and asked, "Senior, may I know what will happen to Blood Crow?" The fisherman shook his head. "I have no idea." Although he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he wasn't in any place to make a decision on how to deal with Blood Crow, who was an old monster that had been reborn by occupying someone else's body. Yang Kai nodded gently. "If there's a chance, I want a copy of the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture." "I can't agree to that right away. If possible, I'll tell Su Wang to send the copy to Voidland. If it's not achievable, you don't have to keep waiting." Although the fisherman didn't reject him directly, Yang Kai could feel that the chance was slim. After all, the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture was truly abstruse, and by giving a copy to someone they might accidentally create another Blood Crow. Therefore, they probably wouldn't let that happen. Nevertheless, Yang Kai still expressed his gratitude by saying, "Many thanks, Senior." The fisherman nodded while Su Wang cupped his fist. "Farewell, the junior brother. I hope that the next time we meet, both of us will already be in the high-rank Open Heaven realm." "I hope so too, senior brother," Yang Kai replied with a smile. The fisherman and Su Wang then left the place together. Yang Kai remained on the same spot and watched them leave, after which he turned to look at the portal that led to the Universe Cave Heaven. Earlier, the appearance of Blood Crow caused this place to plunge into chaos. About 70 to 80 out of the hundreds of Open Heaven Realm Masters were instantly killed, which were a lot of casualties. Furthermore, after several high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters showed up, most surviving cultivators stayed away from this place, and they wouldn't even dare to observe what was going on. Even the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were nowhere to be seen now. After all, several 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had shown up. No one would dare snatch food from the tiger's mouth. The place was originally bustling with noise, but now Yang Kai was the only one left, which he was glad to see. Although the portal that led to the Universe Cave Heaven had closed, it had opened up several times before and left behind some traces. Others might not have a way to enter it, but Yang Kai could forcefully open the portal since he was a master of the Tao of Space. It would just take him some time to do so. He thus activated his divine sense. While restoring his strength, Yang Kai tried to capture the remaining traces in the void, and an incense stick later, he managed to grasp a lead. Yang Kai pushed his space principles, stabbing them into the portal like a sharp knife as he slowly increased his output to force it open. After some time, a black hole the size of a fist appeared in front of Yang Kai. The aura of a universe world wafted through the black hole. As the black hole expanded, the aura of the universe world became increasingly conspicuous. Soon, it had become the size of a wash basin. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression changed drastically. A horrifying force burst out of the portal he had forcefully opened. The unsuspecting Yang Kai was hit in the chest by this force and sent flying away as though he had been struck by lightning. While the vitality in his chest weltered, his vision darkened as though he had been struck by a divine ability from someone in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Even his small universe was in turmoil. Before he could stabilize himself, he felt an even more dangerous aura coming out of the portal. A terrified Yang Kai turned to look at the opening, which should have disappeared as soon as he stopped holding it open. However, it instead had started expanding uncontrollably, as though it was going to swallow the entire void. What's going on? Yang Kai was astounded. He just wanted to open the portal to take a peek inside the Universe Cave Heaven, so his movements shouldn't have caused such an incident to happen. While he was in a daze, he could faintly see a few figures battling against each other through the portal. There was a burly middle-aged man, an old woman with gray hair, a young boy, and a young woman with a curvy figure. They were all the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who had previously entered the Universe Cave Heaven. Yang Kai's expression instantly darkened. Are these people out of their minds? How could they engage in an all-out battle inside a Universe Cave Heaven? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4653, Familiar Escape. Although the Universe Cave Heaven was left behind by a cultivator who was at least in the Eighth Order, it was ancient after all. It could accommodate several high-rank masters who came in to explore, but it certainly couldn't bear the impact of a battle between such masters. People who could make it to the high rank were not fools, but despite knowing the consequences, they still engaged in an intense struggle. Yang Kai was curious about the reason that caused these high-rank masters, who had been living furtively in the Shattered Heaven all these years, to be so determined to destroy one another. Without any time to ponder on it, he quickly ran away because, while the black hole was rapidly expanding, a dangerous aura was felt coming from the Universe Cave Heaven. The next instant, the void trembled as countless shattered spirit provinces of different sizes shot out in all directions. It looked like a universe world had exploded all of a sudden. In fact, that was indeed the case. The Universe Cave Heaven that had remained hidden in the void for years collapsed due to the fierce battle among these high-rank masters. A violent force swept out and even the high-rank masters had to stop fighting as they activated their powers to ward off the impact after the Universe Cave Heaven came apart. Although Yang Kai had fled as early as possible, he still staggered upon impact. He was like a ship that was navigating across an ocean in a thunderstorm. A moment seemed to have gone by, but it also felt as though a million years had passed as the terrifying fallout slowly subsided. However, a huge black hole had appeared in the void where the portal of the Universe Cave Heaven was located, and a horrifying aura of nihility was felt coming from it. As soon as Yang Kai stabilized himself, he felt a crawling sensation on his scalp because when he looked up, he saw that the high-rank masters had turned into rays of light as they charged towards him. All of them were filled with murderous intent as their auras surged. At this moment, they were still exchanging moves, which caused the surrounding space to descend into chaos. Although these people were regarded as cowards by Su Wang, they were still high-rank masters in the end. They might not be comparable to Zuoquan Hui from Thousand Cranes Paradise, but they certainly were not much weaker. Zuoquan Hui alone was enough to cause so much trouble to Voidland. Now that 5 high-rank masters were coming at him, Yang Kai wouldn't dare to remain on the same spot. Given his current strength, if he was dragged into the fight, he would be badly injured, if not killed. Just when he was preparing to use instantaneous movement to flee, he frowned and looked at a certain shattered spirit province that was coming right at him. The shattered spirit province was apparently a part of the Universe Cave Heaven that had fallen apart. It seemed to be a small part of a mountain range with several mountains that were connected. However, Yang Kai could detect an amazing aura coming from one of the mountains. He had no idea what was hidden on the mountain, but he soon realized that he wasn't so unlucky after all. It was just that he happened to be escaping in the same direction the treasure the high-rank masters were fighting over was flying. Since the high-rank masters had their eyes on this treasure, there was no way it was not valuable. Therefore, despite not knowing what was hidden on the mountain, it didn't stop Yang Kai from making a bold move. Instead of backing down, he shot towards the shattered spirit province. After he got close, he directly opened his own small universe and stored the spirit province inside it. He didn't have time to examine it, so he could only act so. Although there might be some potential problems doing this, he reckoned that fortune favored the bold. The potential problems were the last of his concerns now. In an instant, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were originally determined to kill one another in a heated battle, stopped. Both shocked and furious, they stared at Yang Kai and engulfed him with their divine senses. None of them had expected that while they were hacking each other to death, a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm boy that they didn't have any regard for would come over and snatch their prize. "Brat, you court death!" the middle-aged man roared. The others directly sent out ferocious divine abilities at Yang Kai. The divine abilities seemed able to destroy the heavens and shatter the earth before they even reached their target. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't stand still and wait for death. In fact, the moment he put the shattered spirit province inside his small universe, he also activated his space principles and disappeared from the spot the next instant. The fierce world forces arrived and shattered the void. Nevertheless, when the high-rank masters came over, Yang Kai was already nowhere to be found. Space principles. The old woman sported a dark expression while the others turned grim. They initially thought that even though the Sixth Order brat had snatched their treasure, he couldn't possibly escape from them. Although the treasure was precious, he would need to stay alive to enjoy it. Since they were making a move together, they thought they could easily subdue a mere Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. However, since the other party was a master of the Tao of Space, things had become thorny. The young woman in the Seventh Order fell silent for a moment before she turned to look in a particular direction. She then turned into a ray of light and shot forward. Seeing that, the others followed her without hesitation. The high-rank masters, who were initially determined to destroy one another, seemed to have tacitly come to an agreement as they put down their grudges and pursued Yang Kai together. Nevertheless, only they knew whether there were any secret exchanges of moves while they were on the road. In the depths of the shattered heaven, Yang Kai was running away at full speed. The situation he was in seemed oddly familiar to him. He suddenly recalled that after he ran away from Seven Wonders Land, he arrived at a dying sun star where he obtained the carcass of a mature golden crow. Following that, he was chased after by several people. At that time, he was just an Emperor Realm cultivator, while the ones running after him were a group of low-rank and mid-rank masters, which included the proprietress. Eventually, he managed to escape and return to First Inn, though he was in a battered state when he arrived. Back then, he was ignorant and uninformed as he had never heard of the universe transference law before. He initially thought that he had gotten rid of the proprietress, but when he saw that she suddenly appeared from First Inn to stop him, he was flabbergasted. If it weren't because he had a golden feather given to him by the divine spirit Miameng, he couldn't have snuck into First Inn. Since then, he and the proprietress had become one family. Thinking back on that incident was a pretty embarrassing memory for Yang Kai. First Inn was destroyed, which made him owe the proprietress a lot of open heaven pills. He had no choice but to become a waiter and debt collector for the inn to pay off his due. Although he was weak at that time, he was also carefree. Regardless of what happened, the proprietress would solve the problem for him. After he and Bai Chi made a scene in Wind and Cloud Auction House in Thousand Bird Star City, it was the proprietress who showed up and settled the issue for them. Now, he was in a similar situation as when he snatched the golden crow carcass from the Open Heaven Realm Masters. He was also being pursued by masters that he found difficult to deal with. However, this time, there was no First Inn for him to seek shelter in. With that said, he was no longer an Emperor Realm Junior who was powerless to deal with Open Heaven Realm Masters. He could feel divine senses coming from behind him, and although he kept manipulating space principles, he was unable to shake them off. He couldn't help but lament that it was truly difficult to deal with high-rank masters. If it weren't because he was an expert in the Tao of Space, he would have no choice but to wait for death. He wondered what was hidden in the shattered spirit province that made these high-rank masters covet it so greatly. They were relentlessly pursuing him as though he had snatched their wives or daughters. While running away, he didn't even have time to examine his reward. Nevertheless, the high-rank master's action proved that the treasure was truly valuable, or else they wouldn't have reacted in such a way. A few days later, he realized that one of the divine senses had disappeared, making him wonder whether the person had given up or was forced to give up somehow. Several days later, another divine sense vanished. While fleeing, Yang Kai couldn't help but put on a grin. It was possible that the first high-rank master who backed down had given up because there was no hope of catching Yang Kai, but that wouldn't make sense when the same thing happened to the second person. Hence, it was obvious that those high-rank masters were not united after all. While pursuing Yang Kai, they must have exchanged moves to destroy their opponents. Therefore, only 3 out of the initial 5 high-rank masters were left. Although the number of people had almost halved, that made no difference to Yang Kai. He couldn't help but ponder on the possibility of slowing down so that the remaining 3 would believe that he was on his last legs. In that case, they might kill off one another before getting to him. However, while he was still contemplating this plan, his expression suddenly changed as he staggered and flipped upside down. He then kept tumbling through the void as he hurtled forward. The turn of events astounded Yang Kai, as the first thing that came to his mind was that he had been struck by someone. Nevertheless, he soon realized that the problem came from his own small universe. Presently, his small universe was in chaos. The ground was shaking in a way as though there was an earthquake going on. All the world force in his small universe was also madly streaming towards a certain spot. Yang Kai turned pale as he tried to stop it, but his efforts were in vain. He could only watch as his world force was consumed by something. When he activated his divine sense and examined the situation, he was dumbfounded by what he saw. The thing that caused the disaster in his small universe was none other than the shattered spirit province he had rashly put inside his small universe earlier. It was easy to identify, as the shattered spirit province was a part of the universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th order or 9th order open heaven realm master, so it still contained its original owner's aura and world force. Right after Yang Kai stored it, he sealed it off inside his small universe. If he hadn't done that, the world force of someone else would have seeped into his small universe. Once that happened, it would take him a lot of effort to get rid of the impurities that didn't belong to him. He initially intended to settle the issue regarding the shattered spirit province after he had escaped to a safe place. However, there was a change of plan now, as the shattered spirit province had settled down and merged with his small universe for no apparent reason. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4654, for Universe Pillars, World Spring. The world force that was originally in the shattered spirit province started streaming into Yang Kai's small universe. It was supposed to be the source of power for the owner, but to Yang Kai, it was nothing but impurities that affected his foundation. It wouldn't have mattered if that was all, though. After Yang Kai killed Zuoquan Hui in the past, his small universe was also filled with impurities from the latter's small universe. It only took him some time to get rid of them. The crux of the problem was that the world force in his small universe was madly leaving him, which caught him off guard. That was the reason he was all flustered and battered. As Yang Kai suppressed his weltering vitality, he took a glance at his small universe and became stunned. He could see that there was a spring that had landed in his small universe alongside the shattered spirit province and settled down. The spring was deep and crystal clear. As his world force streamed into it, the spring became increasingly fortified. Following the appearance of this spring, some subtle changes took place in his small universe. He could feel a stream of invisible but truly existent aura wafting from the spring and assimilating into his small universe. What in the world is this? Yang Kai was both shocked and doubtful. He initially thought that there was an artifact or a precious treasure hidden in the shattered spirit province. It never crossed his mind that it was a spring. Furthermore, the spring was madly absorbing his world force in order to integrate into his small universe. Although he was taken aback because of that, he had a feeling that it was an invaluable treasure. Yang Kai could confirm that the spring belonged to the owner of the universe cave heaven, and the reason the high-rank masters got into a fight must have been to claim ownership of this thing. It was just that Yang Kai came across it first and snatched it. Fortunately, even though the turn of events was shocking, the spring didn't suck all of Yang Kai's power out. More than 10 breaths later, the noise in his small universe subsided as he finally managed to stabilize himself. 3 divine senses targeted him from behind at that moment as they sent out their divine abilities at the same time. Drenched in cold sweat, Yang Kai instantaneously disappeared from the spot. A moment later, 3 figures shot past this place. They were the old woman with gray hair, the young woman with a curvy figure, and the middle-aged man with an ordinary face. Presently, their streams of divine sense were entangled with one another. Although they were united in chasing after Yang Kai, that didn't stop them from secretly exchanging moves. 2 people were defeated earlier and were forced to look for a place to recuperate. If nothing unexpected happened, given Yang Kai's cultivation and his mastery over the Tao of space, even 37th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't be able to capture him, let alone 3 people. However, Since the day when the spring settled into his small universe, it would break out from time to time, and each time it did, Yang Kai's world force would madly leave him while his small universe fell into turmoil. During these events, he was unable to keep running. He could only stop to adjust his breathing and consume a lot of open heaven pills to replenish his energy. Fortunately, the breakouts usually wouldn't last for a long time. Sometimes they'd last more than 10 breaths, and sometimes they'd only last for a few breaths. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly have kept escaping. However, with this being the case, Yang Kai was never able to fully shake off the 3 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters chasing him. Every time he successfully widened the gap between them, the turmoil in his small universe would make his effort go down the drain. Yang Kai was so exasperated that he wanted to curse. However, compared to the displeasure he felt while running away, he was pleasantly surprised by the transformation taking place in his small universe. That was because he realized that every time a breakout took place, his small universe would become sturdier by a small margin. These changes were intangible but real. If the small universes of Open Heaven Realm Masters were compared to houses, the small universe of a low-rank master was like a dilapidated cottage where water would leak through the ceiling should there be any rainy weather. The small universe of a mid-rank master was like a solid wooden house. It was definitely better than the broken cottage, but it wasn't anything amazing. On the other hand, the small universe of a high-rank master was like a finely made stone house. Its foundation wouldn't be destroyed even if there was a fierce storm. There was no way the house would be shattered unless it was faced with extreme weather. Yang Kai's original small universe was somewhere between a wooden house and a stone house. It was neither good nor bad. However, as the invisible aura continued streaming out from the spring, Yang Kai's small universe, which was his house, became increasingly fortified. It was like a barrier was being slowly erected inside his small universe, reinforcing its very structure. Despite not knowing what the spring was, Yang Kai figured out that it was a precious item that was beneficial to a cultivator's small universe just by observing the transformation in his own small universe. The information he had read from the ancient books flashed through his mind as he had a speculation about the thing he had accidentally snatched from the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. A world spring. One of the 4 universe pillars. There were 4 universe pillars, which were the profound fish, world spring, starry night sea, and full sky cloud. Although they were not the most precious treasures in the expansive universe, they were still extremely rare and valuable, only really inferior to supreme treasures. These 4 universe pillars didn't provide help to one's cultivation or increase their rate of cultivation. However, each of them could fortify the small universe of an Open Heaven Realm Master, making it impossible for others to invade or even shake it. Such an item was useless to any cultivator below the Open Heaven Realm, but it was a sought-after treasure for any Open Heaven Realm Master. If Yang Kai was faced with an opponent who possessed one of the 4 universe pillars, his cow punch secret technique would be useless. That was because he had to follow the traces of their world force back to his opponent's small universe through his secret technique. With one of the 4 universe pillars in possession, the opponent's small universe would be void of any imperfections and much sturdier than average. Regardless of how powerful Yang Kai was, he would never be able to harm the other party's small universe, thus rendering his cow punch unusable. The small universe of a cultivator who possessed one of the 4 universe pillars would be extremely sturdy and would essentially never fall into chaos. When Yang Kai dealt with powerful opponents, sometimes his small universe would shake when he was hit hard enough by his opponent's attacks, which caused his flow of world force to also become unstable, causing him to be at a deep disadvantage. This was an inevitable reality for all cultivators and would happen to Yang Kai when he fought high-rank masters. However, with one of the 4 universe pillars strengthening their small universe, an Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't have such worries when engaging in a life-and-death battle. When one small universe was sturdy while the other had destabilized, there was no doubt that the former would get the upper hand given that their heritages were equally matched. The benefits of the 4 universe pillars were immense for any Open Heaven Realm Master. In fact, these 4 items were not the only treasures in the world that could strengthen the small universe, but they were the most effective and powerful, which was why they were called the four universe pillars. With any one of them in possession, a cultivator's small universe would be unshakable. Besides the four great universe pillars, there were also the 12 minor universe pillars. Any one of them was extremely hard to find, and the average person wouldn't be able to see one in their lifetime. Yang Kai initially hadn't realized what the spring was, but as he observed the transformation going on in his small universe recently, he could confirm that he had obtained one of the four universe pillars, the world spring. It was no wonder that the high-rank masters were determined to destroy one another to get this item. It had to be noted that they had always hidden in the depths of the shattered heaven and usually wouldn't show up once in 100 years, but now there were 5 of them who appeared at once. It wouldn't have happened if the treasure wasn't alluring enough. They must be aware of the situation in the universe cave heaven, so they had been waiting there in advance so that they could be the first to get in and fight for the treasure. However, they eventually caused the universe cave heaven to collapse, and the shattered spirit province where the world spring was located coincidentally flew towards Yang Kai, who decided to snatch it. Upon confirming that it was the world spring, Yang Kai felt both pleasantly surprised and helpless. He was pleasantly surprised because he wouldn't have to be afraid of dealing with opponents who were stronger than he was with this thing in his possession. On the other hand, he felt helpless because the high-rank masters would never let him off since he had snatched such a treasure from them. The world spring was still in the process of integrating into his small universe. During this period of time, it would absorb a lot of the world force and cause some occasional breakouts, which was why Yang Kai was so flustered. He also didn't have time to get rid of the impurities in his body. While running away, he was even forced to choke down a lot of open heaven pills from time to time to restore his energy. The originally conspicuous streams of divine sense behind him had become intermittent. It was apparent that the gap between them had widened, and it was hard for the high-rank masters to accurately locate him. He believed that he would be able to get rid of them in a few days. 3 days later, all of the divine senses had disappeared. It was then Yang Kai let out a long breath. It was the first time he was chased after by so many high-rank masters, and it was extremely difficult to shake them off. Without stopping, he made a detour and kept flying for a few days before landing on a shattered spirit province. There were countless shattered spirit provinces of different sizes in the shattered heaven. After witnessing the sight of the universe cave heaven getting destroyed, Yang Kai finally realized how these shattered spirit provinces came to be. They were either the broken pieces of universe cave heavens and universe paradises, or the things left behind the universe worlds of ancient times. This place was desolate and void of people, so Yang Kai found a hidden place and concealed his aura before sitting down with his legs crossed. After some calculations, he believed that it was about time for the world spring to absorb his world force again. Yang Kai had no idea when this kind of torture would end. He had only read some information about the 4 universe pillars from some ancient books, but he had never expected that one would go through so much trouble by putting one of them inside their small universe. It was no wonder that while the high-rank masters were killing each other, none of them attempted to put the world spring in their small universe. Yang Kai initially thought that they didn't have the energy to do so, but it now seemed that it was just one of the reasons. The most important reason was that they were aware of what would happen after they stored the world spring. Therefore, before getting rid of all other opponents, none of them would foolishly take it, or else they would be creating a chance for the opponents to destroy them. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4655, If One Often Walks by the Riverside. Not long after Yang Kai settled down, his small universe descended into chaos again. As expected, the world spring broke out again as his world force started streaming into it. This made him feel bitter as he had no idea when this kind of torture would end. He could only empty his mind while consuming open heaven pills to replenish his loss. A moment later, his small universe finally calmed down. He only got to his feet after getting some rest. Although this place looked safe, he couldn't stay here for a long time. The world spring was deathly attractive to those high-rank masters, so they wouldn't easily give up. They would find this place sooner or later. Yang Kai had already obtained a huge reward in the shattered heavens since the world spring was now in his possession, so he decided to return home. After leaving his hiding place, he tried to identify the right direction, But just when he was about to leave, he suddenly froze and turned his head, only to see a curvy figure with a pair of alluring eyes who was staring at him like he was a ghost. As their eyes met, the young woman who looked like she was 28 years flashed an innocent smile. Yang Kai felt a chill running down his spine. Although he had slightly put his guard down due to the turmoil in his small universe, he had never stopped monitoring the surroundings. However, he had no idea when the young woman arrived at this place. Since the young woman was here, what about the old woman with gray hair and the middle-aged man? An alarmed Yang Kai looked around as he secretly activated his world force. If all 3 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were there to ambush him, he would not survive even though he was a master of the Tao of Space. He was unable to figure out why they could find him so soon since he believed he had gotten rid of them. Just then, the young woman uttered in a clear voice, "Don't panic, I've parted ways with them. It seems that I'm just lucky enough to be the first to find you." It was then that Yang Kai put on a smile. "So, you're on your own. You should have said so sooner. I was terrified there for a moment." The young woman gazed at him with a tilted head. "You're pretty interesting. Am I not enough to capture you alone?" Yang Kai didn't remark on that as he attempted to persuade her by saying, "Elder sister, there are no grudges between us, nor do we know each other. Why don't you just let me go?" The woman directly nodded her head. "Good. I don't intend to kill you anyway. Just give me the thing you've snatched and I'll leave." "You're indeed a straightforward person, elder sister." Yang Kai gave her a thumbs up. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly charged towards her as their faces almost came into contact. His world force undulated around his azure dragon spear as he thrust his weapon out. He would have been wary of this young woman if he came across her before his life-and-death battles with Suoquan Hui. However, after several fights with Suoquan Hui, he had gained some valuable experiences in battling against a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Since he was weaker than the woman, he had no choice but to make a move first. There was a tinge of shock on the woman's beautiful face as she had never expected that Yang Kai was such a reckless person. Despite knowing that she was a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, he still had the guts to make the first move. Although she didn't seem to be moving at all, the Azure Dragon's spear eerily brushed past her and jabbed into the void. She then raised her palm and extended it towards Yang Kai. After Yang Kai launched an attack, he sported an expression that was as astounded as that of the young woman. That was because he realized that it was now harder for him to draw on the world force in his small universe. As a result, he could only exert about 60% of his full strength. This realization stunned him as it was more shocking than when he saw the young woman just now. Since it was harder for him to activate his world force, it meant that he couldn't fully use his power. He was unable to figure out the reason behind it. He didn't have time to ponder on it as the woman soon landed a palm on his chest. Her attack was fueled by her rage, and although she hadn't fully used her power, it was still about 80% of it. The average 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would see his small universe plunging into chaos or even exploding into nothingness upon getting struck by such an attack. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was not at risk of losing his life. As soon as he realized that something was off, he sprayed out a mouthful of golden blood, which turned into a blood mist and covered the woman's face. At the same time, he rapidly moved backwards as space principles undulated. There seemed to be an invisible wall in front of the young woman's face that blocked the blood mist. In amazement, she stared at Yang Kai, who was still alive and kicking. She was surprised by how sturdy Yang Kai's physique was as he wasn't really harmed after getting struck by her palm. She then performed a hand seal and bellowed, "Rise." Rays of golden light suddenly appeared in all directions and covered the entire shattered spirit province. Since the space around them had been sealed off, Yang Kai suddenly stopped in his tracks as though he had been held down by an invisible hand. Blood streamed out from the corner of his mouth while he was holding the Azure Dragon spear. Yang Kai stared at the young woman who was approaching him while feeling bitter. He had practically been defeated. His strength had been suppressed for no reason, which barred him from using instantaneous movement. Trapped in such a cage while he had to face a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, there was no way he could flee. Since I'm aware that you're an expert in the Tao of space, why wouldn't I be prepared? The woman smiled faintly. There were two dimples on her face. One of them looked smiling while the other contained murderous intent. Yang Kai jabbed the azure dragon spear into the ground and appeared to be completely frank. It said that the winner is the king while the loser is the villain. Just tell me what you want. I won't turn you down if it's acceptable. I just hope that you won't cross the line so that we'll be able to meet again without any enmity between us. Upon seeing that he appeared to be resigned to fate, the young woman suddenly stopped in her tracks and furrowed her brows that looked like willow leaves. For some reason, she caught a whiff of a dangerous aura. She then sneered, "Why didn't you think about not crossing the line when you tried to stab your spear into me?" Yang Kai suddenly looked away while appearing bashful. "I was just shocked by your sudden appearance. I would never have the heart to kill an alluring woman like you." All of a sudden, the woman's voice was filled with fury as she said, "Have you refined that thing?" Pretending to be clueless, Yang Kai asked, "What do you mean?" The woman said through clenched teeth, "If you hadn't refined that thing, you wouldn't have found it hard to activate your world force just now. Although the world spring can help strengthen the small universe and prevent any external intrusion, the small universe would be suppressed by it before it's fully refined. That's why you now find it hard to circulate your world force smoothly." Yang Kai was dumbfounded and almost cursed out loud. He already had a speculation when he realized that something was off just now. He reckoned that it might have something to do with the world spring. Upon hearing the young woman's explanation, he realized that it was indeed the case. The world spring would suppress the small universe. After it was fully refined, it would be immensely beneficial. However, before that, it would negatively impact the cultivator's power. While he was fleeing some time ago, he had been manipulating space principles and occasionally utilizing his world force, but it wouldn't consume a lot of energy doing so, therefore he was unable to notice this. If he hadn't launched a sneak attack on the woman just now, he still wouldn't have realized it. Now, he had practically no way to defend himself, which was why he felt bitter. However, he knew little about the world spring at that time, and he didn't think twice before putting it inside his small universe. It never crossed his mind that the world spring would try to merge with his small universe all on its own. He was all battered while fleeing some time ago, and now this young woman directly captured him. Yang Kai secretly tried to circulate his strength and realized that just like the woman had said, his small universe had been suppressed by the world spring, so he was still unable to run his world force smoothly. After putting the azure dragon spear away, he put on an embarrassed but polite smile. "Elder sister, I didn't want this to happen either. I can give you the thing you want, but please give me some time as the thing has settled down in my small universe. It's not easy for me to take it out." The woman stared coldly at him and didn't conceal her murderous intent. The emotions behind her gaze kept changing as though she was weighing the pros and cons of something. A moment later, she asked, "What was your order when you broke through to the open heaven realm?" Yang Kai had no idea why she suddenly asked about it, but he wouldn't mind stalling for time, so he answered honestly, "Fifth order." The woman let out a breath as though she had just heard some wonderful news. "Fifth order? It means that you'll have a chance to make it to the seventh order." Yang Kai fawned over her by saying, "That's right. You're indeed intelligent, elder sister." Apparently, the young woman didn't like this kind of flattery as she stared dispassionately at Yang Kai. "Consider yourself lucky that I'm young enough to have time to wait. If the other two old farts were here, you would have lost your life by now." Yang Kai hurriedly cupped his fist. "Many thanks for not killing me, elder sister. If there's a chance in the future, I'll do anything to repay your favor." The woman snorted, "Stop the smooth talking, or else I'll cut off your tongue." Yang Kai raised his hand and zipped his mouth as though he was determined not to speak again. The woman scoffed, "Don't move if you want to live, otherwise I don't mind gambling." She then used a different hand seal and yelled, "Bind." Just then, the rays of light that had sealed off the entire shattered spirit province turned into silver threads and wrapped around Yang Kai. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to resist, but he wouldn't dare to take the risk as he could sense the woman's faint murderous intent still lingering on him. He had no choice but to allow the silver threads to penetrate his body. The next moment, he grunted as he could feel something assimilating into his physique. Although he didn't feel any discomfort, he knew that he couldn't activate his space principles to flee before the silver threads were resolved. If he really did that, the young woman could easily make him stay by controlling the silver threads. It felt terrible to have his life under someone else's control. However, he was certain that if he really resisted just now, the young woman wouldn't have spared his life. Given the state he was in, Yang Kai had no right to provoke a seventh-order open heaven realm master. Only by yielding to her demands would he stand a chance to survive. He had never been humiliated in such a way since he started cultivating the Tao of space. Although there were many times when he had to flee in embarrassment as he was chased after by more powerful cultivators, it had never come to such a point where he was disgraced in such a manner. It was said that if one often walked by the riverside, there was no way he could always keep his shoes dry. Now, not only were his shoes wet, but he had actually been soaked in the river. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4656, Xia Lin Lang's Plan. The young woman suddenly asked, "What's your name?" Yang Kai honestly told her his name, then added, "I'm a disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven." Clearly unperturbed, the young woman sneered. It was then Yang Kai knew that he had done something pointless. He initially wanted to bring up Bright King Cave Heaven so that this seventh-order woman would be wary of it and wouldn't outright kill him. However, it seemed that she didn't care whether he was a disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven or not. Just like Su Wang had said, a noble background was pointless in the Shattered Heaven as the cultivators here only cared about strength. Some of the Open Heaven realm masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises had lost their lives in the Shattered Heaven, but the murderers were still at large. Upon that realization, Yang Kai decided to keep his mouth shut so that he wouldn't say anything useless again. The young woman's expression suddenly changed as she turned to look in a particular direction, then said through clenched teeth, "That old hag found us pretty quickly." As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed Yang Kai's shoulder and surged her world force in an attempt to run away with him. Nevertheless, a ferocious force came right at her the next instant. The young woman gritted her teeth and tossed Yang Kai away. As her curvy figure whirled around, she pushed out her palm to parry the attack. The Shattered Spirit Province could not bear the fallout of the exchange of moves between two high-rank Open Heaven realm masters, so it exploded the next moment. When Yang Kai came to his senses, he realized that the young woman was already standing beside him as she stared vigilantly ahead. Following her gaze, he saw an old woman with a hunched back hovering in the void as she looked greedily at him. Faced with the stare, Yang Kai was having goosebumps all over his body. The young woman bellowed, "You court death, old witch?" The old woman's wrinkled face creased together as she put on a withered smile. "Xia Lin Lang, stop being so haughty. Since both of us are in the seventh order, can you even kill me?" The young woman named Xia Lin Lang snorted, "Even if I can't kill you today, it doesn't mean I won't be able to do so in the future. Don't forget that while you're old and frail, I'm still young and strong. You'll definitely pass away before I do." The old woman replied, "Yes, your youth is your greatest asset. However, you might not have the guts to risk your life while I care little for mine. I'm willing to die if it means I take you down with me. Do you have the gall to do it?" Xia Lin Lang frowned. "I found him first, so the world's spring belongs to me. If you're willing to back down, I'm willing to give you some compensation on behalf of Lin Lang Palace." The old woman sneered, "If it belongs to you just because you found him first, we wouldn't have tried to hack each other to death a while ago. As for the compensation, just like you've said, I'm old and frail, so what's the point for me to have it?" Xia Lin Lang said through clenched teeth, "In that case, what's the point of you getting the world spring? As for how I'll use it, it's none of your business." "It seems that you're determined to lose your life here." Xia Lin Lang's murderous intent surged. Since they couldn't come to any agreement, fighting was the only option. The old woman shook her head. "Stop trying to intimidate me. Each of us will have a 50% chance of winning if we get into a battle. If others find out about it and butt in, both of us will get nothing in the end." Upon hearing that, Xia Lin Lang immediately looked around with vigilance. After making sure that no one else was around, she snorted, "Stop pulling cheap tricks with me." The old woman added, "Don't worry, I found this place by chance. That guy went in a completely different direction, and he won't pay attention to this place for a while." Even though she was speaking to Xia Lin Lang, her turbid eyes had never moved away from Yang Kai. All of a sudden, she furrowed her brows. "Wait, given your temperament, why would you still keep this brat alive? Could it be?" Her expression suddenly changed as she glared at Yang Kai. "Brat, have you put the world spring inside your small universe?" Without responding to her, Yang Kai took a glance at Xia Lin Lang as though he would only obey her orders. Just then, the old woman started guffawing. "Consider yourself lucky, brat. It's no wonder that this snake woman didn't kill you. Do you think it's because she's kind-hearted?" In fact, Yang Kai hadn't figured out the reason Xia Lin Lang didn't just kill him. He had been vigilant while she was trying to plant a restriction in his body earlier, and it never crossed his mind that this woman didn't want to kill him at all. "You're wrong. The reason she didn't kill you is that you've put the world spring inside your small universe. You're just a sixth-order open heaven realm master now, so if you pass away, your small universe will completely disintegrate, and the world spring might also be gone for good. There's no way she'd take such a risk. Did she ask you whether you'd have a chance to make it to the high rank?" Before Yang Kai replied to her, the old woman continued, You should have a chance to ascend to the high rank, otherwise, you'd be dead by now. However, on the day you make it to the high rank, you'll still die. The small universe of a high-rank open heaven realm master has materialized, so even if you die, the world spring will remain." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai finally understood the reason he was still alive. It was no wonder Xia Lin Lang said she didn't mind gambling. He was a sixth-order open heaven realm master now, so supposedly if he was killed, the world spring might vanish alongside his small universe. Therefore, she had to keep him alive like she was rearing a farm animal. She would only make a move when he ascended to the seventh order. Instead of getting furious though, Yang Kai felt his back drenched in cold sweat. Although he was a sixth-order open heaven realm master, his small universe had actually materialized. In other words, even if he passed away, it wouldn't affect the world spring that had settled down in his small universe. Hence, he decided that he would never reveal the secret about his small universe, otherwise, he wouldn't have a chance to survive. While the old woman spoke, Xia Lin Lang didn't intend to interrupt her. It was apparent that she didn't mind Yang Kai finding out about her plan. With what passed for an amicable expression, the old woman stared at Yang Kai and said, "Little one, although the woman beside you appears to be beautiful and innocent, her heart is as venomous as a viper. You'll end up in a horrible state one day." Yang Kai put on a grin. "Well, it is said that dying on a bed of flowers is the best way to go." Xia Lin Lang shot him a glare while the old woman was lost for words. After a moment of silence, the old woman said, "It's inevitable that young men are enchanted by beautiful women. Why don't you come with me instead? I'm not as devious as she is, and I can assure you that after you ascend to the seventh order, you'll just have to cut off a small part of your small universe to remove the world spring. I swear not to kill you. Although it might harm your foundation by doing so, it's better than losing your life." Yang Kai pulled a long face. "You don't look like a good person. I don't trust you." The old woman laughed in a hoarse voice. "You don't trust me, but you trust that devious woman?" After a sigh, Yang Kai said, "Both of you are senior experts, so I can't afford to offend either of you. Why don't you have a life and death battle here first? I'll follow the person who survives." The old woman snorted, "Cunning brat." Xia Lin Lang had run out of patience as she snapped, "Old witch, if you're determined to decide life and death here with me, I don't mind sending you to the Yellow Springs. However, if you want to spend the rest of your life peacefully, scram." The old woman appeared furious, but it was apparent that unlike what she had said before, she wasn't willing to take the risk of dying just to drag Xia Lin Lang down with her. With a sneer, Xia Lin Lang grabbed Yang Kai's shoulder and turned into a ray of light before shooting into the distance. Yang Kai could clearly feel a sense of murderous intent surging from the old woman as she stared fixedly at him from behind. However, even after they moved out of range of the old woman's divine sense, she still didn't make a move. It was obvious that she didn't have the confidence to make Xia Lin Lang stay. They would be evenly matched even if they got into a fight, so in the end, she decided to hold her fury in. Watching as Xia Lin Lang and Yang Kai left, the old woman muttered resentfully, "Where do you think you can go anyway? Are you disappointed that that old witch and I didn't kill each other?" Xia Lin Lang suddenly shot him a glare. Yang Kai patted his chest. "If you two got into a fight, I'd definitely help you." "Really?" Xia Lin Lang put on an inscrutable smile. Yang Kai changed the topic by saying, "In fact, if you want the world spring, you don't have to wait for me to ascend to the 7th order. After the dust settles, I'll try to force the world spring out of my small universe." With a smile, Xia Lin Lang replied, "You can give it a try. If you succeed, it'll be good for both of us." Yang Kai grunted in a sulky voice as he never intended to flee. As though trying to placate him, Xia Lin Lang said, "Although the old witch is ill-intentioned, she's right about one thing. I initially intended to kill you and get the world spring after you made it to the 7th order. Since it's been exposed and you've been obliging, I won't do anything that crosses the line." "What's your plan now, elder sister?" Yang Kai asked. "After you make it to the 7th order, you can keep your life if you're willing to cut off a small part of your small universe and bring the world spring out. However, by doing so, your cultivation will likely fall back to the 6th order, and it might cause your foundation to become unstable. By then, you won't be able to deal with average 6th order open heaven realm masters, and you'll only be slightly stronger than the 5th order." "It's decided then," Yang Kai hurriedly replied. A shocked Xia Lin Lang gazed at him. "Don't you want to sleep on it?" Yang Kai put on a hollow laugh. "I'd rather live miserably than die horribly. Since you're completely frank with me, I won't beat around the bush and pull any tricks with you." A part of Xia Lin Lang's heart seemed to have been touched as she sighed. "You're right. It's better to live miserably than die horribly." As they moved forward at full speed, she never allowed Yang Kai to use space principles, for she was wary of this strange ability of his. After all, if Yang Kai secretly pulled a trick while using space principles, she might not be able to notice it even though she was more powerful. On the other hand, Yang Kai was tactful enough to not inquire about the woman's background. Since she wasn't willing to show up in the outside world by hiding in the depths of the shattered heaven, she must have some secrets that must not be exposed. Half a month later, they arrived at a place in the void where no one was around. Xia Lin Lang finally stopped in her tracks. Yang Kai looked around but didn't discover anything of interest. On the other hand, Xia Lin Lang performed different hand seals, then gently stuck 2 fingers out and pointed forward. A ripple spread across the void, whereupon Yang Kai could see a picture scroll emerging into existence. Inside the picture scroll, a beautiful view of mountains could be seen while some exotic beasts were roaming around. There were also some houses and gazebos on the mountains that made the place look like a paradise. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4657, Lin Lang Palace. There was no doubt that the existence of a picture scroll in the void was shocking, but it would be completely normal if it was just a portal. While grabbing Yang Kai, Xia Lin Lang plunged into the picture scroll without hesitation and disappeared the next moment. The picture scroll that had abruptly appeared also vanished into thin air and left no traces behind. Ample world energy was felt coming right at their faces while they were surrounded by the thick aura of this world. When Yang Kai came to his senses, he realized that he was already in a place that was full of greenery, which looked just like a paradise. He then looked around and became amazed. Given his eyesight and experience now, he instantly realized that this place was different from the average universe world. It was a universe cave heaven that was left behind by a high-rank open heaven realm master after his death, and it was very well preserved. The world principles were complete, the world itself was stable, and the Tao essence was ample. The universe cave heaven that shattered following the exchange of moves between several 7th order open heaven realm masters was not comparable to this one. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the Tao essence in this universe cave heaven was compatible with him. It was then he realized that the owner of this universe cave heaven was an expert in the spear Tao before his death. Therefore, the spear Tao essence in his small universe was abundant. By cultivating in such an environment, one could better comprehend the spear Tao with half the effort. When he entered the blood monster cave heaven in the past, the traces of blood principles were conspicuous. However, Yang Kai didn't cultivate the Tao of blood, so he didn't feel anything while he was there. As for the shadowless cave heaven, everything had been swept away by the astral wind, so the place was nothing more than a hollow shell. In Yang Kai's small universe, the most abundant Tao essence was definitely the space Tao essence. After all, he condensed his Tao seal through the Tao of space. The rest was the Tao of time, alchemic Tao, and spear Tao. If anyone managed to enter Yang Kai's small universe, they would have a chance to comprehend his insights in these 4 Taos. There were all sorts of grand Taos in the 3,000 worlds, but they all led to the same destination. Even though Yang Kai's mastery of the spear Tao was inferior to that of the Tao of space, it was still at the 3rd level, taking the initial steps. Therefore, as soon as he entered this universe cave heaven, he was moved by the thick Tao essence. This was indeed a wonderful place. If he could cultivate here for a long time, it would help improve his spear Tao significantly. Although it was of no help to his cultivation, it could increase his combat strength. While he was lost in his thoughts, Yang Kai suddenly looked down at a particular place. Beneath him, there was a market located in a city that was bustling with noise as people streamed through the streets. There are so many people in this place. Yang Kai was stunned. He initially thought that the place Xia Lin Lang resided must be totally serene, but the sight before his eyes was different from what he had imagined. As though knowing what was on his mind, Xia Lin Lang said, "This universe cave heaven already looked like this when I found it in the past. The previous owner must have been in the 8th order at the very least." It wasn't surprising that he raised some living beings in his body in order to generate auspicious spirit essence and increase his world force. Many high-rank open heaven realm masters in ancient times would do this, much unlike the current generation of high-rank open heaven realm masters. Yang Kai couldn't help but think about the blood monster cave heaven where there were many living creatures as well. The ancestors of Mo Mei and the others from Abundant City were living beings raised by Blood Monster Divine Monarch in his small universe. However, Blood Monster Divine Monarch was a cruel and narrow-minded person, so the living creatures in his body were planted with a blood principles restriction. Other than stopping them from comprehending the heavenly way and martial Tao, the restriction would also ensure they couldn't condense their Tao seals. Additionally, there was no way they could flee from the blood monster cave heaven. Without the nourishment of the aura in the blood monster cave heaven, those who had been planted with the blood principles restriction would explode and die. Back then, Yang Kai made a deal with Black Crow and obtained a technique that could disperse the blood principles restriction. That was how he managed to bring Mo Mei and the others back to Void Land. Otherwise, they would have been destroyed the moment Blood Monster Cave Heaven fell apart. Xia Lin Lang was right to say that many high-rank open heaven realm masters in ancient times would raise some living creatures in their small universes. Nevertheless, things were different now. Yang Kai had never heard of any high-rank open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises who had this hobby. At least the 7th order open heaven realm masters he had come across didn't have it, though he wasn't sure about the 8th order open heaven realm masters. There were many benefits to be gained by raising living beings in one small universe. The reproduction of these living beings would provide a continuous supply of auspicious spirit essence. In that case, the world force of the owner's small universe would continue to increase without the need for him or her to actively cultivate. This kind of increase was negligible in the short term for high-rank open heaven realm masters, who needed thousands to tens of thousands of years to make it to the next order. Nevertheless, it could not be underestimated in the long term since many grains of sand would eventually build a mountain. It might help the owner shorten the time they had to cultivate significantly in the long term. However, it wasn't good news for the living beings who were raised in the small universe. Usually, their daily life wouldn't be affected, but if the high-rank open heaven realm master got into a fight, and their small universe was shaken, a calamity would befall them. Worse, if the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was killed, which resulted in their small universe collapsing, those living inside would die along with them. To those living inside, their fate was closely tied to the small universe's owner. If anything happened to the owner, they would share the same terrible fate. Yang Kai gently grunted as a realization dawned upon him. Xia Lin Lang shot him a weird look. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai straightened his face and replied dispassionately, "Nothing. It's just that I've figured out something." Xia Lin Lang didn't intend to keep asking. Since Yang Kai had been brought into this place, he was no different from a beast in a cage despite his mastery of the Tao of space. Therefore, she wouldn't do anything to him as long as he didn't cross her bottom line. On the other hand, Yang Kai finally figured out why the 4 universe pillars were so popular and why several high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were willing to kill each other in order to obtain one. Naturally, the World Spring could help perfect a small universe and prevent any external influence from affecting it, which would be immensely beneficial when the owner is in battle. However, its biggest use was to allow one to safely raise living beings in their small universe. With one of the 4 universe pillars residing in their small universe, it wouldn't fall into chaos as long as it wasn't struck by deadly force, thus allowing those living inside one's small universe to continue their lives peacefully. In other words, with one of the 4 universe pillars in possession, an Open Heaven Realm Master could start raising living beings in their body without any worries, as they wouldn't be affected even if they fought an intense battle. Considering all this, Yang Kai couldn't help having a bold idea. Since the World Spring was now in his possession, he should probably start planning how to take advantage of it. Now, he was in the 6th order, which was still far away from his limit, the 8th order. It wasn't certain how many years it would take him to make it to the 8th order, but if he could raise some living beings in his small universe, he could shorten the time needed to reach his limit. However, he was nothing more than a captive now, so his first priority was to escape. The reason he had been obliging until now was that he wasn't willing to test Xia Lin Lang's patience. If he hadn't heard what the old woman had said, he would still have been very nervous about Xia Lin Lang killing him at any moment. However, upon learning the secrets of the World Spring, he now wasn't worried that she would do anything to him. At the very least, Xia Lin Lang wouldn't take the risk before he made it to the 7th order. He would only be forced to deal with her when he ascended to the 7th order. In truth, he never believed what she had said, even though she appeared sincere. Just then, a reflective lake came into his sight. There was an island in the middle of the lake where a bamboo forest swayed gently with the wind. Xia Lin Lang led Yang Kai to land on the island and said impassively, "You'll start cultivating here from now on. If you want to regain your freedom, you'd better ascend to the 7th order soon. When the time comes, I'll fulfill the agreement we've come to." Yang Kai nodded. "I'll try my best, but it'll definitely take time." "Pass me your space ring." Xia Lin Lang extended her hand. Yang Kai batted his eyes as the sight was familiar to him. He then recalled that he had said the same thing to Luan Baifeng in a matter-of-factly manner. It seemed that karma had finally come for him. If Luan Baifeng were here, she would have convulsed with laughter. With a morose expression, he took off his space ring and tossed it at Xia Lin Lang in silence. After taking it, Xia Lin Lang had a look at it and frowned. "Why are you so poor when you're a 6th order Open Heaven Realm Master?" In fact, Yang Kai wasn't poor at all. He had brought an enormous amount of resources with him when he left the star boundary. Otherwise, the void yin-yang mirrors couldn't have been refined. However, most of his things were placed in his small universe. He already had such a habit when he still had the sealed world bead. All the valuable items were put in the sealed world bead while the miscellaneous items were in his space ring. That was because if he came across any powerful cultivators and got robbed, he would still have his most precious items stashed away somewhere else. Faced with her pitiful gaze that was tinged with disdain, Yang Kai put on a meek smile. "Although I'm not wealthy, I don't think I'm considered poor either. These resources are enough for me to cultivate." Xia Lin Lang curled up her lips. "Didn't you say you're a disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven?" You're a sixth-order open heaven realm master from one of the 36 cave heavens. Aren't you worried that your poverty will embarrass your sect? With a cold expression, Yang Kai snapped, I don't mind you mocking me, but please stop exposing my weaknesses. What's the point of putting me in a tight spot while you're fully aware of my shortcomings? Xia Lin Lang pursed her lips. Stop the pretense, will you? She then tossed the space ring back at him. All right, just cultivate with such rubbish for now. I'll tell someone to send you some resources later. Yang Kai nodded and put on his ring before saying, by the way, please dispel the restriction in my body, otherwise, it'll affect my cultivation. Xia Lin Lang looked playfully at him. She was fully aware of whether the restriction she had planted would affect his cultivation or not. However, since Yang Kai was like a caged beast now, the restriction was no longer important. Not willing to waste any time on this issue, she put on a sweet smile and parted her lips. Just stay here and cultivate. If I catch you running away, I'll break your legs. If you do it again, I'll end your life. Yang Kai instantly turned pale with horror and hung his head low. I would never dare to. Xia Lin Lang crooked her finger, whereupon silver threads flew out of Yang Kai's body and turned into a silver light in her hand before disappearing. Martial Peak, Chapter 4658, Refining the World Spring. Xia Lin Lang was gone, but it wasn't certain where she headed to. It seemed that she was not worried that Yang Kai would run away at all. In fact, Yang Kai didn't have the intention to flee. Since the world spring hadn't been fully refined, his world force would be sucked into it from time to time, which would cause his small universe to descend into chaos. Furthermore, when he took in the shattered spirit province where the world spring was located previously, many impurities had also snuck into his small universe. Before he resolved these two major issues, he would never be able to flee from a high-rank open heaven realm master regardless of how swift he was. Although the island in the middle of the lake was not large, its view was magnificent. As the bamboo forest swayed with the breeze, the koi fish that came in different colors were seen swimming in the lake. It was truly a stunning sight to behold. It took Yang Kai 2 days to build a bamboo hut to shelter himself from the wind and rain. Following that, he set up a simple barrier around the hut to prevent anyone from spying on him before he started cultivating. He could refine the world spring at a later time, as the most important task for him now was to purge the impurities from his small universe. While these impurities were inside his small universe, he had to spend some effort to suppress them. Otherwise, once they assimilated into his small universe completely, his foundation would be affected. Fortunately, it wasn't the first time such a thing happened to him, so he was already familiar with how to deal with it. It took him about half a month to restore his small universe to its original state. After settling the problem in his small universe, Yang Kai started refining the world spring. This thing had started settling in on its own since it landed in his small universe, so he was just trying to accelerate the process by actively refining it. Yang Kai hadn't paid any attention to the world spring since he was running for his life some time ago. Now that the dust had settled, he realized that as the world spring absorbed his world force and became fixed in place, there was an invisible aura that permeated his entire small universe which originated from it. The existence of this aura had fortified and perfected his small universe. Even his heritage had been strengthened. Yang Kai made some calculations and believed that given his current state, it would take him 1 to 2 months of hard work before he could fully refine the world spring. During this process, the amount of world force that would be consumed would be incalculable. Although he had chugged down a lot of open heaven pills to replenish his world force, he still couldn't make up for the losses. Following a continuous infusion of world force for the next 2 months, the world spring, which caused Yang Kai's small universe to descend into turmoil from time to time, finally merged with his. He instantly felt as ecstatic as a dead tree that had been resurrected. The pressure that had burdened him for months was finally gone for good. He clenched his fists and activated his world force and confirmed that there were no longer any obstacles that stopped him from circulating his power smoothly. The world spring suppressed his small universe before being fully refined, otherwise, he could have at least counterattacked when dealing with Xia Lin Lang. After all, he had engaged in life-and-death battles with Zuoquan Hui before. Regardless of how powerful Xia Linlang was, she would not be stronger than Zhuo Quanhui. Now that he had fully refined the world spring, it wouldn't obstruct his world force and would instead reinforce his small universe, making it extremely sturdy and resistant to outside shocks and influence. Unless it was struck with enough force to crack it, his small universe wouldn't fall into chaos again. While he focused on examining the transformation in his small universe, the barrier around the bamboo hut was suddenly triggered. With a frown, Yang Kai looked out intently and realized a tan-skinned young man was standing outside the hut with a gloomy expression on his face. It wasn't certain why he was so angry, but when he pushed out his fist, Yang Kai's hastily arranged barrier and bamboo hut fell apart in an instant. The barrier only served as a cover, and it wasn't solid enough to ward off any attacks. Although the tan-skinned young man was irritable, he was surprisingly a sixth-order open heaven realm master, so it was only natural that the thin barrier couldn't bear his attack. There are open heaven realm masters in this place other than Xia Linlang. Yang Kai furrowed his brow. After giving it a thought though, he relaxed. Although Xia Linlang resided in this place, it wasn't surprising that she had some subordinates as she was a seventh-order open heaven realm master. The moment the bamboo hut came apart, Yang Kai calmly landed on the ground. As they exchanged glances, the young man examined Yang Kai with a furious expression. "Are you Yang Kai?" Yang Kai nodded, "Yes." The young man snorted as he held a space ring in his hand and showed it to the other man. "Palace Master has asked me to pass this thing to you." Yang Kai took a look at the demolished bamboo hut and replied with a smile. "Did your Palace Master also ask you to destroy my hut?" Without directly answering his question, the young man snapped, "I don't care who you are, but we've all risked our lives to obtain the resources in this ring. Every one of them was not easy to come by. I, Qin Fun, wouldn't disobey the Palace Master since she wants to give you these resources. However, you'll have to prove your worth before you can get them." Finally understanding why the young man named Qin Fun was furious, Yang Kai put on a faint smile. In order to help him ascend to the seventh order sooner, Xia Linlang would certainly give him some resources. That was the reason she took a look at his space ring some time ago. Nevertheless, it wasn't easy to collect resources in the Shattered Heaven. As a disciple from Linlang Palace, Qin Fun definitely wouldn't dare to disobey Xia Linlang, the Palace Master. However, he was also reluctant to give away resources, which he had exerted himself to find, to a stranger for free. Since he had nowhere else to vent his anger, Yang Kai's bamboo hut became the target. "How do you want to find out whether I'm worthy?" Yang Kai gazed at the young man. Qin Fun put away the space ring and extended his hand before summoning a spear with green and purple lights swirling around it. As his world force surged, he pushed out the spear towards Yang Kai and bellowed, "Of course we'd have to fight. You'll get the ring if you're able to win the battle, but you'll be killed if you're defeated." Faced with the sudden attack, Yang Kai remained unmoved. However, as his clothes swayed with the wind, his figure started moving backwards like a phantom. He had retreated several thousand meters in the blink of an eye while the tip of the spear remained 7 meters away from his face. The light on the tip of the spear flickered as though it was the tongue of a snake. Explosions occurred wherever they went, which went to show how powerful Qin Fun's attack was. However, regardless of how much force Qin Fun exerted, Yang Kai remained calm and collected, like a senior expert teaching his foolish student a lesson. Yang Kai looked teasingly at him, as though the latter was a child who was throwing a tantrum. Qin Fun growled, "Stop using cheap tricks and face me directly if you have the guts." He madly surged his world force as his spear moved forward 2 more meters. Following that, Yang Kai suddenly pushed out his fist. Qin Fun widened his eyes in disbelief, for he felt an immense force coming right at him. The force whisked across his spear and came at his chest like it was a mountain. The green and purple lights around his spear madly flickered. A horrified Qin Fun instantly moved backwards, but his chest was still struck by the attack. Upon impact, he tumbled across the surface of the lake as the waves surged. When he finally managed to stabilize himself and looked up, he saw that Yang Kai remained calm and collected while standing in front of the demolished bamboo hut and gazing impassively at him. It was as though he had never moved a muscle. Upon standing with difficulty, Qin Fen hovered above the lake as a myriad of expressions came over his face. He was overwhelmed by a sense of shock and disbelief. Both of them were in the sixth order, so he didn't understand why there was such a huge gap between this man named Yang Kai and himself. He was easily defeated by the other party with only one move. Just now, he felt as though he was facing a seventh order open heaven realm master like the palace master instead of a sixth order one. Where did this guy come from? The emotions in Qin Fen's heart undulated. He only found out some time ago that the palace master had brought a stranger back to this place. He initially intended to ignore that man, but the palace master had asked him to send some resources to that person. After taking a look at the space ring, he realized that there were a lot of resources in it, which was why he was vexed. He wanted to teach the other party a lesson, but in the end, he was the one who suffered a setback instead. Suppressing the roiling vitality in his chest, Qin Fen stared at the other man with a conflicted gaze. After a snort, he put away his spear and tossed the space ring at him. Since you've proved your worth, this thing belongs to you now. The ring clanged to the ground. Yang Kai didn't even bother to take a glance at it. Qin Fen glared at him. What do you mean by this? With a harmless smile, Yang Kai replied, nothing. Qin Fen had the urge to ask Yang Kai what the latter meant by nothing, but he knew that he would be humiliated if he really did so. Furthermore, Yang Kai had already made his stance clear. As he darted his gaze between Yang Kai and the space ring, he grimly said, "You may kill me, but you may never humiliate me." Yang Kai chuckled in response. At that instant, Qin Fen fell into a dilemma. He was reluctant to pick up the ring and pass it to Yang Kai, but he wouldn't dare to disobey the palace master's order either, so he had to make sure that his task was completed. Initially, he just wanted to teach Yang Kai a lesson and dropped the ring in front of him like the latter was a beggar. However, he was the one who was embarrassed instead. Just when Qin Fen didn't know what to do, Xia Lin Lang suddenly spoke from a distance. "Don't cross the line, Yang Kai." Seeing that Yang Kai remained silent, she went on to say, "Qin Fen, since you've destroyed his bamboo hut, you should rebuild it for him." Qin Fen respectfully cupped his fist. "Yes, Palace Master." Yang Kai pressed his lips into a line, but he still cupped his fist and said, "Since you've said so, this Yang will obey." He would probably suffer horribly if he offended this seventh order open heaven realm master. It still wasn't the right time to confront her. Since she had made a fair judgment, he decided to make a concession. Then, he extended his hand and grabbed the space ring. Upon infusing his divine sense into the ring, he realized there were really a lot of resources inside. Besides open heaven pills, there were more than 20 complete sets of fifth-order materials. There were no sixth-order materials. It wasn't that Xia Lin Lang didn't want to give him sixth-order materials, but be it in the 3,000 worlds or the Shattered Heaven, all open heaven realm masters faced the same issue. Yin and Yang element materials in the sixth order and above were extremely rare, while it was easier to find materials of the 5 elements. However, when one cultivated, there couldn't be a lack of Yin and Yang element materials while just refining 5 elements materials, for doing so would disrupt the balance of power in their small universe. As such, when an open heaven realm master refined cultivation materials, they had to prepare a complete set of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements. Martial Peak, Chapter 4659, Barging into the Palace. Other than an opportunity such as entering a small source world, the quickest and most effective way for sixth-order open heaven realm masters like Yang Kai to cultivate was to refine sixth-order materials. However, sixth-order Yin and Yang element materials were hard to come by, so most had to settle for the second-best materials, the fifth-order ones. It was the case for Yang Kai and even for the high-rank open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises. No one would waste sixth-order materials. More than 20 sets of fifth-order materials and 30 million open heaven pills could only last Yang Kai for about half a year. Since Xia Lin Lang had given the order, Qin Fen wouldn't dare to disobey her. Therefore, for the next few days, he had been building a bamboo hut for Yang Kai. He initially intended to build a sloppy one, but what made him furious was that Yang Kai had been instructing him like a supervisor the whole time. Qin Fen had a strong urge to kill this guy with his spear. A few days later, the bamboo hut was finally completed. Qin Fen instantly left the place without sparing Yang Kai a glance, for he was worried he wouldn't be able to contain his fury. Nothing major happened in the days that followed. No one would bother Yang Kai while he stayed on the island in the middle of the lake, so he could focus on cultivating. Since he ascended to the open heaven realm, he had rarely had any chance to sit and cultivate in peace. In the past, he was forced to ascend to the fifth order outside the shadowless cave heaven. After entering it, he consumed a world fruit and made it to the sixth order. Following that, he had to travel to many places and deal with a lot of issues. Sometimes he would have some free time, but he would soon have to get to work again. Although he was forcefully brought to this place by Xia Linlang, it could also be considered an opportunity for him as he could seize this chance to strengthen his cultivation. After ascending to the open heaven realm, a cultivator had to carefully manage their small universe, a process that couldn't be rushed as it took years of accumulation. What was more important was that he was given free resources. Although he didn't really care about it since he was pretty wealthy now, no one would turn down free resources. Half a year later, Yang Kai had used up all the resources Qin Fen had sent him. He didn't ask for more resources from Xia Linlang though, because normally, so many resources could last a sixth order open heaven realm master 2 or 3 years. Fortunately, he still had a lot of resources in his small universe, so he wouldn't have to stop cultivating. This way of cultivating was extremely dreary, but it was inescapable for all open heaven realm masters. As time passed, Yang Kai managed to calm himself and slowly understand his own deficiencies. The reason he made it to the sixth order from the fifth order was that he had consumed a mid-rank world fruit. After that, due to various opportunities, his cultivation had increased significantly. Although there were many benefits in the short term since his power had risen quickly, there were some barely noticeable dangers that would snowball into something serious in the long term if not addressed. These hidden concerns wouldn't break out so soon, but as his cultivation increased, it would slowly affect his foundation, and once that happened, the situation would become very serious. Hence, now was the perfect chance for Yang Kai to rectify these problems since he could focus on cultivating in peace right now. On the other hand, this universe cave heaven was indeed rich in spear Dao essence. Qin Fen, who had provoked Yang Kai some time ago, also used a spear, and his mastery of spear Dao was actually better than Yang Kai's. However, since there was a huge gap between their strength, he was defeated by Yang Kai with only one move. If their heritages were the same, and they both used spears to battle, Yang Kai might not be able to defeat Qin Fen despite having the supreme limitless spear art. While cultivating, he also never forgot to improve his comprehension of the spear Dao using the Dao essence filling this universe cave heaven. Time passed by quickly and Yang Kai never stepped out of the bamboo hut. All he did was cultivate with his legs crossed. New resources would be sent to him every 3 years, but it was no longer Qin Fen who did so. Since he was defeated by Yang Kai before, he wouldn't have the face to come to this island again. The person who was responsible for sending him resources was a fifth order open heaven realm master, but they never even spoke. After arriving at the island in the middle of the lake, he would hurriedly pass a ring to Yang Kai and leave. For the past 10 years, Yang Kai had not seen Xia Linlang again, making him wonder what she had been doing. 10 years was neither a short nor long time, and it certainly was not enough for Yang Kai to significantly increase the heritage of his small universe. However, it was enough for him to achieve greater heights in his spear Dao. Originally, his mastery over the spear Dao was only in the 3rd level, taking the initial steps. Nevertheless, after 10 years of study and comprehension, he had reached the 5th level, attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding. There were 4 Daos that Yang Kai had significant attainments in. His Dao of space was at the 8th level, summiting the peak, while his Dao of time had reached the 6th level, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary. Additionally, his spear Dao was now on the level of attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding. On the other hand, he had all but given up on the alchemic Dao. If nothing unexpected happened, he probably wouldn't spend any time and energy to improve it again. One day, While cultivating, Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked up. He could sense Xia Lin Lang's aura appearing in a particular direction as she turned into a ray of light. Soon she left this universe cave heaven and disappeared into the distance. Yang Kai became startled for a moment, before putting on a grin. Today is the day. The chance has finally come. Without hesitation, he stood up and dashed out of the bamboo hut. After taking a look into the distance, he disappeared from the spot the next instant. There was a palace in the place where Xia Lin Lang's aura appeared just now. It was also her foundation, Lin Lang Palace. A moment later, Yang Kai revealed his figure in front of a magnificent palace. While looking up, he muttered, "Just as I suspected." Just like the Heavenly Sword Palace, the palace in front of him named Lin Lang Palace was also a flying palace artifact. In fact, Heavenly Sword Palace wasn't the first mobile palace artifact Yang Kai had seen. The Flowing Time Temple was. Blood Monster Divine Palace in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was also such a palace artifact. However, the Flowing Time Temple was a product of the Star Boundary. Although it belonged to Flowing Time Great Emperor when he was alive, it was inferior to the other mobile palaces Yang Kai had seen. The Flowing Time Temple was invincible in a battle between cultivators below the Open Heaven Realm. Nevertheless, in a fight between Open Heaven Realm masters, it was practically useless. Strictly speaking, the Blood Monster Divine Palace was the first true mobile palace artifact Yang Kai had come across. Unfortunately, when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven collapsed, the Blood Monster Divine Palace was also destroyed. Meanwhile, Lin Lang Palace was also a palace artifact. Just like the status of Blood Monster Divine Palace in Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Lin Lang Palace was the center of this universe cave heaven. It was very important as it was just like the array core of a grand array. The one who obtained Lin Lang Palace would be able to control this universe cave heaven. Presently, Lin Lang Palace had been left with Xia Lin Lang's imprint, so she was its owner. Yang Kai had been cultivating in seclusion for the past 10 years because, first, he indeed needed to calm down and cultivate, and secondly, he couldn't confront Xia Lin Lang since he was no match for her in this universe cave heaven where she held all the advantages. However, he would certainly want to counterattack when there was a chance. Yang Kai wouldn't risk his life for the magnanimity of a woman he was at odds with. As soon as Yang Kai showed up, a figure shot out of Lin Lang Palace. It was Qin Fun, who was defeated by Yang Kai before. While glaring at him, he demanded, "What are you doing here?" Before the palace master left, she told him to keep an eye on Yang Kai. It never crossed his mind though that right after the palace master left, this guy would show up here. It was obvious that this bastard had some ill intentions. Yang Kai retracted his gaze from the palace and took a glance at Qin Fun before smiling and declaring, "Those who stand in my way will die." An unperturbed Qin Fun snapped with a cold expression, "You can give it a try." Certainly Yang Kai was going to try. He turned into a beam of light and shot towards Qin Fun. As though recalling the defeat 10 years ago, Qin Fun couldn't help but take a few steps back. However, before Yang Kai even got close to him, a light barrier appeared around Lin Lang Palace. Yang Kai crashed into the light barrier, causing the entire palace to shake. Although the light became dented, it wasn't broken in any way. Yang Kai flew back 300 meters before standing still in a calm manner. Qin Fun sneered, "Palace Master knew that you'd create trouble after she left, so she had made some preparations. You'd better leave now, otherwise, no one can save you when Palace Master returns." Yang Kai extended his hand and summoned out his Azure Dragon Spear before uttering impassively, "If Xia Lin Lang was still inside Lin Lang Palace, I naturally wouldn't dare to make a scene. However, since you're the one who is in charge now, what's the percentage of the palace's power that you can use?" Qin Fun snorted, "More than enough to deal with you." Yang Kai grinned. "The biggest mistake Xia Lin Lang made is regarding me as an average 6th Order master. Let's find out how many of my attacks this barrier can bear, shall we?" After he finished speaking, Yang Kai pushed his world force and infused it into his spear before thrusting out his weapon. Qin Fun wanted to mock him, but when the spear came into contact with the light barrier, it actually flickered noticeably. Although Xia Linlang had given him some temporary powers, Qin Fen was still stunned by the attack. A flabbergasted Qin Fen hurriedly fished out a jade and performed a hand seal. By activating the power of the jade, he could control the grand array. Just like Yang Kai had said though, Linlang Palace belonged to Xia Linlang. Even though she had given Qin Fen temporary authority to control the grand array before she left, he couldn't fully use its power. Yang Kai's attacks continuously rained down on the light barrier of the grand array. In the past, Yang Kai couldn't have achieved this even though his spear technique was already fairly powerful. However, after 10 years of cultivation in seclusion, while he hadn't improved the heritage of his small universe much, he had gained quite a bit of insight into the spear Dao. As he wielded his spear, the spear principles in the universe cave heaven seemed to have been stimulated, which helped empower Yang Kai. Qin Fen staggered while he kept performing different hand seals, but he couldn't stop the light barrier from dimming. Impacted by the turmoil in Linlang Palace, his small universe had also become unsteady. After about 100 attacks from Yang Kai, the barrier around Linlang Palace broke into pieces like a shattered mirror. Qin Fen fell on his backside as blood streamed out of his mouth and nose. With his spear in hand, Yang Kai sauntered up the stairs as though no one else was around. Seeing this, Qin Fen gritted his teeth and roared. He then summoned his cyan spear and fearlessly attacked Yang Kai. Yang Kai lightly swung his azure dragon spear, and as the spears brushed past each other, his spear jabbed into Qin Fen's shoulder, drawing a spurt of blood from the latter. He then lifted Qin Fen off his feet with his spear. On the other hand, the tip of Qin Fen's spear was just a palm's length from Yang Kai's chest, flashing with ample world force. However, even a palm's length was like the difference between life and death in this situation. Martial Peak, Chapter 4660, Occupying the Palace. After his defeat on the island in the middle of the lake, Qin Fen knew that there was a gap between Yang Kai and him, but what horrified him was that the gap was so wide. He could use the excuse of being negligent for his previous defeat, but in the life-and-death battle just now, he was still overpowered by the other party with ease. The outcome gave Qin Feng a crawling sensation on his scalp. He had never seen or heard of such a sixth-order open heaven realm master before. The palace master had left, and the grand array around Linlang Palace was unable to stop this person's steps. Who else in this place could be a match for him? He didn't blame Yang Kai for being ruthless, he just hated the fact that he was unable to protect the palace while the palace master was gone. As blood spurted, Yang Kai tossed Qin Fen away from his spear and activated his cow punch secret technique. Instantly, Qin Fen felt dizzy as his small universe shook violently. He was unable to come to his senses for a long time. Just then, a few figures shot out of Linlang Palace. The person who always sent the resources to Yang Kai over the years was among them. There were also several 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters he had never seen before. They rushed over to have a look the moment they heard the noises that were coming from Linlang Palace, but it was too late. When they saw that Qin Fen's shoulder was covered in blood while he was seated on the ground, they were astonished. They then glared at the culprit Yang Kai as their murderous intent surged. "Stop embarrassing yourselves. Even together, all of you are no match for him," Qin Fen shouted with difficulty. In Linlang Palace, he was the strongest apart from Xia Linlang, but he was defeated by Yang Kai in just one move. If it weren't because Yang Kai didn't have the intention to kill, he would have lost his life already. Although there were some 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among those people, they wouldn't be able to deal with Yang Kai. Qin Fen's words were effective in stopping them from making any rash moves. Those people appeared furious and eager to fight, but they still held their anger in and did not make a move. One woman circumvented Yang Kai and walked up to Qin Fen before helping him up with a worried expression. Qin Fen waved his hand to show that he was fine, though the upheaval in his small universe didn't seem like it would settle anytime soon. An invisible force had permeated his small universe and thrown it into absolute chaos. He then wiped the blood from his mouth and stared coldly at Yang Kai. "So, what if we're no match for you? In Linlang Palace, you're unable to flee without the palace master's permission. I suggest you retreat now, Otherwise, you'll be killed when the palace master returns. Yang Kai snorted, "Retreat? Why should I retreat?" Although Lin Lang Palace was a universe cave heaven left behind by a high-rank master with a closed portal, it was still possible for Yang Kai to flee if he wanted to. As an expert in the Tao of space, he just had to head to the portal and forcefully open it. Once he ran away from this place, Xia Lin Lang wouldn't be able to harm him despite being a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. With that said, Yang Kai never had any intentions of fleeing. He had waited for 10 years before Xia Lin Lang finally left, because he decided to do something big. Qin Fen suddenly paled as he gazed at Yang Kai's right hand. "What are you trying to do?" At this moment, Yang Kai was holding a jade in his right hand as he fiddled with it. The jade was given to Qin Fen by Xia Lin Lang before she left. It was the jade that was used to control Lin Lang Palace. Qin Fen had no idea when Yang Kai had snatched the jade from him. It was probably during the time he was in a dazed state due to the turmoil in his small universe. Upon realizing Yang Kai's plan, Qin Fen was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He already felt guilty that he couldn't stop Yang Kai from barging into Lin Lang Palace, but if Yang Kai managed to refine the palace as well, Qin Fen would never forgive himself. "This thing is pretty easy to refine." Yang Kai put on a smile. As he waved his hand, Lin Lang Palace shook a little while an invisible force swept out. Qin Fen and the other Open Heaven Realm Masters were sent flying away by this force. When they landed on the ground, they were already outside of the palace. The light barrier, which Yang Kai had shattered earlier, reappeared and blocked them out. Of course, a jade that was used to control a palace artifact couldn't be refined easily. In fact, Yang Kai had only refined a little of it and there was still a lot to do. Since Xia Lin Lang decided to pass this jade to Qin Fen so that he could protect Lin Lang Palace, she naturally had to get rid of her own imprint from it in advance. Therefore, only Qin Fen's aura was now left in the jade, which was why Yang Kai could easily dispel it. It wouldn't have been easy if Xia Lin Lang's aura were still inside it. In fact, Xia Lin Lang hadn't made any mistakes in her arrangements. Qin Fen and Yang Kai were both in the 6th Order, and although Qin Fen appeared to be weaker than Yang Kai in the battle on the island previously, he should have been able to deal with an opponent in the same order with the help of Lin Lang Palace. Furthermore, there were other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the palace to assist if something went wrong. Xia Lin Lang believed that with such arrangements in place, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to carry out any scheme he had even though she had left. Unfortunately, she had greatly underestimated Yang Kai's strength. Qin Fen had only temporarily taken over Lin Lang Palace, so he was unable to draw out its full power. On the other hand, Yang Kai was overwhelming and acted resolute in every move he made. After breaking the grand array around the palace, he directly snatched the jade from Qin Fen. That was the reason Yang Kai said that Xia Lin Lang had made a mistake by regarding him to be an average 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It wasn't that Xia Lin Lang was careless, but a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yang Kai was too unique. Common sense was not applicable to a monster like him. After they were pushed out of the palace, one of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters became furious and wanted to make a move, but Qin Fen raised his hand to stop him. "Stop wasting your energy. The grand array of Lin Lang Palace has been activated. You won't be able to break it." As he spoke, a renewed sense of horror came over him. Yang Kai managed to break the grand array around Lin Lang Palace with a burst of about 100 attacks. It indeed had something to do with the fact that the grand array's power had been weakened under Qin Fen's control, but the major issue was that there was a huge gap between his strength and Yang Kai's. He initially thought that he could shorten this gap if he cultivated hard, but now it seemed that even if he reached the peak of the 6th Order, he still wouldn't be able to defeat Yang Kai. At that instant, he felt extremely bitter in his heart. It was expected that he was haughty since he was able to make it to the 6th Order, but the experience on this day was like a slap in the face for him, making him realize that there were always people beyond people out there. Do we just watch and do nothing then? The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was impolite as he blamed Qin Fen for losing the jade of Lin Lang Palace. Following a sigh, Qin Fen replied, "The portal in this place is sealed, so he can't flee anyway. He'll only suffer miserably when Palace Master returns. Upon hearing that, all of them were lost for words. Meanwhile, Yang Kai shuffled towards the center of Lin Lang Palace. In just a while, he arrived at a spacious grand hall with nothing in it. However, the abstruse patterns of a grand array were carved on the ground and walls. Amazing aura was seen weltering within the grand array, and it was clearly closely connected to the universe cave heaven. This was apparently the place where the central grand array of Lin Lang Palace was located. This grand array was linked to the jade in his hand. Yang Kai then walked up to the middle of the grand array and sat down with his legs crossed. Following that, he crossed his fingers and placed his hands on his lap. The array jade nestled between his palms. As he activated his world force, Yang Kai infused his power into the jade and refined it. He wasn't considered powerful since he was just a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but he was definitely not weak either. As a result, it was easy for him to refine a basically ownerless array jade. He wasn't certain why Xia Lin Lang had left or when she would return, so he didn't dare to be negligent. Presently, he was still not a match for a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Lin Lang Palace would be the key if he wanted to go up against Xia Lin Lang. Otherwise, he would have forcefully opened the portal and fled instead of wasting time here. Xia Lin Lang thought that there wouldn't be a problem with Qin Fun in charge of the palace, which went to show that she still underestimated Yang Kai. It was easy to refine the jade in the initial stage, but it became increasingly difficult as he progressed further. It took Yang Kai half a month before he fully refined the jade. As he slowly opened his eyes though, he became dumbfounded. Soon, he snapped out of the dazed state and snarled, "That woman is so sly. I've never seen a more cunning person than her." He appeared incensed as he was in a terrible mood. This couldn't be helped, as he realized that he could only control half of Lin Lang Palace's power through this jade even after he fully refined it. In other words, this array jade wasn't complete, with its other parts still in Xia Lin Lang's hands. This was quite embarrassing. The main reason Yang Kai had taken the risk to stay was to refine Lin Lang Palace. As long as he could occupy this palace, he would no longer be afraid of Xia Lin Lang since he would be able to control the entire universe cave heaven through the palace and make use of the world force in this place to deal with her. This was a universe cave heaven left behind by a cultivator who was at least in the 8th Order. If Yang Kai managed to succeed, Xia Lin Lang wouldn't be able to harm him despite being a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. However, after he spent so much effort refining the jade, he realized that Xia Lin Lang had pulled a trick. In that case, he was the half-owner of Lin Lang Palace, the same as Xia Lin Lang. No one was at an advantage in this regard. Yang Kai had no idea whether Xia Lin Lang was being careful or that there were originally 2 parts of the array jade, but his plan was now impossible to complete. Fortunately, there was still a benefit to his actions to be excited about. Outside Lin Lang Palace, even though Qin Fun was still slightly pale, he was actually fine as the wound on his shoulder was almost healed. Even if a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had never practiced body tempering before, their physique would still be pretty sturdy. Although Yang Kai was decisive in his moves, he didn't have the intention to kill, so it took just half a month for Qin Fun to fully recover. During this period of time, he and his companions had been staying outside Lin Lang Palace with grim expressions. In the meantime, they prayed that their palace master would return sooner to teach that reckless bastard a hard lesson. Just then, Qin Fun sensed something and looked up at the sky. The next instant, his expression changed drastically as he stood straight up and glared at Lin Lang Palace. Besides him, the 2 other Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were respectively in the 6th Order and the 5th Order, did the same. The remaining 3 people had no idea why Qin Fun and the others had reacted in such a way. Martial Peak, Chapter 4661, Drying Out the Lake to Catch the Fish. That crazy bastard. Qin Fun growled through clenched teeth. Another 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master appeared to be heartbroken. He's basically drying out the lake to catch the fish. Although the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master didn't say anything, he pressed his lips together with a gloomy expression. At this point, their companions finally realized that something was off. The woman, who helped Qin Fen up earlier, was standing beside him as she asked gently, "Senior brother Qin, is that person absorbing Spear Dao essence?" With reddened eyes, Qin Fen nodded. The woman let out a sigh. The original owner of this universe cave heaven was a master of the Spear Dao before his death, which was a well-known fact, so the Spear Dao essence in this place was quite abundant. Therefore, be it the open heaven realm masters or the other sentient beings raised in this place, many of them were good at using spears. Ironically, the current owner of Lin Lang Palace, Xia Lin Lang, knew little about the Spear Dao. In the past, Qin Fen would always cultivate together with the other two open heaven realm masters who were adept at the Spear Dao. They could easily achieve greater heights in the Spear Dao due to the unique environment in this universe cave heaven. If this universe cave heaven was like a pond, the ample Spear Dao essence in this place was like the fish, and the people who were adept at the Spear Dao were like the anglers on the shore. As for how many fish they could catch, it depended on their talent and opportunities. Qin Fen's innate aptitude was excellent, which was why he had built a solid foundation in the Spear Dao. Xia Lin Lang once said that if Qin Fen could keep achieving greater heights, he would have a chance to receive the inheritance of this universe cave heaven that the previous owner had left behind. It was the inheritance of an 8th order open heaven realm master, so it was expected that everyone had their eyes on it. Qin Fen had always regarded himself to be the only choice to succeed the inheritance. However, at this moment, someone had brought a giant net with very small holes to this pond that was full of fish. After he was done with catching the fish, there wouldn't be many, if any, left for everyone else. That was the reason Qin Fen was heartbroken, and it was the same case for the other two open heaven realm masters who were experts in the Spear Dao. Inside Lin Lang Palace, Yang Kai, who was seated with his legs crossed in the middle of the grand array, could clearly feel the abstruse aura streaming into his body from all directions, which helped him quickly comprehend the Spear Dao. The sense of enlightenment made him feel ecstatic. The moment he was brought to this place by Xia Lin Lang, he could feel that the Spear Dao essence in this place was abundant. It was the reason he had improved his comprehension of the Spear Dao by 2 levels in just 10 years. Nevertheless, he wasn't content with just that. His goal had always been to absorb all of the Spear Dao essence in this place. As for whether his actions were considered drying out the lake to catch the fish, he didn't give a damn. Since Xia Lin Lang was trying to harm him, he certainly had to get his revenge. Although Yang Kai already had this plan a long time ago, he was unable to carry it out. Now that he had refined half of Lin Lang Palace, he had the right to do it now. Other than being a palace artifact, Lin Lang Palace was also the command center of the entire universe cave heaven. Streams of aura around the edge of the grand array were closely connected to the universe cave heaven, and every move made here would have far-reaching implications. The status of Lin Lang Palace in this universe cave heaven was the same as that of Blood Monster Divine Palace in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The reason Blood Crow wanted to refine Blood Monster Divine Palace back then was to take control of the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Even though Yang Kai had only refined half of Lin Lang Palace, he could do whatever he wanted, seeing as the controller of the other half wasn't around. Streams of existent but faintly discernible Spear Dao essence were being absorbed by Yang Kai, which greatly improved his mastery over the Spear Dao. Although he couldn't comprehend the Dao by blindly drawing it in, he would be able to digest it in the future. The transformation going on in the universe cave heaven was silent. Only the open heaven realm masters who were adept at the Spear Dao could clearly feel its loss. As time passed, the originally ample Spear Dao essence soon became sparse and disappeared. Qin Fen appeared to be devastated. Although Yang Kai had occupied Lin Lang Palace, Xia Lin Lang could still retrieve it upon her return. Nevertheless, the loss of Dao essence was irreversible. In the grand array of Lin Lang Palace, Yang Kai, who was seated with his legs crossed, belched as though he was full. While he was seated there, his spear intent surged as though he was an invincible spear himself. Certainly, he couldn't digest all the Spear Dao essence in a short time, but as long as he could assimilate it into his body, he believed that he could still improve his comprehension of the Spear Dao by another 2 levels, which would mean that it would be his second most powerful Grand Dao after the Dao of Space. He had refined half of Lin Lang Palace and snatched all the Spear Dao essence in this universe cave heaven. Although he was forcefully brought to this place, he had gained immense benefits in the end. After what he had done, Yang Kai knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. Certainly, he wouldn't wait for Xia Lin Lang to return and settle the score with him. Lin Lang Palace couldn't be taken away. In truth, he could forcefully bring it with him, but by doing so it would cause the universe cave heaven to collapse. While those living inside this place would end up in a miserable state, Xia Lin Lang would also be determined to kill him. As space principles undulated, Yang Kai disappeared from the spot the next moment. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the portal where he previously passed through to enter this place. Xia Lin Lang's aura also disappeared in this place when she left some time ago. Initially, Yang Kai thought that given his master of the Tao of space, it wouldn't be hard for him to open the portal even though he would need to spend some effort. However, upon arriving at this place, he was shocked to realize that there were no traces of a portal here at all. After searching around for half a day, he still couldn't find it. This caused Yang Kai to frown, but a thought flashed through his mind the next moment. As the half-owner of Lin Lang Palace, he could connect to the entire universe cave heaven and look for the portal. It wouldn't be easy if Xia Lin Lang was here, but since she wasn't around, he could basically do whatever he wanted. Soon, Yang Kai discovered something. His eyes widened in amazement because not only was the portal hidden, but it also kept moving to new spots as time passed. It was then he realized the reason he couldn't find the portal was that it was on the move. He had wasted half a day as he thought that the portal was still in its original spot. Since he had found the portal, he instantly activated his space principles in an attempt to forcefully open it. Half a day later, he wore a livid expression. The portal had been sealed off by Xia Lin Lang as it was now connected to the entire universe cave heaven. Unless he possessed a power that surpassed the heritage in this place, he could never force it open. Basically, she wouldn't allow him to leave. It was no wonder that despite knowing that Yang Kai was an expert in the Tao of space, she still left the place without worries. It was apparent that she knew he couldn't break open the portal. Although he was a half-owner of this place, his foundation was still weak. On the other hand, Xia Lin Lang had been managing this place for a long time, so it wasn't surprising that she had left behind some tricks. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai turned around and returned to Lin Lang Palace. Since she wouldn't allow him to leave, he would just stay here then. Previously, he was a captive who was powerless to go against Xia Lin Lang. However, now, he already had the capital to challenge the Seventh Order woman. In fact, he was not afraid of her return. The reason he wanted to leave was that he didn't want to get into a pointless fight with her. He moved around by using space principles, so Qin Fun and the others, who had been waiting outside of Lin Lang Palace, were not aware he had even left. In the days that followed, Yang Kai stayed inside Lin Lang Palace to cultivate while trying to assimilate the Spear Dao essence into his body. Half a month later, he suddenly opened his eyes and appeared on the roof of the palace before looking up. Half a month wasn't enough for him to fully absorb all the Dao essence, but he was now only one step away from the 6th level in his Spear Dao. A ray of light was approaching from the distance. Before she even arrived, she already noticed the transformation this place had gone through. Her grim gaze penetrated the void and clashed with that of Yang Kai as her murderous intent surged. In response, Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. After the curvy figure landed outside Lin Lang Palace, Qin Fun and the others, who looked like young kids who had been bullied while the adults were not around, wailed, "Palace Master." Xia Lin Lang sported a calm expression and looked up at Yang Kai, who was standing on the palace roof. Beneath her calmness was a volcano of fury that was about to burst. A guilty Qin Fun said, "Palace Master, I'm sorry for disappointing you." Yang Kai barged into Lin Lang Palace and snatched the array jade. He then occupied the palace and forcefully absorbed the Spear Dao essence. "I'm so sorry." Xia Lin Lang gently waved her hand without saying a word. Seeing that, Qin Fun felt even more guilty. Standing on the roof, Yang Kai extended his hand with a smile. The next moment, Xia Lin Lang landed on a spot that was 10 meters beside Yang Kai and stood alongside him. She then snorted, "It seems that I've underestimated you." "The view here is magnificent," Yang Kai replied, but it had nothing to do with what she had said. "Did you hide your true strength previously?" Xia Lin Lang turned to look at him. Although her figure was shorter than Yang Kai's, her gaze was condescending. As a seventh-order open heaven realm master, she had the right to be haughty. Yang Kai said with a smile, "I've never had a chance to show my true strength, so I don't think it could be considered that I've hidden anything." The world's spring started settling down in his small universe when Xia Lin Lang captured him. Since his small universe had been suppressed by it, he was unable to fully use his power. "Why did you not run away after doing so many terrible things? Are you waiting for death here?" Xia Lin Lang looked mockingly at him. She then derided him by saying, "Oh, I've forgotten that even though you're adept at the Tao of space, you couldn't leave this place without my permission." Like a wise old man, Yang Kai snuck his hands into his sleeves and said sincerely, "That's why I've been waiting here to have a discussion with you. Go on. Open the portal and let me leave. After that, we'll have nothing to do with each other anymore." Xia Lin Lang examined him for a moment before saying, "I'll just regard it as you spouting nonsense." She extended her hand, "Pass the array jade to me, and I can pretend that nothing has happened. I'll still wait for you to ascend to the seventh order. Otherwise, I'll kill you even though I might lose the world's spring. After your death, the Tao essence you've stolen will return to this place, and even your own Tao essence will stay. In that case, we haven't actually suffered any loss." Yang Kai sighed. When one's strength is weak, their words carry no weight. Martial Peak, Chapter 4662, Pear Flower. Xia Lin Lang sneered, "Do you think you have the capital to haggle with me now?" With a frown, Yang Kai gave it a thought for a moment before saying calmly, "Don't I?" Xia Lin Lang roared, "Brat, don't go too far. My patience is limited. You won't gain anything by offending me." Following a sigh, Yang Kai said, "It seems that we have no choice but to fight." He then extended his hand and summoned his spear before pointing it at her. "Come on, Grandma." "Grandma?" Xia Lin Lang, who had the appearance of a beautiful young woman, felt humiliated as her facial features contorted. Qin Fun and the others who were waiting outside of Lin Lang Palace were instantly drenched in cold sweat. The next instant, an intense battle began. Xia Lin Lang forcefully pushed out her palm towards Yang Kai, who was just 10 meters away. The world force of a seventh-order open heaven realm master surged from her petite palm like a tsunami. There was no holding back of her power as she was seemingly infuriated by what Yang Kai called her. An unperturbed Yang Kai parried the attack with his spear. As their world forces clashed, the air blast turned into a ripple and spread out. Azure Dragon's spear became bent, as though it would break at any moment. Faced with the overwhelming power, Yang Kai made use of the force to fly backwards and open some distance. However, Xia Lin Lang's attacks were continuous as she landed strikes on him like a storm. Yang Kai kept moving backwards, as though he was powerless to counterattack. 3 breaths later, he was already several 100,000 kilometers away. He couldn't move backwards any longer since there was a mountain behind him. Upon impact, he flew away like a sack and smashed into the mountain. The mountain collapsed and engulfed Yang Kai in it. As the dust rose, Xia Lin Lang hovered in midair as she looked down in a condescending manner. A moment later, Yang Kai shot out of the rubble. Although he appeared a little battered as blood leaked from his mouth, his aura remained stable. He jabbed his spear into the ground and let out a breath before remarking, "The 4 universe pillars live up to their reputation." If he had to directly deal with the ferocious attacks from a 7th-order open heaven realm master before fully refining the world spring, his small universe would have descended into chaos by now. When he fought against Zuoquan Hui previously, he was constantly at a disadvantage and restricted in many ways, mainly due to the instability in his small universe. However, with the presence of the world spring, his small universe remained stable regardless of how powerful Xia Lin Lang's strikes were. It didn't even shake a little. The presence of the world spring was like sturdy armor covering his small universe. Even when Yang Kai was faced with an opponent with a stronger heritage, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Certainly, if the opponent was powerful enough to break that armor, the world spring wouldn't be able to ensure the stability of his small universe any longer. Although Xia Lin Lang was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master though, she didn't have the power to shatter the world spring's protection. It could be said that with the world spring in possession, Yang Kai had reached greater heights in his combat strength as he now had the capital to battle against opponents that were in higher orders than him. Is that the reason you're so confident? Xia Lin Lang looked impassively at him. If you think there's nothing I can do just because you have the world spring, you're wrong. Even though he had an impeccable defense, he wouldn't be able to defeat the other party without the power to fight back. Yang Kai wiped away the blood from his mouth and put on a grin. Even though the world spring is amazing, it's just an external aid. If my confidence hinged on any mere tools, I wouldn't have survived till this day. A frown appeared on Xia Lin Lang's face as she finally saw the boy in front of her in a different light. Yang Kai raised his spear and got ready before speaking, shouting, "Pear flower." In an instant, Xia Lin Lang was alarmed because the moment Yang Kai lifted his spear, the entire universe cave heaven seemed to resonate with him. Looking up, she realized that Yang Kai's figure seemed to have turned into a razor-sharp spear. As the half-owner of this universe cave heaven, Xia Lin Lang snorted while trying to suppress the world's resonance with him. Yang Kai smiled. Both of us are half-owners of this place. However, it seems that this world favors me. There was a grim expression on Xia Lin Lang's face as she realized that she was unable to suppress the resonance. It wasn't that she, as a half-owner, was inferior to Yang Kai in terms of control. In fact, they were equally matched when it came to their ability to manipulate the universe cave heaven. Therefore, she had never thought about making use of the universe cave heaven's power to deal with him, nor did Yang Kai have this plan, for it was pointless to do that. By doing so they would only deplete the heritage of this universe cave heaven. They were indeed equal when it came to their control over this world, but there was no doubt that this world favored the outsider Yang Kai instead of Xia Lin Lang, who had been living in this place for a long time. That was because Yang Kai had absorbed all the Spear Dao essence in this place, so he could be considered a successor to the inheritance of its original owner. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai declared, "The title of this universe cave heaven's original owner was Pearflower Divine Monarch, and that palace's true name is Pearflower Palace, not Lin Lang Palace." Xia Lin Lang snapped, "I can call it whatever I want. It's none of your business." Yang Kai replied dispassionately, "It was none of my business in the past. However, since I've obtained Senior Pearflower's inheritance, I have a duty to make things right." He then pointed his spear at her and drew a deep breath. With the resonance of this world, his aura surged massively. "My name is Yang Kai, and I'm eternally grateful for your inheritance, Divine Monarch. Today, I borrow your power, so I do not disappoint your expectations." As he gently pushed out his azure dragon spear, Yang Kai roared once again, "Pear flower." At that instant, all the pear trees in this world seemed to have blossomed. The shadows of his spear filled the entire world and engulfed Xia Lin Lang. With the help of the world's power, his strike was horrifyingly strong while world force gushed from his own small universe like a raging tide. As he made a move, the grand hall of the place named Lin Lang Palace by Xia Lin Lang, which was supposed to be Pearflower Palace, radiated a dazzling glow as spear intent filled the world. Qin Fun and the other Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were experts in the Spear Dao, were dumbstruck as they looked at the sky of pear-flower blossoms. Their eyes were filled with amazement as it was the most beautiful sight they had ever seen. A moment seemed to have passed, but it was also as if 10 million years had gone by. When the spear shadows dissipated, Xia Lin Lang's figure appeared battered. Presently, her face was slightly pale. There were some cuts on her clothes and her hair was a mess. Her twin peaks heaved as she glowered at Yang Kai. While she clenched her teeth, blood streamed out from the corner of her mouth. Yang Kai put on a grin. "I can do this 3 more times." Xia Lin Lang's face twitched. The attack with the help of Pear Flower Cave Heaven's power was equivalent to the all-out attack of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The fact that she could parry it showed that she was truly powerful. Although she wasn't severely wounded, she wasn't completely fine either. She would be badly injured if she had to deal with the same kind of attack 3 more times. Certainly, Yang Kai would also end up in a horrible state by then, but it wasn't worth it for her. At that instant, she was in a dilemma. She was reluctant to let Yang Kai go, but if she made him stay, one of them would have to die today. What do you say? Yang Kai demanded, as he didn't intend to give her time to ponder the issue. Do you want to engage in a life-and-death battle with me? Or do you want both of us to live? The choice is yours. He wisely stopped mocking her as a grandma, lest the situation be exacerbated. Seeing that she remained silent, Yang Kai went on to say, I definitely cannot defeat you, and I might even lose my life here. However, before that happens, half of Pear Flower Cave Heaven will be destroyed, which will be an immense loss for you. If you let me go now, we'll be even. We might even have a chat over a cup of wine when we meet again in the future. A myriad of expressions came over Xia Lin Lang while Yang Kai stopped urging her as he fell silent. A moment later, her expression turned milder. She took a deep breath and said, You can leave, but you have to return the jade to me. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai nodded with ecstasy, Good. However, you'll have to see me off. Xia Lin Lang shot him a glare and dashed into the sky. After putting away his azure dragon spear, Yang Kai placed his hands behind his back and calmly followed her. He seemed to have put down his guard, though nothing could be further from the truth. A moment later, they arrived somewhere in the sky, then Xia Lin Lang turned around to look at him. Yang Kai said, Since you've decided to let me go, you should stop being doubtful. After I leave, it's pointless for me to keep the jade, and I'll only offend you by doing so. Don't worry. After you open the portal, I'll leave the jade here and go. Don't try to pull any trick on me, Xia Lin Lang warned. I've always been a man of my word. Yang Kai appeared solemn. It was only then that Xia Lin Lang performed a hand seal. A moment later, a portal appeared in the void. Yang Kai used his divine sense, and upon detecting the aura of another world from the other side of the portal, he set his mind at ease. He fished out the jade and showed it to Xia Lin Lang before flicking it towards her. At the same time, he plunged into the portal without hesitation. Xia Lin Lang took the jade and didn't seem to have the intention of stopping him. Nevertheless, just as Yang Kai slipped through the portal, she curved her lips into a sneer. After Yang Kai was gone, she scoffed, You think you're so smart? You've fallen for my trick in the end. Yang Kai arrived at a place where the mountains were covered with trees. While the exotic beasts galloped forward on the ground, the sky was filled with birds. A dumbfounded Yang Kai gazed at the sight before his eyes as a myriad of expressions came over him. A while later, he looked up and sighed, I suppose what goes around comes around. He had fallen into that woman's trap. Xia Lin Lang had opened up a portal for him earlier. After passing through it, he arrived at this strange place instead of returning to the outside world. He was certain that he was neither in Pear Flower Cave Heaven nor the Shattered Heaven. Just then, Xia Lin Lang abruptly appeared like a ghost as she shot Yang Kai a glance. With a mocking smile, she said, Isn't this the young man who has almost turned my backyard upside down? What a coincidence! I never expected that we'd meet again so soon. Presently, her skin was glowing without any signs of the paleness it had earlier. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4663, See a visitor off, force a guest to stay. It was apparent that Yang Kai's Pear Flower divine ability hadn't caused any real damage to Xia Lin Lang, but she acted as if she was badly injured, which went to show how scheming she was. Hey Grandma, what is this? Don't you know it's inappropriate to see a visitor off only to force them to stay as a guest? Xia Lin Lang batted her lashes and just replied lightly, It's expected that women are erratic creatures. Didn't your mother ever teach you that? At that moment, Yang Kai was lost for words. After a moment of silence, he said, If I'm not mistaken, this should be the world in that picture scroll. A calm and collected Xia Lin Lang gazed at him, how are you still in the mood to ask me about such frivolous things even facing your imminent death? It was as though Yang Kai was speaking to himself as he said, the portal of Pear Flower Cave Heaven was that picture scroll. I already realized that the picture scroll was extraordinary when I first saw it, but now it seems that the picture scroll wasn't just a powerful artifact, but a self-contained world of its own. You acted reluctant to let me go, but you actually used a trick on me to let me jump into a more suited cage than the last one. At this point, Yang Kai muttered in annoyance, it seems that before your return, even if I was able to force open the portal of Pear Flower Cave Heaven, I would still plunge into this place and become trapped. Xia Lin Lang gazed at him in an innocuous manner. So what if you figured it out? There's no pill in the world for regret. If there was one, I wouldn't mind buying a few thousand of them and letting you have a taste. Yang Kai pressed his hand against his chest. It feels terrible. With her lips covered, Xia Lin Lang giggled. Oh really? I'm very pleased actually. A vexed Yang Kai stared at her and said, I've treated you with sincerity, but you've gone back on your word instead. That's not righteous at all. Xia Lin Lang couldn't help but roll her eyes. What a thick-skinned man. Since you have no more worries, are you ready to make a move now? Yang Kai gazed at her. Dispassionately, Xia Lin Lang replied, I'll never be at ease as long as someone who doesn't know his place like you is still alive. Although the world's spring is precious, I don't have the patience to wait for you to make it to the 7th order. Let's just see how lucky I am. If I'm lucky, the world's spring might survive after your death. If I'm not, I'll just watch as the world's spring goes with you to the Yellow Springs. As a 6th order Open Heaven Realm Master, you shouldn't have any regrets since you have such an honor. Yang Kai nodded gently, you're right. Do you have any last words? Xia Lin Lang gaped at him. There's no need for that. Yang Kai shook his head. Xia Lin Lang stared fixedly at him. The next moment, she appeared in front of him and pushed out her palm before cursing, You can die now, then. Instantaneously, Yang Kai parried the attack with his fist. Following a loud boom, the ground shook violently. A crack appeared beneath Yang Kai as his feet sank into the ground. Without giving him a chance to take a breath, Xia Lin Lang pushed out her palm again at the speed of lightning. If Yang Kai hadn't personally experienced it, he wouldn't have believed that such a petite woman could unleash such violent attacks. The last time he came across such a situation was when he met Zhu Qin, who was from the Dragon Clan, for the first time. Her attacks landed on Yang Kai like a torrent, and 10 strikes later, half of Yang Kai's figure was beneath the ground. How is a 6th order Open Heaven Realm Master like you supposed to fight me without the help of Pear Flower Cave Heaven's power? Regardless of how amazing the world's spring is, it can't make up for the gap between us. Xia Lin Lang snorted while her attacks never stopped. Previously, since Yang Kai had obtained the inheritance of Pear Flower Divine Monarch, he was able to make use of Pear Flower Cave Heaven's power. If they got into an intense battle in Pear Flower Cave Heaven, the place would suffer an immense loss. That was the reason Xia Lin Lang tricked him into entering the world in the picture scroll instead. The picture scroll outside of Pear Flower Cave Heaven not only served as a portal and a layer of defense, but it was also a cage. Now, Yang Kai was trapped inside this cage, and unless he killed Xia Lin Lang, he would never be able to get out of it. As Xia Lin Lang spoke, she attempted to sweep her leg across the man's head. Yang Kai raised his hand to block, but as he was faced with the violent force, he was sent flying away like a carrot that had been plucked out of the ground. While in mid-air, he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Although the world's spring was able to stabilize his small universe and prevent it from falling into chaos, the attacks from a 7th order Open Heaven Realm Master could not be underestimated. After getting struck so many times, Yang Kai was naturally injured. He managed to stabilize himself in midair with difficulty and wiped the blood from his mouth. As he gazed at the grim-looking Xia Lin Lang, he put on a grin and taunted, An old bat like you is indeed quite powerful. An incensed Xia Lin Lang snarled, I'll tear your mouth off. The moment she finished saying the last word, Yang Kai was sent flying away again as though he had been struck by lightning. Although he was in a defensive pose, there was a huge gap between their strengths, so he was unable to disperse her raging attacks. The ground shook and the sky paled. The mountains in the picture scroll crumbled and fell. It was as though the entire world had been turned upside down. Xia Lin Lang didn't hold back at all, leading Yang Kai to be struck like a sandbag, powerless to counterattack. If he hadn't refined the world spring, his small universe would have come apart already. If it weren't because his half-dragon form physique was so sturdy, he wouldn't have persevered. On the other hand, Xia Lin Lang became increasingly unsettled as time passed, for she had a feeling that Yang Kai had some kind of secret plot. After all, he hadn't summoned his spear even up until this moment and had simply been facing her with his body. However, she felt that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to carry out any secret plot in this world in the picture scroll even if he had any. In this place, she was already invincible as a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Therefore, her doubts soon vanished into thin air as her attacks became even more rapid. With that said, she was amazed at the fact that a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master still hadn't lost his life following her barrage of blows. It was no wonder that after she left, he was able to occupy Lin Lang Palace and kick Qin Fun and the others out so easily. He was indeed significantly more powerful than an average 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. An instant later, Yang Kai appeared to be at an absolute disadvantage as he was completely powerless to fight back. In addition to many bruises on his face, his figure was covered in wounds and blood. He looked truly battered. Having lost her patience, Xia Lin Lang stared calmly at the staggering man who was standing not far away from her. A sense of hesitation flashed through her eyes, but it soon dissipated. As she performed a hand seal, she yelled, "I'll end it here." As her hand seal was formed, her world force surged. She then pointed her finger at Yang Kai's forehead from a distance. Her attack would determine the life or death of this man. Her slender finger seemed to ignore the limits of space and gently landed on Yang Kai's forehead. As if struck by a mountain, he suddenly tipped his head back, but a grin appeared on his blood-covered face at that exact moment as he threw out his fist and bellowed, "Cow punch!" A violent force burst out from his figure. Following the trail of the aura he had spent so much effort chasing, Yang Kai crashed all the force he could muster into the woman's small universe. Xia Lin Lang's expression changed drastically. In an instant, she felt the world around her spinning, and a thunderous noise rang out in her ears as her small universe was sent into turmoil. Before she could come to her senses, she saw a spear magnifying before her eyes through her blurred vision, a horrifying murderous intent swirling around its tip. The strength and resilience of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could not be underestimated though. At the critical moment, Xia Lin Lang forcefully drew upon her small universe's might and exerted more force with the finger that was on Yang Kai's forehead, knocking him away. Azure Dragon's spear jabbed almost a palm's length into her belly before it was forcefully drawn out, its blade covered in blood. Having just escaped from death's door, Xia Lin Lang rapidly withdrew 1,000 kilometers. Looking down, she realized that blood was streaming out of her belly and dyeing her clothes crimson. Her figure was close to being run through by the weapon just now. If she had suffered such an injury, while she wouldn't have lost her life given her 7th Order cultivation, it would still be considered a critical wound. What was more shocking for her was that there was a dark flame burning around her wound. The black flame was so ferocious that she could only suppress it, but not put it out immediately despite being a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Golden Crow's True Fire. Xia Lin Lang's pupils contracted as she instantly deduced the flame's origin. Golden Crow's True Fire was a high-rank fire element power. Since Yang Kai was able to use this power, it meant that he had refined it for himself. Xia Lin Lang slowly made it to the 7th Order from a lower realm, so she knew full well how hard it must have been to condense a high-rank element power. It was then she realized why Yang Kai was far stronger than cultivators in the same order. In this vast universe, those who could condense high-rank elements and make it to the Open Heaven realm were all famous figures. Could this guy really be a disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven? But I've never seen him use the immovable Bright King body before. However, Just like what's described in the rumors, his physique is extremely robust. While the use of Golden Crow's true fire stunned Xia Linlang, the transformation in her small universe was what really concerned her. At this moment, a force was weltering in her small universe, which made it impossible for her to circulate her strength smoothly. Before she could attempt to suppress it though, Yang Kai came at her with his spear. The mark of a finger on his glabella was conspicuous and golden blood streamed out of the wound and slid down his face. An unperturbed Yang Kai put on a savage grin, which made his face look even more hideous. Do you think I can only go against you using Senior Spear Dao? The Yang Kai have my own Daos. I'll let you know the consequences of angering me. The reason he held his fury in and never summoned his Azure Dragon Spear despite being wounded all over his face and body was that there was a huge gap between their base strengths. Even if he summoned Azure Dragon Spear, the outcome wouldn't change. However, it was different at this moment. Following his use of Cow Punch secret technique, the situation had been turned around. He now had the capital to oppose her. It had to be said that the aura of a 7th order was extremely difficult to trace. Since he comprehended his Cow Punch secret technique, Yang Kai had only used it to deal with 4 people. Senior Sister Jean was the first, but that was more like a friendly spar rather than a life-and-death battle, and it ended after Yang Kai succeeded. Tan Luo Xing was the second. As a 6th order blood slave, he barely had any sentience left to speak of, so after the trail of his aura was caught by Yang Kai, he was instantly killed. Blood Crow was the third, and he had indeed suffered a big setback because of Yang Kai. However, these 3 were all in the 6th order while Xia Linlang was in the 7th order. Yang Kai hadn't endured an incense stick's worth of attacks for no reason. As their world forces clashed and their auras entangled, he could finally find the chance to counterattack at the most critical moment. Unaware of Yang Kai's capabilities, Xia Linlang almost had her figure penetrated by his spear. If she were a stronger 7th order Open Heaven Realm Master, Yang Kai might not have had the chance to use this secret technique and he would have fallen into a state of complete powerlessness. Martial Peak, Chapter 4664, Mutual Loss. Yang Kai was playing with fire by enduring the bombardment of attacks for an entire incense stick of time. If he wasn't careful, he would have lost his life. However, if he hadn't done that, he couldn't have obtained the right to fight against Xia Linlang, a 7th order Open Heaven Realm Master. As he wielded his Azure Dragon Spear, pear flowers seemed to blossom. Yang Kai had comprehended this divine ability after obtaining the inheritance of Pear Flower Divine Monarch, so it wasn't his own technique. If he were still in Pear Flower Cave Heaven, he could make use of the world's power and to unleash a blow that was equivalent to a 7th Order Master's full-powered attack. However, since he had left Pear Flower Cave Heaven, the force of this attack had become less immense, though it was still fairly powerful. Xia Linlang's figure was engulfed in countless spear shadows, but as her world force surged, the phantoms dissipated. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai roared, "Golden Crow casts the sun." Senior Pear Flower's Dao didn't belong to him. However, the Golden Crow casts the sun did. As a golden crow was heard cawing, a great sun leaped into the sky and illuminated the entire world. Xia Linlang's pupils contracted again as she exclaimed, "A divine manifestation?" Yang Kai guffawed, "You have pretty acute vision. It is indeed a divine manifestation." He then stuck his spear to the great sun and pushed it towards the woman. Xia Linlang's gaze appeared conflicted. She was jealous and envious, but at the same time, she was unresigned and furious. Normally, divine manifestations were exclusive to high-rank masters. Only when a cultivator reached the high-rank Open Heaven realm could they stand a chance to comprehend their own divine manifestation. However, not every high-rank Open Heaven realm master had this opportunity. Although it had been a long time since Xia Linlang ascended to the 7th Order, she still hadn't comprehended her own divine manifestation. There were many 7th Order Open Heaven realm masters who remained hidden in the Shattered Heaven, but only 10% of them could use divine manifestations. Xia Linlang had never expected that one day she would come across a 6th Order Open Heaven realm master who could cast a divine manifestation. At that instant, she felt as though she was dreaming. If this wasn't a dream, why would there be such a ridiculous thing in this world? However, the divine manifestation indeed showcased a high-rank power, so she could not underestimate it. The spear surged forward like a dragon while the great sun rapidly magnified before her eyes. Since her aura was still in chaos, there was no way she could dodge the attack. Left with no other option, Xia Lin Lang unleashed a great shout as the illusory phantom of her small universe flashed behind her back. Ignoring the turmoil in her small universe, she forcefully drew out her world force to meet the great sun head-on. As the moves met, the world fell silent. As the great sun exploded, the world in the picture scroll became blindingly bright. Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang were both sent flying in opposite directions as they sprayed out mouthfuls of blood. While Yang Kai was soaked in blood, Xia Lin Lang's hair was a mess, and her clothes had become tattered. The chaos in her small universe had also been exacerbated. Before she could take a breather, she was suddenly engulfed in a great sense of danger, one even more intense than when Yang Kai used his divine manifestation just now. Upon stabilizing himself, Yang Kai pushed his power without reserve. A great sun leapt into the sky again, and following that, a cold moon rose into existence. The sun and the moon shone brightly together. As time principles and space principles intertwined, the space-time strength permeated the world. Sun and moon divine wheel. The great sun and moon circled one another in an endless cycle, rotating faster and faster. While carrying an amazing power, the two celestial bodies flew towards Xia Lin Lang, who was still dizzy from the last attack. Space was instantly frozen while time seemed to have stopped flowing. Xia Lin Lang had never come across such an abstruse divine ability. At that instant, she didn't know what to do. Despite that, she innately understood that one great force could suppress even 10 masters. While clenching her teeth, she suppressed the weltering vitality in her heart and madly activated her world force before meeting the rapidly rotating sun and moon head-on. As the surrounding space collapsed, Xia Lin Lang shot forward and landed a palm on Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai was sent flying away while gripping his spear. As blood spurted, both of them fell to the ground with a loud thud. While lying on the ground, Yang Kai panted heavily and widened his eyes, but his vision was all blurred. He could feel his aura weltering around his body, as though there were thousands of horses rampaging inside him and tearing his physique apart. He had previously endured Xia Lin Lang's attacks for an entire incense stick, and now he had cast 2 powerful attacks without taking the consumption of energy into consideration. After he was struck by the woman's full-force counterattack, he almost lost his life. At this moment, he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Although he was badly injured, Xia Lin Lang wasn't in any better shape. She had sequentially been struck by Yang Kai's cow punch, then his golden crow cast the sun, then his sun and moon divine wheel. Despite being a 7th order open heaven realm master, she couldn't possibly keep fighting after suffering so many powerful blows. As he activated his divine sense, Yang Kai realized that the woman was indeed lying in a pit that was a few thousand meters away. She remained unmoving and her aura was weak. The fierce battle turned out to be a mutual loss. No one would have believed it if they were told. Although there was only a difference of 1 order, a 7th order master should easily be able to defeat 10 6th order masters, so how did Xia Lin Lang end up in such a state? However, that was indeed what had happened. Presently, Xia Lin Lang, who was lying in the pit, appeared extremely embarrassed. Her clothes were all tattered, which revealed her underwear. If anyone saw her without knowing what had happened, they would have thought that she had been molested and then thrown away by Yang Kai. On the other hand, she had never expected she could be horribly injured by a 6th order open heaven realm master one day. She felt so humiliated that she was on the brink of bursting into tears. While clenching her teeth, she managed to spit vehemently, "Just you wait. I'll definitely rip your corpse into 10,000 pieces." Despite her hushed voice, she knew that Yang Kai could hear her. As expected, Yang Kai was then heard snorting, "How do you have the nerve to utter threats now? Neither of us can move, so whoever can recover first will be the winner. Although my cultivation is lower than yours, I have full confidence in my recovery abilities. His confidence came from his half-dragon physique and his wood element power condensed from the immortal tree. Therefore, even though she was one order higher than him, Yang Kai believed that there was no way Xia Lin Lang could recover before he did. While he was lucky enough to have pushed Xia Lin Lang over the edge, it was also thanks to his well-thought-out plan. If his cow punch secret technique hadn't been effective, the subsequent sequence of events wouldn't have happened. The turmoil in her small universe gave Yang Kai a chance to hit her with his 2 trump cards. Otherwise, regardless of how powerful Golden Crow casts the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel were, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could have resolved his attacks. That was what had happened when he fought against Zuoquan Hui. Yang Kai had gotten into several intense battles with Zuoquan Hui, but other than the final conflict, which he was lucky enough to have killed him in, Yang Kai was essentially always at a disadvantage. Since he had come to a draw with Xia Lin Lang, it went to show that his power had increased significantly during this period of time. How could you oppress a weak woman like me? Are you even a man? Xia Lin Lang snapped. Yang Kai sneered, "You're just an old witch. I suppose you hadn't expected this to happen when you oppressed me just because you thought yourself stronger." Xia Lin Lang was enraged. Perhaps she had rarely argued with anyone, so her vocabulary was rather limited when it came to such a situation, so she just continued snapping, "Damned brat." Yang Kai retaliated, "Old witch. Smelly man. Hag." Instead of trying to recuperate, the two of them bickered with each other while lying on the ground. Although they cursed one another, there was no doubt that Yang Kai's calm and collected demeanor had put him in an advantageous position. In just a while, Xia Lin Lang was so exasperated that she started spraying out a mouthful of blood as her twin peaks heaved. After suffering a small loss, she stopped humiliating herself as she decided to keep her mouth shut and let Yang Kai's words roll off her back. Yang Kai guffawed in a smug manner, as though he had won another battle. 1 hour later, he suddenly let out a long breath. "We could have parted ways and lived our lives in peace, but you insisted on choosing death instead." Upon finishing his words, he slowly got to his feet and stumbled forward with his Azure Dragon Spear in hand. Although his aura was still weak and unstable, he had restored some of his energy. Despite sensing his movements, Xia Lin Lang remained unmoving. Yang Kai walked down the pit and stood beside her. Looking down, he asked calmly, "Do you have any last words?" Xia Lin Lang glared at him, as though she was trying to cut him in half with her gaze. Yang Kai went on to say, "All right, stop pretending. You're a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all. Although you couldn't possibly have restored a lot of your strength in such a short time, I doubt you'd just lie there waiting for death. Since both of us can still make the last move, fate will decide which one of us will have the last laugh." Xia Lin Lang decided to ignore him and closed her eyes. On the other hand, Yang Kai sported a solemn expression. He wouldn't dare to make a rash move upon seeing her reaction. Just like he had said, both of them had restored a bit of their strength and apparently, she was saving hers to react accordingly. There was only a slim chance of success if he acted hastily now. All of a sudden, Xia Lin Lang opened her eyes and roared, "I'll dig your eyes out if you keep ogling me." Yang Kai was torn between tears and laughter. "It's not that I want to take advantage of you when you're in such a state, it's just that your clothes are a complete mess and you don't want to get changed. I'm just considering which part of your body to stab my spear into." He paused for a moment, then asked, "Why don't you change into new clothes? You'll look more decent when you die." It wasn't certain what was on Xia Lin Lang's mind, but she really followed Yang Kai's advice. After sitting up, she fished out new clothes from her space ring and directly put them on. It was apparently a defensive artifact instead of ordinary clothes. Yang Kai didn't stop her. After putting on her clothes, Xia Lin Lang lay on the ground again and placed her hands on her belly. She was as silent as a corpse. Yang Kai's brow twitched. "Just what do you want?" Xia Lin Lang opened her eyes and shot him a faint glance. "I'm not going to make a move. I enjoy watching you act all anxious." Yang Kai snapped. I'll make a move then if you're not going to. You can give it a try. Let's see which one of us dies in the end. Do you think I don't dare to? Yang Kai was completely incensed. Do it then. What are you waiting for? While Yang Kai's face twitched, the veins on his forehead also throbbed. Just when he was considering whether he should push out his spear without worrying about the consequences, events took a turn. The world in the picture scroll shook while the sky paled. Yang Kai subconsciously thought that the woman was trying to launch a sneak attack on him, so he instantly moved backwards about 100 meters. While lifting his spear defensively, he went on full alert. On the other hand, Xia Lin Lang rapidly got to her feet and shot the man a glance before sneering, I thought you were a bold man, but it turns out you're just a coward. She then looked up at the sky with a frown. Yang Kai also came to his senses as he realized that the turmoil wasn't the woman's doing. Instead, it came from the outside world. As he recalled that they were in the world in the picture scroll, which was also a portal that led to Pearflower Cave Heaven, Yang Kai arched his brow and asked, Someone is attacking the portal, right? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4665, Grasshoppers on the Same Rope. It was because some other group was attacking the portal from outside that the world in the picture scroll was in turmoil, and judging from the violent movements, Yang Kai believed that the attackers were fairly powerful. With that said, Xia Lin Lang, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was in charge of Pearflower Cave Heaven. The attackers wouldn't have made a scene if they didn't have confidence. Taking pleasure in her misfortune, Yang Kai guffawed, It seems that retribution has come for you. He was still disgruntled about this woman tricking him, so he was more than happy to see her suffer. Xia Lin Lang coldly retorted, What are you so pleased about? If they manage to shatter the portal, you'll be the first to suffer, not me. Yang Kai's laughter abruptly caught in his throat as he came to his senses. They're here for me? What do you count for? Xia Lin Lang sneered, They're after the world spring. It's them? Yang Kai finally figured out who the attackers were, as there were only a small number of people who were aware of the world spring's existence. Certainly, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who attempted to hack each other to death in the now-shattered universe Cave Heaven knew about it though. After Xia Lin Lang captured Yang Kai, she was intercepted by an old woman. Xia Lin Lang followed up, They must have tailed me while I was outside some time ago. That's why the location of this place has been exposed. Otherwise, they couldn't have found this place so soon. Yang Kai snapped, Why were you so careless? Xia Lin Lang sneered, Didn't you say I deserve retribution? Why are you so anxious? At that instant, Yang Kai was lost for words. If this matter had nothing to do with him, he could have sat on the mountaintop and watched the tigers fight. However, since he was their primary target, it was expected that he was anxious. Although he wasn't certain whether Xia Lin Lang was lying, he believed that this woman had no reason to mess with him at this point. A myriad of expressions came over him. While staring at him, Xia Lin Lang suddenly put on a smile. Why don't I open the portal and let you flee? You're an expert in the Tao of space anyway. If you want to flee, those people might not be able to capture you even though they're in the high-rank Open Heaven realm. Yang Kai snarled, Do you think I can flee from multiple high-rank masters when I'm in such a state? What does that have to do with me? Xia Lin Lang smiled elegantly. Yang Kai was so vexed that he had the urge to kill this woman with his spear right here and now. Just now, he was all ready to watch a good show, but it turned out that he was the one featured in the show instead. Life was truly unpredictable. All of a sudden, Yang Kai's fury all faded and he put on a smile. Good, let's do that. After you open the portal, I won't flee since there's no chance of success. There's only one world spring, and those people are obviously not united. Once they're inside, they'll certainly backstab one another. When they start fighting, I'll seize the chance to escape. Moreover, they won't really kill me. Just like you, they'll probably try to make me ascend to the 7th Order before snatching the world spring. No matter the outcome, I won't die. While staring at her with a grim expression, he went on to say, On the other hand, your aura is weak and you're clearly injured. I bet those people will take the chance to kill you. All of you have been hiding in the shattered heaven for many years, so some grudges must have formed between you. I believe that the old woman we came across some time ago wouldn't miss the chance to deal a fatal blow to you. Xia Lin Lang snorted. Do you think they're as easygoing as I am? Do you think they're as patient as I am? There's only one world spring. If none of them can get it, they'll not let it fall into other people's hands. You won't have a chance to survive then. Don't worry, no one will help bury your corpse after you die. Yang Kai waved his hand. Good, neither of us is young and ignorant anymore, so let's stop trying to frighten each other. Are you calling me old? Xia Lin Lang rolled her eyes, then tucked her hair behind her ear and straightened her back. I'm in my prime years. Yang Kai pursed his lips. In any case, we're now grasshoppers on the same rope, so our fates are tied to one another. After a moment of silence, Xia Lin Lang nodded. You finally said something sensible after such a long time. Unwilling to argue with her over this, Yang Kai said, how many high-rank masters are there? Although he was now a half-owner of Pear Flower Cave Heaven, the world in the picture scroll had nothing to do with him. Only Xia Lin Lang was aware of what was going on in the outside world. There are 4 of them, she replied. You've met them all before? It was just what Yang Kai had expected. While he was outside of the universe cave heaven back then, other than Xia Lin Lang, he had also come across an old woman with gray hair, a middle-aged man, a woman, and a young boy with a ponytail. The 5 of them all charged into that universe cave heaven and got into a fight, which was why the place fell apart. How powerful are they compared to you? We're equally matched. There's not much difference between us really. In the 7th order, none of us are at the top nor at the bottom. Xia Lin Lang laughed at herself a bit self-deprecatingly. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai asked, if you open the portal now, how likely, do you think, are we to successfully flee while they're off guard? Xia Lin Lang gazed at him with a weird look. I should be asking you this question instead. Aren't you supposed to be adept at fleeing since you've mastered the Tao of space? Yang Kai shook his head. It would be possible if I was at full strength. However, given the state I'm in, there's no chance of success. Moreover, since they're aware of my capabilities, they might have made some preparations already. Xia Lin Lang sighed. This portal can't persist for long. This place was already damaged after our fight earlier. Now that they're bombarding it with their full strength, it'll only take them half a day to break open the portal. As they spoke, the turmoil in the world in the picture scroll intensified like a rising tide. Xia Lin Lang immediately made a decision. Come with me. Without hesitation, Yang Kai nodded his head. Xia Lin Lang performed a hand seal and pointed forward. A ripple spread across the void and revealed a portal that led back to Pear Flower Cave Heaven. Following that, the 2 of them passed through the portal. They were initially at each other's throats and were trying to kill one another, but at this moment, they were forced to become allies, which was quite ironic. However, Yang Kai needed to rely on her 7th order strength while Xia Lin Lang had to make use of his mastery of the Tao of space. Moreover, Yang Kai had showcased incredible power during their battle. By joining forces with him, she would stand a greater chance of survival. Both of them were sensible people. They knew that this kind of temporary union would only bring them benefits, which was why they stopped trying to hack each other to death. Nevertheless, after they escaped this calamity, it didn't mean they wouldn't resume their life and death struggle. Upon returning to Pear Flower Cave Heaven, they directly appeared in front of Pear Flower Palace. When Qin Fun and the others, who had been waiting in this place, saw the 2 of them, they quickly flew over. Upon seeing Xia Lin Lang was battered and her clothes were soaked in blood, they were shocked and glowered at Yang Kai. Yang Kai ignored them. Xia Lin Lang turned to look at him. The portal on the outside is an artifact, so after they shatter it, they still can't enter this place. They'll also have to break the world barrier here. It will only take them 10 days to half a month to do that. Yang Kai nodded gently. We'll have ample time to restore our strength then. By the time they barge in, we'll be able to deal with them since we're the co-owners of this place. Xia Lin Lang slowly shook her head. I won't fight with them here. Yang Kai frowned. Why? By fighting against their enemies in Pear Flower Cave Heaven, both of them would have an advantage. After all, they were the co-owners of this place, so they could make use of the world force of this universe Cave Heaven. Xia Lin Lang explained, more than 10 million people are living here. If we engage in a battle here, regardless of whether we win or lose, this place will be severely damaged. By then, countless people will lose their lives. Therefore, the moment they shatter the world barrier, we'll have to break through the siege. Whether we survive or not will be left up to the heavens then. Yang Kai gazed at her with a shocked expression. In a dispassionate tone, Xia Lin Lang asked, "What's wrong? Do you think I'm too soft-hearted? Fine, I'm indeed such a person. If you don't agree with my decision, you can leave now. I won't stop you." Yang Kai shook his head. "That's not what I meant. I was just surprised." He had never expected that this woman would be concerned about the life or death of the millions of residents of Pear Flower Cave Heaven. She was even willing to give up a strategic advantage in a life-and-death fight against her enemies to preserve this place. It had to be noted that this decision was unwise. Anyone who had weighed the pros and cons of this matter wouldn't have made such a decision. All of a sudden, Yang Kai found this woman to be less despicable. Xia Lin Lang frowned. "Why are you looking at me like this? Do you think I'm showing too much womanly compassion just because I'm concerned about the people living in this place?" Yang Kai grinned. "It is said that we may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. Moreover, I'm not familiar with you, so I don't know what kind of a person you really are. However, it's clearly not a bad thing that the people here are ruled over by someone like you, who is concerned about their safety." Xia Lin Lang snorted. Yang Kai went on to say, "If you trust me, I have a way to solve this problem." A doubtful Xia Lin Lang stared at him. "What's your solution?" With a smile, Yang Kai shook his head. "You'll find out soon enough. But before that, I need the array jade of the Pear Flower Palace." As he spoke, he extended his hand. Xia Lin Lang furrowed her brows, but she didn't hesitate for long. She soon passed back the array jade she had retrieved from him some time ago. "Thanks." Yang Kai put on a smile. "I'll go somewhere to restore my energy now, and you should do the same. We'll have a tough battle soon." He then disappeared into the distance. Qin Fun and the others were dumbfounded. They initially thought that their palace master had captured Yang Kai, but they soon realized it wasn't the case upon hearing their conversation. Something serious seemed to have happened while the two of them were not around. "What's going on, Palace Master?" Qin Fun gazed doubtfully at her. Xia Lin Lang replied, "I was tailed while I was outside some time ago, so the location of this place has been exposed. Some powerful cultivators are trying to invade now. I need to recuperate immediately. You all should enter Lin Lang Palace and prepare yourselves." "Yes," Qin Fun and the others replied respectfully. Martial Peak, Chapter 4666, Going All Out. Yang Kai hadn't suffered serious injuries in the battle against Xia Lin Lang. He was just exhausted, so it only took him a few days before he managed to restore most of his energy. During this period of time, some tremors could be felt taking place in Pear Flower Cave Heaven. It was apparent that the high-rank masters had shattered the portal of the picture scroll, and they were now trying to break through the world barrier of this place. Once they formed a crack, they could pass through it and invade. Since 4 high-rank masters had joined forces, it was a force to be reckoned with. Even though Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang had decided to work together, they couldn't possibly defeat these 4. Xia Lin Lang was concerned about the millions of lives in Pear Flower Cave Heaven, so she wasn't willing to start a fight in this place. Therefore, Yang Kai had to come up with a solution to free her of this concern so that they could make use of Pear Flower Cave Heaven's power to confront their enemies. Apparently, Xia Lin Lang didn't intend to keep the millions of lives inside her small universe even though she was able to do so. The small universe of a 7th-order open heaven realm master had materialized, so it could easily accommodate millions of ordinary lives. Furthermore, by raising living beings in one small universe, one could strengthen their heritage as living beings would nourish the world and generate world force all on their own. As time passed, it could save a cultivator much time and effort. However, if Xia Lin Lang really did that, it would be a disaster for those living here. Once she got into a fight with powerful enemies, most of those living here would be killed as a result of the turmoil in her small universe. Yang Kai initially intended to put all those living in Pear Flower Cave Heaven inside his small universe. Although he was just a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, his small universe had the protection of the World Spring. Therefore, the living beings in his small universe would not be harmed regardless of what happened. Nevertheless, if he really did that, the secret that his small universe had materialized would be exposed. Even though Xia Lin Lang appeared to be concerned about the living beings in this place, she might not have the same sympathy for Yang Kai. If she found out about his secret, she might develop some ill intentions. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai knew that he had to act secretly. The reason he got the jade back from Xia Lin Lang some time ago was to make some preparations for this. Once he was done healing, Yang Kai appeared above a certain mountain range. Looking down, he could see that the mountain range spanned several tens of thousands of kilometers, like a long, sleeping dragon. Following that, he fished out the jade and pinched it between the tips of his fingers. As he communicated with the jade, he manipulated the local space principles. The next moment, the world force in Pear Flower Cave Heaven trembled as a region several 100,000 kilometers wide began to shake. Although he was a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, it was hard for him to achieve what he was doing by relying only on his own power. However, since he was a co-owner of Pear Flower Cave Heaven, it was now much easier for him. Of course, the other half-owner of this place could detect such violent movements. A moment later, Xia Lin Lang, who was initially meditating in Pear Flower Palace, appeared before Yang Kai with a dark expression as she bellowed, "Yang Kai, what are you doing?" She could sense that Yang Kai was trying to split off a big piece of territory that spanned several 100,000 kilometers from Pear Flower Cave Heaven. This kind of separation was immensely damaging to Pear Flower Cave Heaven's foundation. Once Yang Kai succeeded, the heritage of Pear Flower Cave Heaven would be reduced by 20 to 30%. That was the reason Xia Lin Lang was incensed. On the other hand, Yang Kai wasn't surprised by her arrival. Since they were the co-owners of Pear Flower Cave Heaven, they could easily detect the slightest changes happening in this place. However, he wasn't flustered at all. While continuing to split off this chunk of land, he explained, "You're not willing to fight with the enemies in Pear Flower Cave Heaven because you're worried that those living here will be affected, but if we can move them to a safe place, you will no longer have such a concern. Back when I was still young and weak, I obtained a special storage artifact. Just like your picture scroll, it was a sealed world that could accommodate living beings. However, that storage artifact was damaged. Given my current capabilities though, it's not hard for me to make a similar storage artifact." When he was still in the star boundary in the past, Yang Kai had refined a number of world beads, which were similar to the sealed world bead. During the great battle between the humans and demons, every army commander had a world bead, which was used to easily mobilize their soldiers. Since Yang Kai already had this experience, it wouldn't be hard for him to make something similar to the sealed world bead. Once Xia Lin Lang realized his intentions, her expression turned milder. "Do you plan to move all those that live here to that new artifact?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. "Only by doing so can we go all out against the enemy in this place." A myriad of expressions came over Xia Lin Lang as she knitted her brows. Yang Kai scoffed, "Why even hesitate? I know you're concerned about the millions of lives in this place, and you're planning to break through the siege when the world barrier is shattered. However, without your protection, these innocents would still be affected since those high-rank masters would definitely be furious. By then, you won't be able to ensure their safety. In that case, why don't we move them to somewhere safe in advance?" Xia Lin Lang soon stopped hesitating and nodded. "Do you need any help?" Yang Kai nodded. "If you want to help, please gather all those living in this place together now so that I'll have ample time to transfer them to another place." After giving it a thought, Xia Lin Lang said, "I can put them inside my small universe first. When your artifact is ready, I can move them over." "Sounds good." Xia Lin Lang then left. There were people living all over Pear Flower Cave Heaven, so it would take her some time to put all of them inside her small universe. Space principles continued undulating around Yang Kai. With Pear Flower Cave Heaven's support, he spent half a day splitting the territory of several 100,000 kilometers that he had selected. The heritage of Pear Flower Cave Heaven instantly fell by 30%. As a result, the sky paled and the ground shook. It was as though it was the end of the world. Yang Kai activated his divine sense and engulfed the split-off territory with space principles without caring about his consumption of energy. As his world force undulated, he performed different hand seals and cast rays of light through his fingers. 3 days later, the territory of several 100,000 kilometers disappeared and was replaced by a bead the size of a longan. By infusing his divine sense into it, Yang Kai could see that the territory of several 100,000 kilometers he had split from Pear Flower Cave Heaven was now inside the bead. Just like the sealed world bead, the bead was an independent world of its own. Right then, Xia Lin Lang returned and gazed at the pale Yang Kai as she asked, "Is it done?" Yang Kai tossed the bead at her. After taking the bead, Xia Lin Lang inspected it while looking conflicted. A long time later, she said in a quiet voice, "Thank you." Following that, Yang Kai sat down on the ground with his legs crossed and swallowed down many open heaven pills. While smiling, he asked, "What did you say? I couldn't hear you clearly." Xia Lin Lang glared at him, "Don't reach out for a yard after taking an inch." In response, Yang Kai chuckled. It was apparent that it wasn't that Xia Lin Lang wanted to thank him, she was only expressing gratitude on behalf of the millions of people living under her rule. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai had a feeling that this woman really just wanted to obtain the world's spring without killing him. Given her actions so far, it was apparent she would have waited for him to ascend to the 7th order and then cut off a bit of territory to move the world's spring out of his small universe. For those in the open heaven realm, those below their realm were no different from ants. However, there were some open heaven realm masters in the world who couldn't really regard people as mere insects. Xia Lin Lang put the bead inside her small universe. When she moved the bead out a moment later, all those within had been moved into the artifact. Certainly, the migration would cause these millions of people to feel uneasy, but it was better than watching them lose their lives. All of a sudden, Xia Lin Lang tossed the bead back at Yang Kai, who took it and stared at her in confusion. Xia Lin Lang said, "I've witnessed your ability to flee before. Although you're weaker than I am overall, if only one of us survives this, it will definitely be you, not me. Keep the bead for me. You can pass it back to me if both of us survive. I've promised them that I'll give them a safe place to live after all." Yang Kai snorted, "After the food is eaten, it'll become something else when it comes out of the body. Will you still want it by then?" Xia Lin Lang snapped, "Nothing good will ever come out of your foul mouth." Yang Kai pursed his lips. Then, Xia Lin Lang looked up at the sky and said, "We have 3 days left at most. Get some rest now." Upon finishing her words, she turned around and left. After she was gone, Yang Kai looked down at the bead. As a thought flashed through his mind, he directly put it inside his small universe. In fact, he had always had his eyes on these millions of lives. With the world's spring in his possession, he wouldn't have to worry that those living here would be harmed while they inhabited his small universe. He was only in the 6th order, and he wasn't even certain how long it would take him to make it to the 8th order, but with those living beings residing in his small universe, he could shorten the time of achieving his goal. However, he had never expected that he would obtain living beings in such a way. Xia Lin Lang believed that she was no match for Yang Kai when it came to the ability to flee, which was why she let him keep the bead. Nevertheless, just like Yang Kai had said, once food was eaten, it could not be given away. Since Xia Lin Lang had passed those people to him, she would never be able to get them back. No place in the world was safer than his small universe right now. Even if he accidentally lost his life, his small universe would still remain intact with the world spring's presence. In just a few days, those living in Pear Flower Cave Heaven had experienced 3 great migrations. First, they were moved into Xia Lin Lang's small universe from Pear Flower Cave Heaven, then they were moved into the bead. Following that, they were transferred to Yang Kai's small universe. Although they didn't have to exert any effort, the migrations naturally made them feel anxious. When Yang Kai released them from the bead and settled them down in his small universe, those millions of people, regardless of their gender and age, all appeared pale and terrified. Yang Kai had never raised other living beings before, but he knew that they needed houses to live in and food to eat. There were some people who had cultivated before among these living beings, and there were even a dozen or so Emperor Realm Masters. However, none of them were in the open heaven realm. It wasn't hard to raise some Emperor Realm Masters in his body, but Yang Kai would definitely chase the open heaven realm masters out if there were any. As a thought flashed through his mind, he secretly spoke to those Emperor Realm Masters, who were shocked at first, but they soon became at ease. Following that, the most powerful Emperor Realm Master among them placated the crowd and the commotion slowly subsided. Martial Peak, Chapter 4667, A Single Attack. As the ground shook, the world barrier of Pearflower Cave Heaven was shattered. A huge crack appeared in the sky as 4 figures stood in line. They looked like 4 ferocious dragons that stuck their heads out of the clouds. In the square in front of Pearflower Palace, Yang Kai looked up and swept a glance over them. He had come into contact with the old woman with gray hair once. Xia Lin Lang said that the woman called herself Grandma Jiu. She was a ruthless and cruel person. No one knew of her background. In the entire shattered heaven, she was one of the oldest who chose to go into hiding in this place. At the very least, when Xia Lin Lang came here to live a reclusive life back then, Grandma Jiu was a famous figure. The middle-aged man was named Zhong Zheng. He seemed to have something to do with a particular sect in Green Frost territory, but no one could prove it. The beautiful woman was named Zhu Ling Shan, who was a licentious person with countless lovers. She was infamous throughout the entire shattered heaven. However, since she was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, no one would dare to underestimate her. It wasn't certain what kind of evil art that Purple Knight boy, who had a ponytail, had cultivated, but the more profound his cultivation was, the younger he looked. Although he looked as innocent and delicate as a young boy, he apparently loved eating human livers, especially those of women. People who offended him would end up in a horrible state. He had countless ways to make his enemies watch as he ate their livers. In the end, they were in so much pain that they would beg him to kill them. There was no law or order in the shattered heaven. It was all about power. This place was filled with the most ruthless people. It was as though all sorts of thugs in the 3,000 worlds had gathered together in this place. Su Wang, who was from Bright King Cave Heaven, once told Yang Kai that the waters in the shattered heaven were muddier than he imagined. At that time, Yang Kai still didn't understand what he meant, but now he had personally experienced it, and everything he saw was just the tip of the iceberg. What would the whole picture of the shattered heaven look like? Upon barging into Pearflower Cave Heaven, the 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters instantly locked their gazes on Yang Kai. Their eyes appeared fervent, so it was obvious that they were aware that Yang Kai had refined the World Spring. The one who could capture him would stand a chance to be the owner of the World Spring. There were rarely any precious treasures in the world that could make high-rank masters feel tempted, and the things that could make them risk their lives were even rarer. One of the 4 universe pillars, the World Spring, was definitely one of them though. As long as they could obtain the World Spring, they would be at a huge advantage when fighting against their enemies or raising living beings inside their small universe. If it weren't because of the allure of the World Spring, the 4 high-rank masters, who were not really united, wouldn't have joined forces and arrived at this place together. Yang Kai stomped his foot on the ground and grinned. "We have some guests. Let's send them a gift." A buzzing sound was then heard ringing throughout Pearflower Palace. Following that, the world force of Pearflower Cave Heaven madly streamed into the palace. At that instant, Pearflower Palace, which was a mobile palace artifact, as well as the command center of the entire Pearflower Cave Heaven, seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit. Inside Pearflower Cave Heaven, all the plants withered instantly and the sky turned gray. All the world force in Pearflower Cave Heaven had streamed into Pearflower Palace in just 3 breaths, which caused the originally vibrant universe cave heaven to turn into a dead place. As spear intent surged, Pear Flower Palace rose into the air and shot towards the 4 unwelcome guests. The 4 of them had just broken the world barrier of Pear Flower Cave Heaven and seen Yang Kai, who was their target, but just when they were excited, this turn of events suddenly took place. Although they were in the high-rank open heaven realm, it was still hard for them to react instantly. The color drained from Zhu Lingshan's face as she exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind, Xia Lin Lang?" At the same time, the expressions of Grandma Jiao, Zhong Zheng and Purple Night Boy changed drastically as their pleasant surprise turned into shock and fear. This couldn't be helped. Although they had envisioned what the battle would look like, the scenario before their eyes had never crossed their minds. Xia Lin Lang had truly gone all out with this attack, which had condensed all the world force in Pear Flower Cave Heaven into a single attack. Pear Flower Cave Heaven was a universe cave heaven left behind by a cultivator who was at least in the 8th order. Given Xia Lin Lang's capabilities, even though she could mobilize the world force of Pear Flower Cave Heaven, which made it easier for her to deal with her enemies here, she couldn't fully make use of this advantage. That was because she knew nothing about the Spear Dao. The previous owner of Pear Flower Cave Heaven was a master of the Spear Dao, so he had left behind a lot of Spear Dao essence after his death. Since she couldn't comprehend it, Xia Lin Lang naturally couldn't obtain his inheritance. If Pear Flower Cave Heaven was compared to a sword, Xia Lin Lang could certainly hold it and wield it like a club to deal with her enemies, but she would be unable to unsheath sword, which would naturally make it less effective. However, things were different with Yang Kai's assistance. Previously, he had fully absorbed the Dao essence of Pear Flower Cave Heaven, and although he hadn't fully digested it yet, he was able to unsheath the blade, which was Pear Flower Palace. The 2 of them had worked together to cast an attack that had condensed all the power from Pear Flower Cave Heaven into one spot. Although the attack was less powerful than what the previous owner could cast, it was definitely more powerful than what a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could launch. It was the one and only attack that had been infused with all the power of Pear Flower Cave Heaven. They wouldn't be able to launch such an attack again. Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang were originally split over this issue. She believed that since they were already at an advantage in this place, they didn't have to bet everything on a single roll of the dice. After all, if the attack proved to be ineffective, their advantage would be gone for good. Therefore, she believed that they should deal with their enemies in Pear Flower Cave Heaven so that they would stand a chance to gain the upper hand and ward off their enemies. Naturally, Yang Kai didn't agree with her. The argument between them was so fierce that they almost broke out into another fight. Qin Fun and the others were horrified as they watched from the side. While they were shocked by Yang Kai's audacity, they were also puzzled by their palace master's concession. Yang Kai's reasoning was that, while Xia Lin Lang could deal with one enemy and Yang Kai could make use of the advantage of being the co-owner to fight against another 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with the help of Pear Flower Palace, as well as Qin Fun and the others, since they were faced with 4 enemies, who would deal with the remaining 2. As the battle dragged on, the heritage of Pear Flower Cave Heaven would be depleted if they couldn't defeat their enemies, and once the depletion reached a certain critical point, their advantage would turn into a disadvantage, and they would have no choice but to flee. Hence, he believed that they should bet everything on a single attack. Since Xia Lin Lang wasn't willing to do this, their enemies would naturally not consider this possibility either, and they would be caught off guard. If the 2 of them were lucky, they could directly kill 1 or 2 of their enemies. Once they succeeded, the rest of the enemies would hesitate to make a move again. Back then, in Pear Flower Palace, Yang Kai said in a sincere manner, "I know you're unwilling to let go of this place, but those millions of lives have settled down in a safe place, so there's no more concern for you. Moreover, the location of this place has been exposed. Even if you're able to beat back your enemies this time, more will come knocking on your door in the future. You can't possibly keep this place safe." Certainly, Xia Lin Lang knew that he was right. There were 2 things that were most important when it came to hiding in the Shattered Heaven. First, a powerful cultivation, and second, a secure hideout. After she arrived in the Shattered Heaven in the past, it took her 1,000 years before she was lucky enough to find Pear Flower Cave Heaven and become its owner. Grandma Jiao, Zhong Zheng, Zhu Lingshan, and Purple Night Boy all had their own hideouts, which remained secrets that outsiders could never find out about. The cultivators outside the Shattered Heaven could never imagine the lengths these people had to go to keep their hideouts hidden. Once their hideouts were exposed, other than their enemies in the Shattered Heaven, those from the cave heavens and paradises would also hunt them down. It wasn't unprecedented. In the past, some high-rank open heaven realm masters had suffered such a setback. Their hideouts were found out by those from the cave heavens and paradises, and in the end, teams of high-rank masters from the cave heavens and paradises came over and directly shattered the world barriers before capturing these people who had been hiding. Xia Lin Lang believed that she was already careful enough the last time she went out, but she was still tailed by someone, which was why this place was now under siege. Fortunately, she wasn't an inflexible person. Since Yang Kai managed to change her mind, she directly agreed to his plan. Pear Flower Palace radiated a dazzling glow as spear intent filled the entire world. The palace artifact seemed to have turned into an all-conquering spear as it pierced towards the 4 unsuspecting enemies. They were targeted by the attack that had condensed all the power and aura of Pear Flower Cave Heaven. The expressions of the 4 of them were transformed by horror as they intended to flee, but were unable to do so. They secretly cursed at Xia Lin Lang while Zhong Zheng bellowed, "Act together if you want to live." He had never expected that Xia Lin Lang would act so decisively. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have listened to Grandma Jiao and come over to have a hand in this mess. This was a disaster he didn't ask for. As he spoke, he fully activated all his world force and made his move. Grandma Jiao, Zhu Lingshan, and Purple Night Boy also knew that it wasn't the time to hold back. Therefore, after Zhong Zheng spoke, they also activated their powers without hesitation. At that instant, 7 robust defensive artifacts had been summoned as they hovered in front of the group of 4. Behind the artifacts, some defensive secret techniques were also activated. A glow flickered in front of them as though there was a thick layer of wall defending them. There was a long tail of light behind Pear Flower Palace, which made it look like a ferocious dragon. It was a palace artifact that had many powerful functions, and at this moment, it had condensed all the world force of Pear Flower Cave Heaven. Certainly, such an attack could be described as terrifying. Looking down, they could see that Pear Flower Palace had been engulfed in an aura. Presently, Yang Kai was standing on the square in front of the palace. The Spear Dao essence he hadn't managed to fully digest now resonated with the palace. Be it Pear Flower Palace or the Spear Dao essence, they originally belonged to the original owner of Pear Flower Cave Heaven, so it wasn't surprising that they resonated with each other. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai made a grabbing gesture as though he was holding a spear. Even if there were millions of enemies in front of him, he could destroy them with his thrust. An exuberant Yang Kai filled his lungs before roaring, "Kill!" As the attack struck, the 7 artifacts were shredded like paper. The secret techniques behind the artifacts were also instantly shattered. The 4 enemies were sent flying away as they all sprayed out mouthfuls of blood, their auras significantly weakened. Pear Flower Palace directly formed a huge crack in the world barrier and disappeared into the distance. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4668, Escape. The heritage of Pear Flower Cave Heaven had been sucked dry, so the entire place had become dead. Even the command center, Pear Flower Palace, had left. Therefore, following the violent upheaval, the universe Cave Heaven crumbled and exploded. In the void, shattered spirit provinces of different sizes appeared from out of nowhere and shot forward in all directions. At the same time, 4 battered and injured figures emerged. They appeared to still be reeling from the shock. Zhong Zheng was the most severely injured among them as he was covered in terrible wounds. One could even see his squirming organs through the gashes in his flesh. It wasn't that Zhong Zheng was weaker than the rest of them, he was just unlucky to have borne the brunt of the horrifying attack. It was an attack that had exhausted all of Pear Flower Cave Heaven's power, so although it wasn't as powerful as an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's strike, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't easily parry it. The excruciating pain caused Zhong Zheng's face to contort as he covered his wounds with his power to stop the bleeding. He also fished out lots of precious pills from his small universe and gulped them down. All of a sudden, he felt a sharp pain in his chest as a stream of dangerous world force had locked onto him from behind. He instantly froze on the spot, and when he looked down, he saw a child's hands sticking out of his gut. With widened eyes, he bellowed, "Purple Knight, old ghost." Behind him, Purple Knight Boy stuck close to him like a shadow as he grinned. "Since you're so badly injured, you won't stand a chance to survive. I'll send you on your way now, no need to thank me." "You dare!" Zhong Jing roared. However, he was attacked by Purple Knight while he had lowered his guard, and he was now horribly injured, so there was no way he could resist. The next moment, Purple Knight Boy surged his world force, which rushed into the other man's body and destroyed his vitality. Purple Knight then pulled a bloody liver from Zhong Zheng's body and started gnawing at it. His expression was as casual as someone who was having a cold drink in the hot summer. In a nearby place, Grandma Jiao and Zhu Lingshan watched the incident unfold with impassive expressions. In a place like the Shattered Heaven, people could turn hostile to each other at any moment. If one of them had been badly injured instead of Zhong Zheng, such a calamity would have befallen them as well. Since Zhong Zheng was severely wounded, there was no way he could keep fighting. That was the reason Purple Knight Boy seized the chance to kill him. Even if Purple Knight hadn't done that, the other two would have developed some ill intentions. A 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was killed just like that. However, unlike a mid-rank master, Zhong Zheng's small universe didn't instantly collapse after his death. Instead, it contracted and sucked the corpse into it before disappearing into the void. Since time immemorial, this was how universe paradises and universe cave heavens had come about after the death of high-rank masters. As long as the small universe didn't suffer from any violent impact or irreversible damage, there was a decent chance of it remaining after the owner's death. There was no doubt that Zhong Zheng had left behind a universe paradise after he passed away. The liver of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was immensely beneficial to Purple Knight Boy, so he rapidly swallowed it down. As he wiped the blood off his mouth, his initially listless aura stabilized. He then turned to look in the direction Pear Flower Palace had disappeared and said, "Even with the help of Lin Lang Palace, Xia Lin Lang must be in a terrible state after forcefully mobilizing the power of the entire universe cave heaven. There won't be such a chance again if we let it slip through our fingers. I'm going after her. What do the two of you think?" Grandma Jiao and Zhu Lingshan exchanged glances before nodding lightly. A moment later, the three of them shot forward. Certainly, the universe paradise left behind by Zhong Zheng was precious as well. By breaking the world barrier, one could obtain all the possessions Zhong Zheng had left behind in his small universe. Nevertheless, regardless how many precious items he had, they paled when compared to the world spring. After weighing the pros and cons, they certainly wanted to obtain the world spring instead of searching the new universe paradise. With that said, they had memorized the location of this universe paradise, so they would come over to loot it when there was a chance in the future. Inside Pear Flower Palace, blood streamed out of Yang Kai's nose and mouth while Xia Lin Lang was pale-faced. Just like Purple Knight Boy had said, it was extremely taxing to forcefully activate the power of the entire Pear Flower Cave Heaven. If Xia Lin Lang had done it on her own, she would have lost all power to fight by now. Fortunately, Yang Kai was there to share the burden with her, so she was less exhausted than her pursuers anticipated. Nevertheless, since she had to recuperate, Pear Flower Palace was temporarily controlled by Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai felt fortunate that he had decided to absorb all of the Spear Dao essence in Pear Flower Cave Heaven. Otherwise, it would have been wasted by now. After all, Pear Flower Cave Heaven had collapsed and broken apart. Although they had fled from Pear Flower Cave Heaven, they couldn't let their guard down. The world spring was extremely attractive, so the 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't easily give up on it. On the other hand, they couldn't stay in the Shattered Heaven forever. While controlling Pear Flower Palace, Yang Kai sat down with his legs crossed to recuperate. He also infused his divine sense into his small universe to check on those living inside it. Although it had only been a few days since the over 10 million people entered the small universe, they had become at ease following the Emperor Realm Masters placating them. They had also been divided into dozens of groups, with some of them remaining in the same place, harvesting wood and stone in order to build houses. Some of them had moved across a long distance to look for suitable places to live. These groups of people ranged from several tens of thousands to several hundreds of thousands, and each one was respectively led by an Emperor Realm Master. This was what Yang Kai had told the Emperor Realm Masters to do. After all, development would be obstructed if more than 10 million people gathered in a single place. Therefore, after putting them inside his small universe, Yang Kai ordered the Emperor Realm Masters to lead the people to live in different places. Now, it seemed that the Emperor Realm Masters had done a great job. The migration was definitely taxing. Many of them were old people and young children. There were also a lot of families. That was the reason they were moving slowly. As a thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, he swept his world force across them and instantly sent them to suitable places to stay. It was his own small universe, so it wasn't hard for him to do this. After the initial shock, the Emperor Realm Masters soon came to their senses. They looked up at the sky and cupped their fists to express their gratitude, then started settling the people down. Following a moment of observation, Yang Kai was elated. In the future, several dozen cities of different sizes that were filled with people would form in his small universe. When these people settled down, they would certainly bring some transformation to his small universe. Furthermore, his small universe was far more habitable compared to others because he had refined the immortal tree, which was a high-rank wood element. Hence, the environment in his small universe was vibrant and full of vitality. All forms of vegetation could grow very strong inside it. On top of that, even the frail old people radiated a healthy glow upon entering his small universe. A great sun was hanging in the sky in his small universe, and at dusk, the sun fell beyond the horizon while the moon leaped into the sky. This kind of phenomenon was non-existent in other small universes. Perhaps there was only one such small universe in the entire 3,000 worlds. As the moonlight spilled over the world, Yang Kai suddenly recalled something and fell into his thoughts. He seemed to have fallen into a state of abstrusity and enlightenment as all sorts of ideas clashed and formed sparkles in his mind. It felt as though he had finally noticed a key aspect he had accidentally ignored in the past, but he was unable to fully grasp it. It was as if a thin piece of paper had been placed in front of him. He should be able to break it with a poke of his finger, but he seemed incapable of doing so. At that moment, he felt as if there was an itch he couldn't scratch. "What are you doing?" Just then, someone called out to him, which made him snap back from that ethereal state. Apart from him, Xia Lin Lang, Qin Fun, and the other Open Heaven Realm Masters were also inside Pear Flower Palace. Upon seeing how their palace master and Yang Kai worked together, the others wouldn't dare to provoke Yang Kai again. Since this guy was not even afraid of Xia Lin Lang, he certainly wouldn't have any regard for them. Therefore, the person who dared to interrupt him could be none other than Xia Lin Lang. Yang Kai was full of grievances after his state of enlightenment was interrupted by Xia Lin Lang. Although he hadn't figured out the idea that almost became clear in his mind, he was certain that it was extremely important. While suppressing his fury, he jerked his head to the side, only to see the woman glowering at him. "Where are you bringing me to?" She had let Yang Kai control Pear Flower Palace since she had to recuperate. However, she had never expected that this guy would drive the palace out of the shattered heaven, which was why she was incensed. Yang Kai frowned, but he soon realized why the woman was infuriated, so he explained, "The existence of the world spring has been exposed, so we can't stay in the shattered heaven any longer. Moreover, Pear Flower Cave Heaven is destroyed, and you have nowhere to go. There's no point for you to stay here. I have a place in Void Territory that is very safe. I can assure you that no one will have their eyes on you when you reach there, and you won't have to remain hidden." Xia Lin Lang sneered, "How are you going to assure me? Action speaks louder than words. You'll find out by then. If you trust me, come with me." Xia Lin Lang snapped. It's not about whether I trust you or not. It's that you have no idea about the situation we're in. If I leave the shattered heaven, those from the cave heavens and paradises will come to capture me. Can you ward them off by then? Yang Kai knit his brows. How did all of you offend the people from the cave heavens and paradises? Xia Lin Lang roared. How should I know? I've never fallen into any conflicts with the cave heavens and paradises since I started cultivating. However, after I ascended to the 7th order, they came knocking on my door without ever telling me what they wanted. I was powerless to resist them since they were so formidable. Left with no choice, I went into hiding in the shattered heaven. Now, thanks to you, I've lost my home, and here you are trying to send me to the lion's den. Go to void territory if you want, but don't count me in. Martial Peak, Chapter 4669, Turbulence. Upon finishing her words, Xia Lin Lang took control of Pear Flower Palace and drove it in a different direction. It would be extremely risky if they turned around, for Grandma Jiao and the others must be racing after them. By doing so, they would fall into a fierce battle against their enemies. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai got up and said, "In that case, we should part ways here." Since they had gotten out of the woods, he could make use of space principles to get rid of the 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Xia Lin Lang snorted. My hideout has been destroyed because of you, and I have nowhere to go in Shattered Heaven. Now you want to leave just like this? There's no way I'll allow that to happen. Yang Kai questioned dispassionately, What do you want, then? While staring resentfully at him, Xia Lin Lang said through clenched teeth, Aren't you an expert in the Tao of space? There are countless universe cave heavens and universe paradises that remain hidden in Shattered Heaven. You can only leave when you manage to help me find a new hideout. Yang Kai shook his head. Although I'm adept in the Tao of space, it's still hard for me to find any hidden universe cave heaven or universe paradise. Those that are easy to find have all been discovered. Moreover, I'm the target of Grandma Jiao and the others. You'll also benefit if we part ways. As long as I can leave Shattered Heaven, they wouldn't dare to run after me. Why would you object to this win-win solution? With that said, he knew that Xia Lin Lang still coveted his world spring. As long as she hadn't snatched the world spring from him, she would never willingly let him go. She had suffered immense losses this time. Not only was Pear Flower Cave Heaven destroyed, but she was also being pursued by her enemies. If she could obtain the world spring, it could make up for the losses. I don't care. Xia Lin Lang was determined to make him stay. If you insist on leaving, don't blame me for falling out with you. What an unreasonable person. Yang Kai roared. Xia Lin Lang put on a smile and looked provokingly at him. So what if I'm unreasonable? Yang Kai had the urge to punch her in the face. After they glared at each other for a moment, he had no choice but to back down as he said, Fine then, I'll help you find a new hideout before leaving. If you still stop me from leaving by then, I'll make you suffer even if both of us will be severely injured. Before Xia Lin Lang could reply to him, her expression changed as she turned to look in a particular direction. They've come so soon. She could detect 3 rays of light that were rapidly approaching them in the void. Although they were still far away, it was apparent to her that they were Grandma Jiao and the others. Before they even arrived, they started casting their divine abilities from a distance. Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang exchanged glances before activating their own powers. Although they hadn't had any discussion before, one of them tacitly took control of Pear Flower Palace and fled while the other took charge of the Grand Array to fend off the divine abilities. As the light barrier flickered, Pear Flower Palace shook violently. The palace then turned into a beam of light and shot into the depths of Shattered Heaven. Meanwhile, Grandma Jiao and the others continued pursuing them. Yang Kai snapped, If you hadn't changed directions, they wouldn't have reached us so soon. Xia Lin Lang snorted. It was you who decided to leave Shattered Heaven without having a discussion with me, but here you are blaming it all on me. As a man, shouldn't you take responsibility? Yang Kai clenched his teeth and fell silent. Although Pear Flower Palace could move pretty fast, it was hard to get rid of Grandma Jiao and the others. The pursuit went on for the following month as they moved across several million kilometers in shattered heaven. During this period of time, a piece of news spread across the entire shattered heaven and caused a commotion. One of the 4 universe pillars, the world spring, had emerged, and it was obtained by a 6th-order open heaven realm master. Presently, this person was in Xia Lin Lang's hands as they were trying to escape the pursuit somewhere in shattered heaven. The news sent a shockwave across the entire shattered heaven. The 4 universe pillars were extremely precious items in the world. Although they were not the most precious treasures, they were very important in the hearts of the open heaven realm masters. The last time one of the 4 universe pillars appeared was 3,000 years ago. At that time, it was the profound fish that had appeared. In order to snatch the profound fish, the entire shattered heaven had fallen into an uproar. Countless hidden high-rank masters came into the spotlight to snatch the item. The entire process spanned across 100 years, and the profound fish had changed ownerships several times. In the end, it was an 8th-order open heaven realm master who obtained it, and the dust slowly settled. During the 100 years of upheaval, about 10 high-rank masters in shattered heaven had lost their lives. Therefore, when word got out that the world spring had appeared, the old people who had experienced the calamity 3,000 years ago were worried. Would history repeat itself? With someone deliberately spreading the news, everyone in shattered heavens soon became aware of it. The portals of those universe cave heavens and universe paradises opened up as the powerful high-rank masters stepped out of their hideouts. Like the pythons on the mountains and the dragons in the lakes, they plunged into shattered heaven and caused a disturbance. In Pearflower Palace, Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang sported dark expressions. They initially thought that they would be safe after getting rid of Grandma Jiao and the others. Shattered heaven was pretty vast, so they could just find a place and go into hiding. By then, Grandma Jiao and the others wouldn't be able to find them regardless of how powerful they were. After dozens of years to 100 years, Grandma Jiao and the others would run out of patience, and everything would be fine. By then, the 2 of them could show up again. In fact, they had indeed gotten rid of Grandma Jiao and the others after spending half a month dealing with them. Presently, Pearflower Palace was hidden on a shattered spirit province as it went with the flow and moved towards the depths of shattered heaven. Nevertheless, barely 10 days later, a high-rank master appeared out of nowhere and directly launched an attack on Pearflower Palace. Since the person was on his own, he naturally couldn't get the upper hand. However, Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang were forced to keep fleeing. After that, they seemed to have become the targets of detestation in shattered heaven as they would be attacked wherever they went. The most important thing was that many of the attackers were in the 7th order. At this moment, 3 people were racing after Pearflower Palace at full speed. Xia Lin Lang was furious. Pearflower Palace was initially charging forward, but it soon turned around and crashed into the 3 of them. They were tailing the palace from a distance when they saw that. As their expressions changed drastically, they turned into rays of light and fled in different directions. The 3 of them were only in the 5th order, so they naturally wouldn't dare to stay when faced with the ferocious-looking Pearflower Palace. In order to increase their chance of survival, they even decided to part ways. However, a strange force engulfed them the next instant. They froze on the same spots as though the space around them had solidified. As Pearflower Palace crashed into them, they instantly turned into blood mists. Xia Lin Lang said through clenched teeth, "How did 3 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters have the nerve to come over and embarrass themselves? How ridiculous! After they're killed, the powerful cultivator behind them will be coming. Let's keep running!" Yang Kai yelled. Pearflower Palace then turned around and left at the speed of lightning. A moment later, a figure arrived from a distance and stopped in the spot where the 3 people were killed. With a livid expression, he continued dashing forward. The 3 of them were his disciples. Even though 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters were not powerful, it was hard to nurture them. Since they were all killed, he was expected to be furious. However, if he could obtain the World Spring, it would be worth it even if all his disciples were killed, let alone 3 people. Grandma Gio and the others must have spread the news since they've failed in their attempt to capture us. We've come across 7 to 8 high-rank masters along the way, and they're all eager to destroy us. If this drags on, we'll be doomed, Yang Kai grimly said. Xia Lin Lang's chest heaved as she let out a breath. I never expected that they'd do such a thing. In fact, Yang Kai had been worried that Grandma Gio and the others might spread the news about the World Spring. However, Xia Lin Lang believed that in order to obtain the World Spring, they would hide the secret instead of exposing it to others. What surprised her was that they had really done such a thing, which was why the two of them were in a perilous situation. They were now pursued by practically all the top cultivators in Shattered Heaven. It had come to such a point that Yang Kai couldn't leave Shattered Heaven, as some heaven-covering webs might just be waiting for him. By staying close to Xia Lin Lang, he could make use of the power of Pearflower Palace and fend off the enemies. However, if he fell into a trap set up by any high-rank master, he might not be able to flee despite being an expert in the Tao of space. Several million kilometers away, Grandma Gio and the others, who were still running after their targets, all wore livid expressions. They had personally experienced the turbulence going on in Shattered Heaven recently. The old farts who rarely showed up had suddenly stepped out of their homes and started moving in the same direction. Additionally, those old farts had also sent their disciples out like fishermen throwing nets into the sea. It had been thousands of years since the last upheaval took place in Shattered Heaven. Someone seemed to have dropped a rock into the muddy waters that made it even muddier. While running after their targets, they exchanged glances. All of them appeared to be doubtful. Grandma Gio snorted. Stop looking at me like this. I've always been on my own. Even if I wanted to spread the news, I didn't have a way to do so. Therefore, it's not me who spread the news about the World Spring. On the other hand, you too. Purple Night Boy scoffed. It's not me either. I can't even contain the urge to kill you both, so why would I spread the news to others? Upon finishing his words, he shot Zhu Lingshan a grim look. Big Sister Zhu, I heard that you're pretty close to Ku Yen, the dull flame divine monarch. Ku Yen, the dull flame divine monarch that he had mentioned, was one of the small number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Shattered Heaven. Although everyone could claim to be a divine monarch, Ku Yen deserved his title. He was also one of the acknowledged great experts in Shattered Heaven. Therefore, at the mention of the dull flame divine monarch, there was a sense of horror on Grandma Gio's wrinkled face. Zhu Lingshan was a licentious woman who had countless lovers. She was indeed beautiful, and her figure was curvy. Everyone in Shattered Heaven said that this woman was in an ambiguous relationship with the dull flame divine monarch. No one could prove it so far, while Zhu Lingshan and Ku Yen had never admitted to it. Martial Peak, Chapter 4670, Zhao Yi. To people like Zhu Lingshan and Ku Yen, by remaining silent about it, they had actually acknowledged it to be true. Therefore, in the Shattered Heaven, by leveraging on the Ku Yen divine monarch status, Zhu Lingshan was an important figure despite not being in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. Zhong Zhang. Zhu Lingshan suddenly snorted. Grandma Gio and Purple Night Boy became startled for a moment. I heard that Zhong Zhang obtained a precious item in the past that could take a mortal blow for him in his stead. Now, it seems that the rumors were true. They were the only people who were aware that the World Spring had appeared. Xia Lin Lang and the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm brat wouldn't invite trouble to themselves by exposing such a secret, while the three of them had never revealed it to anyone. The only possibility was that Zhong Zhang hadn't lost his life, and he was the one who had caused such a turbulence in the Shattered Heaven. Although he had a precious item that could act as a substitute for him in case he received a critical injury, allowing him to escape from death's door following Purple Night Boy's sneak attack, he must still be horribly injured, and he had no more strength left to snatch the World Spring. Therefore, he decided to spread the news. Since he was unable to obtain the World Spring, he certainly wouldn't let Purple Night Boy and the others have it either. At that instant, Purple Night Boy's expression turned awkward while Grandma Gio looked gleefully at him. It wasn't fun to have offended a powerful cultivator in the same order, especially when it was a blood feud. If Zhong Zhang really hadn't lost his life, Purple Night Boy would have to keep his guard up all the time from now on, for the former might retaliate against him at any moment. Grandma Jiao was indeed on her own, so she wouldn't get any benefits by exposing the secret. On the other hand, Zhu Lingshan and Ku Yen were in a relationship, so if she wanted to tell him this secret, she could have looked for a chance and informed him about it in secret instead of spreading it to everyone in the shattered heaven. Therefore, Zhu Lingshan's speculation could very well be true. Zhongzheng was still alive, and he was the one who had spread the news about the world spring. Purple Night Boy, who appeared like a young boy, felt his head aching. At that time, he was eager to chase after Xia Linlang and her sixth-order ally, so he hadn't had time to check on the universe paradise that Zhongzheng had left behind. If he had done that, he could have found out whether Zhongzheng was really dead or not. Nevertheless, it was no use crying over spilled milk. Since he had offended Zhongzheng, it wasn't like he could just apologize to him when they met again. In any case, both of them were in the seventh order, so he was not afraid of Zhongzheng. They would just fight a pointless life-or-death battle when the time came. While they were charging forward, Zhu Lingshan stopped in her tracks all of a sudden. Seeing that, Grandma Jiao and Purple Night Boy turned to look at her. Zhu Lingshan tucked her hair behind her ear and said, "Since the secret about the world's spring has been exposed, and everyone in the shattered heaven is aware of it, it's pointless for us to work together any longer. Why don't we part ways now? By doing so we'll stand a greater chance to get the world spring. Farewell." Upon finishing her words, she turned around and dashed off. Grandma Jiao and Purple Night Boy stared at her in silence without the intention to stop her. A moment later, Purple Night Boy scoffed, "She must be going to look for her lover." Grandma Jiao replied impassively, "It's understandable." She initially wanted to get the world spring for herself, which was why she never told Ku Yen about it. However, since the news has been spread, Ku Yen must be aware of it by now. She knows that even if she manages to obtain the world spring, it'll fall into Ku Yan's hands in the end. That's why she parted ways with us. "What now, Grandma?" Purple Night Boy turned to look at her. Grandma Jiao replied with a smile, "I'm old enough to have enjoyed all the pleasures in life, and I have no more regrets. Of course, I have to fight for a treasure like the world spring. Even though I won't have a chance to make it to the eighth order, I'll be able to live for a while longer and enjoy the view of the shattered heaven if I can get it." Following a nod, Purple Night Boy said with a smile, "You're pretty sanguine, Grandma. In that case, I'll accompany you. Let's join forces. If we can obtain the world spring, we'll decide who will get it after that." Good. After they came to an agreement, they continued forward. In the depths of the shattered heaven, there was an intense battle going on. The glow of those divine abilities and secret techniques expanded. As world forces swept across the void, Pear Flower Palace staggered while the glow around it flickered. While trying to flee, Yang Kai and Xia Linlang had encountered quite a number of powerful opponents. However, with the help of Pear Flower Palace, they could even ward off a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master and continue fleeing. Nevertheless, they were unlucky this time, for 3 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had been looking for them in a nearby place. While they were held up by one of them, the other 2 soon arrived at the scene. That was how this great battle was ignited. The grand array around Pear Flower Palace was damaged, and its defense power had plunged significantly. When they finally broke through the siege and fled, Pear Flower Palace was all tattered and on the brink of collapsing. Xia Linlang felt so heartbroken that her face turned red, then white. It might also have something to do with the fact that she had consumed a lot of energy. On the other hand, Qin Fun and the others were equally horrified and saddened. They grew up and cultivated in Pear Flower Cave Heaven, and they had rarely stepped out of that place. That was why they had never come across such a perilous situation prior to this. None of them had expected that they'd be pursued by all the top cultivators in the shattered heaven one day. Pear Flower Palace can't persevere any longer. Yang Kai, on the other hand, appeared calm and collected. After all, it wasn't the first time he experienced such dangers. Since he started cultivating, he had encountered countless battles, and there were times when he almost lost his life. Just some time ago, he was put in a tight spot following the pursuit of Xia Linlang and the others. Therefore, he was more experienced than anyone else when it came to dealing with situations like these. Yang Kai continued, Pear Flower Palace will be destroyed if it's struck hard one more time. Since it's a mobile palace artifact as well as an inheritance of Pear Flower Divine Monarch, you'd better store it for now. Presently, Xia Lin Lang was seated with her legs crossed while trying to restore her strength. Upon hearing his words, she nodded. The reason she had been driving Pear Flower Palace to flee was that Qin Fun and the others were around. With the Pear Flower Palace, they would have a layer of defense to protect them. However, without the palace, Qin Fun and the others would be powerless to counterattack when faced with powerful enemies. She then summoned Qin Fun and the others before whispering something to them. While appearing to be vexed, Qin Fun still clenched his teeth and nodded. Following that, she put them as well as Pear Flower Palace inside her small universe. The people behind us will soon catch up. Don't resist it. I'll bring you to leave this place, Yang Kai said and activated his power to engulf the woman. Xia Lin Lang stiffened as she was apparently worried. Yang Kai sneered, given the situation we're in, we'll stand a greater chance of fleeing by joining forces. Do you think I'll make a move on you now? Upon hearing that, Xia Lin Lang fell silent. Although she still kept her guard up, she did her best to relax. As space principles undulated, the two of them disappeared the next moment. Yang Kai went on to use instantaneous movement several times, and when he finally stopped, they were already millions of kilometers away. Upon stabilizing himself, he secretly cursed, for he saw an artifact that looked like a ship wandering around in the void not far away. Needless to say, the people in the ship must have heard about the world spring, which was why they were moving around the shattered heaven in an attempt to look for Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang. It just so happened that Yang Kai used instantaneous movement and arrived at this exact place. It wasn't that he was careless, but rather that they had opponents everywhere in the shattered heaven now. He was just unlucky this time. Just when he was preparing to escape with Xia Lin Lang by using instantaneous movement again, a figure on the deck suddenly looked in their direction. While appearing to be pleasantly surprised, the person called out, Lin Lang. At the same time, the person left the ship and shot forward. His expression was that of a person who had chanced upon an old friend. Xia Lin Lang looked in that direction and frowned. Turning his head, Yang Kai asked, Do you know him? After a moment of hesitation, Xia Lin Lang nodded her head. The person from the ship didn't come too close, for he was aware of Xia Lin Lang's situation. To prevent any misunderstandings from arising, he stopped at a spot that was still pretty far away from them. While appearing guilty, he said in a gentle voice, Lin Lang, I'm sorry for being late. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai arched his brow and darted his gaze between Xia Lin Lang and that person as he fell into his thoughts. In a dispassionate tone, Xia Lin Lang asked, What do you want? The person replied, I rushed over as soon as I heard that you were in trouble. Unfortunately, I had no idea where you were, so I had to keep looking around. It seems that I was lucky enough today to have come across you here. An impatient Xia Lin Lang said, Just cut to the chase. I'm in a rush. The person contained his excitement and slowly said, Lin Lang, everyone in the shattered heaven is now aware of the world spring's appearance, and many of the 7th Order and even 8th Order masters have started making a move. There's no way you can keep it. Xia Lin Lang sneered, Are you here to snatch the world spring as well? With an aggrieved expression, the person replied, Lin Lang, I'm saddened by the way you look at me. Others might not know what I, Zhao Yi, want, but don't you know it very well? Without directly answering his question, Xia Lin Lang asked, Why did you call out to me if the world spring is not what you're after? Don't tell me you want me to seek refuge in your place. There was a helpless smile on Zhao Yi's face as he said, I do want that to happen, but I know you won't come with me. Those 7th Order and 8th Order masters had occupied universe cave heavens and universe paradises left behind by fallen ancient masters. In their respective territories, they could use a power that far exceeded their own. It was the case for both Xia Lin Lang and Zhao. Therefore, if she really followed him to his territory, she would be susceptible to his control. Although Zhao Yi appeared to be deeply in love with Xia Lin Lang, She had no idea what was really on his mind, hence, she had to be cautious. That was the reason Zhao Yi knew that she wouldn't follow him back to his hideout, and he wouldn't even dare to have that wish. What do you want then? Xia Lin Lang frowned. With a solemn expression, Zhao Yi replied, I've come to an agreement with Cheng Yang. As long as you pass the world spring to him, he'll ensure your safety. Additionally, he'll give you a universe paradise as compensation. Bright flame divine monarch? Xia Lin Lang's expression changed upon hearing that. Judging from her expression, Yang Kai realized that this Cheng Yang must be an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It had only been a short time since he arrived in the Shattered Heaven, so he knew little about this place. However, he had heard from Su Wang that there were 8th Order Masters residing in this place, though there were only a small number of them. A person who could make Xia Lin Lang look so apprehensive must be an 8th Order Master. Martial Peak, Chapter 4671, Strange Murderous Intent. Zhao Yi looked gently at Xia Lin Lang and said, Although Bright Flame Divine Monarch is an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he's a righteous man who has never oppressed anyone weaker than him before. I'm sure you're aware of this as well. When I arrived at the Shattered Heaven back then, I was hunted down by the top cultivators from Luo Sheng Cave Heaven, and I had nowhere to go. It was Cheng Yang who offered me shelter, otherwise I would have ceased to exist. Is that why you looked for him? Xia Lin Lang stared coldly at him. Following a sigh, Zhao Yi said, Other than the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, anyone in the Shattered Heaven will only invite trouble to themselves by trying to obtain the World Spring. I'm doing this for your own good. I'll have to thank you then, Xia Lin Lang said through clenched teeth. Zhao Yi shook his head. Lin Lang, I know you'll blame me, but this matter has to be settled in such a way. You arrived at the Shattered Heaven later than I did, so you didn't experience the carnage that happened 3,000 years ago. I saw it with my eyes. After the profound fish appeared at that time, more than 10 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters lost their lives. Just like you're trying to do, they had all attempted to snatch the profound fish. Even if one of them could get the profound fish, they couldn't ensure their own safety. I don't want you to make the same mistake. Even if you hate me and blame me, I'll still have to do it. Xia Lin Lang pressed her lips together, then said impassively, Are you done talking? Zhao Yi became startled for a moment, then nodded, yes. After letting out a breath, Xia Lin Lang stared at him. I understand what you think, and I know you might really be doing it for my own good. Thinking that the woman had changed her mind, Zhao Yi appeared elated. However, his joy vanished the next moment. Regardless, I'll not give the World Spring to anyone, Xia Lin Lang said with determination. Give way if you still treasure our friendship, otherwise, there is no need for it to exist anymore. There was a heartbroken expression on Zhao Yi's face. He parted his lips, but he couldn't bring himself to say anything. Just then, 2 figures dashed out of Zhao Yi's ship and pounced on Yang Kai. They were a man and a woman, who both had 6th Order strength. One of them was a handsome young man who was clad in all white clothes, while the other was an innocent-looking woman with a peach blossom branch in her hand. Before they even arrived, their divine abilities landed on Yang Kai. Yang Kai started becoming restless even before they attacked, and in an instant his frustration from a long time of fleeing turned into endless murderous intent. The transformation even startled himself. Looking up, he became surprised as he had met this man and woman who were trying to attack him twice before. He first came across them in the Shattered Heaven Star City. After he watched Wu Kuang leave, Yang Kai had sat on the 2nd floor of the tea house on his own while drinking. That was when he saw these two moving along the street. After that, he chanced upon the man and the woman outside of the Universe Cave Heaven where the World Spring was located. Nevertheless, after the appearance of Xia Lin Lang and the other high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, the onlookers soon left the place. Following the incident of Yang Kai working with a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master from Bright King Cave Heaven to capture Blood Crow, the man and the woman were nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai could never forget about them, especially the white-robed youth. That was because during their encounters he was instinctively repulsed by this man, as though there was an innate blood feud between them. This time was worse as the white-robed youth directly made a move against him. Yang Kai's murderous intent was instantly ignited as he appeared ferocious and ready to fight back. He could even feel that his dragon vein was pulsating. There were no signs of them attempting to make a move beforehand, so it was obviously a sneak attack. A furious Xia Lin Lang roared, "Impudence!" She then raised her hand and pushed out her palm towards them. Although both of them appeared to be in the Sixth Order, and their combined attack was indeed powerful, they were still significantly weaker than a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Faced with the attack, both of them instantly froze. Zhao Yi's expression changed as he exclaimed, "No!" He then stood in Xia Lin Lang's way and parried the attack. Space shook as world forces clashed. Zhao Yi was forced to move backwards a long distance while Xia Lin Lang staggered slightly. It wasn't that Zhao Yi was weaker than her. If they were in a life-and-death battle, they would be equally matched. Perhaps Zhao Yi would even get the upper hand. However, since he made a move in a hurry, and he wouldn't dare to exert too much force as he was concerned about Xia Lin Lang, he suffered a setback as a result. "Are you going to stop me, Zhao Yi?" Xia Lin Lang snapped. There was a bitter expression on Zhao Yi's face as he suppressed the tremors in his small universe and said, "Lin Lang, you can't kill them because they're with bright flame divine monarch." Xia Lin Lang became startled for a moment. It was then she realized why these two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters dared to be so impudent in front of her when Zhao Yi hadn't made a move, for they were bright flame divine monarch's people. With an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master as their backer, it was expected that they had no regard for anyone in the Shattered Heaven. Moreover, the young man seems to have something to do with a certain great force in the Shattered Ruins. Zhao Yi secretly spoke. Upon hearing that, Xia Lin Lang was surprised. The Shattered Ruins was the deepest part of the Shattered Heaven as well as a forbidden zone. Even Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Bright Flame Divine Monarch wouldn't dare to rashly step into it. Even though it had been over 2,000 years since Xia Lin Lang arrived at the Shattered Heaven, she had never once approached the Shattered Ruins. In fact, the idea had never even crossed her mind. That was because not only was the environment in the Shattered Ruins extremely hostile, it was said that some formidable existences also resided there. It wouldn't have mattered if the white-robed youth was just a subordinate of Qingyang, but if he really had something to do with a great force from the Shattered Ruins, they all had to be wary of him. As they spoke, Yang Kai had gotten into an intense battle with the man and the woman. Despite the fact that they were in the same order, and that he was battling against two people on his own, he wasn't at a disadvantage. The spear intent of his Azure Dragon Spear surged as his mastery over the Spear Dao was on the level of transcending the mundane. His word force burst forth and ensured that his opponents couldn't approach him. Zhao Yi was dumbfounded upon seeing that. He wasn't familiar with the man and the woman as he was only in a temporary cooperation with them. However, he knew that even though the man was only in the Sixth Order, he was the strongest Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master he had ever seen. Supposedly, it would only take this man an incense stick to kill an opponent in the same order if he wanted to. Although the woman was inferior to the man, she was already much stronger than average Sixth Order Masters. Initially, Zhao Yi believed that they could easily capture Yang Kai since they had joined forces, but it turned out that both parties were equally matched. "I can't believe there's such a freak in this world." Zhao Yi fell into a dazed state. From the corner of his eye, he could see Xia Lin Lang charging towards the battlefield. With his expression changed drastically, he attempted to stop her and persuaded her by saying, "Stop being obstinate, Lin Lang. I've reasoned with you, so you'd better listen to me, otherwise, I'll have to stop you even if you'll start hating me." Scram! Xia Lin Lang forcefully pushed out her palm. With a bitter expression, Zhao Yi had no choice but to parry the attack. In an instant, two battles erupted. On one hand, Zhao Yi and Xia Lin Lang were equally matched. Although they were in an intense battle, anyone could see that Zhao Yi had been accommodating the woman's bombardment of attacks. However, it was impossible for Xia Lin Lang to get rid of him, for both of them were in the Seventh Order. If Zhao Yi insisted on stopping her, there was no way she could move past him. Moreover, she had put Qin Fun and the others inside her small universe earlier, so it was troublesome for her to fight with her opponents as her use of power had been slightly affected by the burdens she was carrying. On the other hand, the battle between Yang Kai and the duo was far fiercer. Both parties didn't hold back their powers as they seemed determined to hack each other to death. While the man and the woman were shocked by this result, Yang Kai was equally astounded. He had rarely come across any cultivators in the same order who could exchange moves with him for a long time, except for the old monster blood crow, who had been reborn after occupying someone else's body. If he insisted on killing a sixth-order open heaven realm master, Yang Kai was confident he could achieve it in fewer than 20 breaths. Nevertheless, this man and woman gave him a huge surprise. While the woman was slightly weaker, the man was indeed incredible. He would still be able to match Yang Kai even if he was on his own. The Azure Dragon Spear felt scorching hot during the intense battle. Every time Yang Kai pushed out his spear, a deafening dragon roar could be heard. This had never happened to him before. Other than the anomaly with his Azure Dragon Spear, Yang Kai also realized that the dragon vein in his body was pulsating with such intensity that he was unable to suppress his murderous intent. His eyes had even turned bloodshot. It was the same case for the man opposite him. Just then, Yang Kai detected a very strange aura from the other man's body. It was then he realized that, just like himself, the white-robed youth had a divine spirit's bloodline. However, unlike himself, this person had never refined a divine spirit source, which meant he had to have been born with a divine spirit's bloodline. The reason they held such grudges against one another was that their bloodlines clashed. The blossoming pear flowers were intertwined with peach blossoms. As a golden crow was heard cawing, a great sun leaped into existence. The sea of flowers shattered while Yang Kai pushed out his spear. The woman, who was charging towards Yang Kai with a peach blossom branch in her hand, instantly felt cold all over her body. She could see the great sun expanding rapidly and almost engulfing her. Since she had been targeted specifically at such close range, there was no way she could dodge the attack. Following a shout, she extended her peach blossom branch. The great sun instantly melted the peach blossom branch away. Seeing that the woman was about to be killed by the Azure Dragon Spear, the white-robed youth dashed forward and extended 2 fingers towards Yang Kai's heart. He reckoned that he could only save the woman by launching an attack on their opponent. Without hesitation, Yang Kai swept his spear across the youth instead. The spear directly struck the white-robed youth at his waist. As a violent force burst forth, the white-robed youth sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist, which covered Yang Kai. The blood mist was extremely eerie, and even though Yang Kai had immediately pushed his world force to protect himself, he was still contaminated by it. The blood instantly melted into his body. A large dragon head abruptly appeared behind Yang Kai as it roared and shook the 9 heavens. The woman, who had just escaped from death's door, appeared beside the white-robed youth and supported his weight. Appearing to be concerned, she called out, "Young master." The white-robed youth shook his head and choked down the blood in his mouth. While staring fixedly at Yang Kai, he curved his lips into a smile. Yang Kai furrowed his brows as he felt immensely hot. While he staggered, he had the urge to transform into a half-dragon. Upon realizing that something was off, Xia Lin Lang bolted towards him and clenched his arm before shouting, "Let's go." Suppressing the murderous intent in his heart, Yang Kai looked intently at the white-robed youth. Although he wanted to kill him ruthlessly, he knew that they couldn't stay in this place any longer, for they had made quite some noise. If there were other people nearby, they would have detected it by now. He then manipulated space principles and engulfed Xia Lin Lang with them before disappearing into the distance. By the time the white-robed youth pushed out his fist, he realized that Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang were nowhere to be found. Martial Peak, Chapter 4672, Cannot Escape. As space principles undulated, 2 figures shot towards the depths of the shattered heaven. They were none other than Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang. Although he was far away from the previous battlefield, he still couldn't suppress his murderous intent and pulsating dragon vein. After he was infiltrated by the white-robed youth's blood mist, Yang Kai felt an immense force charging around in his body. As a result, he was unable to control the power of his dragon vein, and he constantly had the urge to transform into a half-dragon. While suppressing this urge, Yang Kai pushed his world force in an attempt to get rid of the strange power which had infiltrated his body. However, the power seemed to have spirituality of its own as it streamed towards his shoulder. The next instant, he felt an excruciating pain on his left shoulder as though it had been seared with a piece of heated iron. This caused Yang Kai to grunt. Fortunately, his weltering murderous intent and pulsating dragon vein finally subsided following the incident. What happened? Xia Lin Lang turned her head and asked. She already realized that something was wrong with Yang Kai the moment the white-robed youth appeared. Given the state he was in, he would have tried to hack the other party to death if she hadn't dragged him away. Certainly, given the power Yang Kai had showcased, the white-robed youth couldn't defeat him despite having a helper. Nevertheless, with Zhao Yi around, he wouldn't let Yang Kai just kill the white-robed youth. That guy was interesting, Yang Kai snorted. He then pulled down his clothes and took a glance at his left shoulder, only to see a bird-shaped mark on his skin. At first glance, the mark seemed to be alive as the bird expanded its wings. There was a tinge of derision behind its eyes. "What's this?" Xia Lin Lang exclaimed. Without responding to her, Yang Kai directly sliced the bit of his skin off his shoulder. The bird-shaped mark was instantly removed, and as he activated his power, the mark turned into dust. The flesh around his wound squirmed as it was the manifestation of the restorative power of his dragon vein and wood element power. In just more than 10 breaths of time, the flesh in his wound was restored. However, the bird-shaped mark, which was supposed to have been destroyed, appeared on his shoulder again, as though it was determined to follow him forever. Yang Kai snorted. Although he had already expected this outcome, he still felt displeased when he saw it. There was a dark expression on Xia Lin Lang's face as she asked, "Are you being tracked?" Yang Kai nodded and turned to look at her. "I'm in a perilous situation, so I suggest that you part ways with me now. Their target is the World Spring, so you don't have to stick close to me. By fleeing on your own, you'll stand a greater chance of survival." Xia Lin Lang shook her head. "It's useless even if we part ways now. Everyone in the Shattered Heaven is now aware that we're together. Just like you, I'm also their target." She then put on a bitter smile. "Just like you've said, we're riding the same boat now." Although her hideout was previously invaded by Grandma Jiao and the others, the situation wasn't so terrible. However, she had never expected that in just half a year, they had become the target of the entire Shattered Heaven. Regardless of how expansive this place was, there was nowhere they could settle down safely. Now, one of the options for us is to turn around and try to break through the siege. As long as we can leave the Shattered Heaven, we'll be safe. However, the chances are slim. If we turn around now, we'll go through countless battles. It wouldn't have mattered if our opponents were just in the 7th Order, but presently even the 8th Order Masters are looking for us. If we come across them, we won't be able to fight back." Upon hearing that, Xia Lin Lang sighed and nodded. One of the 4 universe pillars is tempting enough for them to act. Yang Kai turned to look at her. "So, we have to go to a place that is difficult even for those in the 8th Order to reach. I'm not familiar with the Shattered Heaven. Do you have any suggestions?" The bird-shaped mark on his shoulder was used for tracking, so even though he had no idea about the limit of the distance it could be followed, Yang Kai had to plan for the worst. The white-robed youth had the support of Bright Flame Divine Monarch, Qing Yang, so it was unrealistic for them to hide somewhere as their opponents would find them sooner or later. If we can find a universe paradise or universe cave heaven that hasn't been discovered. Before she even finished speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand to interrupt her. "The chances are very slim. To be honest, I've been paying attention to the surroundings along the way this whole time, but I've never discovered anything." Xia Lin Lang pressed her lips together while appearing to be hesitant. With a frown, Yang Kai said, "Nothing can be worse than the situation we're in now. Perhaps we'll be able to escape this calamity by taking a huge risk. If you have somewhere to go, tell me right away." "The Shattered Ruins." Xia Lin Lang lifted her head and replied. Aware that Yang Kai knew nothing about this place, she took the initiative to offer an explanation. The Shattered Ruins is in the deepest part of the Shattered Heaven. It's rumored that it was the final battlefield of the Great War in ancient times. Countless high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters lost their lives there. Therefore, many divine abilities and secret techniques left behind by the ancient great experts still linger in the void. As a result, the environment is beyond horrible. Even the 7th Order and 8th Order Masters in the Shattered Heaven don't dare to step into it, and it's not just because of the divine abilities and secret techniques. There are also a lot of spirit arrays and artifacts lurking in the dark. No one can be certain to escape unscathed if they accidentally trigger one of them. Also, go on, Yang Kai urged. There are said to be many divine spirits who reside in the Shattered Ruins, so it has become a forbidden zone for human cultivators like us. Divine spirits? Yang Kai arched his brow. Are there any members of the Dragon Clan? Xia Lin Lang shook her head. I have no idea. Although I've been living in the Shattered Heaven for many years, I've never come across any Dragon Clan members before. Why are you looking for them? Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't tell her that he had a Dragon Clan bloodline, so he replied in a perfunctory manner, I'm just curious. It's said that dragons and phoenixes are the leaders of all divine spirits. I've always admired them, but I haven't had the chance to meet one before. Xia Lin Lang burst into laughter. The Dragon Clan is extremely arrogant. If we really run into them, we'll have to worry about being killed for no reason. We'll head to the Shattered Ruins. Then, Yang Kai directly made a decision. Although Xia Lin Lang was hesitant, she knew that they had nowhere else to go in the Shattered Heaven other than the Shattered Ruins. She thus nodded and led the way for him. On their way, she told him what she knew about the Shattered Ruins. Although she had been living in the Shattered Heaven for thousands of years, she knew little about this forbidden zone. She only knew that it was a dangerous place with a myriad of divine spirits. If they really broke into it, they would probably lose their lives. If it weren't because they had no other choice, she wouldn't even have thought about entering the Shattered Ruins. More than 10 days later, the pair finally came close to the Shattered Ruins. Xia Lin Lang was evidently nervous as her entire figure stiffened. It was as though she believed she would be killed at any moment. Just when Yang Kai wanted to placate her, his expression suddenly changed as he stopped in his tracks. This couldn't be helped though, as a stream of ferocious divine sense had traveled across millions of kilometers and locked onto him like invisible chains. Upon noticing it, Xia Lin Lang turned her head, and the color instantly drained from her face. It's Qing Yang. They could see a ray of light rapidly approaching them from the distance. The speed at which it moved was outrageously fast, and the light that was initially dim, in the blink of an eye, became extremely bright. Run! Yang Kai yelled as he grabbed the woman's arm and attempted to manipulate its space principles. However, before he could make a move, the divine sense that had locked onto him surged. Yang Kai, whose figure had started to fade, instantly reappeared as his use of instantaneous movement was interrupted at the most critical moment. As a result, he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that, Xia Lin Lang quickly activated her power and engulfed him in it before dashing forward. Right then, a loud voice was heard shouting, "Both of you had better stop running if you want to keep your lives. Otherwise, this monarch will make life a living hell for you if I have to capture you." Xia Lin Lang directly ignored him. Even though Zhao Yi had said that Qing Yang was a righteous man who had never oppressed those weaker than him, from their brief contact just now, that was obviously a lie. Cheng Yang's first act was to target them, and his second was to threaten them, so how were they supposed to trust him? A moment later, a towering figure flashed past where the pair previously stood. He was none other than one of the small number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven, Bright Flame Divine Monarch, Qing Yang. He was able to reach this place by relying on the tracking mark left on Yang Kai's body by the white-robed youth. At this moment, there was a mark, which was identical to the one on Yang Kai's shoulder, on the back of Qing Yan's hand. It was apparently the white-robed youth's doing. Since the two marks were made by the same person, and they were connected by a bloodline link, They could find each other regardless of the distance. That was the reason Qing Yang could accurately tail Yang Kai. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to get rid of the mark. In fact, he had tried many methods before, but all of his attempts had failed. Moreover, since they were on the run, he didn't have any time to sit and focus on removing this mark. The three figures charged forward at the speed of lightning. However, the distance between both parties was clearly shortening. Since an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had made a move while Yang Kai was unable to use instantaneous movement, it was expected that they couldn't get rid of him. Half a day later, Yang Kai lifted his head and saw a large area where lights of different colors glowed. They looked like clouds of stars hovering in the void as they spanned across billions of kilometers. Despite the extreme distance, Yang Kai still felt horrified, as a very dangerous aura wafted from the multicolored lights. That's the Shattered Ruins. Xia Lin Lang fell into a dazed state as well. Those lights are supposedly divine abilities left behind by the ancient great experts. As she spoke, she felt her lips drying as she gazed at Yang Kai and asked, "Are we really going in?" She felt a great sense of danger before even approaching the Shattered Ruins, so who knew what would befall them if they really got into it? "Do we have a choice now?" Yang Kai snorted. While looking forward, his gaze was firm and determined. Xia Lin Lang put on a bitter smile. Cheng Yang was getting close, and unless they were willing to let Cheng Yang have the final say on their life or death, they would have to keep moving forward. Upon realizing their intention, Cheng Yang wore a dark expression as he used his power to amplify his voice. The environment in the Shattered Ruins is extremely hostile. Even this monarch can't be certain he will be able to enter and exit it alive, let alone you two. If you go into the Shattered Ruins, death will be certain. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4673, The Shattered Ruins. Upon seeing that Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang didn't stop, Cheng Yang appeared furious as he snapped, "Pointless obstinance." He then raised his hand and made a grabbing gesture. As his word force surged, a huge green illusory hand appeared in the void and covered Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang like a heaven-shrouding palm. The huge hand spanned a vast area, so they were unable to flee. In an instant, they were captured by the hand. As the hand tightened its grip, they felt a restrictive power coming at them from all directions. Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang instantly felt their bones dislocating. At that moment, they were unable to see or hear anything, as though they were trapped inside a dark cage. Just then, a golden crow was heard cawing while a great sun leapt into existence. With the azure dragon spear in his hands, Yang Kai pushed it out and tore the darkness apart. In the meantime, a divine ability from Xia Lin Lang burst forth. Although Cheng Yang was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he had made a hurried move from a long distance. Therefore, Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang were able to break through it by joining forces. The huge illusory hand fell apart while two battered figures shot out of it. Cheng Yang knew that he couldn't stop them with that attack. However, his move had successfully delayed them and allowed him to shorten the distance between them significantly. While he continued charging forward, he balled up his fist and pushed it out. The power of this attack broke through the barriers of space and a violent force swept out like a tsunami. Yang Kai felt a crawling sensation on his scalp as all his muscles uncontrollably tightened. He then turned around in a hurry as his azure dragon spear turned into countless spear shadows. Although Xia Lin Lang was more powerful than him by one order, she didn't have as much experience in life and death battles against vastly stronger foes as he did. Therefore, her reactions were slightly sluggish. Fortunately, following an attack from her partner, she hurriedly summoned a round defensive artifact to protect them. The attack powered by the world force of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master shot forward and shattered all the spear shadows. Xia Lin Lang's defensive artifact also turned dim as much of its spirituality was instantly lost. As though a mountain had crashed into them, the two of them were sent flying away while spraying out a mouthful of blood. "Hang on!" Yang Kai choked down the searing blood in his throat and grabbed the woman's arm. By making use of the opponent's force, he plunged into the Shattered Ruins. A moment later, bright flame divine monarch appeared in front of the boundary to the Shattered Ruins. With a solemn expression, he looked up at the multicolored lights. Despite his hesitation, he still stepped forward to pursue them. Although the shattered ruins was dangerous, the world spring was so alluring to him that it was worth taking a risk. However, as soon as he stepped into the shattered ruins, he saw a violent divine ability coming at him. With widened eyes, he pushed out his fist. The divine ability that was equivalent to the full-force attack of a sixth-order open heaven realm master was shattered. Without stopping, Qingyang continued forward. What surprised him was that as he moved forward, countless divine abilities and secret techniques came at him from all directions. Even though every attack was equivalent to a strike from a sixth-order open heaven realm master, which wouldn't kill him, they were dense and continuous, making them annoying to deal with. Meanwhile, Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang, who were ahead of him, were horrified as well. Before they even entered the shattered ruins, they already felt a very dangerous aura wafting from it, but it wasn't until they actually entered that they got a real taste of it. They couldn't help wondering just how many divine abilities and secret techniques had been left behind in this damned place. Just like the astral wind divine ability that Yang Kai had come across in the past, these eerie divine abilities and secret techniques had existed for countless years. Although they were not as terrifying as the astral wind divine ability, there seemed to be an infinite number of them. Before their entry, these divine abilities and secret techniques had remained dormant. Nevertheless, as they moved forward, they seemed to have been triggered by their life auras and attacked. These divine abilities and secret techniques had come to life following a long time of stillness, and every one was equivalent to an all-out attack from an average sixth-order master. They were still so powerful even though countless years had passed, so it was imaginable that they were even more destructive when they were at the peak of their powers in the past. These attacks probably had the force of an eighth-order open heaven realm master when they were first created. The two of them seemed to have fallen into a place full of traps, and wherever they went, they would trigger these traps. They wouldn't dare to stop, nor could they do so. Once they did, they would be doomed. Fortunately, there was a short delay before these divine abilities sprung to life, hence, there was some time for them to keep fleeing. Bright Sun Divine Monarch, who was chasing after them, suffered in their stead. The divine abilities and secret techniques triggered by Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang actually all came right at him instead. He was basically cleaning up the mess for the two of them, and upon realizing this, Qingyang became increasingly incensed. If he hadn't barged into this place, these divine abilities would have targeted Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang. However, since he wasn't willing to give up on the world spring, he had followed them and was now being peppered with the attacks meant for the ones he was pursuing. Although it wasn't hard for him to deal with divine abilities and secret techniques that were equivalent to attacks from sixth-order open heaven realm masters, he was certainly annoyed by them. As he charged forward, he wielded his fists madly and shattered all those divine abilities and secret techniques. Tremors could be felt coming from behind, and Yang Kai certainly knew that those were the noises that Qingyang was making. At this moment, he wasn't in the mood to take pleasure in the other party's misfortune though. Instead, he was growing more and more apprehensive. He had heard from Xia Lin Lang that the shattered ruins was extremely dangerous, but it wasn't until he barged into this place that he understood just what she meant. It never crossed his mind that the inside of the shattered ruins would look like this. While Qingyang was in a dilemma, it was the same case for Xia Lin Lang and Yang Kai. They didn't dare to stop for an instant, for if they did, all the nearby divine abilities and secret techniques would fly at them. Bright Flame Divine Monarch was powerful, so he could easily deal with this barrage of divine abilities and secret techniques, but Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang definitely couldn't do that. After all, they were injured after they were attacked by Qingyang earlier. Do divine spirits really live here? Yang Kai was doubtful. Although the divine spirits were formidable, with every mature divine spirit being as powerful as a high-rank open heaven realm master, they shouldn't be able to survive in such a hostile environment. It's just a rumor. I've never come here before. Xia Lin Lang shook her head. Then Yang Kai stopped thinking about it. Regardless of whether there were any divine spirits in this place, the lives of Xia Lin Lang and him were truly hanging by a thread. Yang Kai, if I pass away, Qin Fun and the others. Before she could finish speaking, Yang Kai cut her off by saying, "If you die, do you think I'll be able to survive?" Xia Lin Lang was lost for words. After giving it a thought, she realized that if she, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was killed, there was no way Yang Kai could keep his life. Space principles were not useful in a place like this, for if he used instantaneous movement, he might directly fall into some kind of mortal danger. Stop thinking about it. I've experienced countless life and death moments like this since I began cultivating, and I've nearly lost my life many times. Although the situation now is terrible, it's not without hope. We can survive this as long as we don't give up. I hope so, Xia Lin Lang replied in a dejected manner. They continued moving forward, but although they had already fled before most of the divine abilities and secret techniques could attack them, there were still a small number they were unable to dodge. In times like these, they could only parry the attacks, and as time passed, they consumed more and more energy. A few days later, Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang both sported solemn expressions. That was because as they went deeper into the shattered ruins, the dormant divine abilities and secret techniques became increasingly powerful. Half a day ago, they triggered a divine ability that was equivalent to the full-powered attack of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and as time passed, they encountered more and more divine abilities of such strength. As they went further, the divine abilities became more formidable. When the divine abilities struck at them from time to time, they had no choice but to resolve them. As a result, they felt immensely pressured. After another half a day, all the divine abilities they came across were now basically on par with 7th Order Open Heaven Realm attacks. Xia Lin Lang had to exert her full strength now to deal with them. Fortunately, Yang Kai wasn't an ordinary 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so by working together, they could temporarily ensure their own safety. At this moment, Yang Kai felt fortunate that after the divine abilities were triggered, they still had some time to flee, otherwise, they would have lost their lives from exhaustion within an hour at most. Instead of subsiding, however, the noise behind them became louder and nearer. It was apparent that Qing Yang was still relentlessly chasing them. Yang Kai couldn't help but admire the man's determination and the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's power. While he and Xia Lin Lang only had to deal with a few divine abilities from time to time, Qing Yang basically plowed through a full barrage to get to them. The divine abilities and secret techniques that had been triggered by them were all resolved by him. However, Qing Yang was surely in a terrible state despite being an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. A few ants meant nothing to an elephant, but 1,000,000 of them could bite an elephant to death. Similarly, Bright Sun Divine Monarch must have exerted significantly more force than the two of them in order to resolve all the divine abilities they triggered and left behind. That was indeed the case. Presently, Qing Yang was slightly pale, which was a clear sign of overconsumption. Nevertheless, he didn't even have time to take a breath. If he had hesitated for a moment now, he would be submerged in divine abilities. In fact, he had thought about backing down several times. However, he had endured so much hardship already that there was no way he could resign himself to giving up. While being frustrated, he swore that if he could capture the brat that had obtained the World Spring, he would rip his corpse into countless pieces. This was the biggest setback and embarrassment he had suffered in his life since he started cultivating. A few days later, Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang were battered and covered in blood. Although they only had to deal with the divine abilities and secret techniques sometimes and could work together to share the burden, there were still times when they were accidentally hurt under such prolonged pressure. Earlier, a sword chi divine ability almost cut Yang Kai in half while there was a long cut on Xia Lin Lang's abdomen. The flesh around her wound had rolled up. They were almost killed during that incident. At this point, Yang Kai could feel that some of the divine abilities and secret techniques they had triggered were equivalent to the attacks of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Although there were only a small number of them, this was truly terrible news for them. Given their strength and current states, they would be doomed if they were struck by any divine ability that was as powerful as an attack from an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Martial Peak, Chapter 4674, Shattered Space. The only good news was that even though the divine abilities and secret techniques left behind in this place were becoming increasingly powerful, there were fewer of them in total now, otherwise, they wouldn't stand a chance to flee. As they moved forward, Yang Kai began seeing countless strangely shaped ancient artifacts. Many of the divine abilities and secret techniques that had been triggered came from those artifacts. Although innumerable years had passed, they hadn't lost their spirituality completely. The shattered ruins weren't just filled with danger, they were also full of treasures. Unfortunately, even the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might not be able to obtain those treasures while they were here. Watch out! Xia Lin Lang suddenly exclaimed. Yang Kai's expression instantly turned solemn. When he looked up, he saw a purple light that danced around like a snake. The light contained an aura that frightened them out of their wits. There was no doubt that it was a divine ability that was equivalent to an attack from an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The purple light that was supposed to be dormant in the depths of the shattered ruins was triggered by their life auras and became active, its ferocious aura soon locking onto them. The expressions of Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang changed drastically. What they were most afraid of had finally happened. It was just like what usually happened on a battlefield. If a person was most afraid of death, he would definitely be killed. Since the aura of this divine ability had targeted them, they had no way to get rid of it other than through force. If they were still at the peak of their strength, they might stand a chance to deal with such a divine ability. However, given their state, there was no way they could resolve it. Run! Yang Kai roared and shot forward, dragging Xia Lin Lang along with him. The purple light seemed to have come alive as it shot forward and relentlessly pursued them like a cat that caught a whiff of a fishy smell. Although they were trying to flee from Qing Yang earlier, they did their best to not trigger the dormant divine abilities around them. Now though, since they were being pursued by the purple light, the two of them were flustered and didn't have time to spare attention to observe their surroundings. If they hesitated for even a moment, they would die. As they charged forward, more divine abilities were triggered as they targeted their life auras. Within an incense stick of time, the purple light was not the only divine ability that was chasing after them. Behind them were lights of different colors, and every divine ability was equivalent to the full force of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master at the very least. Yang Kai felt a cold chill creeping up his spine while Xia Lin Lang's face was as pale as a sheet. The situation was exacerbated as they moved forward. There seemed to be a tail of multicolored light behind them, and even though the sight was magnificent, their situation was beyond perilous. Yang Kai, I'm afraid this is it. While running for her life, Xia Lin Lang put on a bitter smile. At this moment, she was regretful of the decision she had made. If she had known she would be faced with such a calamity in the shattered ruins, she would have chosen to leave the shattered heaven with Yang Kai. She would rather be captured by the cave heavens and paradises than feel helpless while death crept closer to her. Shut up! Yang Kai roared. Can't I even grumble a little since we're dying? There was an aggrieved look on Xia Lin Lang's face. Yang Kai didn't bother to respond to her. Just then, he detected something and turned to look in a particular direction. He could feel violent fluctuations of space principles coming from that direction. Since he was an expert in the Tao of space, he was sensitive to this kind of power. The fluctuations of space principles were as conspicuous to him as a candlelight in the darkness. This way, Yang Kai said and changed his direction. Although he had no idea what was ahead of them, he understood that these space principles fluctuations were unusually strong. Things couldn't get worse anyway as they were basically trying to claw their way out from death's door. They might stand a chance to survive if they went over, which was better than waiting for certain death here. Another incense stick later, even more divine abilities and secret techniques had been triggered by the fleeing pair, and the tail of multicolored light behind them had only grown more intense. Suddenly, there came a moment when Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked dazedly forward. In the meantime, Xia Lin Lang covered her lips with her hands. There were no colorful lights in the void in front of them. However, the area did look just like a broken mirror as fragments of space floated about in a disorderly manner. Among the fragments was a particularly conspicuous void crack that exuded the strong aura of nothingness. The traces of this space technique made Yang Kai's eyes brighten. When he detected the dormant divine abilities and secret techniques in the shattered ruins earlier, Yang Kai considered the possibility of there being space secret techniques hidden among them. However, he hadn't come across any along the way, which made him feel disappointed. It never crossed his mind that there was really a space secret technique that was hidden in the deepest part of the shattered ruins. Nonetheless, judging from the sight before his eyes, Yang Kai knew that this shattered space was indeed caused by an ancient space secret technique, and one that had already fully exploded. The shattered void was the best proof of this. The emotions in Yang Kai's heart undulated. There was someone in ancient times who had also been an expert in the Tao of space, and that master's mastery of it was far greater than his own. That was because the damage caused by the space secret techniques still hadn't been repaired by the local world principles. The void still looked like a broken mirror. Therefore, the danger that was ahead of them in the void wasn't the space secret technique that was left behind, but the shattered void caused by the divine ability. If they were not careful, they would fall into a void crack upon entering it and never be able to find their way out. Usually, Yang Kai wouldn't take such a huge risk. At the very least, he would observe it from the outside and try to comprehend the secrets of the space secret technique that had been left behind. However, at this moment, they were pursued by a barrage of divine abilities powerful enough to vaporize them, so there wasn't enough time for him to comprehend anything. He didn't even have time to hesitate as he took Xia Lin Lang's hand and plunged into the nearest space fragment. Xia Lin Lang instinctively tried to resist as she was apparently aware of the danger ahead. However, she soon calmed down and let Yang Kai drag her away. The next instant, they entered the nearest space fragment together. A slight tremor could be felt coming at them, and it suddenly felt as though they had moved through a space array. When Yang Kai came to his senses, he realized that he was in the deepest part of a space fragment. What shocked him was that Xia Lin Lang was no longer beside him. The turn of events astounded him. All this time, as they were fleeing, the two of them had tied their auras together to ensure they weren't separated, and they were even holding hands just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, Xia Lin Lang had vanished from his side. Yang Kai then hurriedly looked around and soon found her in a space fragment that was several hundred kilometers away. It was obvious that she could see him as well, though she appeared quite helpless. Before Yang Kai could say anything to her, they turned their heads at the same time and looked in the same direction. In that direction, the divine abilities and secret techniques of different colors had formed into a torrent that gushed towards them. Yang Kai could instantly recognize that the torrent consisted of the divine abilities that had locked onto their life auras and followed him to this place. The torrent soon streamed into a familiar-looking space fragment and disappeared. Yang Kai batted his eyes as he could recognize that the space fragment was the one that he and Xia Lin Lang had initially passed through. For some reason though, upon entering that space fragment, all the divine abilities and secret techniques were sent to different space fragments. It seemed that was also the reason he and Xia Lin Lang were separated. Before he could figure out what exactly had transpired, Yang Kai saw the various divine abilities exploding in the space fragments around him. The multicolored lights appeared and disappeared in the space fragments repeatedly. The sight of it caused Yang Kai to be drenched in a cold sweat. He couldn't really feel the explosive powers of those divine abilities since they were exploding in separate spaces. However, by judging from what he could see, Yang Kai was certain that there would have been nothing left of him and Xia Lin Lang if had they been struck by them. Fortunately, just a moment later, the lights of these divine abilities slowly subsided and disappeared. The crisis was resolved just like that. However, they fell into an even more complicated crisis the next instant. Xia Lin Lang apparently wanted to return to Yang Kai's side. After all, she felt insecure since she was all alone in this shattered space. Nevertheless, as soon as she moved, she disappeared from the space fragment she was in, and when she reappeared, she was already in a totally different space fragment that was even further away. This caused her to fall into a dazed state. "Stop moving!" Yang Kai shouted in all directions with his divine sense, and fortunately, it seemed to reach her. Xia Lin Lang nodded gently and remained unmoving in the same spot. Yang Kai then looked around. He still hadn't realized it while he was outside earlier, but upon entering this place, he could finally see that the space in this area was severely shattered, and a huge amount of space fragments had been formed. He could see that there were more than 10,000 space fragments in his immediate surroundings, and he was certain there were even more in the distance he could not perceive. As he recalled the sight of the divine abilities exploding and what happened to Xia Lin Lang earlier, Yang Kai formed a speculation in his mind. He then took a step forward and realized that nothing was wrong, and it was the same case for his second step. It wasn't until he took the third step forward that he felt slightly dizzy again. It was the same feeling as when he passed through a space array. The world spun around him, and the next moment he appeared in a different space fragment. He looked around and realized that Xia Lin Lang was nowhere to be seen. Although he had no idea where he was, he reckoned that he was still within the area affected by the ancient space secret technique. That was because he could still see countless space fragments around him, just like he had encountered a moment ago. After his first experiment, Yang Kai became bolder. A moment later, he disappeared from the space fragment he was in and was sent to a different place. Seeing that Xia Lin Lang was still nowhere in sight, he made a move again. After 7 or 8 tries, he finally saw Xia Lin Lang in a fragment that was just a dozen kilometers away. At this moment, the woman was clearly both confused and helpless. Yang Kai's disappearance just now made her feel uneasy. However, from her previous experience and in accordance with Yang Kai's advice, she didn't dare to move around randomly. It wasn't until she saw Yang Kai again that she let out a breath of relief and pulled herself together. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4675, Chaos. Have you discovered anything? Xia Lin Lang called out via divine sense. I have a speculation, but you should see it for yourself. Upon finishing his word, Yang Kai flicked an open heaven pill forward. Xia Lin Lang looked fixedly at the open heaven pill, which moved for 1 meter before it disappeared. In the meantime, the open heaven pill abruptly appeared in a space fragment that was several dozen kilometers away from Yang Kai. Upon realizing something, Xia Lin Lang said, "Teleportation." Yang Kai nodded, "Keep watching." This time, he flicked more than 100 open heaven pills forward. Just like what had happened earlier, the pills slowly drifted ahead and soon disappeared. However, there were no regular patterns to speak of when they reappeared. About a dozen open heaven pills appeared in the space fragments around them, but the rest had gone missing. Xia Lin Lang fell into her thoughts for a moment, then said, "Is the teleportation random?" "I think so." Yang Kai nodded. If it wasn't random, the more than 100 open heaven pills that he had flicked out would have appeared in the same place. However, the reality was that they only saw some pills in the fragments around them, and the rest of them were sent to places that were out of their sight. A realization finally dawned upon Xia Lin Lang. That explained why after the torrent of divine abilities entered this place, they flickered and exploded in the fragments around them. Since the teleportation effect was random, the divine abilities were sent to different fragments while their powers were slowly exhausted until they disappeared. Upon that realization, Xia Lin Lang felt a chill running down her spine. It seemed that she and Yang Kai were pretty lucky. If those divine abilities were sent to the fragments they were in, they would have been killed. The space in this place is in chaos, and we can't judge it using common sense. Although we might appear to be close to each other, we may actually be hundreds of thousands of kilometers apart, or even further. Xia Lin Lang's expression changed slightly, then she asked with hesitation, "Can you come here? Or should I go over?" Yang Kai shook his head. There are probably millions of space fragments in this place. Since the space is in chaos, I can't control the direction of the teleportation. Even if you remain perfectly still, I might not even reach you after a few hundred or even 1,000 years. Upon hearing that, Xia Lin Lang put on a bitter smile. Does it mean we're trapped here now? Yang Kai grinned. It's better than our previous situation. At the very least, we're not in danger now. You have a point. Xia Lin Lang appeared slightly relieved. Suddenly recalling something, Yang Kai turned to look in a particular direction, I almost forgot that someone was still chasing after us." As soon as he finished speaking, a tall figure abruptly came into sight. The person was none other than Bright Flame Divine Monarch, Qing Yang, who had been relentlessly pursuing them all this time. At this moment, Qing Yang, who was one of the few Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven, appeared quite battered as his clothes had become tattered. His hair was in a mess as it hung loose over his shoulders. He was engulfed in rage, which made him look like a volcano that was about to erupt. His encounters along the way were truly frustrating, which was why he was so infuriated. Supposedly, given his 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, he could easily capture a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. However, since he entered the Shattered Ruins, he had actually been forced to clean up the mess Yang Kai left behind. Countless divine abilities and secret techniques had been resolved by him along the way. Just like what happened to Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang earlier, Qing Yang was pursued by a torrent of divine abilities and secret techniques. Moreover, the torrent behind him was far greater than the one that had followed the two of them. Yang Kai was amazed and couldn't help thinking that the heritage of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was indeed incredible. If he and Xia Lin Lang were faced with the same situation, they wouldn't have escaped. Even though Qing Yang appeared battered, he still seemed able to deal with the situation. Upon reaching this place, Qing Yang soon saw Yang Kai as he roared, "I'll shred your corpse into 10,000 pieces, you brat." After he finished speaking, he directly pounced towards Yang Kai, who appeared completely unfazed. The next moment, Qing Yang abruptly disappeared from the spot and the torrent that was close behind him directly crashed into the nearest space fragment. Yang Kai shouted, "Defend yourself!" At the same time, he activated his world force and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear while keeping his guard up. Although the teleportation among these space fragments was random, no one could guarantee that he wouldn't be struck by one of those divine abilities and secret techniques. The moment the divine abilities came into contact with the first space fragment, they abruptly disappeared. The next instant, fireworks seemed to have been ignited as lights of different colors exploded in a brilliant displacement among the various space fragments. Just then, a ray of light appeared out of thin air right in front of Yang Kai, who had fortunately been on guard. Without hesitation, he pushed out his spear with the great sun he had summoned on its tip. Violent fluctuations were felt coming at him as he was sent flying away. When he reappeared, he was already in a different fragment. At the same time, his spear-holding arm became limp while his perlicue was covered in blood. At that moment, he was still reeling from the impact. If it weren't because the space in this place was in chaos, he would have suffered a more serious injury. The disorderly space made sure that the power of the divine ability couldn't fully expand, which allowed Yang Kai to flee. Not daring to be negligent, he grabbed the Azure Dragon Spear with his other hand and stayed vigilant. He could see that the divine abilities of different colors were still rampaging about. Fortunately, no divine ability was sent to him again. A cup of tea's time later, the powers of those divine abilities became exhausted and disappeared. After letting out a breath, Yang Kai put his Azure Dragon Spear away and fixed his dislocated arm. Looking around, he couldn't see Xia Lin Lang or Qing Yang. He then went on to travel across the space fragments for half a day before he finally found Xia Lin Lang. She remained in the same space fragment. It seemed that she was lucky enough to not be struck by any divine abilities. She also remembered Yang Kai's advice, which was why she remained in the same spot and waited for him to find her. Upon meeting her, Yang Kai nodded, "We're safe for now. Let's restore our energy first and think about how to leave this place later." Certainly, Xia Lin Lang wouldn't object to it. Even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Bright Flame Divine Monarch wouldn't be able to easily leave this damned place, not to mention that she was just a 7th Order Master. Only Yang Kai, who was an expert in the Tao of space, had a chance to find a way out of here. If she wanted to escape, she had to rely on him. They then sat down with their legs crossed and gulped down some spirit pills. Just a moment later, the towering figure of Qing Yang appeared in a fragment that wasn't far away. When he saw Yang Kai, he put on a grin. However, since he had suffered a setback earlier, and he had realized the strangeness of this place, he didn't immediately rush over like he had done moments ago. Instead, he stared fixedly at Yang Kai with a pair of cold-looking eyes. Noticing the other man's presence, Yang Kai opened his eyes and sneered, "It seems that you're eager to eat me alive, divine monarch." Qing Yang snorted, "If you had the guts to speak to me like this outside, you would have been dead by now." Yang Kai picked his ear and replied with a smile, "I'm glad you know we're not outside, divine monarch. If I had come across you outside of this place, I would have run as far away as possible. That was what happened before. If it weren't because of you, I wouldn't have been trapped in this place. Unfortunately, you've also fallen into this place. It won't be easy to leave here, and I'm worried that we'll have to stay here forever." He shook his head as though he felt sorry for the other man. Chen Yang said, "Although this place is strange and constantly changing, it might not necessarily be able to trap me. After I comprehend the abstrusity of this place, I'll make life a living hell for you." Yang Kai cupped his fist, "Please work hard then, divine monarch. I'll wait for you here." Chen Yang snorted and stopped bickering with him. He then sat down with his legs crossed. While restoring his energy, he gazed at Xia Lin Lang and said, "Xia girl, even though you're a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, you're incapable of keeping the world spring. Zhao Yi had offered you a way out, but you turned down his kindness. All his efforts have been wasted." Xia Lin Lang pressed her lips together for a moment, then replied, "This mistress is eternally grateful to Zhao Yi for lending me a hand in the past. However, I have my own considerations when it comes to the world spring." Chen Yang said, "It's not easy to keep a low profile and remain hidden in the shattered heaven. Even if you manage to survive this calamity, you'll never have any peaceful days again. I heard that your universe cave heaven has been destroyed." Xia Lin Lang fell silent. "If you can help this monarch obtain the world spring, I am willing to forget everything that has happened. Additionally, I'll ensure your safety in the shattered heaven." Xia Lin Lang shook her head, "The world spring is not with me. I'm afraid I'm unable to help you." Chen Yang didn't force her, but while staring fixedly at her, he still said, "That's all I have to say. Consider my offer." He then closed his eyes and focused on recuperating. On the other hand, even though Yang Kai was aware that they were having a conversation, he couldn't find out what they were talking about in this strange place. Upon seeing that, Xia Lin Lang put on a helpless smile. She wasn't an inexperienced young girl, so she knew that by deliberately persuading her, Qing Yang was trying to plant a seed of doubt in Yang Kai's mind. Since Yang Kai had no idea what they were talking about, he might grow suspicious of her. However, it was pointless to explain anything at this point as it might lead to the opposite of the desired outcome, so she chose to remain silent. At that moment, while staying in their respective space fragments, the trio did their best to restore their strength. Nevertheless, just like Yang Kai had said, even though they seemed to be near each other, they might actually be separated by a distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers as the space around here was in chaos. They had to rely on Yang Kai's mastery over the Tao of space in order to leave this place. If Yang Kai could figure out the secrets of the divine ability that had caused this environment to form, he may be able to find some kind of order in this chaos which could allow them to escape. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4676, Space-Time Strength. A few days later, Qing Yang was the first to recover and he soon disappeared from the space fragment he was occupying. It was apparent that he was trying to survey the area in order to look for a way to leave this place. It actually took Qing Yang half a month before he reappeared in one of the nearby space fragments, and there was a gloomy expression on his face. Obviously, he hadn't found any clues at all. Despite being an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was unable to force his way out of here. The space in this place was in complete chaos, and regardless of what he tried, all his attacks would be randomly sent to other space fragments. Just like the divine abilities that had run after him some time ago, they would move around the fragments and flicker until they eventually dispersed. While he couldn't shatter this place with brute force, he also hadn't found any regular patterns to the teleportation that was occurring. Regardless of how powerful he was, he could only accept the fact that he was trapped. In the meantime, Yang Kai was recuperating while observing what was going on in his small universe. Just after leaving Pear Flower Cave Heaven, he had examined his own small universe and comprehended something. There seemed to be an idea that was within his grasp, but before he could fully understand it, he was interrupted by Xia Lin Lang. After that, all his efforts were put into fleeing, so he didn't have time to ponder on this issue. Although he was trapped now, it was also a chance for him to calm his mind and tend to other matters. In his small universe, Yang Kai's divine sense manifested and formed into a lifelike figure. While hovering in the sky, he looked down at the migration of people, the building of cities, the cycle of life, and the rise and fall of the sun, moon, and stars. As time passed, his gaze increasingly brightened. There came a moment when an order spread across the entire place. Within my small universe, I now command the Tao of space and time. At that instant, the millions of residents in the small universe seemed to have detected something as they looked up at the sky. The Emperor Realm Masters were especially sensitive to this change, but when they tried to feel what it was, they realized that they couldn't discover anything. The world seemed to have gone through some kind of transformation, but it was also as though nothing had changed, leaving them puzzled. Following a moment of flux, the world returned to its original state. Hovering in the sky, Yang Kai grinned while resisting the urge to laugh out loud. Although the millions of residents didn't know what happened, it didn't mean there was no change in his small universe. In fact, the transformation was so drastic that Yang Kai was astounded. The passing of time in his small universe was now twice as fast compared to the outside world. Su Linggong once said that there were two shortcuts to cultivation in this world. Other than training in a small source world, temporal rivers were the other option. The flowing of time in a temporal river was different from that of the outside world. A year might pass in the outside world, but 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years might have gone by in the temporal river. Yang Kai had entered a small source world once, but had only heard about temporal rivers. Although he was eager to find out what a legendary temporal river really looked like, he hadn't had such a chance. Presently, with the blessing of time principles and space principles, Yang Kai had replicated the effects of a temporal river in his small universe. Although it was far less powerful than a true temporal river, the passage of time in his small universe was now 2 times faster than in the outside world. In other words, 1 day in the outside world would be equivalent to 2 days in his small universe, while 1 year in the outside world would be 2 years in his small universe. This kind of transformation wouldn't affect him much, but it had a huge impact on the residents living in his small universe. The accelerated flow of time wouldn't shorten the lives of the people in the small universe because their perception of time had not changed. It was only different when compared to the outside world. The purpose of raising living beings in a cultivator's small universe was to help with their cultivation. It took an open heaven realm master a painfully long time to make it to the next order, but the growth and multiplication of living beings in their small universe would nurture auspicious spirit essence and continuously increase their heritage. Even if the open heaven realm master never cultivated, this increase wouldn't stop. Since the passage of time had accelerated in Yang Kai's small universe, it meant that he would get even more benefits in the future. He just decided to give it a try, so it surprised him greatly that he actually succeeded. It could be said to be a pleasant surprise. However, this could only be achieved once a cultivator reached a certain level of mastery in the Tao of Time, which was touted to be a power that was even harder to cultivate than the Tao of Space. Rarely anyone in the world could make it to the 6th level of mastery in the Tao of Time like what Yang Kai had done. Yang Kai reckoned that Yang Xiao and Yang Shui would be able to achieve this in the future. After all, they were the legacy disciples of Flowing Time Great Emperor. Unfortunately, given his mastery over the Tao of Time now, he could only make the passage of time in his small universe 2 times faster than the outside world. Perhaps when he had a better understanding of the Tao of Time in the future, he would be able to accelerate this further. Yang Kai would gain immense benefits by doing so, and with his mastery over the Tao of Time, there seemed to not be any price to pay. In that case, not only could he gain some benefits through the living beings in his body, but the residents could also grow faster by having their cultivation time halved compared to the outside world. Yang Kai then went on to observe his small universe for 10 more days. Upon making sure that the acceleration of the passage of time wouldn't affect the residents in any negative way, he returned his focus to the outside world. Looking up, he saw a bored Xia Lin Lang darting her gaze around. As their eyes met, they nodded at each other. Presently, Qing Yang was seated with his legs crossed, as though he was trying to figure out the abstrusity in this place. A myriad of expressions came over him. Yang Kai sneered at the sight. Given Bright Sun Divine Monarch's powerful 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, he would be treated as an honorable ancestor in the outside world if he were from one of the cave heavens and paradises. However, since he knew nothing about the Tao of space, he wouldn't be able to comprehend anything here even if he spent thousands of years trying to do so. However, his thinking was right. The space in this place was in chaos, and there were no regular patterns to speak of. Since it was caused by a secret technique from an ancient great expert, they would only stand a chance to leave this place by figuring out the secret behind that secret technique and understanding the connection between the space fragments. It was hard for Yang Kai to imagine the level of mastery the ancient great expert, who had cast this divine ability, had reached in the Tao of space. Even though countless years had passed, the effects caused by this divine ability could still resist the self-repair of the world principles. After spending 20 years in the universe temples trying to figure out the secret behind the grand array there, Yang Kai managed to reach the 8th level of mastery in the Tao of space. However, he knew he couldn't achieve what he saw before his eyes. Perhaps only by reaching the final level, shocking history and amazing the present, in his mastery over the Tao of space, coupled with the power of the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm, would he stand a chance to be as powerful as the great expert who did this in ancient times. Yang Kai thus sat down with his legs crossed and emptied his mind in an attempt to comprehend the secret of the space secret technique left behind in this place. In the blink of an eye, 10 years, 20 years, and then 30 years had gone by. Yang Kai initially thought that it would only take him a few years before he could leave this place. However, in reality, 30 years had passed, but he still hadn't fully understood the connection between the space fragments. Although he wasn't completely clueless like before, he was still far from being able to leave this place. As he had a better understanding of it now, he increasingly felt that the great expert who had cast this space secret technique was truly amazing. Fortunately, even though 30 years seemed like a long time, it was just a blink of an eye for an open heaven realm master given their extremely long lifespan. Yang Kai, Xia Lin Lang, and Qing Yang were all calm and collected as they were not in a rush at all. This was especially true for Qing Yang. Since he started attempting to comprehend the secret in this place, he had remained seated there with his legs crossed without moving a muscle. It was as though he was dead. On the other hand, Xia Lin Lang knew that she could only pin her hopes on Yang Kai, so she stopped wasting time trying to escape and simply spent her time cultivating. Sometimes, she would move around the space fragments in the hope of discovering something. However, it wasn't certain when she would return every time since she had no control over the direction she would be heading. When she was lucky sometimes, she would reappear in Yang Kai's sight a few days later. However, when she was unlucky, she would disappear for a few months. With that said, while she was unable to leave this place, there wasn't really any danger lurking in the dark. Meanwhile, Yang Kai's divine sense manifested in his small universe again. In the past 30 years, he hadn't only attempted to comprehend the secrets of this place. If that was everything he did, he would have exhausted himself and possibly even made errors in judgment and understanding. He believed that he should get some rest from time to time. The best way for him to have some rest was to appear in his small universe through the manifestation of his divine sense and wander around. While 30 years had passed in the outside world, 60 years had gone by in his small universe, which was equivalent to a couple generations of mortal lives. His small universe had gone through some drastic changes over the past 60 years. If the small universe was filled with silence in the past, it was now full of vibrant vitality. After more than 10 million people moved into his small universe in the past, some of the population inevitably died. After all, sudden changes in the environment could not be adapted to by all people. The population plunged from 10 million to about 8 million within the first few years. Now that 60 years had passed though, not only was the population restored to its original figure, but there was even some increase. As for the exact figure of the increase, Yang Kai had no idea. Although he could easily find out about all the information in his small universe, he didn't do so and instead tried to look at the place and witness all the changes from a local perspective. Through his travels in his small universe over the past years, he gained a lot of insights. The reproduction of the living continued to provide auspicious spirit essence and increase the heritage of his small universe in the past 60 years, even though he had not cultivated at all during this period of time. Now, millions of lives were scattered all around his small universe as there were dozens of cities of different sizes. There were also countless smaller towns and villages. It could be said that his small universe was now full of life. Meanwhile, Yang Kai appeared outside of a certain town while two petite figures were seated on his shoulders. They were only the size of a palm, as though they were young girls who had significantly shrunk in size. While they looked adorable, both of them were clad in green clothes. One of them sported a ponytail while the other had tied her hair into a bun. The two petite figures were none other than Mu Zhu and Mu Lu, who were from the Wood Spirit clan. Martial Peak, Chapter 4677, Leisure Travel Inside the Small Universe. Since Yang Kai brought Mu Zhu and Mu Lu out of the Eastern Territory while he was in the Star Boundary in the past, they had been living in the Medicine Garden in the Small Sealed World. They were responsible for helping Yang Kai to take care of the spirit flowers in his Medicine Garden. Wood Spirit clan members were born with an unrivaled innate talent to grow and manage all types of plants. At the same time, they were pleased with spending time with the plants. Therefore, even though they had never come into contact with the outside world over the years as they spent most of their time taking care of the Medicine Garden, they still felt content. When Yang Kai ascended to the open heaven realm, he merged his small universe with the small sealed world, which included the Medicine Garden. Hence, these two petite Wood Spirit clan members had been living in his small universe over the years. While they were pleased to have the plants as their companions, they couldn't help but feel lonely sometimes, especially when Yang Kai didn't have much time to keep them company. However, it all changed when many people moved into the small universe. Whenever Yang Kai traveled across his small universe, he would always bring these little Wood Spirits with him. The little ones were passionate about it as they would always experience fun activities and enjoy scrumptious food whenever they traveled with Yang Kai. Many things have changed indeed. Yang Kai looked up at the arch where the words, 7 Stars Town, were carved. On his left shoulder was the more sedate Mu Zhu who said, "You're right. The last time we visited this place, it was still a small village. Only 5 or 6 years have passed, but this place has already turned into a town." As a thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, he soon realized what had happened as he replied, "A new sect has settled down in a nearby place. That's why many people have moved into this town." The sect was named 7 Stars Sect, so it was apparent that the town was named after the sect. The reserved and bashful Mu Lu was seated on his right shoulder. While twiddling her thumbs, she asked pitifully, "Will we still have a chance to have the sweet rice dumplings made by Grandma?" Mu Zhu shot her a displeased look. "All you think about is eating. Do you know that you've put on weight?" An astounded Mu Lu looked down at her figure and asked in an apprehensive tone, "Really? Have I really gained weight?" Mu Zhu glanced at her and snorted, "Haven't you realized that your chest has grown bigger? How did you have the nerve to ask others about it?" With a reddened face, Mu Lu refuted, "It's always been big." Mu Zhu looked down at her own chest with a furious expression. Yang Kai guffawed and placated her by saying, "Don't fret. Mu Zhu is just trying to scare you. You're still fit and healthy, Mu Lu. And Grandma is still around. It seems that she has set up a stall over there. Let's go." NN. Mu Lu nodded repeatedly. Upon entering the town, they realized that the place was indeed full of people. Even though it wasn't as busy as the big cities, it was already not bad for a town of this scale. Yang Kai was clad in clothes that were commonly seen in 7 Stars Town, so no one actually paid any attention to him. Although the two little wood spirits were seated on his shoulders while Mu Lu swung her legs and joyfully looked around, the passers-by didn't seem to notice them. After all, Yang Kai was the master of this world, so he could easily hide the wood spirits from everyone's sight. They then headed straight to a particular place in the town where there was a roadside stall. At that moment, an old woman with gray hair was busy attending to her customers. The stall was small as there were only 2 tables, each lined with 4 stools. Presently, the tables had been fully occupied while there were some people who squatted down on the side as they drank the soup from the bowls and munched on the roasted sweet rice dumplings. The last time Yang Kai arrived at this place with the wood spirits, they stayed the night in Grandma's house. Grandma was single with no children of her own. At that time, she served them 2 sweet rice dumplings. Mu Lu was fond of the taste of the sweet rice dumplings, and she had never forgotten about it over the years. Many years had passed, and while the village had turned into a town, Grandma had also set up a stall here. After they waited for a moment, it was then Yang Kai's turn. The soup costs 1 coin a bowl, and the dumplings are also 1 coin each. What do you want, young lad? Grandma asked. I'll have 1 bowl of soup and 10 dumplings, Yang Kai replied with a smile. Grandma took a glance at him. I suppose you're a big eater, young lad. Are you sure you can finish 10 dumplings? They're made from glutinous rice, so you'll get really full. Yang Kai patted his stomach with a smile. Don't worry, Grandma. I'm indeed a big eater. Grandma nodded. While she was busy preparing the order, she asked, Have I seen you before, young lad? You look familiar to me. Yang Kai went over to help her with preparing the food and said with a grin, Have you forgotten about me, Grandma? When I arrived at this place 6 years ago, it was you who let me stay in your house and made 2 dumplings for me. Upon recalling the memory, Grandma replied, Now that you've mentioned it, I do remember you. Yes, it's me. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Your dumplings were delicious. I've always remembered the taste over the years. Since I was passing by this place, I decided to look for you. Grandma teased him by saying, It seems that you didn't have enough food that night. Yang Kai replied with a grin, My appetite has grown bigger in recent years. Grandma shook her head and fell silent. Despite her sluggishness, she meticulously roasted the sweet rice dumplings. Catching a whiff of the fragrant smell, Mu Lu batted her eyes and drooled over the food. Your dumplings are not only big and affordable, but they're also quite flavorful. You should sell them for 3 coins each, Yang Kai said with a smile. Grandma shook her head. Everything I have is thanks to the Lord for having mercy on me. I should have passed away more than 10 years ago, so I'm already content that I've lived to this day. Moreover, I don't have any children, so what's the point of having more money? The crop yields have been excellent in recent years, and everything is going well for me. I have no other wishes. I just hope that before I pass away, I'll let more people have a taste of the food I prepare. The Lord she was talking about was Yang Kai. The people in this place might not know that they were actually living inside the small universe of an open heaven realm master, but they were aware that there was a Lord that ruled over everything in this world. It had been decades since they moved from Pear Flower Cave Heaven to this place, and everything had been going well. Grandma, who was already old and frail, even managed to live longer than she was supposed to. That was because the vitality in the small universe was so ample, which helped lengthen the lives of ordinary people. They might not know the reason behind it, but the continuous appearance of people who could live for a longer time proved that this place was more habitable than Pear Flower Cave Heaven where they originally came from. More than 10 years ago, Grandma accidentally tripped and broke her hip. She was already old and frail, so how was she supposed to endure such an injury? She thought that she would pass away just like that, but it never crossed her mind that after half a month of recuperation in her bed, she stopped feeling any pain. 2 months later, she could even get out of bed and start walking. Now, she was already more than 100 years old. This was unimaginable in the past. However, more than 10 people in the small 7 Stars town alone were over 100 years old. Given the fact that they were ordinary mortals who had never cultivated, they had really enjoyed a long life. Soon, 10 sweet rice dumplings were ready and Yang Kai got himself a bowl of soup. Just then, someone yelled, "The disciple recruitment of 7 Stars sect has started." The people on the street immediately streamed in the same direction where 7 Stars sect was located. The originally busy stall became empty in an instant. An unperturbed Yang Kai directly took a seat by the table, then he drank the soup while eating the roasted sweet rice dumplings. Grandma cleaned up the mess and wiped her hands before taking a seat beside him. In a caring manner, she asked, "Young lad, I suppose you've ventured into many places over the years, but why haven't you found yourself a wife?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Actually, I have several wives, and they're all wonderful women." "Really? That's quite surprising." Grandma was genuinely shocked. "Since you have several wives, why do you still wander around on your own? A woman relies on her man for her entire life. Only when a man gains a footing will his wife have a place to settle down in peace. It's not that I want to nag you, but you should spend more time with your wives instead of venturing into the outside world on your own." Yang Kai lied to her by saying, "Well, I heard that 7 Stars sect is recruiting new disciples. That's why I came here to have a look. I'd already settled everything at home before I left." Grandma nodded. "I see. If you manage to become a disciple of 7 Stars sect, you'll have a bright future. But young lad, it seems that you're pretty mature now. Those from 7 Stars sect are very strict when it comes to recruiting disciples. They only accept people who are really young." Yang Kai replied, "It's fine. I'll just give it a try." "I'm glad you don't pin all your hopes on it. But don't worry, even if you can't get into 7 Stars sect, you can still come to my place. The business at my stall is pretty good, and I'm busy most of the time. Since I'm on my own, it'll be wonderful if you can come over and help me out. My days are numbered anyway. When I pass away, you can take over this stall. Even though the business won't make you very rich, you'll always have enough food on the table. You have to provide food for your wives, don't you? By then you can bring them all to this place." Yang Kai stared fixedly at her. He just randomly came up with an excuse, but now he wasn't sure how he could keep lying. Given his vision, he naturally could see that Grandma was being completely sincere. Just like she had said, her days were numbered. She had never cultivated after all, and her vitality was starting to become exhausted. Perhaps she was aware of it. "Grandma!" A gentle voice suddenly called out. When Yang Kai turned his head, he saw a woman, who was clad in simple clothes, standing not far away from him. The woman looked like she was in her early 20s, and her hair had been tied into a neat bun. Nevertheless, her face was a little sallow. Despite her rather rough skin, she was actually a beauty. The simple clothes didn't weaken her charm one bit. Instead, the clothes gave her a free and refreshing look. The woman hung her head low. She seemed to notice that Yang Kai was staring at her, so she was slightly anxious. What attracted Yang Kai wasn't her face though, but her belly. The woman was apparently pregnant. Yang Kai didn't have to scan her to know there was a faint vitality wafting from her belly. While he stared fixedly at her bulging belly, he seemed to have sensed something at that moment. His stare made the woman feel increasingly uneasy though. Upon that realization, Yang Kai hurriedly retracted his gaze and chugged down the soup in front of him. Martial Peak, Chapter 4678, About to Give Birth. "You're here, little girl. Wait a moment." Grandma apparently knew this young woman. As she got up with difficulty, she picked up a bag from the side and passed it to her. There were about 7 to 8 sweet rice dumplings inside the bag. The woman hurriedly waved her hands. "I don't need so many sweet rice dumplings." Ignoring her protest, Grandma stuffed the bag into her hands and patted the back of her hands. "Just take it. Don't be overly polite with me. Moreover, everyone has gone to 7 Stars sect, so I can't sell all the dumplings anyways. They'll turn sour after one night. Since you're pregnant, you're supposed to have more food so that your child will grow to be healthy." The woman hung her head low and pressed her lips together while her eyes turned slightly red. Eventually, she simply bowed to the older woman and thanked her before leaving in a hurry. Watching her leave, Grandma let out a sigh. She's such a poor girl. Pretending to be nonchalant, Yang Kai asked, "Are there still people who don't have enough food on the table now?" Grandma took a seat and replied, "Not really. You're still young, so you might not know what had happened in the past. This continent is already much better than the previous one us older people resided in once. As long as one is able-bodied, they won't find it hard to get enough to eat." Initially, she and her husband had a restaurant and their business was booming. However, a few months ago, he got drunk and fell down the stairs. He passed away just like that. Since she's pregnant, it's hard for her to work. She has also used up her savings, which is why she can't get enough food for herself. Yang Kai nodded. "You're indeed a kind-hearted person, Grandma." Grandma put on a smile. "Since we live in the same town, we're supposed to help each other out. I initially wanted her to come to my place, but you've seen her face. It's not suitable for her to do business like me. Her beauty might attract some unwanted attention. There are indeed some ill-intentioned people out there." Yang Kai fully understood that. After finishing his soup, Yang Kai put down 11 coins and said, "I'm going to 7 Stars Sect now, Grandma." "Go ahead. I suppose the disciple recruitment has started. There must be a lot of people over there. If I were only 70 or 80 years younger, I would have gone over to take a look." Grandma waved her hand, then gave him some advice. "Don't feel too dejected even if you're not accepted. Things are really different now. As long as you're hardworking, you won't starve to death." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "If I'm not accepted, I'll help you sell rice dumplings here." "That's great. I can pass on all my skills to you. Of course, it'd be wonderful if you're accepted. Your life will be more valuable than ordinary people like us if you have a right to cultivate." There were indeed many people who had taken part in the disciple recruitment of 7 Stars Sect, as the area outside the entrance was crammed. Their requirements for accepting disciples were neither strict nor loose. However, they were adamant about accepting only young people. Yang Kai decided to take part in the recruitment for fun, and as expected, he was knocked out during the registration process. This couldn't be helped, as he was too old to be accepted. The device used to examine the age of his bones revealed that he was already 27 years old. With that said, if he had powerful cultivation, those from the 7 Stars Sect might still take him on. However, the cultivation he had showcased was only in the true element boundary. Certainly, those from 7 Stars Sect wouldn't take on a person who was relatively old and weak. In the evening, Yang Kai returned to the town. Grandma wasn't surprised one bit when she saw him, as she consoled him by saying that he wouldn't starve to death as long as he worked hard. He just had to help her out with selling rice dumplings and pass on her craft to future generations. In response, Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. As the sun sunk over the horizon, Yang Kai pushed the cart, which had all the tools needed to make rice dumplings, and shuffled towards the east of the town alongside Grandma. This was where the old village was located, but it had been merged with the town following an expansion project. However, this place appeared to be in a dilapidated state, so it looked somewhat like a slum outside 7 Stars Town. Yang Kai then took out all the things from the cart before getting some clean water from the well to wash them up. To the side, Grandma looked smilingly at him and said, "You'll always have enough food since you're a good worker." Since that day, a young man had started helping out with selling sweet rice dumplings at a particular stall in 7 Stars Town. In the morning, Yang Kai would push the cart to the stall to sell affordable soup and rice dumplings alongside Grandma. In the evening, she would teach him how to make these simple foods. Their business was doing well, as they could earn a profit of 20 to 30 coins per day. The pregnant woman lived in a house that wasn't far from Grandma's place. Sometimes, Grandma would tell him to send the unsold rice dumplings to her in the evening. When Yang Kai knocked on her door for the first time, the woman didn't dare to open it. Left with no choice, he put down the bag full of rice dumplings just outside and left. After a few times, the young woman became less wary of Yang Kai, especially when she saw the man selling rice dumplings alongside Grandma. However, she still wouldn't dare to talk to him. Every time Yang Kai arrived at her place, she would cautiously take the bag and thank him. He heard from Grandma that the woman was named Yu Lu. The reason Yang Kai turned his divine sense into an avatar and traveled across his small universe was to relax and unwind. Usually, he would return to the outside world after 10 days to half a month. However, when he came across Yu Lu, he had to change his plan. His divine sense avatar was never retracted, but his true body had not been complacent either. He was still trying to comprehend the secrets of the shattered space. Nevertheless, his progress had been slow over the past 30 years, so he wasn't even sure how long it would take him to fully comprehend the secrets of the space secret technique. He wasn't in a hurry though, as he wouldn't run into any danger in the shattered space. The matter in his small universe required his attention as well. It could be said that Yu Lu came as a pleasant surprise to him. However, in that case, while his true body became focused on comprehending the mysteries of the shattered space, his divine sense avatar in the small universe would fall into a dazed state, as though his soul had left his body. Every time Grandma saw him in such a state, she thought that he was struck with some kind of illness. She couldn't help but feel sorry for such a young man who had suffered from a mental condition. As time passed, Yu Lu's belly grew bigger. A worried grandma would check on her almost every day. On the other hand, Yang Kai would catch some fish from a river outside of the town so that Grandma could prepare some fish soup and send it to her. At that, Grandma teased him by saying, "Brat, do you have your eyes on her?" Naturally, Yang Kai denied the charge. It wasn't certain whether Grandma believed him or not, but she stopped asking about it eventually. If Yang Kai wasn't married, and he didn't mind the fact that the woman was a widow who was pregnant with a child, Grandma would be more than happy to see them getting together. After living with Yang Kai for a few months, Grandma grew increasingly fond of him. He was a quick-witted, hard-working, and conscientious. Although a woman wouldn't become wealthy by marrying him, she wouldn't suffer from any hardship either. The only thing was that Yang Kai would fall into a daze from time to time, but it wasn't really a big deal. Unfortunately, he had said that he had several wives, so he wasn't suited for Yu Lu. One night, a sudden rainstorm hit the town. Yang Kai, who was spacing out in his room, detected something as a thought flashed through his mind. When he came to his senses, he heard someone rapidly knocking on the door. Grandma, who was in the main room, was heard getting up. Yang Kai hurriedly got to his feet and opened the door, only to see Yu Lu holding an umbrella. However, some parts of her clothes were damp and stuck close to her body, which outlined her curvy figure. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked. A pale Yu Lu replied in a shivering voice, "Half of my house has collapsed. I wouldn't dare to stay there." Yang Kai looked into the darkness and saw that the roof of Yu Lu's house had indeed fallen in. Her house was old and dilapidated, so the reason such a disaster befell her was that rain was pouring heavily tonight. Instantly, Yang Kai was drenched in a cold sweat. It was fortunate that she wasn't hurt when the accident happened, otherwise, the consequences would have been dreadful. It surprised him to see that the rain was torrential on this day. Earlier, his true body was at a critical moment of comprehension, and coupled with the fact that it was now the middle of the night, he hadn't paid any attention to what was going on in his small universe. It wasn't until Yu Lu knocked on the door that he was alerted. "Come in first," Yang Kai hurriedly stepped aside. Grandma put on a coat and shuffled out of her room with an oil lamp in her hand, where she was astonished to see Yu Lu. After Yang Kai informed her about the situation, she simply nodded. "It's fortunate that you're fine. I'll tell Yang Boy to help repair your house when the sun comes up. Before that, you can live with me." "Many thanks, Grandma." "Many thanks, Big Brother Yang." Yu Lu expressed her gratitude with reddened eyes. It was apparent that she was still reeling from the shock. Yang Kai suddenly sniffled and asked, "Are you hurt?" Yu Lu shook her head. "No." "Why is there the smell of blood then?" Yang Kai frowned. Realizing something, Grandma went over and touched Yu Lu's pants, which felt damp and sticky. She then took a glance at her own palm and saw that it was covered in blood. "You're about to give birth," Grandma declared confidently. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai widened his mouth in disbelief while Yu Lu was also dumbfounded. Grandma was an experienced woman, however, so she soon came to her senses. "The due date is not for another 10 days. I guess the little one is eager to come out after sensing the fright you just went through. Young boy, go to the west of the town and tell the midwife to come over. I already told her about it some time ago. Just say that it's me who invited her to come. Remember to give her a red envelope. Young Kai replied and turned around before dashing into the rain. Yu Lu yelled from behind, "Umbrella!" However, Young Kai was already nowhere to be seen. You'd better come into the room and lie down. Grandma supported Yu Lu's weight as they shuffled into the room. After Yu Lu was settled down, she started appearing to be in pain. It was apparent that her belly was aching. After placating her in a gentle voice, Grandma hurriedly left to boil some water and get the things needed to deliver a child ready. In the west of the town, Yang Kai arrived at a house and rapidly knocked on the door. He was both anxious and flustered. Since he started cultivating, he had encountered countless life and death battles, but he had always managed to pull through even if his life was hanging by a thread. However, he had never witnessed a woman give birth before. He was adept at killing, but he was a complete novice when it came to the birth of a new life. Although he had accidentally hatched Yang Xiao out of a dragon egg, he knew that it was very different from childbirth. If Grandma had not been there to give him instructions, he wouldn't have known what to do. Given the fact that he was the owner of this small universe, and that he was a sixth-order open heaven realm master, it wasn't hard for Yang Kai to help a woman deliver a child in this place. However, he reckoned that a woman and a man who were not married were not supposed to come into such close contact. Furthermore, he came to realize that Yu Lu took her modesty and virtue seriously, so she definitely wouldn't want that to happen. Hence, after receiving the order from Grandma, he rushed over to the west of the town without hesitation. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4679, Zhao Yi Bai. After Yang Kai knocked on the door for a long time, he finally heard some noises coming from the house. Given his hearing ability, he was aware that the person inside the house was cursing. When the door was opened, a middle-aged woman stuck out her head. With a pair of sleepy eyes, she frowned at Yang Kai and yawned, "What's wrong? Why did you knock on my door in the middle of the night?" Yang Kai took a step back and cupped his fist. "I'm sorry, madam. Lady Yu is about to give birth, so Grandma wants you to come over." Lady Yu? For a moment, the midwife didn't remember who the person was, but she soon recalled it. The woman from the east of the town? Exactly. Yang Kai hurriedly nodded. The midwife nodded. Grandma Zhou already told me about it. Isn't her due date still a few days away? Why is she going to give birth tonight? The rain is torrential tonight, and something happened to Lady Yu's house. Perhaps she was too frightened, which is why the baby is coming earlier than expected. The midwife didn't seem to be concerned as she was experienced in delivering babies. She then waved her hand and said, "Got it. You can go back now." "Aren't you coming with me?" Yang Kai was shocked. The midwife replied with a smile, "The child won't come out so soon as she has just started showing signs of giving birth. Even if I go over now, there's nothing I can do. I'll attend to her in the morning." Upon finishing her words, she was ready to close the door. Yang Kai immediately took a step forward and grabbed the door before saying anxiously, "Lady, you had already started bleeding before I left. I'm worried that you can't wait until morning." The midwife examined him and curled up her lips. "Why are you so concerned about the young lady? Are you the child's father?" Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to talk about such nonsense with her. Recalling the instructions given by Grandma Zhou, he fished out a packet of money and passed it to her. "Please lend her your assistance, madam." The midwife took the packet and weighed it with her hand before putting it inside her pocket. She then said impatiently, "Just listen to me. I'm experienced in delivering babies. It won't be too late when I go over in the morning. I'll take up the responsibility if anything happens to her. Moreover, the rain is pouring right now, so how am I supposed to head over there? I'll fall sick before I even reach her place." Yang Kai furrowed his brows. "Do you mean you'll come if there's no rain?" The midwife scoffed. "What's wrong? Do you think you can stop the rain?" When she said the last word, the smile on her face disappeared and was replaced by shock. That was because the pouring rain stopped in an abrupt manner. Besides that, the dark clouds soon dissipated and revealed a bright moon, which cast its glow down on the world. The midwife looked up at the sky in confusion and puzzlement. "Madam, a life is at stake." Yang Kai stared fixedly at her while persuading her to come with him. Both astounded and doubtful, the midwife gazed at him. Suddenly thinking of something, she shuddered and said in a flustered manner, "Wait a moment. I'll get ready now." Yang Kai nodded. Soon after, the midwife, who had now put on some proper clothing, rushed towards the east of the town alongside Yang Kai. When they arrived at Grandma's house, they could hear a shriek breaking through the darkness. Upon entering the place, Yang Kai yelled, "The midwife is here, Grandma." Grandma said, "Come in quickly." Yang Kai took a glance at the midwife, who shivered under his gaze, and dashed into the room as though she was afraid of him. He could almost feel Yulu's pain when he heard her wailing. It never crossed his mind that a woman had to go through so much agony to give birth to a child, which made him realize the fragility of life and how hard it was to bring a new life into the world. "Young boy, boil some water," Grandma Zhou ordered from the back of the house. Yang Kai grunted in response and went to the kitchen to boil some water. An incense stick later, Grandma repeatedly took out a basin of bloodied water from the room and poured it into the ditch. On the other hand, Yulu's voice gradually weakened. Just then, the midwife was heard saying, "There's nothing else I can do, Grandma Zhou." For a pregnant woman, it's no different from heading towards death's door when she's having difficulty giving birth and bleeding excessively, yet Lady Yu is struck with both. Even a deity can't save her now. "Can't you think of anything else to help her?" Grandma asked anxiously. The midwife replied, "What else can I do? Lady Yu might stand a chance to survive if we can invite a great expert from 7-Star Sect over, but now, all I can say is that I can only try my best to save the child. 7-Star Sect is too far from here. There isn't enough time." Grandma shook her head inside the room. Her turbid eyes appeared dejected. Save my child." Yulu's voice was intermittent. Outside the room, Yang Kai ordered in a small voice, "Mu Zhu, Mu Lu, go in to help her and stabilize her vitality." Upon hearing that, the two worried wood spirits, who had been sitting on his shoulders, instantly flapped their wings and dashed into the room in silence. As a thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, a large amount of vitality in the small universe streamed into the room. An hour later, a baby was heard crying so loudly that it was as though everyone in the world could hear it. In the meantime, a strange phenomenon took place in the sky as the moonlight converged and beamed into Yulu's room. The entire world seemed to be shaking. However, with the interference from Yang Kai, no one else could notice the strange phenomenon other than himself. She successfully gave birth to the child. The midwife sounded pleasantly surprised while Grandma let out a breath of relief. Right then, Mu Lu flew out of the room in silence. Her reddened eyes suggested that she was deeply moved by the incident inside the room. She nodded at Yang Kai to mean that everything was fine, then returned to the room. The people inside the room were still very busy. A moment later, the midwife shuffled out while giving some instructions to Grandma Zhou. "Don't let her come into contact with water and wind for a month. She's lucky enough to have escaped from death once, but if she doesn't take good care of herself, she might be struck with health concerns." Grandma replied with a smile, "Although I've never given birth to a child before, I'm aware of the precautions we should take. Many thanks for saving her." The midwife initially wanted to get more money from her, but when she saw Yang Kai standing outside the room, she shuddered and hurriedly said, "Don't mention it. It's my job." Grandma looked up at Yang Kai and ordered, "Young boy, prepare another red envelope for her." A ready Yang Kai fished out a packet of money and passed it to her with both hands. "Many thanks, madam." The midwife hurriedly waved her hands. "There's no need for that. I've already taken a red envelope before, so I can't take another one now." Upon finishing her words, she dashed out without turning her head. Watching her leave, Grandma praised her by saying, "She's indeed adept at delivering children." Lady Yu was about to leave this plane, but she was able to pull her through in the end. Not only was she fine, but her child has also been safely delivered. We can't be stingy with this. You have to send her a red envelope later. She has saved 2 lives after all. All right, Grandma. Don't worry, I'll send it to her tomorrow. Yang Kai quickly nodded, then said in a small voice, Grandma, is it a boy or a girl? It's a boy. Grandma put on a smile. In that case, Lady Yu has given birth to a descendant for the Zhao family. I'll take care of her. You should get some rest since you were busy for the entire night. You should get some rest as well, Grandma, Yang Kai said caringly. The next morning, Yang Kai went over to the midwife's place and kept persuading her to accept the red envelope. Then he left the town to catch some fish from the river. When he returned, he saw Grandma leaving the house with the child as she said, Lady, you said it's thanks to you who endured the pouring rain and invited the midwife over that she and her child were safe. She has no idea how to thank you, so she wants you to have a look at the child. Yang Kai hurriedly put down the fish and wiped his hands dry before carefully taking the child. Perhaps the child was full, so he was presently sound asleep. There was no doubt that he was adorable. While holding him in his arms, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the space Tao essence of his small universe perfectly matched the child's aura. It was even slowly streaming into his little body. Yang Kai had already realized it when the little one was still in his mother's womb, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so concerned about Yulu. Grandma Zhou thought that he had his eyes on the young woman, but he was actually interested in her child the whole time. However, it was hard for him to explain such things. I've finally found a successor. That was the idea that suddenly sprang into Yang Kai's mind. He had never expected he would gain such a benefit one day by raising living beings in his small universe. Given the fact that the child's aura perfectly matched the space Tao essence, he definitely had the right to become Yang Kai's legacy disciple. If the boy was talented and hardworking, he would one day stand on par with Yang Kai when it came to mastery over the Tao of space. Since Yang Kai was still young, he wasn't in a rush to look for a legacy disciple, therefore he had never thought about it before. However, since a suitable successor had appeared, he wouldn't mind spending some time to train him. The child was born the day before, so his skin was still rather wrinkled. Yang Kai had never held such a petite baby in his arms before, so despite being a powerful 6th Order Open Heaven Master, he was presently quite flustered. He was worried that he might harm the child if he exerted a little more force. To his side, Grandma Zhou instructed him on the correct way to carry a child, which made Yang Kai feel quite embarrassed. If you're fine with it, you should give the child a name, Grandma Zhou suddenly said. A surprised Yang Kai asked, Is it all right for me to do that? Although he intended to take on this child to be his disciple, they were not related in any way after all. Hence, he didn't think he had a right to name him. Grandma Zhou pointed at the back room and explained, It's Lady Yu's idea. She doesn't know how to name a child, nor do I. The child's father suddenly passed away in an accident, and he hadn't said anything about it before his death. So you'll have to do it. It seems that you did go to school before. Just help her out with it. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai stopped turning her down. After giving it a thought, he said, The child was born at the break of dawn while the sun was rising from the east. Why don't I name him Yi Bai? Since his surname is Zhao, he'll be Zhao Yi Bai. He spoke in a loud voice so that Yulu could hear him in the room. Grandma nodded her head. The break of dawn signifies the end of hardship. It's an auspicious name. What do you think, Lady Yu? Yulu's weakened voice was heard saying, It's decided, then. Many thanks, Big Brother Yang. Yang Kai replied with a smile, It's not really a good name. I hope he won't blame me for that when he grows up. Yulu said, I'm sure he won't. Grandma took the child from Yang Kai. The child is still young, so he can't stay outside of the house for too long. I'll take him back to the room. I'll cook the fish then. Yang Kai then picked up his catch and walked to the kitchen. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4680, Childhood Sweethearts. Following several years of development, Seven Stars Town had expanded significantly. With the presence of Seven Stars Sect, the town had attracted a lot of people to move in and settle down. A group of kids were messing around at the moment. A boy and a girl, who were about 7 or 8 years old, were running at the front while they were being pursued by 4 to 5 kids. The kid leading the pursuing pack was furious as he hurled sandballs at the boy in front of him. He yelled, "Stop right there, Zhao Yibai." The angry boy was several years older, so not only was he stronger, but he could also throw things at his target accurately. A sandball the size of a fist struck the back of Zhao Yibai, who gasped in pain and almost fell to the ground. While never stopping in his tracks though, he held the hand of the young girl beside him and charged forward. After he made a turn, he dashed towards a stall that sold sweet rice dumplings and snuck beneath a cart. It was apparent that it wasn't the first time he had done this. When the older kids arrived, Zhao Yibai was nowhere to be seen. After searching around, they could only leave this place since their target wasn't around. "Come out," Yang Kai, who had worked for half a day, wiped the grease off his hands and landed a gentle kick on the cart. 2 petite figures crawled out from beneath the cart. A bruised Zhao Yibai flashed a silly smile at Yang Kai. The young girl looked at Zhao Yibai with reddened eyes and touched his bruises. In a choking voice, she asked, "Does it hurt, big brother Yibai?" Zhao Yibai grimaced in pain, but he still replied steadfastly, "No, not at all." Hearing that, Yang Kai extended his hand and forcefully pinched the young boy's face. "It hurts." Zhao Yibai hurriedly begged for mercy. Then he was worried that the young girl beside him would be concerned, so he patted his chest. "Don't worry, Xiaoya. I'll be fine after a night's sleep." In response, Xiaoya nodded. Seeing the young boy pretending to be tough in front of a girl, Yang Kai pursed his lips to stop himself from laughing. Nevertheless, both Zhao Yibai and Xiaoya believed what the former said to be true. That was because regardless of how badly Zhao Yibai became bruised over the years, all his wounds would disappear after he had a night's rest. This fact amazed Yu Lu and Grandma Zhou as they thought that the young kid might possess some kind of extraordinary physique. "How did you offend those guys?" Yang Kai asked while giving them a sweet rice dumpling each. Zhao Yibai took the smaller one and munched on it while replying in a muffled voice, "I didn't offend them. It was Miao Fei Ping and the others who wanted to bully Xiaoya. They were being unreasonable." "And then you were beaten up?" Yang Kai gazed at him with a faint smile. Zhao Yibai started flushing as he said in a bashful manner, "Mother told me that I couldn't get into a fight, so I didn't fight back. I ran away instead." "What if there's no way you can run away one day?" Yang Kai questioned. Zhao Yibai became startled for a moment, then put on a silly smile. "I don't think that will ever happen. I'm a fast runner, and no one can catch me. Moreover, the disciple recruitment of 7 Stars sect will begin in a few months. I'll give it a try then. Mother said that if I manage to become a disciple of 7 Stars sect, I'll be able to cultivate, and I'll become a cultivator." He then balled up his fist and flashed a smile at Xiaoya. "I'll always protect you, little sister Ya." Xiaoya put on a sweet smile and nodded. All of a sudden, Zhao Yibai looked fervently at 3 passers-by. "Look, they're from 7 Stars sect." There were 3 people, 1 man and 2 women, who were passing by. While the man was handsome, the women were alluring. All of them were clad in white clothing that suggested that they were from 7 Stars sect. They looked like pure snow lotuses. Admiration and yearning were written all over Zhao Yibai's face. "When I become a disciple of 7 Stars sect, I can wear such clothing as well." He then said to Xiaoya, "You'll be just as beautiful as them when you grow up, Xiaoya." While munching on the sweet rice dumpling, Xiaoya gently nodded. "When I grow up, I'll marry you, big brother Yibai." Hearing that, Zhao Yibai started coughing violently as the sweet rice dumpling got stuck in his throat. He almost suffocated as a result. He then extended his hand and sought help from Yang Kai. "Give me some soup, Uncle Yang." "Take it slow." Yang Kai was torn between tears and laughter. After passing the young boy a bowl of soup, he patted the latter's back. After the 2 little ones were done with the food, Yang Kai stroked the young boy's head and said, "It's getting late, so you should head home now. Don't worry your mother." Zhao Yibai rose from the chair and beckoned to Zhao Ya. The little ones then snuck into the crowd and disappeared. A short while later, Yang Kai cleaned up the stall and wheeled his cart home. Since 2 years ago, he started selling sweet rice dumplings on his own. Grandma Zhou was old after all, so she couldn't really work too hard. That was the reason Yang Kai told her to stay home and let him handle the stall. However, what made Grandma Zhou feel odd was that as time passed, she felt more energetic than before instead of getting weaker. She initially thought that her end would soon come, but it now seemed that she could live for another 10 years with ease. On the other hand, Grandma Zhou was very pleased with Yang Kai. The only complaint she had was that Yang Kai had never returned to his own home over the past few years. She was concerned about the wives he had in his hometown. After all, many things could happen when a husband was not around for such a long time. Initially, Grandma Zhou would persuade Yang Kai to go home to have a look. If he wasn't willing to leave his wives there, he could bring them over. Seven Stars Town was bustling with people, and their sweet rice dumpling business was doing well. He could definitely provide for all his wives. However, since Yang Kai wouldn't listen to her no matter how many times she brought the issue up, she stopped persuading him. Subconsciously, she thought that Yang Kai was just lying back then when he said that he had several wives. Otherwise, a man couldn't possibly leave his women in his hometown and ignore them. He didn't seem like an irresponsible man after all. When Yang Kai returned home, Grandma had already prepared a meal for him. She also took out a pot of fish soup and said, "Send it to Lady Yu. The kids are still growing, and it's hard enough for her to raise them." Yang Kai replied and took the fish soup before sauntering towards Yu Lu's house. Her house was pretty close to Grandma Zhou's place, which was the reason she looked for Grandma back then when the rain was pouring that night. As soon as Yang Kai arrived at the front door, Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ya rushed out of the house. The young boy took the soup and turned his head to shout, "Uncle Yang is here, mother." A woman clad in simple clothes soon walked out of the house. She was none other than Yu Lu. From the looks of it, she was preparing a meal as there was a bit of ash on her fair face. A piece of cloth had been wrapped around her head as she said bashfully, "You're here, big brother Yang." Yang Kai nodded. "Grandma prepared some fish soup and wanted me to send it to you." Yu Lu replied gratefully, "It's you and Grandma Zhou who have been taking care of us over the years. I can't say enough how grateful I am." Yang Kai said with a smile, "We're neighbors, so stop being overly polite with us." "Good, you should continue preparing your meal. I'll head back now." All of a sudden, Yu Lu lifted her head and called out, "Big brother Yang." Hearing that, Yang Kai turned around and gazed at her. Yu Lu clenched her clothes as though she was trying to summon her courage. She then asked, "Why don't you stay here to have a meal with us?" Yang Kai waved his hand with a smile. "Next time, perhaps. Grandma has already prepared dinner for us." As Yu Lu watched the man leave, she let out a sigh. In fact, her intention was simple. She just wanted to treat her big brother Yang, who had helped her a lot over the years, to a meal that she had prepared. However, a widow could easily draw criticism for her actions, so she wouldn't dare to make him stay in the past. Although she had made a request this time, she still didn't have the courage to insist on it. "It'd be wonderful if Uncle Yang was my father," Zhao Yibai suddenly said. Yu Lu started blushing as she landed a knock on her son's head. "What nonsense are you spouting?" She had been the center of gossip among the neighbors over the years. If others heard what her son had said, she wouldn't be able to clear her name. Zhao Yibai stuck out his tongue and pulled a face at his mother. After taking the fish soup from her son, Yu Lu said, "Uncle Yang has always been good to you both. In fact, he gave you your names. Both of you must return his favor when you grow up. Understood?" The kids nodded at the same time. "Wash your hands before having your meal," Yu Lu ordered. The kids instantly dashed into the house. She took one more look in the direction Yang Kai had left before shuffling into the house. Yu Lu had never expected that she would have 2 kids, a son and a daughter, one day. Zhao Yibai was her biological son. Although many years had passed, she had never forgotten about the night with torrential rain when she almost lost her life. Just when she was about to give up all hope, a warm force streamed into her body and ensured that she and her son remained safe. 1 month after Zhao Yibai was born, Yulu heard a baby crying outside the house. Upon opening the door, she saw that an infant had been left there. The infant was none other than Zhao Ye. In fact, Yulu had never hidden the fact that Zhao Ye was adopted. Fortunately, the young girl was kind-hearted and understanding, so she never complained about her fate. Although she had experienced a lot of hardship with her adoptive mother, she remained sanguine. What Yulu wasn't aware of was that Zhao Ye was sent to her by Yang Kai. In fact, the young girl's parents were still alive, but they preferred a boy to a girl. Barely after a few days Zhao Ye was born, and her father secretly dumped her on a mountain. The infant was mercilessly discarded before she could even see the world clearly. As the owner of the small universe, Yang Kai inadvertently saw the sight when he was traveling nearby. Naturally, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. Since Yulu had given birth to a child not long ago, he decided to put the infant down in front of her door. It wouldn't make a difference to raise one more kid anyway. In that case, Zhao Yibai could have a companion. Since the kids were raised together from birth, they could be said to be childhood sweethearts. Meanwhile, in a house where the candlelight was flickering, Yang Kai was having dinner with Grandma Zhou. Grandma appeared hesitant, but she couldn't bring herself to say anything. Seeing that, Yang Kai asked with a smile, "Is there anything you want to say, Grandma?" In response, Grandma dipped her head, "Yes, but I'm not sure if I should say it." Yang Kai replied, "There's nothing you can't tell me, Grandma. Please speak your mind." "I'll go ahead then." Grandma put down the chopsticks and stared seriously at him. "How do you find Lady Yu?" With a solemn expression, Yang Kai replied, "She's a demure, considerate and kind-hearted woman. It's just that life has been unkind to her. Yes, she has suffered a lot over the years." Suddenly recalling something, Grandma let out a sigh. It said that men are most afraid of taking up the wrong careers while women are most worried of marrying the wrong men. In fact, Lady Yu's previous man was not bad, but he passed away just like that after falling down the stairs. She has been a widow for years, and there's no man to take care of her. She has even adopted a young girl. It makes it even harder for her to put food on the table. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4681, The Ancestor of Seven Stars Sect. If you don't mind it, I'll ask a matchmaker to come tomorrow. Grandma Zhou gazed at Yang Kai with a caring expression. "You're no longer a young boy, so you should build a family of your own." As they had spent many years together, she now believed that Yang Kai wasn't serious when he said that he had several wives. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made such a suggestion. Yang Kai didn't intend to explain anything as he said, "Grandma, if a matchmaker really goes knocking on the door, Lady Yu will definitely chase her away. You probably shouldn't bother." Upon hearing that, Grandma became startled for a moment, then sighed, "You're right. Lady Yu is a little obstinate." In fact, she had indirectly probed Yulu about it before. Yulu had been a single mother for years. She was naturally grateful to Yang Kai for taking care of them, especially when he treated Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye like his own kids. However, she was married once and had given birth to a child after all. She wouldn't have so many worries if she were just a single young lady. Now, she just wanted to focus on raising Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye. She wouldn't dare to ask for anything else. After they were done with dinner, Yang Kai cleaned up the mess while Grandma returned to her room to get some rest. In the middle of the night, Yang Kai got to his feet and stepped out of the side room. As a second-class great force in the Void Continent, Seven Stars Sect had been doing well in recent years. That was because the sect master had chosen a very good location to build the sect in the past. There were no proper great forces within a radius of 1,000 kilometers that could compete with them. Therefore, the young children with excellent aptitudes around the area would all stream into Seven Stars Sect. In the Void Continent, only great forces with Emperor Realm Masters assuming command could be called first class. Seven Stars Sect didn't have their own Emperor Realm Masters as the most powerful people were only in the Dao Source Realm. Although the Sect Master was a third-order Dao Source Realm Master, it would still take him a long time before he could make it to the Emperor Realm. On this night, the elders of Seven Stars sect had gathered together to have a discussion about the disciple recruitment that would take place in a few months. They would recruit new disciples every 3 years, and during this period of time, the disciple recruitment would become a major event in the surrounding region. Many of the sects from other places would even send some people over to observe the event. That was why those from Seven Stars sect wouldn't dare to be negligent. While these people were having a fervent discussion in the main hall, they suddenly felt a horrifying pressure descending from the sky. Their expressions changed abruptly as they all rose from the chairs. The sect master of Seven Stars sect, Shang Guanji, stepped out of the main hall and looked up at the darkness with a solemn expression. With his fist cupped, he shouted, "Seven Stars sect, Shang Guanji, greets honored senior. Forgive us for not greeting you sooner as we were unaware of your esteemed presence." The elders and the protectors behind him wore serious expressions as they could be heard gulping. This couldn't be helped, as it was apparent to them that this pressure was being released by an Emperor Realm Master. Such a cultivator could be considered an overlord in the Void Continent. This kind of big shot was usually a sect master of a major sect. It was expected that they were shocked and doubtful since such a person visited their humble place in the middle of the night, and they were not even sure whether he was a friend or a foe. Fortunately, the person didn't seem to have any ill intentions. The pressure soon disappeared as he didn't intend to oppress them. He just wanted to reveal his identity as an Emperor Realm Master. Just then, a figure stepped out of the darkness as they stared fixedly at him. It wasn't until he came near them that they finally saw he was a young man who was clad in simple clothes. The handsome man looked like he was only in his 20s or early 30s, but no one present would seriously believe he was really so young. There was no way a man of that age could have made it to the Emperor realm. The young man sported a smile as he nodded gently at them. Instead of appearing haughty, he seemed as pleasant as a spring breeze. He then said, "This king is Yang Kai. I've traveled across the Void Continent for decades, and when I passed by this place, I suddenly had a feeling of fate with this place, so I came over to have a look. Please pardon me if I've disturbed you in any way." Presently, the appearance of Yang Kai in front of Shang Guanji and the others was different from his true self. It wasn't that he had put on a disguise. In fact, his appearance hadn't changed one bit. It was just that he had made use of his rights as the master of this small universe and made them unable to see his true appearance. There was a smile on Shang Guanji's face as he spoke. "Senior has not disturbed us at all. We're truly honored to have Senior visit our Seven Stars sect." Despite what he had said, his emotions were undulating in his heart. The person in front of him had actually decided to visit this place on a whim. He didn't doubt Yang Kai's words, for the latter was an Emperor Realm Master. If Yang Kai wanted to make things difficult for Seven Stars sect, no one could stop him. He could easily destroy them all and no one would say anything. However, such an Emperor Realm Master must have detected something that prompted him to pay them a visit. As they spoke, countless ideas went through Shang Guanji's mind as he wondered what was inside Seven Stars sect that could draw the attention of this Emperor Realm Master. What made him feel strange was that he had never heard of such an Emperor Realm Master in the Void Continent before. There were only a small number of Emperor Realm Masters in this world, and every one of them was famous. Nevertheless, Shang Guanji had never heard of the name Yang Kai before. Suppressing the doubts in his mind, he passionately invited Yang Kai to enter the main hall. They couldn't really continue discussing the disciple recruitment. After all, Seven Stars sect was just a second-class great force and an Emperor Realm Master had descended from the sky in the middle of the night to their home. They had no idea about his intentions, so they could only keep him company carefully. They were worried that a calamity would befall them if they offended him. However, the atmosphere soon became harmonious and even a little cheerful. That was because the elders realized that this Senior Yang was a rather genial person. He didn't put on airs just because he was an Emperor Realm Master, nor did he look down on them for being weaker. Initially, only the sect master of Seven Stars sect, Shang Guanji, had the courage to chat with him. Nonetheless, after Yang Kai answered some of his questions regarding cultivation, the others couldn't contain their urge to make some inquiries. Everyone would encounter problems when they cultivated, but without a powerful master to guide them, they could only fumble about on their own, uncertain whether they were proceeding in the right direction or not. Now that Yang Kai was there to give them some advice, they felt as though they had been enlightened. In just 2 hours, admiration was written all over the faces of those 7 Stars sect's elders as they gazed at Yang Kai, whose seemingly nonchalant advice could undoubtedly save them a lot of time and effort in the future. This was a huge favor to any cultivator. Seeing that their questions were never-ending, Shang Guanji had no choice but to interrupt them. Good, Senior Yang must be exhausted from his travels. You all should stop bothering him already. Although Yang Kai appeared to be patient, they shouldn't be too greedy. They had gained a lot of insights on this night, and as long as they could digest them, they would achieve greater heights in their cultivation. Shang Guanji even had an idea about how to make it to the Emperor realm now. He then glanced at Yang Kai and said politely, "Senior, you said that you sensed you shared some fate with this place. Do you have your eyes on anything in 7 Stars sect? Please speak freely, for we shall not turn you down as long as we're able to give it to you." Since they had gained so many benefits from him, Shang Guanji wouldn't be stingy. If there was anything in 7 Stars sect that Yang Kai was interested in, he wouldn't mind gifting it to him as a way to build a relationship. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai pretended to make some calculations with his fingers while the others held their breaths. A myriad of expressions came over Yang Kai for a moment before he shook his head. The time has yet to arrive. Shang Guanji replied with a smile, "There's no rush since it's not the right time. Senior is welcome to stay here in 7 Stars sect. You can always tell this junior when the time arrives." Yang Kai nodded. "In fact, I do have a request, but I'm not sure if you'll agree to it, Sect Master Shangguan." Shang Guanji replied, "Please speak freely, Senior." Yang Kai went on to say, "Since I migrated to the Void Continent in the past, this king has constantly been traveling and exploring. I've basically visited everywhere that can be visited. Since this place and I share some kind of fate, I'd like to settle down here." The people in the main hall were stunned while Shang Guanji became energetic and asked excitedly, "Senior, do you mean you wish to join 7 Stars sect?" All of them gasped as they widened their eyes in disbelief. Yang Kai nodded gently, "I'm not sure if it's convenient for you to let me stay in 7 Stars sect. If not, please allow me to build a hut at the bottom of the mountain." "Of course we are more than happy to have Senior join 7 Stars sect." Shang Guanji stood straight up as he appeared agitated. His face radiated a pinkish glow as he said, "It is our honor that Senior is willing to grace our 7 Stars sect with his presence. Why wouldn't we feel pleased with it?" The others in the hall nodded like chickens pecking at rice. The person before their eyes was an Emperor Realm Master. Although they had no idea about his order, he was one of the most powerful people in the Void Continent regardless of what it was. If he could join 7 Stars sect, they would instantly become a first-class sect. Even if Yang Kai were an arrogant and unfriendly man, they wouldn't have turned him down, not to mention that he was actually quite amiable. It made a huge difference to have an Emperor Realm Master around as their heritage would instantly increase. They wouldn't mind paying a steep price to make this happen. "Many thanks then, Sect Master." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Shang Guanji measured his words before saying, "It is our honor that Senior has decided to join 7 Stars sect. Given your cultivation, how does assuming the post of Ancestor sound?" Yang Kai didn't turn him down. Since he was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was more than qualified to become the ancestor of a small sect that didn't even have an Emperor Realm Master. He thus nodded, "Good." At that instant, Shang Guanji and the others rose from the chairs and cupped their fists in salute. "Greetings, Ancestor." Yang Kai said, I shall humbly accept the position of Ancestor of 7 Stars sect. Since this is a joyous occasion, I shall deliver you a small gift." He then extended his hand and pointed at the front. When they looked up, they felt as though his finger had gently landed on their foreheads. Following that, a gentle force streamed into their bodies through their glabellas. They instantly felt warmth all over their bodies as their source chi began circulating smoother. Besides that, after the gentle force entered their bodies, countless ideas started flashing through their minds as they were suddenly able to comprehend things that they couldn't in the past. One elder in particular, who had been stuck in the first-order Tao source realm for many years, suddenly shook as he instantly achieved a breakthrough to the second-order Tao source realm. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4682, Disciple Recruitment. By just extending his finger, Yang Kai had helped this old man achieve a breakthrough to the second-order Tao source realm. Such a strange incident was absolutely unheard of. The people in the main hall became even more respectful of him, while the elder in question bent his back so low he nearly fell over as he said in a shaking voice, "Many thanks for this enormous grace, ancestor." His aptitude was not particularly outstanding and he was pretty old now. Initially, he thought that the first-order Tao source realm would be the limit in his lifetime, with no way he could improve further. Hence, it came as a total shock to have achieved a breakthrough to the second order. He even had a feeling that if he worked hard, he might stand a chance to make it to the third order. To him, such a favor was no different from being granted a second life, and all the others were naturally envious of him. "It's all thanks to your accumulation over the years. I only stimulated your potential a little." Yang Kai put on a smile, then gazed at Shang Guanji, "Sect Master, please keep it a secret that I've become the ancestor of 7 Stars Sect." Shang Guanji became startled upon hearing that. Although he didn't understand the reason behind it, he still nodded respectfully, "Don't worry, ancestor. Only the people in this hall will be aware of it. No one else will find out." He couldn't help but think that it was such a shame. Initially, he intended to launch a public campaign to inform everyone that there was now an ancestor in 7 Stars Sect. Once word spread, the sect would be considered first class, which would allow them to be regarded as important in the Void Continent. However, since the new ancestor had decided to keep his presence a secret, he could only obey his order. Since it was very late now, Shang Guanji told a female elder with an hourglass figure to lead Yang Kai to a spirit peak. He had somewhat figured out the temperament of this new ancestor, who preferred peace and quiet over fanfare and glory. Therefore, he decided to let him stay on the slightly remote Azure Jade Peak. 7 Stars Sect had a total of 38 spirit peaks, with Azure Jade Peak ranking somewhere in the middle and being pretty remote, so no one had actually been interested in it. With that said, Yang Kai was satisfied after he moved in. This allowed Shang Guanji to breathe a sigh of relief. Everything went well for the next few months. The new ancestor was living a reclusive life on Azure Jade Peak and rarely stepped out of his home. Shang Guanji finally became slightly at ease. When he was told to keep it a secret that Yang Kai had become the ancestor of 7 Stars Sect, he was worried that the man might have some powerful enemies that would try to retaliate against him. In that case, it would be disastrous for their sect. Now, it seemed that his worries were unfounded. Moreover, after several months of observation, he realized that Yang Kai didn't have any ill intentions. He really seemed to be tired of traveling around the continent, so he decided to look for a place and settle down and rest. There was no doubt that this was good news for 7 Stars Sect. Although they were unable to reveal that there was an Emperor Realm Master with them, the elders had more confidence to deal with any issues they might face now that they had a powerful backer. Since Shang Guanji was aware that the ancestor was fond of serenity, he issued orders that no one should disturb him without permission. Meanwhile, Yang Kai still sold sweet rice dumplings in 7 Stars Town every day. His presence in the small universe was a manifestation of his soul avatar anyway, so it made no difference if there was 1 or 2 of him. A few months later, the disciple recruitment of 7 Stars Sect that took place every 3 years finally commenced. The surrounding 1,000 kilometers radius was abuzz with activity and many cultivators from further afar came to visit 7 Stars Town. At the entrance of the town, Yang Kai was standing there while watching Yu Lu adjust the clothes of the young children. She told them to be obedient after they left the town. It would be wonderful if they could become the disciples of 7 Stars Sect. However, even if they were not accepted, they didn't have to feel dejected. The 2 kids nodded in response. A moment later, Yulu took the hands of Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ya as she shuffled towards Yang Kai and said with reddened eyes, "Please take care of them, big brother Yang." Yang Kai put on a grin, "Don't worry, Lady Yu. I won't let anything happen to them. If they're accepted into the Seven Stars sect, I'll come back and tell you about it. If they are rejected, I'll bring them back safely." Yulu nodded, then gently pushed the young kids forward. "Go now." The young kids turned around and wrapped their arms around Yulu, who covered her mouth while shaking slightly. Yang Kai looked into the distance as he couldn't help but think that his parents might feel the same way every time he had to leave them. Even after the trio had moved a long distance, they turned around and still saw a petite figure looking at them from the entrance of the town. Seven Stars Town was basically a satellite town of Seven Stars sect, so there was only a distance of about 50 kilometers between the two places. While carrying a backpack, Yang Kai held the hands of the young kids as he sauntered towards Seven Stars sect. Just then, they heard the sound of a horse carriage approaching them from behind, so they stepped aside. When the carriage was passing them by, a young kid, who was about 10 years old, stuck out his head and wielded his fist at Zhao Yibai. "Hey, I don't want to see you in Seven Stars sect, otherwise I'll definitely beat you up." Zhao Yibai pulled a face at him while Zhao Ye picked up a stone from the ground and forcefully hurled it forward, which caused the boy to instantly flinch. With a smile, Yang Kai watched as the young kids messed around. He could recognize the boy in the carriage, who had chased after Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye a few months ago. The two of them had to sneak beneath his cart to shake off their pursuer. He was the brat from the Miao family, Miao Fei Ping. There was no doubt that he was wealthier than the two kids beside Yang Kai, and he had an excellent aptitude. In fact, when an elder from Seven Stars sect left the mountain and inadvertently came across Miao Fei Ping 2 months ago, he decided to take him on as a disciple on the spot. This time, Miao Fei Ping just had to go through the registration process. Unlike Zhao Yibai, whose fate was uncertain, Miao Fei Ping could definitely join Seven Stars sect. The area in front of Seven Stars sect was crammed with people as they had all come to try their luck. Their ages varied. There were some people who were as young as Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ya, while there were also those who were in their early 20s. It took Yang Kai a long time before he managed to help the young kids register their names. Every participant was given a wooden token with a number written on it. Before the test started, Zhao Ya looked fixedly at a hawker who sold candied hawthorns, which were deathly attractive to her. Yang Kai went over and bought 3 sticks. While squatting in the corner, they were pleased with the taste of the food. As the young kids exchanged glances, they smiled at each other. "Uncle Yang, what if I'm not accepted?" Zhao Yibai was suddenly worried about his future. Yang Kai replied nonchalantly, "You're still very young. Even if you fail, you can come again next time." On the other hand, Zhao Ye was very confident that Zhao Yibai would succeed. "Big brother Yibai will definitely be accepted." Zhao Yibai grinned, "You'll succeed as well, Xiao Ya." Right then, Miao Fei Ping appeared out of nowhere and said to Zhao Yibai, "Just give up. Look at how bony your arms are. There's no way you'll be accepted." There was a drumstick in his hand. While he was enjoying his food, his mouth covered in grease. Zhao Ye narrowed her eyes as her murderous intent surged. She was chewing the candied hawthorns so loudly that it was as though she was biting Miao Fei Ping's head instead. Miao Fei Ping's neck shrank as he put on a meek smile. "I'm sure you'll succeed, little sister Ya. If I were a senior expert from the mountain, I would take you on as a disciple regardless of what it takes." After finishing his words, he left the place in a hurry. Zhao Ye placated her companion by saying, "Don't listen to him, big brother Yibai. Nothing good will ever come out of Miao Fei Ping's mouth." "You're right." Zhao Yibai nodded repeatedly, "I don't care whatever he says." Ha! There were many tests during the disciple recruitment of Seven Stars sect, and many people would be knocked out after each test. Those who had passed were ecstatic while those who had failed appeared dispirited. Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye were busy for the entire day. When they returned in the evening, their soles were covered in blisters. "How was it?" Yang Kai asked. Zhao Yibai appeared elated. "Uncle Yang, you know, Xiaoya got an A rank in her overall evaluation. Is a rank very good? Yang Kai arched his brow. Zhao Yibai made a gesture. Very, very good. I heard that there were over 1,000 people who have taken part in the disciple recruitment, but only 10 people have obtained an A rank in the overall evaluation. You're indeed incredible, Xiaoya. You're one of those people who got the best result. Yang Kai patted the young girl's head with a smile. However, Xiaoya forced a smile as it seemed that she wasn't joyful. What about you? Yang Kai asked the young boy. Zhao Yibai chuckled. I'm much weaker than Xiaoya as I only got a C rank. Still, I passed the tests. Xiaoya hurriedly said, It's fine. The aptitude test tomorrow is more important. The tests prior to that didn't matter. Following a nod, Zhao Yibai replied, You're right. We'll only be able to join 7 Stars sect if we pass the test tomorrow. Anyway, I'm very confident. It was then that Xiaoya put on a sincere smile. Those from 7 Stars sect didn't prepare a place where the participants could get some rest. Therefore, the group of 3 found a clean place and slept on the ground. Zhao Yibai must have been exhausted, so he dozed off almost immediately. In the middle of the night, Yang Kai opened his eyes and took a glance at Xiaoya, who was seated with her legs crossed while she had pressed her palms together in a serious manner. He gently flicked her forehead and asked, What are you doing up at this hour? Xiaoya hurriedly placed a finger between her lips, then explained bashfully, Auntie Lu and Grandma always say that there's an almighty Lord who knows about everything in this world. So, I want the Lord to bless Big Brother Yibai and make sure that he'll pass the test tomorrow. He always tells me that he wants to join 7 Stars sect after all. Yang Kai smiled helplessly. The aptitude of a person is decided at birth. There's no way the Lord can bless him. Xiaoya pursed her lips. What kind of an all-powerful Lord is that if he can't even grant such a simple wish? Yang Kai was lost for words, thinking that the Lord would be exhausted if he had to be concerned about every minor matter like this. Let's sleep now. Yang Kai decided not to delve into this topic. All right, Xiaoya replied and lay on the ground. However, Yang Kai soon heard her muttering under her breath. It was apparent that she was still secretly praying. The next morning, the aptitude test of 7 Stars sect's disciple recruitment, which was the last of all tests, finally began. This was also the simplest test. There was a round platform on the square. A participant just had to stand on it, and his or her aptitude would be evaluated. The participants stepped onto it one by one as the platform radiated glows of different intensities. The elders from 7 Stars sect would observe it from the side. They would either let a participant pass the test or eliminate them during the process. Yang Kai was waiting among the crowd alongside Zhao Yibai and Xiaoya. The kids were apparently nervous. Every time someone passed the test, they would appear envious, and when a person was knocked out, they would appear worried. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4683, Another Dream. The aptitude test on this day was the most important test of all. Regardless of how excellent a person's evaluation was prior to that, they would still be knocked out if they failed this assessment. Moreover, the success rate was pretty low. Only 2 to 3 out of 10 people could pass. Also, their ranks were generally pretty low. Around midday, a voice was heard calling out, Number 763, Miao Fei Ping. Upon hearing that, Miao Fei Ping emerged from the crowd. Despite his young age, he was pretty agile. Upon stepping onto the platform, he politely saluted the cultivators from 7 Stars sect who were responsible for administering the test. He then closed his eyes and steadied his breathing. The next instant, the platform glowed intensely. Everyone was amazed by the sight as the cultivators responsible for observing the results all rose from the chairs at the same time. While appearing excited, they looked fervently at Miao Fei Ping, who was in the middle of the platform. The rank. The intensity of the glow suggests that his aptitude must be of a rank. Is there really a disciple with a rank aptitude who will join us? The already amazed crowd became astounded upon hearing that. It was apparent to them that Miao Fei Ping had an extraordinary aptitude, as the people getting tested prior to him were not able to make the platform glow so brightly. However, they were just onlookers after all. Given their eyesight, they were unable to judge Miao Fei Ping's exact aptitude. It wasn't until they heard the cultivators from 7 Stars sect that they realized his aptitude was of a rank. It had to be noted that many people had been tested already, and the person with the best result had only achieved B rank. Although A rank and B rank were only 1 rank apart, the achievements they would make in the future were drastically different. A person with a rank aptitude would definitely make it to the Emperor realm one day if they didn't lose their life along the way. On the stand, the sect master of 7 Stars sect, Shang Guanji, couldn't help but smile while stroking his beard. Just then, an elderly man, who was seated beside him, spoke up. Sect Master Shangguan, this old master feels a predestined fate with this young boy, and would like to take him on as my legacy disciple. Would Sect Master Shangguan be willing to part with him? The smile on Shangguanji's face instantly froze. The elders of 7 Stars sect were not the only onlookers on the stand. There were also some powerful cultivators from other sects that they were on good terms with who had come over to watch the fun. 7 Stars sect was a second-class sect, and the sects they were friendly with were also of the same class. Since they were equally matched, it was inconceivable that someone would make such a rude demand just because there was a young boy with exceptional aptitude. Such a person was basically trying to snatch their prized disciple from them. However, this elderly man was a little different. He was an Emperor Realm Master from a first-class sect who had been a guest at a different sect some time ago. Upon hearing that a disciple recruitment was going on, he decided to tag along to watch the show. He only came here to find some small amusement, so it surprised him greatly to find a boy with such great aptitude. Even the first-class sects didn't have a lot of disciples with a rank aptitude. If he could bring this child back with him, it would strengthen the overall power of his sect. The faces of the elders from 7 Stars sect instantly fell when they heard this. However, since the visitor was an Emperor Realm Master, they wouldn't dare to rebuke him lest he felt offended. The representatives from other sects appeared gleeful. Even though their sects were on good terms with 7 Stars sect, they wouldn't want to see them getting a disciple with a rank aptitude. If 7 Stars sect managed to become a first-class sect in the future, they would become inferior to them. Hence, they were more than happy to see the disciple with a rank aptitude getting taken away by someone else. Shang Guanji straightened his face and replied, "To be honest with you, Senior Shin, this child was taken on as a disciple by our elder Guan Qianxing 2 months ago. He's just going through the recruitment tests as a formality." To the side, Guan Qianxing rose from the chair and saluted Shen Xing. That is indeed the case. Shen Xing frowned with displeasure. However, he was an Emperor Realm Master after all, so he couldn't really press the issue. If the boy had not been already taken on as a disciple, it would be fine to snatch him, as he could just offer some compensation to 7 Stars sect at a later time. They wouldn't really dare to rebuke or refuse him. However, since a master and disciple relationship had already been established, he would appear oppressive and immoral if he tried to take the child away. If word got out, both he and his sect would lose a lot of face. After weighing the pros and cons, he nodded. "Since the child is already your disciple, Elder Guan, I'll not insist. Congratulations on obtaining a disciple with such exceptional aptitude." "Many thanks for your kindness, Senior Shin." Shang Guanji put on a smile as he was finally relieved. If Shen Xing insisted on taking the child away, those from 7 Stars sect would be unable to oppose him unless they asked their new ancestor to come forward. However, over the past months, the ancestor had been living in seclusion as he seemed determined to keep a low profile. Despite being the sect master, Shan Guanji also hadn't managed to see him once since the night he arrived. Therefore, he didn't have the confidence to make the ancestors stand up for their sect in this moment. Since Shen Xing was willing to make a concession, a conflict was avoided. The elders from 7 Stars sect congratulated Guan Qianxing, who responded with a smile. Although he was already aware that Miao Fei Ping had good aptitude, he had no idea about the details since no test had been conducted at the time. He was pleasantly surprised on this day since Miao Fei Ping was revealed to have a rank aptitude. Soon, a detailed report was sent to them. Number 763, Miao Fei Ping, 7 Stars Town. His aptitude was revealed to be A-, while his overall evaluation was also A-. This kind of aptitude was rarely seen across the entire Void continent. There was no doubt that Miao Fei Ping was the best disciple that those from 7 Stars sect had ever accepted. Shang Guanji and the other elders were naturally over the moon. Meanwhile, Miao Fei Ping left the platform and walked up to Zhao Yibai to brag about his achievements, causing Zhao Ye to bare her fangs in protest. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai was completely unfazed as he sincerely congratulated him. This made Miao Fei Ping feel displeased as there wasn't a tinge of jealousy on Zhao Yibai's face. It was as if he swung his fist hard, only to punch a pile of cotton. More disciples were then tested, and some of the people were revealed to have B rank aptitude. However, Miao Fei Ping was practically the center of attention now, so they didn't look very outstanding. If Miao Fei Ping hadn't been around, these disciples with B rank aptitude would have been valued more highly by the elders. Number 896, Zhao Yibai. Upon hearing that, Zhao Yibai, who had been waiting, took a deep breath. Go on, Yang Kai gently pushed him. Don't worry, big brother Yibai. You'll be fine, Zhao Ye encouraged him from behind. Zhao Yibai waved his hand without turning his head, then shuffled towards the platform. After saluting the people from 7 Stars sect, he steadied his breathing just like everyone else had done before him. Zhao Ye stared fixedly at Zhao Yibai while balling up her fists, her fingers practically digging deep into her flesh. Just then, a very dim glow was seen, and it disappeared 3 breaths later. The cultivators from 7 Stars sect had a discussion for a moment before one of them announced, Zhao Yibai, aptitude C-. Pass. On the platform, Zhao Yibai leaped into the air as though he had just won 1,000,000 silver coins. As long as a person was revealed to have an aptitude of B rank or C rank, they could join 7 Stars sect. After all, those from 7 Stars sect had knocked many people out the day before, so they wouldn't turn down the ones who were left as long as their aptitude wasn't too weak. However, people with weaker aptitudes would certainly be treated differently, and they would have fewer achievements in the future as well. For a disciple like Zhao Yibai who had C aptitude, he would only be the lowliest of disciples in 7 Stars sect even though he was accepted. Despite that, he was incredibly pleased with this. He then returned with an excited expression as he reported to Zhao Ye and Yang Kai. Uncle Yang, Xiao Ye, I passed the test. I passed. Yang Kai stroked the young boy's head while Zhao Ye put on a beautiful smile. Imitating an adult, she saluted him and said, Congratulations on having your dream come true, big brother Yibai. To the side, Miao Fei Ping was stunned as he pursed his lips together bitterly and muttered, Your aptitude is only C-, but you look so ecstatic that it's as though you were an A rank. My mother always says that a person will only be truly happy by not being greedy, senior brother Miao. Miao Fei Ping refuted with displeasure, I'm not your senior brother. Stop calling me that. Zhao Yibai sported a silly smile, we'll be the disciples of the same sect, and you're older than I am, so, of course, you're my senior brother. Miao Fei Ping parted his lips, but he was unable to refute him. A moment later, he said angrily, Don't think that I'll stop beating you up just because you call me senior brother. You'd better work hard and cultivate. If you can't protect little sister Ye in the future, I'll do it in your stead. I'll definitely cultivate hard so that you don't have to do that, senior brother Miao. Zhao Yibai stuck out his chest. Just then, a person was heard calling out from the platform, number 897, Zhao Ye. It's your turn, Xiao Ye. Zhao Yibai turned his head and said. Zhao Ye nodded and sauntered forward. A worried Zhao Yibai advised her by saying, Don't fret. Just empty your mind and stand there. Zhao Ye dipped her head. Despite what he just said, Miao Fei Ping acted like a senior brother, walked up to Zhao Yibai, and asked him seriously, What if little sister Ye fails the test? Zhao Yibai replied, That will never happen. Little sister Ye has always been intelligent. Her aptitude must be greater than mine. I'm saying what if? Miao Fei Ping glared at him. After giving it a serious thought, Zhao Yibai said, I won't join Seven Stars sect, then. I'll go home with Xiao Ya. Miao Fei Ping widened his mouth in shock as he gazed at him. Don't you always say that you're determined to join Seven Stars sect? Wasn't it your dream to become a powerful cultivator one day? Zhao Yibai put on a smile. It's another dream of mine to see Xiao Ya growing up happy. Miao Fei Ping fell silent for a moment, then patted the younger boy's shoulder as though he was a very mature person. I'm inferior to you in this regard. Zhao Yibai stared at him in shock. You have exceptional aptitude, and you're from a wealthy family. Why would you be inferior to me in any way? Miao Fei Ping couldn't help but roll his eyes. Just when he was about to speak, a brilliant light exploded from the platform. The glow was so dazzling that everyone present had no choice but to close or avert their eyes. The glow soon expanded and spilled over the platform to engulf the crowd. Even the masters on the stand were affected. The dazzling light didn't seem to be going out anytime soon. Everyone fell into a commotion. The cultivators from Seven Stars sect who were responsible for observing the results bent forward as they widened their eyes in disbelief. On the stand, Shang Guanji, the elders of Seven Stars sect, and the representatives from other sects all rose from the chairs at the same time, utterly flabbergasted. Martial Peak, Chapter 4684, The Fated Time Has Come. When Miao Fei Ping was tested on his aptitude earlier, the platform also radiated a dazzling glow. Following that, he was revealed to have an aptitude of A-, which was unprecedented in the history of Seven Stars sect, instantly making him the center of attention. The top cultivators from other sects, as well as the onlookers, were all amazed. However, after Xiao Ya went on stage, the platform radiated an even more dazzling light for an even longer time. Right then, someone from the crowd exclaimed, "It's another person with a rank aptitude." Even the ordinary people who had never cultivated before could see that Xiao Ya had caused a greater commotion than Miao Fei Ping, who was revealed to have an aptitude of A-. Hence, how heaven-defying must Xiao Ya's aptitude be? It was certain that her aptitude must be a rank, but they were not sure whether it would be A or A+. After more than a dozen breaths of time, the light finally went out, but the crowd remained stunned as they stared dazedly at the petite figure on the platform. It was as though they saw a new star rising into the sky. It wasn't until this moment that Xiao Ya opened her eyes. She appeared puzzled as she had no idea what just happened. As her eyes met with those of Zhao Yibai, she flashed a sweet smile at him. Before those from Seven Stars sect announced the result, she was getting ready to leave the stage. Wait a moment, junior sister. A cultivator from Seven Stars sect hurriedly stopped her. What's wrong? Zhao Ya gazed at him with vigilance. The cultivator was already drenched in sweat as he suppressed his shock and put on a harmless smile. Don't be nervous, junior sister. It's just that your aptitude is so exceptional that we're unable to make an immediate judgment. The result will be decided by the elders, so please wait here for a while. He was extremely polite, as though he was facing an elder or the sect master instead of a young girl who was only 7 or 8 years old. Given her heaven-defying aptitude, though, there was no doubt that this young girl had a bright future ahead of her. Perhaps it would only take her a few years before she became someone he could only look up to, which was why this cultivator wouldn't dare to be negligent. If he said something wrong now, he would have no way to survive in the future. On the stand, the elders from Seven Stars sect were flushing as they came together to discuss the aptitude of Xiao Ya using their divine senses. Meanwhile, Shang Guanji stared fixedly at Xiao Ya as he almost cried tears of joy. First, Miao Fei Ping came as a surprise during the disciple recruitment, and now there was Xiao Ya. He reckoned that their sect had been blessed by the Lord. Given the aptitude Miao Fei Ping had showcased, there was no doubt he would be able to make it to the Emperor realm in the future, and it was the same case for number 897, Xiao Ya. In the future, there would be 2 Emperor Realm Masters in Seven Stars sect. Their sect would become peerless in the Void Continent. Soon, the outcome of the discussion among the elders was decided. Guan Qianxing walked up to Shang Guanji and spoke to him close to his ear. Shang Guanji nodded gently, then announced, Number 897, Zhaoye, 7 stars town. Aptitude, A+. Overall evaluation, A+. She had obtained a double A+. Miao Fei Ping, who achieved double A prior to this, paled in front of her. Still, there was a helpless smile on Shang Guanji's face. If Zhaoye was evaluated properly, her aptitude would definitely be higher than A+. However, since A+ was already the limit, they were unable to give her a better result. All of a sudden, he recalled a rumor that there was a higher martial Dao above the Emperor realm. However, since his cultivation was still fairly weak, he was unable to confirm the truth behind such information. While Miao Fei Ping would certainly make it to the Emperor realm, Zhaoye might be able to bring 7 stars sect to unprecedented heights. Shang Guanji couldn't help but wonder what the realm that was above the Emperor realm would look like. Perhaps Zhaoye would be able to unravel the mystery for him in his lifetime. Sect Master Shangguan, I suppose this little girl hasn't become a disciple of any of your elders yet. When Shang Guanji heard the voice, he was shocked as the pleasant surprise on his face transformed into horror. While he was overwhelmed by ecstasy just now, he had forgotten about Xin Xing's presence. This person was already interested in Miao Fei Ping earlier. Fortunately, Miao Fei Ping had already been taken on as a disciple by Guan Qianxing 2 months ago and was just going through the formalities by taking part in the recruitment tests. That was the reason Xin Xing didn't make things difficult for them, as he still had to consider his status. But now, Zhaoye showcased an aptitude that far exceeded that of Miao Fei Ping's, so it was expected that Xin Xing would be tempted. Nevertheless, Shang Guanji would never be willing to let go of a young child who might bring 7 stars sect to the peak of the world. At that moment, countless ideas flashed through his mind, but just when he was ready to lie to Xin Xing despite knowing that he would offend him, he was suddenly engulfed in emperor pressure. Regardless of how hard Shang Guanji tried, he was unable to tell a lie as he forced a smile and muttered, "No." The pressure then dissipated as though it had never been there. Shen Xing smiled and nodded, "That's wonderful. This old master believes he shares fate with this young girl, and would like to bring her back to my sect. Sect Master Shangguan won't mind parting with her, yes?" Shang Guanji almost had the urge to curse. This shameless old fart seemed to share fate with any young child with exceptional aptitude. When he mentioned Miao Fei Ping just now, he still had the courtesy to ask Shang Guanji whether the latter was willing to give the disciple to him, but when it came to Zhaoye, he directly demanded to get the young girl. He was basically snatching their disciple from them in broad daylight. Seeing that Shang Guanji remained silent, Xin Xing sported a dark expression. "What's wrong, Sect Master Shangguan? Do you have no regard for this old master?" A middle-aged man, who was seated beside Xin Xing, spoke up at that moment. "Brother Shangguan, it's understandable that you value such a talented young child, but 7 Stars Sect is too small. On the other hand, Senior Shin's Southern Star Palace is one of the top forces in the Void Continent. Young Zhaoye will definitely become very successful in the future, but 7 Stars Sect is too small to accommodate her. Only a place like Southern Star Palace could truly allow her to shine." Shen Xing had practically tagged along with this sect master of Golden Spring Sect, otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the disciple recruitment of a sect like 7 Stars Sect. At this moment, Shang Guanji was resentful of the sect master of Golden Spring Sect. If this guy hadn't brought Xin Xing with him, all this wouldn't have happened. Despite his sincere words, he actually had ulterior motives. It was already giving him a headache that Miao Fei Ping was joining 7 Stars Sect. If there was also Zhaoye, the second-class great forces around 7 Stars Sect wouldn't be able to survive. When these 2 disciples grew to be powerful one day, Golden Spring Sect would surely be oppressed by 7 Stars Sect. Shang Guanji was aware that he wouldn't be able to keep Zhaoye, but he still wasn't willing to give her to Xin Xing. With displeasure written all over his face, Xin Xing snorted. The sect master of Golden Spring Sect persuaded again by saying, "Brother Shangguan, it's said that an ordinary man is innocent, but treasures make him guilty. Zhao Ye's aptitude is so exceptional that it is simply unheard of. It would be fine if Seven Stars sect was able to protect her, however, just like my Golden Spring sect, your sect is just a second-class great force. This news will undoubtedly spread across the entire Void continent in no time. By then, rather than making your sect thrive, this young girl will only bring disaster. Although Senior Shin has some selfishness in trying to take on this young girl to be his disciple, he is also indirectly doing your sect a great favor. Please think twice, Brother Shangguan. To the side, Shin Xing stroked his beard and nodded as though he was really trying to help Seven Stars sect. A myriad of expressions came over Shangguan Ji. Even though the sect master of Golden Spring sect was acting maliciously, that didn't mean what he said was entirely false. Miao Fei Ping alone wouldn't prompt those first-class sects to make a move, but Zhao Ye was different. If he invited trouble to Seven Stars sect just because he wanted to keep Zhao Ye, he wouldn't be able to take responsibility as the sect master. The sect master of Golden Spring sect declared firmly, "Brother Shangguan, do you really want Seven Stars sect to be destroyed just for a moment's impulse?" Shangguan Ji, who had been trying to act tough, suddenly became dejected, as though he had aged by several dozen years. He let out a sigh since he was unable to turn things around. Just when he was preparing to give in, he suddenly looked in the direction of Azure Jade Peak. At the same time, Shin Xing also lifted his head. They could see a figure strolling through the sky towards them, his voice echoing around them even before he even arrived. The fated time has come. It was worth waiting for a few months. Shangguan Ji was filled with joy as he hurriedly rose from his seat. The person, who looked like a descending immortal, landed in front of Zhao Ye and looked down at her with a faint smile. Without feeling fearful at all, Zhao Ye stared back at him. At that moment she was only thinking that this person looked familiar to her as his figure was similar to that of Uncle Yang. When Yang Kai showed up in Seven Stars sect several months ago, he used a trick and changed his appearance in the eyes of others. Therefore, even though this soul avatar of his in front of Zhao Ye looked exactly the same as his true self, he appeared to be a different person in Zhao Ye's eyes. "There is fate between us, young girl. Are you willing to be my disciple?" Yang Kai looked smilingly at her and asked. On the stand, Shin Xing sported a dark expression. He had said something similar twice before today, but now this guy who appeared out of nowhere repeated what he had said. Was he trying to humiliate him? Shen Xing stood straight up with fury and scoffed, "Who are you?" It was expected that he was furious since the young girl was being snatched from him right in front of him. Shangguan Ji was pleasantly surprised when Yang Kai appeared, but at this moment, he was suddenly worried. That was because he had no idea about what order of the Emperor realm this new ancestor was in. On the other hand, he knew that Shin Xing was in the Second Order Emperor realm. If the new ancestor was weaker than Shin Xing, this matter wouldn't be resolved peacefully. Even if the new ancestor was also in the Second Order Emperor realm, Shin Xing represented Southern Star Palace, so there was no way Seven Stars sect could go against them. Shangguan Ji wouldn't even dare to think that the new ancestor could possibly be in the Third Order Emperor realm, because the number of such masters in the entire Void continent could be counted on one hand. "Sit down," Yang Kai lightly commanded without even sparing Shin Xing a glance, and as Shangguan Ji watched, Shin Xing really sat down as he was told. Shangguan Ji widened his eyes as he saw Shin Xing's face go from red to white to blue. The man's forehead was beaded with sweat, and his eyes filled with a light of terror. Naturally, Shin Xing wouldn't act obediently in this place, so the only explanation for him doing as he was told was that he was completely overpowered by the new ancestor. The emotions in Shangguan Ji's heart undulated as he had never expected that the ancestor who arrived at Seven Stars sect several months ago was actually a Third Order Emperor realm master. He instantly let out a sigh of relief, thinking that they would no longer need to fear anyone with such an ancestor in their sect. Martial Peak, Chapter 4685, You're a Bad Guy. Greetings, Ancestor. With Shangguan Ji standing at the front, the elders and the protectors from Seven Stars sect who were fortunate to have met and chatted with Yang Kai that night saluted him in unison. The ordinary disciples from Seven Stars sect soon recovered from their shock and did the same. However, they were puzzled as they had never heard that there was an ancestor in their sect. Moreover, the ancestor seemed to have showcased a power that was much greater than that of Shen Xing, who was there to watch the disciple recruitment. Shen Xing was a second-order Emperor Realm Master who was from Southern Star Palace, and since the ancestor was stronger than him, it meant that he was probably in the Third Order. That realization made these disciples feel agitated. Following that, the representatives of the other sects rose from the chairs and saluted as well. With a Third Order Emperor Realm Master present, they wouldn't dare to be impolite. Shen Xing was the only one who didn't get up. It wasn't that he didn't want to rise from his chair though, but rather that he simply couldn't. He felt as though a mountain had been placed on his shoulders, which made it impossible for him to even move a finger. From the looks of it, he seemed to be an arrogant person who remained seated, which only made more cold sweat drip from his forehead. He had faced the pressure of Third Order Emperor Realm Masters before, but none of them felt anywhere near as intense as this time. Yang Kai could make him unable to move simply by commanding him. This kind of Third Order Emperor Realm Master was much stronger than the ones he had come across before. Yang Kai waved his hand without saying anything, but everyone took a seat at the same time. The sect master of Golden Spring Sect wore a conflicted expression as he gazed at Shangguanji with a bitter smile. "Brother Shangguan, why did you hide something so important from all of us? You didn't even tell us that there was an ancestor in your noble sect. If you had informed us earlier, we would have prepared proper gifts as tribute." The reason he kept persuading Shangguanji to give up on the young girl was that he didn't want to see Seven Stars Sect, which was also a second-class sect, growing more powerful than the rest of them. Now it seemed that his persuasion was pointless. Even if they didn't have Zhaoya, they already had a powerful ancestor with them, which ensured that they would definitely become a first-class great force. Golden Spring Sect was already incomparable to them. From now on, Golden Spring Sect would have to flatter Seven Stars Sect to survive, so he naturally had to improve his ties with Shangguanji. The face of Shangguanji was glowing as he stroked his beard with a smile. "It's not that we wanted to hide this from all of you, but rather that the ancestor prefers peace and serenity. That was why we didn't make an announcement." The sect master of Golden Spring Sect simply nodded. "I see." Suddenly realizing something, Shangguanji said, "The ancestor was traveling across the world when he suddenly visited our sect one night. He said that he felt some kind of fate with this place, so he asked to settle down in Seven Stars Sect. After he made some calculations, he said that the time had not come yet. Now it seems that Zhaoya is the one he has been waiting for. It seems the ancestor really can divine the future." The sect master of Golden Spring Sect widened his mouth in disbelief. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the people from Seven Stars Sect had practically gotten an ancestor for free. He felt disheartened as he thought that those from Seven Stars Sect were so lucky to have a powerful figure to come over and become their ancestor, serving as the greatest support for the sect. On the other hand, Golden Spring Sect was not so lucky. He then gazed at the man and the young girl on the stage with an envious expression. Presently, Seven Stars Sect had an ancestor to assume command while there was a disciple named Zhaoya who had exceptional aptitude. Additionally, there was Miao Fei Ping, who was revealed to have an A aptitude. It seemed that their sect's rise was inevitable. On the stage, Yang Kai and Zhaoya were still staring at one another. Although Zhaoya had no idea what was going on, she was an intelligent and observant girl and had a feeling that the person before her eyes was someone very important, and for some reason, he gave off a familiar feeling as though she had met him before. While she was in a dazed state, the elders of Seven Stars Sect were flustered. It must have taken her some heaven-defying luck to be offered a chance to become the disciple of the ancestor. Even if the ancestor said the same thing to them, they would instantly fall on their knees and accept. A young girl that was 7 or 8 years old was supposed to do the same. However, this particular young girl didn't understand how lucky she was as she just batted her eyes at the ancestor. It was as though she had seen something interesting on his face. The anxious elders secretly spoke to Zhaoya, encouraging her to accept the offer. Zhaoya had never experienced anything like this before, so she just felt annoyed by the voices as she waved her hand. It was as though she was trying to chase away some flies. Yang Kai didn't urge her as he looked smilingly at the young girl. A moment later, Zhao Ye said, "I don't mind becoming your disciple, but Big Brother Yi Bai has to come with me." On the stand, Shang Guanji and the others were shocked as they admired the young girl's courage. She didn't seem to be afraid of someone who was so powerful. Since the ancestor had personally shown up to take on a disciple, others would have gladly accepted it. However, this girl didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth as she had the guts to even state her own conditions. Moreover, they had no idea who this Big Brother Yi Bai was. Besides Shang Guanji and the elders, the onlookers also didn't know who the Big Brother Yi Bai she was talking about was except for those who came from Seven Stars Town. Standing among the crowd, Miao Fei Ping looked helplessly at Zhao Yi Bai, who was extremely lucky to have such a chance. It was no different from suddenly having 10 million silver coins fall into your lap. "Who is Big Brother Yi Bai?" Yang Kai asked, despite being fully aware of who the person was. Zhao Ye turned her head and took a glance, whereupon Zhao Yi Bai emerged from the crowd and walked up to Zhao Ye before saluting the unknown man. "Junior Zhao Yi Bai greets Senior." On the stand, Shang Guanji and the others finally recognized this brat as the Big Brother Yi Bai that Zhao Ye had mentioned. After all, his test only took place a while ago, so Shang Guanji still remembered this young boy, who was only revealed to have an aptitude of C-, which was a far cry from Zhao Ye. Yang Kai took a dispassionate glance at him and shook his head. "His aptitude is too weak. He doesn't have a right to be my disciple." "Are you not going to accept him?" Zhao Ye stared fixedly at him. Yang Kai shook his head again. Zhao Ye said, "I'll not become your disciple then." Upon finishing her words, she took Zhao Yi Bai's hand and was ready to leave. Zhao Yi Bai remained unmoving though as he patted her hands to motion for her to calm down. He then glanced at Yang Kai and asked, "Senior, are you from Seven Stars sect?" "Yes," Yang Kai nodded. Zhao Yi Bai put on a silly smile. "There won't be any problem then. Xiao Ye, since Senior is from Seven Stars sect, we won't be separated after you become his disciple. He's a senior expert, so accept his request now." Zhao Ye shook her head. "No, I want to be with you." Zhao Yi Bai stomped his foot on the ground before flashing a helpless smile at Yang Kai. "Please give me a moment, Senior. My sister is a little obstinate. Let me persuade her." Yang Kai didn't respond to him. It was then Zhao Yi Bai took Zhao Ye to the side and persuaded her in a small voice. Despite his hushed whispers, the powerful cultivators at the scene could still hear him clearly. Zhao Yi Bai was heard saying to Zhao Ye, "Xiao Ye, did you hear that the people from Seven Stars sect called him ancestor just now? Do you know what an ancestor is?" "Well, I don't really understand it either, but I suppose he's the most powerful person in Seven Stars sect. If you become his disciple, you'll be able to walk sideways, and Miao Fei Ping would never dare to bully you again. I saw that Miao Fei Ping's master was also respectful of him. Moreover, we won't be separated after you become his disciple. We'll still meet every day since we're both in Seven Stars sect." On the stand, Shang Guanji put on a helpless smile as he said to Guan Qianxing, "Even though this boy seems a little foolish, he's actually pretty shrewd. He already understands how the world works at such a young age. It's just that his aptitude is weak. Be careful not to let him offend the ancestor." Guan Qianxing nodded in response. However, regardless of what Zhao Yi Bai said, Zhao Ye refused to agree. Eventually, she squatted down and faced away from Zhao Yi Bai before burying her head in her knees and covering her ears with her hands. It was as though she was determined not to listen to Zhao Yi Bai, who appeared totally helpless. Sighing, the young boy stroked Zhao Ye's head before he turned around and walked up to Yang Kai. Upon stopping a couple of his steps away, he saluted him once more. Yang Kai said, "Regardless of what you say, I won't accept you as my disciple." Zhao Yi Bai nodded. This junior understands his aptitude is weak, so he has no right to become Senior's disciple, nor do I even dare to think about it. Xiao Ye is lucky to have gained Senior's favor, and I don't want her to miss this chance just because of me. So, I'd like to ask you to allow me to be a worker for you. Whenever there are any trivial matters, I'll handle them for you and make sure that you won't have to worry about them." Hearing that, Zhao Ye abruptly looked up while the people on the stand were stunned as they had never expected that Zhao Yibai would say such a thing. Appearing to be impassive, Yang Kai said, "There are indeed no workers on Azure Jade Peak. I won't turn you down if you're willing to go there, however, I won't teach you anything, so you must remember that from today onwards, you'll remain a worker on Azure Jade Peak until your death." Zhao Yibai was elated upon hearing that. "Many thanks for granting my wish, Senior. This junior wouldn't dare to ask for anything else." "Big brother Yibai." Zhao Ye rushed over and took his hand before trying to drag him away. "I won't become his disciple, and you're also not going to be a worker. We'll go back to 7 Stars Town together." "Listen to me, Xiao Ye." Zhao Yibai gazed at her with a pair of eyes that were filled with determination. Zhao Ye's eyes reddened as she knew that Zhao Yibai was doing this for her. Although his aptitude was weak, he had still become a disciple of 7 Stars sect after he passed all the tests. He was supposed to be able to cultivate and become a cultivator just like he always dreamed. Nevertheless, if he became a worker on Azure Jade Peak, he would have no future at all. She then turned her head and glared at Yang Kai. "You're a bad guy." Anyone who bullied Zhao Yibai was a bad guy. She didn't care whether he was an ancestor or some kind of senior expert. Yang Kai grinned. "Do you want to beat me up to vent out the anger for your big brother Yibai?" Without hesitation, Zhao Ye nodded her head with a pair of ferocious-looking eyes. Yang Kai said, "It's simple. Become my disciple. When you become more powerful than me one day, you can beat me up in whatever way you please." Zhao Ye became startled for a moment, as though she had suddenly gained enlightenment. The next moment, she fell on her knees and pressed her head against the ground in front of Yang Kai. "Disciple Zhao Ye greets honored master." She then abruptly looked up and stared into Yang Kai's eyes. "Disciple will definitely cultivate hard so that honored master will have a taste of becoming a worker one day. Whatever big brother Yibai will go through, I'll make you pay 10 times the price." From that day onward, there was a female disciple on Azure Jade Peak of 7 Stars sect in the Void Continent who was determined to make her honored master become a worker. Everyone in the Void Continent found it to be strange when they heard the story. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4686, I heard you shared fate with my disciple. You'll have to work harder, for your honored master's cultivation is higher than the heavens. Yang Kai pointed at the sky with a smile. Shen Xing pursed his lips with disdain, thinking that Yang Kai could only fool an inexperienced girl like her. All of a sudden, Yang Kai turned to look at him. "I heard that you shared fate with my disciple." Shen Xing's face instantly started flushing as he repeatedly said he wouldn't dare to. However, in his mind, he thought that this ancestor from 7 Stars sect was quite small-minded as the retaliation had come earlier than he had expected. He was an Emperor Realm Master from Southern Star Palace after all, and he had to uphold his reputation. If he was humiliated in public, how was he going to show his face in public in the future? While he was furious, Yang Kai was heard saying, "Young girl, go ask why that senior is interested in taking you on as a disciple. I need all the details, otherwise, people who have no idea what has happened will think that I oppressed him today." Although Zhao Ye was determined to cultivate hard and make her honored master have a taste of becoming a worker, she was still pretty obedient. She then got up and ambled towards the stand. Upon reaching Shen Xing, she saluted him respectfully and said in a clear voice, "Greetings, senior. My honored master has asked me to." Shen Xing hurriedly raised his hand. "Speak no further. Your honored master might have misheard me. I didn't say I wanted to take you on as a disciple. Rather, I just thought that there was a treasure in my collection that would perfectly suit you." Upon finishing his words, he fished out something that looked like a bracelet and passed it to her with a smile. "Here you go. This old master obtained it a long time ago and has always treasured it. Since it suits you, I'll give it to you. Just see it as a gift for having found a good master." The elders of 7 Stars sect and the representatives of the great forces on the stand gasped while staring at the ancient-looking bracelet. That bracelet was apparently a defensive emperor artifact. Although they had no idea how powerful it was definitely expensive as it was an emperor artifact. They couldn't believe that Xin Xing was willing to give it to the young girl just like that. Instead of directly taking it though, Zhao Ye turned to gaze inquisitively at Yang Kai, who placed his hands behind his back and looked up as though there was something interesting in the sky. Understanding what his gesture meant, Zhao Ye saluted elegantly, "Many thanks, senior." She then took the bracelet with both hands and wrapped it around her wrist. The bracelet, which was much larger than her wrist, suddenly radiated a gentle glow and shrunk until it perfectly fit her. The sight amazed Zhao Ye. With a smile, Xin Xing stroked his beard gently. "It does indeed suit you." His back was drenched in sweat, though, as he thought that he had reacted pretty quickly, otherwise, it would have turned out to be embarrassing for him. Zhao Ye looked at the new bracelet from different angles with joy. She was a young child who came from a poor family, so she knew nothing about accessories. With that said, young girls like her were naturally fond of such things. At that moment, she found Xin Xing to be amicable and generous, so she flashed a sweet smile at him. The sect master of Golden Spring Sect suddenly spoke up with a smile. "Since Senior Shen has given you a gift, it would be discourteous for me to not do so too. Here, this trinket is not as valuable as Senior Shen's gift, but I hope you'll like it." Following that, he took out a petite hairpin with a true-to-life red dragonfly that was made from jade on it. This was obviously another defensive artifact. Although it was inferior to the bracelet as it was only Dao Source grade, it was actually the most expensive thing the sect master of Golden Spring Sect possessed. "Is it for me?" Zhao Ye was astounded. The sect master of Golden Spring Sect nodded with a smile. "There's really no need." Zhao Ye appeared bashful and hesitant, but despite her words, she swiftly took the hairpin and put it on her head. Since the sect master of Golden Spring Sect had also given her a gift, the representatives of the other sects naturally didn't have the nerve to not offer something. Moreover, this was a great chance to strike up a relationship with the ancestor of Seven Stars Sect. Hence, all of them fished out the most expensive items in their collections and gifted them to the little girl. Other than the representatives of other sects, the elders of Seven Stars Sect also did the same. She was a disciple of their own sect after all. Since outsiders had been so generous, they couldn't just watch the show and do nothing. Therefore, Shang Guanji took the initiative to pass a gift to her, and the other elders and protectors did the same. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Ye was covered in gifts. The items that had been wrapped around her head, body, and hands were all valuable and rare. Seeing that, Shang Guanji quickly gave her a space ring to store those gifts. Meanwhile, the onlookers were dumbfounded, thinking that the young girl named Zhao Ye would be a rising star from that day onward. She had already received so many gifts when she had just been taken on as a disciple. How successful would she be when she became powerful enough one day? "Do you see that? That's the difference between you two," Yang Kai said in a small voice. Zhao Yibai, who was standing beside him, looked smilingly at Zhao Ye and nodded. "You and she are from different worlds. If she's like a phoenix in the sky, you're no different from a loach in the mud. She is still young now. However, when her mind is broadened as she grows up, she'll forget who you are. She'll only remember once in a century that she had a playmate named Zhao Yibai in the past." Yang Kai continued destroying his confidence. Zhao Yibai scratched his head for a moment before refuting, "I'll be glad as long as Xiao Ye is fine. Moreover, she'll never forget about me." Yang Kai stared intently at him, then said, "I hope you'll still think so when you grow up." The disciple recruitment of Seven Stars Sect ended on a positive note. The news that 2 disciples with a rank aptitude had emerged during the recruitment spread quickly. One of them was revealed to have A aptitude while the other achieved a result of A+ aptitude. The latter was truly a prodigy. Moreover, it was said that an ancestor with inscrutable cultivation had appeared out of nowhere in Seven Stars Sect, and he had taken on the young girl with A+ aptitude to be his disciple. Rumor had it that Xin Xing, who was there to watch the show, didn't dare to be impolite in front of this new ancestor and had even suffered a small setback at his hands. Shen Xing was a second-order Emperor Realm Master from Southern Star Palace, and since he had suffered a setback, it went to show that the ancestor was truly formidable. That was the reason Seven Stars sect instantly became a household name. There were 1,008 steps on the stairs that led to Azure Jade Peak. Two young children helped each other out and exchanged words of encouragement as they plodded up the steps. Just then, a gale gusted through them as they staggered and almost fell down the cliff. They hurriedly crouched down and hugged each other, shivering like quails in winter. When they finally reached the summit of Azure Jade Peak, they were exhausted as they lay on the ground and panted heavily. Yang Kai appeared and stood in front of them the next moment, looking down as he shook his head. "You're too slow." In a lethargic manner, Zhao Ye shot him a glare. Initially, she stopped loathing her honored master after she received a lot of gifts. Certainly, she knew that it was thanks to her honored master that those people were willing to give her so many valuable treasures. However, at this moment, she became resentful of him again, for she realized that her honored master was truly cold-blooded. Right then, Yang Kai extended his hand, whereupon the rings, the hairpins, and the bracelets flew away from the young girl and fell into his hands. Zhao Ye was startled for a moment, then jumped up like a cat that got its tail trampled on by someone. Pouncing at Yang Kai, she clawed at him and snapped, "Those are my things. Give them back." Yang Kai explained, "It will only do you more harm than good to depend on external aids when you're cultivating. These things are no different from a burden on your shoulders. I'll keep them for you for now. You can have them back when you're able to use them." Zhao Ye wrapped her hands around Yang Kai's arm and clung on with an aggrieved expression, gnashing her teeth in frustration. She felt that this man was more like an evil bandit than her master. Zhao Yi Bai persuaded her by saying, "Xiao Ye, he's a senior expert, you should listen to him." Yang Kai shot him a glance and sneered, "Stop flattering this king. It's useless." Arg! Zhao Ye directly bit the man's arm, but while Yang Kai remained unperturbed, Zhao Ye felt her teeth almost falling off as her eyes were drenched in tears. "It's very late now, so you should probably get some rest. I'll teach you how to cultivate tomorrow." Yang Kai flung the young girl off and disappeared. While sitting on the ground, the young children exchanged glances and fell silent. A moment later, Zhao Ye sniffled and said, "Big brother Yi Bai, I miss Auntie Lu, Grandma, and Uncle Yang." While helping to massage her legs, Zhao Yi Bai said, "I miss them too." He then looked up at the sky. "I suppose Uncle Yang has returned to the town to inform Mother and Grandma by now. They must be having sweet rice dumplings now." At the mention of food, their stomachs started growling. It was only then they recalled that they hadn't had anything to eat or drink since the disciple recruitment commenced this morning. "Let's look for some food." Zhao Yi Bai helped her put on her shoes and pulled her up. Then, they shuffled towards a cluster of palaces. 1 hour later, they lethargically pressed their backs against a column in the grand hall as their stomachs growled. There wasn't any food at all in this place, not even a drop of water. "Bad guy!" Zhao Ye roared in the spacious grand hall. Right then, Yang Kai appeared out of thin air, which scared the kids out of their wits. Zhao Yi Bai got up with difficulty and respectfully saluted him. "Xiao Ye and I haven't had any food for a long time, senior. Is there anything to eat here?" Yang Kai gave him a dismissive look and said cold-heartedly, "No." "Do you want to starve us to death?" Zhao Ye glowered at the man. "In that case, why did you even take me on as your disciple?" Yang Kai replied dispassionately, "A bad guy will definitely not give you food, but your master might not want to see you starve to death." Zhao Yi Bai became startled for a moment, then secretly pulled Zhao Ye's clothes. It was then that Zhao Ye came to her senses. While hanging her head low, she balled up her fists and muttered reluctantly, "I'm hungry and thirsty, master." Yang Kai nodded, "Wait a moment." Upon finishing his words, he vanished into thin air. Following a gulp, Zhao Yi Bai looked around randomly and asked with difficulty, "Xiao Ye, could your master be a ghost?" With her face turning pale, Zhaoya stuck close to the young boy. "Stop frightening me, big brother Yi Bai." Martial Peak, Chapter 4687, The Disciple Has Come of Age. Barely a moment later, Yang Kai returned with a bowl of rice and passed it to Zhaoya. After taking it, Zhaoya looked up at him. "There's only one. Is it not enough?" Yang Kai frowned. "Big brother Yi Bai has to have some food as well." Zhao Yi Bai hurriedly shook his head. "It's fine. I'm not hungry." Zhaoya looked pitifully at Yang Kai. "Could you give me one more bowl of rice, master?" "No." Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai left the place. What a stingy man. Zhaoya was furious, for not only was her master cold-blooded, but he was also stingy. With that said, they finally had some food to eat. At this moment, she was resentful of her master. If she had known this was what would happen, she wouldn't have agreed to become his disciple. It was ridiculous that an adult oppressed two young kids. After a moment of persuading each other to have the food first, the young kids then wolfed down the rice with pleasure. Although they were still hungry after finishing the rice, they had regained some strength at the very least. There were 4 seasons in the Void Continent and years slowly went by. Since Zhaoya had an exceptional A+ aptitude, the elders of 7 Stars sect initially had high hopes for her. They believed that given her aptitude, her cultivation journey would be smooth sailing, as it would probably only take her a few years before she made it to the Emperor realm. However, 10 years had passed, and she had only managed to make it to the true element boundary. From the bottom to the top, the martial Tao was divided into tempered body, initial element, Qi transformation, separation and reunion, true element, immortal ascension, transcendent, saint, Saint King, Origin Returning, Origin King, Tao Source, and Emperor Realm. There were 13 great realms in total. Although it was considered swift that Zhaoya had reached the true element boundary in 10 years, she didn't live up to her A+ aptitude. It had to be noted that Miao Fei Ping, who joined 7 Stars sect at around the same time, was now in the Transcendent Realm, which was 2 great realms ahead of Zhaoya. When the news was spread, others thought that the ancestor from 7 Stars sect who lived on Azure Jade Peak was not a good teacher. Although he was powerful, he didn't know how to nurture his disciple. There was not a lack of such people in this world. While they were adept at cultivating, they didn't know how to teach. Those people felt sorry for Zhaoya because her aptitude had been wasted after she became the disciple of the wrong master. As for the worker Zhao Yi Bai, who settled down on Azure Jade Peak alongside Zhaoya, he was forgotten by most people. Only the disciples of 7 Stars sect could see him getting swamped with work every day. 10 years had passed, and the young kids, who were 8 years old in the past, were now young people who turned 18 recently. After working as a worker for 10 years, Zhao Yi Bai had become a rugged young man whose eyes were bright. At the bottom of Azure Jade Peak, Zhao Yi Bai arrived at a river with 2 big buckets and filled them up. Before he could leave, though, he saw a group of people striding towards him. These people were all disciples from 7 Stars sect. One of them was a fine-looking young man who was surrounded by a group of people, as though he was the moon while the others were stars. He was older than Zhao Yi Bai by a few years, and the folding fan in his hand added an aloof, noble air to him as he sauntered over. When Zhao Yi Bai heard the noises and looked up, his face stiffened involuntarily. The group of people reached Zhao Yi Bai and surrounded him. The handsome young man leading the group closed his folding fan and stuck it in the back of his hair before staring calmly at Zhao Yi Bai and asking, "Did you pass junior sister yet, the thing I told you to 2 days ago?" Zhao Yi Bai scratched his head. "I did." The young man arched his brow. "Did you personally give it to her?" Zhao Yi Bai nodded. The agitated young man asked, "What did she say?" Zhao Yi Bai replied, "Nothing." The young man was stunned, then went on asking, "Did she read it?" "Do you want to know the truth?" Zhao Yi Bai asked cautiously. The young man glared at him. "Of course I want to know the truth." In a straightforward manner, Zhao Yi Bai replied, "She didn't read it. Instead, she tore it apart and told me to ignore you next time." The young man's hopeful expression instantly turned dejected. His face had even turned pale as though he was badly injured. "Senior brother Lu," Zhao Yibai called out, "I have to get these buckets of water back to Azure Jade Peak. I'll take my leave now." The young man surnamed Lu came to his senses and said through clenched teeth, "You must have bad-mouthed me in front of junior sister Ya. Otherwise, why would she tear the letter apart without even taking a look at it?" When he came across Zhao Ye the last time, she flashed a smile at him. If she wasn't interested in him, why would she put on such a sweet smile? Zhao Yibai quickly waved his hands. "I didn't. In fact, I didn't say anything else as I just told her that this was given to her by you, senior brother Lu. She told me that she had no idea who you were though and—" "How dare you still lie to me?" Senior brother Lu barked while waving his hand. "Beat him up." As swift as lightning, Zhao Yibai crouched down and curled up his figure while protecting his head with his hands, not the face. His movements were so smooth that it was apparent he had done this many, many times before. With each passing day, Zhao Ye grew more beautiful and alluring. As a result, all the male disciples in the sect who had a chance to meet her were stunned by her beauty. Unfortunately, she led a reclusive life on Azure Jade Peak, and she wouldn't come down the mountain unless it was absolutely necessary, which made it impossible for these fellow brothers to have a glance at her beauty. As such, Zhao Yibai, who had to go up and down the mountain every day, became their messenger. In fact, Zhao Yibai had passed a lot of love letters to Zhao Ye over the years, but she would always tear them apart. Initially, those fellow brothers were wary of the ancestor who resided on Azure Jade Peak, so they didn't dare to touch Zhao Yibai. After all, this brat was a worker from Azure Jade Peak, so they had to be respectful of his owner. However, they soon realized that the ancestor really wouldn't care about Zhao Yibai's life or death, so they began acting more unscrupulously. As a result, Zhao Yibai had suffered a lot over the years. Fortunately, the attackers knew their boundaries as they wouldn't deal a heavy blow to him. Knowing that he was just a mortal who had never cultivated before, they only used a bit of brute force instead of their cultivation. A series of fists and feet landed on Zhao Yibai as the dust rose in the air, and he was soon covered in bruises. "What's going on here?" A person was heard bellowing all of a sudden. The next instant, a burly young man dashed out of the nearby forest and landed with a violent force which crashed into the male disciples around Zhao Yibai and dispersed them. Some of the weaker ones even fell to the ground. Senior brother Lu widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Miao Fei Ping." The newcomer was none other than Miao Fei Ping, who also came from Seven Stars Town and joined Seven Stars sect alongside Zhao Ye. Now, he was already a transcendent realm master, whose cultivation was far ahead of the others in the same age range. The elders of the sect had high hopes for him and granted him near unlimited resources. Even many senior brothers who were much older were weaker than him. Miao Fei Ping picked up Zhao Yibai and examined him before asking, "Are you all right?" Zhao Yibai put on a grin, "I'm fine. These fellow brothers were just helping me work out a cramp." Miao Fei Ping scoffed, "Since when does working out a cramp lead to being covered in bruises? How are you still in the mood to laugh?" "Am I supposed to cry, then?" Zhao Yibai pursed his lips. Miao Fei Ping snorted, then turned to look at senior brother Lu. "You're a glorious disciple of Seven Stars sect, aren't you? Do you feel proud oppressing a mortal who has never cultivated before with so many people?" Senior brother Lu and the others wouldn't dare to say anything. Their cultivation was lower than that of Miao Fei Ping, and they were also less important than him, who was a favorite disciple among the elders in the sect, so they wouldn't dare to talk back. If he was offended, they would be beaten up without the chance of getting their revenge as their masters wouldn't stand up for them. Wastes who oppress the weak but fear the strong. I won't dirty my hands by beating you all up. Although I won't deal with you all, there's someone who definitely will. Upon hearing that, senior brother Lu appeared elated instead of feeling frightened. An annoyed Miao Fei Ping waved his hand impatiently, "Scram, scram." And so the crowd dispersed in a hurry. After they were gone, Miao Fei Ping turned to look at Zhao Yibai and rubbed his forehead. "Where should I even begin? I told you not to become a worker on Azure Jade Peak, but you wouldn't listen to me. Is it fun to get beaten up every few days? Zhao Yibai just sported a silly smile. Take it. Miao Fei Ping tossed a porcelain bottle at him. Apply it on your bruises. It can help heal them. Zhao Yibai didn't turn him down as he took the porcelain bottle and started using its content. Miao Fei Ping let out a sigh. We were still just kids back then. In order to let little sister Ye become a disciple of the ancestor, you requested to be a worker on Azure Jade Peak. Many years have passed, and Xiaoya is now in the true element boundary. Her future will only become brighter, so how much longer can you protect her? 100 years from now, Xiaoya will remain the same while you'll have become an old man. Do you want her to face an old man every day and cry her eyes out? Zhao Yibai fell silent. Miao Fei Ping patted the other man's shoulder. Short-term pain is better than long-term suffering. Just sleep on it. Zhao Yibai replied in a small voice. I returned to 7 Stars Town some time ago and met Auntie Lu and Grandma Zhou, Miao Fei Ping went on to say. Zhao Yibai looked up. How are my mother and grandma? Miao Fei Ping replied with an odd smile. Don't worry, they're fine. What's strange is that grandma is getting younger instead of older as the wrinkles on her face have been reduced. Your mother has not gotten younger, but she hasn't changed one bit. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw them. They have never cultivated before, so how do they keep their faces young? What about Uncle Yang? Zhao Yibai inquired. Miao Fei Ping replied, Your Uncle Yang left 2 years ago. Before he left, he told your mother to inform you that you must take care of yourself in 7 Stars sect. You can always return home if you're unhappy. Uncle Yang is gone? The light in Zhao Yibai's eyes dimmed significantly. He never had a real father before, but Uncle Yang was just like one to him. When he was a young boy, he always hoped that his Uncle Yang would get together with his mother so that he could call him father. However, whenever he voiced such thoughts, he would get a beating from his mother. He had heard from Grandma Zhou that Uncle Yang had several wives, so it wasn't appropriate for him to wander around in the outside world for a long time. He would have to go back sooner or later. Your Uncle Yang also said that he would visit you and Xiaoya again one day, Miao Fei Ping added. It was then Zhao Yibai put on a smile. Got it. You should go back now, Miao Fei Ping waved his hand. I'll take my leave then, Zhao Yibai said and picked up the buckets filled with water before dashing towards the peak. The corners of Miao Fei Ping's brow twitched, thinking that even though this brat had never cultivated before, his strength was unusual. After all, an ordinary mortal wouldn't be able to carry 2 giant buckets of water and sprint up a mountain like a rabbit. Martial Peak, Chapter 4688, Punishment. Zhao Yibai had no idea what was going on with him. As he grew older, he became increasingly stronger. He didn't feel one bit of pressure at all when holding 2 buckets filled with water. He had secretly tried it on a boulder, which weighed about 1,000 kilograms, and it was easily lifted by him using only one hand. Therefore, he had no idea where his true limits were. He didn't hide this fact from Xiaoya. Since they had grown up together, there were no secrets between them. According to Xiaoya, there were always talented people in the world who were born with abilities that others couldn't possess. Some people even had great innate strength for no apparent reason. Zhao Yibai believed that he was one such person. Moreover, since he settled down on the peak 10 years ago, he had never fallen sick. Although he would always be beaten, he just supposed he had really thick skin and strong flesh. Any bruises or cuts he got would all disappear after a night's sleep. Because of that, Xiaoya excitedly looked for her master and told him that Zhao Yibai had an unusual physique. She pleaded with her master to examine Zhao Yibai's aptitude so that the latter could also become his disciple too. Unfortunately, after an examination, her master still said that Zhao Yibai's aptitude was ordinary and he didn't have the intention of taking him on as a disciple. It had been 10 years since Xiaoya started cultivating, so she was no longer a young girl who knew nothing. Knowing fully well that her master was exceptionally powerful and knowledgeable, she felt dejected over his judgment. She had secretly taught Zhao Yibai the secret arts and secret techniques that her master had imparted to her so that he could cultivate with her, thinking the result of his aptitude would only be clear after he started cultivating. What made her furious was that the obstinate Zhao Yibai never tried to cultivate. He said that he couldn't cultivate without the senior's permission. This made Zhao Ye infuriated. The young man dashed up the steps of Azure Jade Peak. While he held 2 huge buckets full of water, they didn't slow him down in the slightest. Instead, he only became faster as his hands were extremely steady. Not even a drop of water spilled out of the buckets. As his speed increased, layers of ripples were formed in the void around Zhao Yibai. However, the young man was not aware of these changes. He just loved to run like this, like a fish swimming in the ocean. It felt as though he was about to merge with the world. These 1008 steps took the young children a whole day to climb as blisters formed on their soles in the past. Nevertheless, Zhao Yibai could now easily reach the top in less than an hour. When he reached the summit of Azure Jade Peak, he saw a beautiful young woman standing there waiting for him. The young woman's beauty was like a breath of fresh air, so it was no wonder that the fellow brothers from 7 Stars sect could never forget about her the moment they laid their eyes on her and did everything they could to pass love letters to her. Big brother Yibai, Zhao Ye put on a sweet smile. Zhao Yibai stopped in his tracks. While staring at the young woman in front of him, he fell into a dazed state as he recalled what Miao Fei Ping had said to him. Zhao Ye tilted her head. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Zhao Yibai shook his head. "Have you done your homework? Why are you waiting for me here?" Zhao Ye extended her hands in an attempt to take the buckets, but Zhao Yibai stepped aside to dodge them. "There's no need for that. This is my duty. Senior will chide you if he sees you helping." She pursed her lips and complained, "Master is too strict, always saying I can't do this and that. It's so annoying." Zhao Yibai replied with a smile, "Senior is doing it for your own good." Zhao Ye slightly lifted her nose as she caught a whiff of something. As she sniffled, she looked doubtfully at Zhao Yibai. Before she could close in, Zhao Yibai ran off in an awkward manner as he shouted, "You should get some rest, Zhao Ye. I'll call you when the meal is ready." "All right," Zhao Ye replied as she looked smilingly at his disappearing back. When his figure was out of sight, the smile on Zhao Ye's face faded as her clear eyes burned with fury. That was because she caught a whiff of medicinal fragrance from Zhao Yibai. She then turned around and took a step forward. A few steps later, she was already at the bottom of the mountain. As usual, she arrived at the river. Presently, Miao Fei Ping was seated on a boulder as he was chewing on a stalk of grass he had picked up from somewhere. Upon hearing the rustling, he turned around and put on a helpless smile. "You came sooner than I expected." Zhao Ye asked, "Who was it?" Her voice sounded so cold that it could almost freeze the river. Miao Fei Ping let out a sigh. "This happens every time. Aren't you aware of the reason they do this? Those guys that you beat up were all happy being punched. They oppressed Zhao Yibai because they wanted you to stand up for him so that they could see you. They were still pleased even though they were beaten black and blue." Zhao Ye said through clenched teeth, "I was too gentle back then." Miao Fei Ping suddenly had a bad feeling. "What are you trying to do this time?" "It has nothing to do with you. Just tell me who they are." Miao Fei Ping shook his head. "You can't defeat that guy this time. You're now only in the true element boundary 3rd stage while he's in the 9th stage. He's just 1 step away from making it to the immortal ascension boundary, so how are you supposed to be a match for him?" "True element boundary 9th stage?" Zhao Ye muttered under her breath. All of a sudden, she closed her eyes as her aura rose rapidly. Miao Fei Ping was surprised as he had no idea what she was doing. However, his jaw suddenly dropped in disbelief. He wasn't even aware that the grass he had been chewing on had fallen. That was because he could feel that Zhao Ye's aura, which was stuck in the true element boundary 3rd stage, suddenly began rising and wasn't showing any signs of stopping. When it finally reached the peak, Zhao Ye suddenly achieved a breakthrough as a pressure wave spread out from her body. She was now in the true element boundary 4th stage. That wasn't the end yet. Just a moment later, she made it to the 5th stage and then the 6th stage. It only took her a short while to break through 3 minor realms. At the sight of this, Miao Fei-ping was flabbergasted as he thought that this was probably the power of a person with A+ aptitude. Achieving a breakthrough was as easy as eating food or drinking water to her. He also had rank A aptitude, and his cultivation increased rapidly over the years, with his progress being far greater than that of his fellow brothers. However, he realized he still wasn't comparable to Zhao Ye at all after witnessing what she had just done. It was the first time he discovered that one could achieve a breakthrough like this. Although the true element boundary 6th stage was still 3 minor realms below the 9th stage, the gap had been significantly shortened. The corners of Miao Fei-ping's face twitched as it was the first time he felt inferior to anyone. Seeing that Zhao Ye was burning with murderous intent, he stopped stalling and gave her a list of names. Zhao Ye extended her hand and summoned a silver spear before turning to leave. Miao Fei-ping felt his heart pounding against his chest as he had a feeling that something serious was about to happen. He thus hurriedly contacted his honored master, Guan Qianxing. Less than an hour later, the incident of an attempted murder sent a shock wave across 7 Stars sect. For some reason, a disciple named Lu Yi got into a conflict with Azure Jade Peak's Zhao Ye. They engaged in an intense battle, but surprisingly, Lu Yi, who was 3 minor realms above the other party, was powerless to fight back the whole time. If Elder Guan Qianxing hadn't managed to intervene in time, Lu Yi would have lost his life on the spot. Despite that, Lu Yi was so severely wounded that it would take him 3 to 5 months to recuperate. The battle stunned everyone in 7 Stars sect. There were naturally some fights between the disciples in the same sect over the years, and sometimes disciples were injured, but no one would attempt to kill their fellow brothers or sisters. However, Zhao Ye did just that this time. According to the onlookers, every move Zhao Ye made was filled with murderous intent, as she seemed determined to end Lu Yi's life. Zhao Ye's identity was also unusual, as she was the only disciple of the ancestor who resided on Azure Jade Peak. Although Zhao Ye's progress had disappointed the elders of 7 Stars sect, her identity and status would not change just because of that. If any other disciple had done such a thing, he or she would have been kicked out of the sect, or worse, their cultivation would be crippled. Nevertheless, no one would dare to do that to Zhao Ye. What's more, it was a battle between a true element boundary 6th stage disciple and one in the 9th stage. However, Lu Yi, the supposedly stronger one, was completely powerless to defend himself. It was rare that a weaker cultivator could defeat a stronger one, so it was hard to understand why there was such a huge gap between these two's powers when they fought. Lu Yi was brought back by his honored master while the elders of 7 Stars sect came together in the middle of the night to look into the matter and come up with a plan to clean up the mess. On the other hand, Zhao Ye stealthily returned to Azure Jade Peak, but as soon as she reached the peak, she saw her honored master standing there, looking impassively at her. Zhao Ye stiffened as she hung her head low and bashfully walked up to Yang Kai. While looking down at her feet, she called out, "Master." When she was younger, she swore that she would cultivate hard so that she could defeat her master one day and make him have a taste of becoming a worker. However, after spending over 10 years with him, she no longer had such impudent and aggressive thoughts. Her master had treated her very well, and she regarded him to be a teacher as well as a father figure. "You broke through 3 stages?" Yang Kai asked calmly. Zhao Ye nodded cautiously. Upon hearing the reply, Yang Kai sighed. "Given your strength, you could have easily dealt with a true element boundary 9th stage boy even though you were only in the 3rd stage. You didn't need to achieve a breakthrough." Zhao Ye pursed her lips. "I didn't expect him to be so weak." Yang Kai said, "It's not that he's weak, but that you're strong." Zhao Ye looked up and flashed a bright smile at him. "It's all thanks to honored master's guidance over the years." Just then, Yang Kai turned his head and shouted, "Zhao Yi Bai." "I'm here." Zhao Yi Bai, who had been hiding somewhere to watch them, ran towards Yang Kai. "What do you need me to do, senior?" Yang Kai extended his hand and grabbed the huge tank full of water from the kitchen before placing it on Zhao Yi Bai's head. A stunned Zhao Yi Bai wouldn't dare to move away as he quickly raised his hands to prop up the water tank. Fortunately, he had unusual strength, so it wasn't a difficult task. The average person would have been pressed into a patty by the weight of the water tank. Since Zhao Ye broke through 3 minor realms today, you'll stand right here for 3 days. If 1 drop of water is spilled, you will immediately leave the mountain. Instead of feeling resentful, Zhao Yibai was relieved and replied solemnly, "Don't worry, senior. I'll not let a single drop of water spill." Although others didn't know why Zhao Ye, who had A+ aptitude, had progressed so slowly, he was fully aware of it. Zhao Ye had told him that Yang Kai had deliberately suppressed her cultivation. Otherwise, given her peerless aptitude, she would have made it to the Saint Realm already.